always kind of wondered if these things. That movie, The Descent.
Yes.
It always.
Yeah, excellent.
I always enjoyed that movie. I was like, man, I'm claustrophobic, so I'm not going to go spelunking, but this movie definitely makes me not want to go spelunking.
Yeah, I stayed away from caves for a long time after watching that movie, man. I saw that and I was like, nope, caves are a no-no.
Yeah, interestingly enough, that movie was directed by the same guy who directed Dog Soldiers. And when the creature in The Descent, those humanoid-looking moles or whatever the hell they were, he kept that completely under wraps, and the girls in the movie never saw it until they were filming the scene.
That's brilliant.
Because he was looking for that visceral reaction from them, and that was very quick.
Yeah, that was. The second one left a lot to be desired. The first one was awesome.
I didn't like the second one.
Yeah, me neither. It was just like,
He didn't direct the second one, though, did he?
I don't believe so. No, I think you're right on that. No, he didn't. No.
I always wish that follow up with Dog Soldiers. That was probably one of my favorite ones.
They were supposed to do a sequel. There was talk about it all over the internet last year, but they never made it to pass. So
That's a great movie.
oh yeah,
The way it was filmed, it was fantastic.
It's gonna be hard to top the first Dog Soldiers. Even when they make that sequel, it's gonna be very, very hard to top that.
There's a lot of
Dogs are good.
so there's a lot of good suit work in that now that there's some CGI.
Yeah, we're oversaturated with CGI.
Practical effects are much more effective.
Yes, Pumpkinhead being one of the best examples.
That was awesome.
I saw what Martin Black would do.
Oh yeah,
You know, that is one of my all-time favorites.
mine too. See, yeah, mine. Your head.
It just was so far ahead of its time as far as the design of the suit. And, it wasn't big and bulky. It really pulled off what a Gilman would look like. It's still to this day, if you watch it, it still holds up.
Yeah, and that's one of the few monsters that was designed by a woman. So she was a makeup artist.
Yeah.
She was a makeup artist and she designed the Gilman. So
You guys still hear me?
yes.
For some reason, my camera shut off.
Yeah, you were glitching out a little bit there for a minute.
And we haven't even started talking about it. Uh-oh.
So all the power on this camera really went out.
Bryce Edwards, I see your comment there about the crow. I was just going to bring that up. Skarsgård, okay, kudos to you. You're a decent actor. There's some things that should not be messed with. Don't ever remake Jaws. I don't care if the shark looks hokey. That you can't mess with that. That movie was perfection. Agreed. The shark was secondary. And the crow. That is Brandon Lee's legacy. He literally died for that movie. So, the feeble attempts that they already tried to, and now with the reinvention of it, just really in bad taste. I agree. The crow. There was some portions of that story that could have been done better. But don't mess with it. Leave it alone.
Yes,
It's perfect.
Yeah, the new crow looks like a Joker, man. That's Jared Leto's Joker right there.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah.
He looks
Just
like
that
one of
huge
the.
little bit.
I keep thinking he's going to be one of these two mobile rappers. Like with the
Machine Gun Kelly wannabe.
Yeah. He's got the whole. I keep thinking of the stitches. Whatever the guy's name was, the guy that has like 69 on his head or something.
Yeah, it's a shame.
I can't name him.
That kind of is his name 6'9".
I think that's what it was. My kid had something like extension or whatever on his
BetMGM has an unreal deal for sports fans in Indiana. Turn $5 into $150 instantly when you place your first wager at BetMGM. Simply download the BetMGM app and sign up using code WIN150. Then place a $5 wager on any sport. You'll receive $150 in bonus bets, regardless of your wager's outcome. And if you think the fun stops there, the king of sportsbooks has plenty of surprises in store. Check out daily promotions, same-game parlays, live bets, and so much more. No matter your team or your sport, BetMGM is for you. Download the app in Indiana today and get $150 in bonus bets instantly from your first wager. Only at BetMGM. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Indiana only. New customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem and wants help, call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Attention folks, it's time to put your best foot forward with Boots Y'all by the Horse Saddle Shop. The newly owned Boots Y'all is your friendly family-owned local boot retailer with a wide selection of casual, play, and work boots. They've got the perfect pair for every cowboy or cowgirl. With over 3,000 pairs of boots in stock, you'll find the perfect fit and style that suits your unique personality. From trendy and stylish tin-haul boots to rugged and reliable area, Boots Y'all has you covered from heel to toe. Check out the brand new Boots Y'all store located in Erskine Shopping Center in South Bend today.
And I just turned around and I was whole ass out of there. I was done. I wasn't dealing with that.
The hypocrisy of the cult is one of the things that turned me away the quickest.
When I turned my headlights on, it turned and looked at us. And one of the things I remember the most were the eyes were glowing red. I see an orb of light. It is just circling these steps like it is waiting for me.
And he begins to tell them that he saw a UFO. They're basically like, what are you talking about? That 7 foot up on a tree, peeking around it, and that's where I saw the top of the muzzle ooze in the eyes. As soon as I made eye contact with this thing, it felt like death.
Welcome back to Tinfoil Tales. I'm your host, Brandon Ryan. Now we're going to be joined by my guest, Andrew Michaels. Andrew is a comedian, one of the hosts of Underworld News Tonight. Andrew's going to come on and talk a little bit about the Phantom Time conspiracy theory that he's looked into. So I've been looking forward to that. That being a comedian, it's going to be a little different type of podcast. Dive down into some other conspiracies and some other talk to. So probably won't be one for the faint of heart. But before we bring Andrew on, we got some front end business to take care of. If you ever had an experience and you want to be on Tinfoil Tales, you can send an email to tinfoiltalespodcast@gmail.com. And we'll get you scheduled on a future episode. If you want to help the podcast, please leave a 5-star review. That helps with the rankings. That also helps with making the podcast more discoverable to potentially new listeners. And with new listeners, there could be more experiencers, which can lead to more interviews, so new episodes. If you'd like to help the podcast financially, there is a donate button. There's also a Patreon. The Patreon gives you access to ad-free content, as well as access to early episodes several weeks before they're released to the public. It's only $1.99 a month, so less than $2 a month. You get all that content. You can also help the podcast by just sharing it around. Word of mouth and the grassroots is what this podcast is built on, so you can keep that up. It seems to be doing just fine, so I appreciate all that. Make sure to follow us on all the social medias, Facebook, Instagram, X. I recently finished up the website, so you can find it on tinfoiltales.com. All the episodes will be on there for listening pleasure, as well as the videos for YouTube. Now we're going to go ahead and bring Andrew on. I hope you guys enjoyed what we're going to talk about, so sit back, relax, and enjoy the show. I'd like to take this time to welcome my guest tonight, Andrew. Andrew, thanks for coming on and talking to me.
Thank you, Brandon. Yes, I am Andrew Michaels. I am the host of Underworld News Tonight, one of the hosts of Underworld News Tonight. We do a bit of a weird and wacky and wild look at the news of the week, looking at a bit of the supernatural, a bit of the conspiracy theory stuff. So if you're a fan of morning zoo radio, that sort of thing, and want to kind of capture the spirit of it, we would highly recommend you check that out. But you know what? I'm not here to talk about my own show today, Brandon.
What do you got for us?
Well, Brandon, I guess before I start with a statement, I'm going to start with a question. What year is it?
The last time I'm aware of was 2023, but I'm probably wrong.
Oh, you say bad? You said bad? It's like a podcast for sheep, a real impressive farm achievement, maybe?
Not sure what you're doing with this.
Well, let's find out, because you, my friend, revealed yourself as an Autotian puppet. It is time to talk about the conspiracy theory known as the Phantom Time Conspiracy, which I'm going to be getting into along with one other conspiracy theory of temporal wackiness. Now, this theory claims that the years 613 to 911 AD, 911 AD, were fabrications of the future Pope Sylvester II, back when he's a cardinal whose name I definitely wrote down, and you can test me on it, and I would be able to name it, so I don't even know why you'd ask. The Holy Roman Emperor Otto III, and possibly the Byzantine Emperor Constantine VII. This theory is known as the Phantom Time Hypothesis. It holds that not only were these years fabricated, but along with them, such historical events as the entire life of Charlemagne, the Carolingian Pyramid, the life of the Prophet Muhammad, along with the Muslim conquest of Iberia, Viking raids on England. Basically, the first half of any Crusader Kings 2 campaign, if you play with the real years, that's all fake, according to this theory. Now, I'm going to get a bit into the how and why of it, but to do that, we're going to need to talk about the Phantom Time Hypothesis' creator, the German historian is his job title. I thought you had to talk about like histories and things that happen to be a historian, but I guess not. Definitionally, if you're talking about this didn't happen, does that make you a historian? I don't know. If that's the case, there was no War of 1812. But that's not what this is about. This is about Herbert Illig, the quote-unquote historian who created the Phantom Time Hypothesis. Now, he was born in a small town in northeastern Bavaria, just 2 years, after the end of World War II. What's interesting about Herbert Illig is well before he creates the Phantom Time Hypothesis, he's kind of interested in these weird, wacky, wild looks at time. He starts out by becoming active in an eccentric historical association called, and excuse me, I got to brush up on my German, the class I took in college because it was the only language requirement class that was after 9 a.m. It was called the Gesellschaft zur Rekonstruktion der Menschheit und Naturgeschichte, or in English, the Society for the Reconstruction of Human and Natural History. Now, this association ends up being dedicated to Immanuel Velikovsky, a writer who holds to a school of thought known as catastrophism. Now, fans of my life might know catastrophism as that thing my therapist says I need to stop doing, but that's not all it is. Because in addition, catastrophism is also a school of thought that holds the history of Earth is shaped by a series of short and violent catastrophes, and this is something that transcends culture. It has a lot to do with syncretism, so Brandon, I'm sure you've heard people talk about, this idea that every culture has a flood myth, and this must point to some great historical event. Have you heard something like this?
Yeah.
Now, it could be, and correct me if I'm overstepping here, that in any culture with water, you're either going to have a problem with there being too much or too little of it at some point. Is that fair to say? It's kind of a counter-argument?
Yeah, I've always thought the flood stories are more or less from when the Ice Age ended, but that's just my own theory.
I think everywhere has floods for a variety of reasons. I've experienced floods in New Jersey. I grew up in New Jersey, if you can't tell from the accent. I live in Illinois. I experienced a flood here once. I think sometimes shit just gets wet. But in Velikovsky's case, his sort of syncretism of these various disaster narratives in history took the form of his 1950 U.S. bestseller, Worlds in Collision. Now, in Worlds in Collision, Velikovsky essentially posits that in the 15th century BC, the planet Venus was ejected from Jupiter as he describes as either a comet or a comet-like.
You can space, and
the casino right now is not happening in the space. So you just have to accept, like, whether it's like,
I mean, look, some these are down to penny.
Energy can be going lower because they, you can't gamble on them. That is what a lot of people are here to do.
I mean, punches are down to penny. They hit 20. And we reached over 50%. And by the way, there's nothing as budgies. We know Luke is one of the best builders in the NFT space. But it is what it is. Just markets are markets, right? Board apes are $13.95, guys. D-Gods is 1.3 sold. And this is not, by the way, this is not a Frank thing. Like, at this stage, like, the market is deciding to exit most of these positions, right? It didn't help, like, that, like, you have farmers just, like, destroying your floor, like, dumping on you every time you try to buy something. D-Gods are 1.3, Mims are 2.20. Captains are holding really strong. Love to see that. But there's that meme narrative, right? They have the meme token. So there's that, right? Like, they have that, and they've been doing well.
Yeah, I think the ones that are holding up best, quite frankly, are the ones with some sort of a token attached to them. So there's obviously going to be more airdrops filling the land ecosystem. I was even looking at it today, like the only ones higher, like Mega League is kind of seen as a meme coin devs anyway, so they tend to do well. Then it's a bunch of things which have potential upcoming airdrops which are outperforming. That's basically where you're safe. Is
100%. 100%. And for what it's worth, and on the art side, obviously we had iMind yesterday. I don't want to talk about it too much, but there's a lot of stuff going on that front when they're buying art. So the people who enjoy art, they're buying art. Like, so you're not going to see crazy pumps, but people are enjoying art in the shadows. And then, I saw another skull sale.
what's that?
Yesterday at the end. Wow, it's sold. Yesterday's skull.
Color-changing crystals to help alert you to potential health concerns. Who knew that keeping an eye on my cat's health could be so simple?
This week's Marketers Report, Roger Chief Marketing and Communications Officer at Mastercard, talks about measurement.
Measuring Sonic and Sonic branding and Sonic initiatives across the board. The principles of measurement are
Bitcoin Martin Luther King Jr., how you doing, baby?
And what we find is our investment is paying for itself in ways. We have been partnering with iHeart across multiple platforms, both for brand enhancement as well as for performance marketing. I think it's a
Bitcoin Martin Luther King Jr., how you doing, baby?
Also, it has been very beneficial for us to integrate some of our campaigns into the native content of iHeart. It has been a very nice partnership, and it continues to be very strong in the future.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to the audiences, trusted influencers, and data you need to grow. If you're a marketer, go to iHeartResults.com.
The White House is calling on the Senate to pass the TikTok bill just approved by the House. Press Secretary Jean Pierre said the administration wants the Senate to quickly put the bill to a vote.
This bill would not ban apps like TikTok, period. What it would do is to ensure that ownership, as I just stated, of these apps wouldn't be in the hands of those who can exploit them or to do us harm.
The bill requires TikTok's parent company, Chinese-owned tech giant ByteDance, to sell the app within 180 days or see it banned from U.S. app stores. Lawmakers are concerned that the Chinese government can access the personal data of millions of Americans. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer has yet to say whether they bring the legislation to the floor. And the judge is dismissing some charges against former President Trump in the Georgia election interference case. Judge Scott McAfee tossed out counts that accuse Trump and the other defendants of solicitation of violation of oath by a public officer. Other criminal counts are still open. That's politics. Mark Mayhew, NBC News Radio.
Find your iHeartRadio everywhere. There are hundreds of ways to experience iHeartRadio at home and on the go, beyond the iPhone and Android app and at iHeartRadio.com. Here's another way to connect to iHeartRadio. If you've got a Roku TV, then you've got iHeartRadio right there in your living room or bedroom. iHeartRadio is available on every Roku TV, Roku Smart Soundbar speaker, or Roku players. And with Roku's voice search, you can easily access your favorite artists or radio stations with simple voice request. Your iHeartRadio music, radio stations, and podcasts are now on your big screen TV with Roku. Check it out for free now. iHeartRadio. Anywhere you want to listen, iHeartRadio is there.
KFI is all over the weather impacting Southern California. Keep it here on KFI for the very latest.
KFI, AM 640.
KFI, AM 640. Bill Hammer here. It is a Thursday morning, March 14th, Pi Day. I know.
Like object? I don't know what a comet-like object is. I know what a comet is. But this in turn changes the orbit and axis of the Earth, leading to the widespread ubiquity of catastrophic events in ancient and biblical literature. These theories have mostly been rejected by the scientific community, because apparently you quote-unquote can't just make shit up and call it things that happen. But I do think it's important to note this, not because Velikovsky's theories are particularly important, but because it highlights his propensity to search for different weird and wacky parallels when he looks at history, and how that then informs what he comes up with later on. In the case of Velikovsky, this can be found with an obsession between similarities between the biblical flood, the epic Gilgamesh, the drowning of Atlantis, and imagined planet-sized meteorites that are heading towards the Earth causing axial change. In the formation of the phantom time hypothesis, you can kind of find this obsession haunting his analysis of medieval history and architecture. So the other thing to note here is that Herbert Illig didn't even really start with the Middle Ages as his theory of a period of time that either didn't happen or happened drastically different than we thought. Before he did this, he was rejected for two other publications, one alleging similar theories about ancient Egypt and another alleging similar theories about prehistory. These books just didn't really make a splash. So you can see he's kind of pivoting, trying to find his market, would be kind of a cynical analysis of what he's doing. This all changes in the 1990s when Illig begins to draw attention in the German media, particularly for his 1996 book, Das Erfunde Mittelalter, or the Invented Middle Ages. Historically, Germany has kind of been a rallying point for Illig's ideas, because while he's been slammed by the historical and academic establishment, his work just happens to draw a lot of media and popular fascination there. Now, as I mentioned, Herbert Illig and believers in the phantom time hypothesis believe that 297 years were added to history by the Holy Roman Emperor Otto III, the future Pope Sylvester II, and possibly the Byzantine Emperor Constantine VII. So the question that comes to mind then is why? Well, apparently this starts with Otto III's understanding of something called Christian millenarianism. This is a strand of thought obsessed with the fulfillment of God's kingdom on earth with the 1000th anniversary of the life of Christ. Definitionally, this is sort of something that's died out because, the year 1000 came and went regardless of whether or not you accept this hypothesis is true. But if you believe this to be the case, and this was very, very popular in his time, to be the Holy Roman Emperor in the year 1000 would make you a quasi-messianic political figure. And so, he fabricated history to make it the case with the help of an ambitious cardinal of the church, who would end up becoming the Pope, whose name before becoming the Pope I did not write down, but I promise it's not that important. You guys can look it up. Doing this doesn't just involve inventing a few years, because there can't be a possibility that God's new mathematically anointed ruler on earth was there by mere coincidence. A historical ruler must be created to serve as a mythical predecessor to Otto and his dynasty, simultaneously mirroring the emperor and modeling the type of ruler he wished to be. And that ruler was Charlemagne. Now, for the uninitiated on the history of the Holy Roman Empire, Charlemagne was king of the Franks and a member of the Carolingian dynasty, crowned emperor of the Romans by Pope Leo III in the year 800. Over the course of an accomplished reign, Charlemagne united most of Western and Central Europe, from as far west as Barcelona to as far east as Croatia, and from as far north as Saxony to as far south as Rome itself. I'm not going to talk too much about the history of the Holy Roman Empire, both because it's not necessarily that relevant to what we're talking about, and because my wife is a literal historian who's in the other room who wants to blow her brains out every time I try to talk about history. But suffice to say that Charlemagne is perhaps one of the most impressive political leaders of its time. He is far from just a skilled military tactician. He built and maintained his empire through a combination of the aforementioned military power, deft diplomacy, and modernizing reforms to the financial, educational, record-keeping, and political practices of his realm. If there was a modern person alive in the year 800, it was him. But Otto III was not a part of that dynasty. The last Carolingian to rule over the Holy Roman Empire was the disputed Arnulf of Carinthia in 887, a bastard duke who overthrew his uncle Charles the Fat to become disputed emperor for about 6 years. By all accounts, the story of a bastard duke overthrowing his fat and widely disliked uncle. If you want to know more about it, you can watch a great documentary that airs. It's called The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. I'd highly recommend checking it out. Charles Beckett's overthrown by Arnold from Corinthia. By all accounts, Arnold is a sickly and incompetent moron. He himself was overthrown in a coup, and he dies a few weeks into a quiet and cushy retirement. After some of your typical Middle Ages swapping and switching, Otto's grandfather, Otto the Great, becomes Holy Roman Emperor in 962, having already been coronated as King of Italy 2 decades prior, and having served as King of East Francia for nearly 30 years. So you can see some of those titles that were originally held by Charlemagne started to come together once again in the form of Otto. Now that Otto the First, along with his son Otto and his grandson Otto, were all a part of the Ottotian dynasty. But that didn't stop them from consciously obsessing with and seeking to emulate the legacy of the first Holy Roman Emperor. And this is particularly true of grandfather and grandson. Most notable is the fact that Otto III took the steps Charlemagne did of having himself formally coronated as Holy Roman Emperor by the Pope in Rome itself, reviving the title after a decades-long vacancy and a history plagued by disputes for the title's proper proclaimment. And 3 decades prior to this, when Otto was crowned King of Germany, the coronation would be held in the Aachen Cathedral, where Charlemagne himself took the same title. Because of this, one could say that the life of Otto I was in part an attempt to emulate the life of Charlemagne. He was crowned king in the same place as his forebearer, implemented many of his military victories, and reclaimed his previously held title by nearly the same means. And like Charlemagne, Otto was essential to the cultural, educational, and political identity that dominated the legacy of his empire and his dynasty. Perhaps the most notable was the development of the imperial church system. By strategically placing celibate clerics in necessary administrative positions, particularly loyal clerics consisting of his own relatives and loyal clerks, avoiding conflicts with other dynasties and lines in key positions, he was able to have the de facto effect of sublimating the church hierarchy to the power of the emperor and avoid a significant number of title disputes, particularly for the positions that he appoints somebody to. Because if you put a priest in an important administrative position, he's not having any fucking kids that you got to deal with down the line. Without a divinely chosen legacy and some auspicious timing, this has come out with somewhat sacrilegious and delegitimizing. If you look at this conspiracy theory, I think that this is kind of the piece that I find most interesting about it. Because if you accept this conspiracy theory is true, and if you can't tell from the way I'm talking, I don't find it particularly convincing, appointing himself as making it the year 1000 when you're emperor makes you a messianic figure. But on virtue of having made it up, it recontextualizes what would have happened were that not true, from something that doesn't necessarily matter to something that, and I'm Jewish, so maybe I'm analyzing this incorrectly, but something that almost an antichrist would do, if that makes sense. Which I find super interesting when you look at this theory. Luckily, they didn't need to deal with that because Charlemagne's legacy was there to call back on. Now, perhaps it's Charlemagne's nature as both a predecessor to and legitimizer of the Ottonian dynasty that led Otto III to visit Charlemagne's tomb in Aachen in the very year 1000, removing relics from both the tomb and transporting them back to Rome. You may have even seen a brief sidebar about the Catholic Church preparing for this, from the perspective of a world in which this theory, along with pretty much every other conspiracy theory, is true, and the fucking fantastic conspiracy science fiction comic Department of Truth by James Tynion IV. But, as amazing as that comic is, it's also not what you brought me on to talk about today. Because now that we have a solid understanding, or at least as solid as we can, of why the Holy Roman Emperor would want to fake hundreds of years of history, including the existence of Charlemagne, it's going to be important to explore the evidence that so much of European history was fake. Now, most of the work of Herman Ely has only been published in German, so I'm taking a lot of this from the translated papers of Dr. Hans Ulrich Niemann, and I have to tell you, they are boring. Now, Brandon, I know you talk about conspiracy theories in the show a lot. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, we dabble into it here and there.
Do you encounter this with a lot of conspiracy theorists, this idea of, if I make this really boring, people will think it has to be true?
I don't know about that, but I think my conspiracy episodes are what usually turn people off to my podcast, to be honest.
Well, I'm sure this one will be the exception. People are going to fucking love this shit, I'm sure. We're not watching that bar, decline down like the double black diamond slope at a ski lodge or anything. In general, I think that the reason for this, that a lot of conspiracy theorists, they're trying to imitate what they think a government document is like, and that stuff is genuinely really boring. But they're also trying to build this massive web of connections and dense content and ideas that you kind of can get into a hypnotic rhythm. Both of these kind of require an artifice of boredom that can put you into kind of an adaptable mental melody, if that makes sense. And the works of Dr. Hans Ulrich Niemitz are no exception. And because of that, I don't think it's going to be particularly helpful to you, your audience, the quest of not losing half of your listeners every time you do a conspiracy episode, for me to go into every single proof he provides. So instead, I'm just going to go over a few of the most interesting, starting with, and brace yourself, buckle on. I don't mean to be crass in your show, but I hope your audience is buckling on to their dicks, tits, and bits, so we can talk about the history of the calendar and the nature of solar cycles. Because we all know that every 4 years on the Gregorian calendar, the one we use, we add a leap year. This is because we calculate the rotation of the Earth around the Sun as 365.25 days. A quarter day is added every year. We can't have a quarter of a day, so every 4 years it adds up to a full day. We do that, the whole thing doesn't fall into chaos. Makes sense. Other than the fact that this is an estimation and not entirely accurate. The rotation is actually 0.00781 days longer than the actual rotation of the Earth, which adds up to about 1 day every 128 years. Now, because of this, we actually skip our leap day 3 times every 400 years on the 1 century mark. And that's something that very few people alive today know about, because we did that in the year 1700, 1800, and 1900. We did not do that in the year 2000. We will do it again in the year 2100. So somebody who's born today is going to be an old man when they do this again. But to anybody else, I'm born in 1995. You're born in 1980. Whatever the fuck, not particularly relevant. Unless you're planning on living particularly long, which I've got a podcaster's body, so probably not. Now, like I said, we observe the year that we're supposed to skip on the intermediate leap year. So in this case, the year 2000, so correct the estimations of our correction from having the opposite effect. So, just to kind of sum this up, we have a leap year every 4 years, except for 3 out of every 400 years on the 100-year mark, which we didn't do in 2000, which is why you don't know about it, because you're never going to have to fucking deal with it. Now, the Julian calendar, which came before the Gregorian calendar, it did not account for any of this. What this essentially means, and we can do all sorts of math here and there, is that when the Gregorian calendar was introduced, the Julian calendar should have been behind by 13 days, just based on the amount of time that had passed between the implementation of the 2 calendars. But instead, it was only behind by 10, a mathematical impossibility unless about 3 centuries were fabricated. But it's not just in the calendars, where it would seem that about 300 years had disappeared. Now, proponents of the phantom time hypothesis also argue that a trained eye looking at architecture from the Carolingian dynasty set up by the alleged quote-unquote Charlemagne reveals the simple fact that the entire time period may not be exactly what it seems. You see, 10th century Western Europe was filled with what's called Romanesque architecture, which should have been impossible if the Roman Empire had truly fallen over 400 years prior. After all, how would all of these disconnected barbarians and kingdoms have the same pan-European architectural style? And yet, buildings such as Versailles Abbey in France, Maria-Laach Abbey in Germany, Charlemagne's own Palatine Chapel in Aachen, demonstrate the reverberation of Romanesque architecture hundreds of years after the fall of Rome. Creating a pan-European style at a time when these lands should have been connected, at least if you trust so-called historians who are secretly puppet of the Ottotian dynasty. Now, I know what you guys are thinking, though. You're pointing at these architectural trends, you're pointing at solar eclipse patterns, get into some real fucking science, get into something legit, get into something you can argue with. After all, shouldn't we be able to use reliable methods such as dendrochronology, aka tree dating? Hans Ulrich Niemetz, translating the works of Herbert Ewing, has a response to that. Now, you see, dendrochronology, and you heard it here first, is fake. I'm not going to explain why, because even I had too much dignity to explain why a German weirdo's explanation of another German weirdo's thoughts on oak trees is particularly relevant on someone else's podcast. So I'm not going to do that, but essentially what you should know is that the phantom time hypothesis, a large part of it is just pointing to the well-established science of dendrochronology, saying it's fake, and saying every other academic field is desperately tied to dendrochronology in a way that is truly inescapable. Take from that as you will. Now, these are far from the only proofs that the esteemed Dr. Niemetz provides for the existence of phantom time. I could tell you more about exciting things like inconsistent patterns in the development of Western European ceramics, the stratigraphies under Frankfurt am Main, or the 3-century stall in the development of new farming techniques. I think now might be a good time to talk about the why and how of some of these takes. And to do that, we're going to talk about what Dr. Niemetz writes about the nature of faiths produced by the Catholic Church and their correspondence to history. Because the Church was always fabricating tales about saints and miracles for both political and theological reasons. And the fact that the Catholic Church lied for political reasons in the Middle Ages is not a particularly controversial or conspiratorial fact. This is welcome to history. This is something that's pretty well established. All sorts of tales of saints and miracles were fabricated, but pointing to a lecture by Horst Furman, president of the Monumenta Germanae Historica, Dr. Niemetz claims that Furman argued that the medieval Catholic Church's most successful faiths had a sort of anticipatory character, that they came at a time that would allow them to wait for their own time to come. In other words, it wouldn't necessarily work to produce a fully fabricated fake history of Charlemagne to justify the political changes of the Holy Roman Emperor, but having a figure like Charlemagne to point back to, but the existence of the Holy Roman Empire under the Attotian dynasty allowed for fake histories about Charlemagne to thrive, exist, spread around. It's almost a sort of symbiotic relationship, is what Niemetz is arguing. And he argues that fakes associated with the phantom time period could not have on their own created the emerging doctrine of papal centralism. Now, I'm not going to go too heavily into the history of the Catholic Church and the doctrine of papal supremacy, but what your listeners would want to know is this. The Pope has always been understood as the head of the Western Roman Catholic Church, at least since the East-West Schism. But the level of authority granted by that position has increased drastically and changed drastically over the centuries. During the so-called Phantom time, the papacy created a drastic amount of civil authority. And perhaps the most notable figure associated with this transition came prior to that in Gregory I. Now, the son of a Roman senator who himself served as the prefect of Rome in 300 AD, Gregory's political background made him a force to be reckoned with in the world of bureaucracy administration. He shaped medieval Europe by aligning the barbarian kingdoms of the former Western Roman Empire with the papacy, creating a political counterweight to the Byzantine Empire that ended with the appointment of Charlemagne 300 years after Pope Leo III's, 300 years after Pope Gregory I passed away. By Pope Leo III, almost exactly 200 years after Gregory's papacy ended, taking the kingdoms built up around the supporting Charlemagne and forming a genuine political body built around the papacy, in which the Pope was simultaneously protected by an emperor who could only rule by papal consent. So 300 years prior to Charlemagne, the sort of political transition to put the Catholic Church in the political power that it needed to create what we kind of think of as Catholic Europe during the Middle Ages. That starts with Gregory III, and the story of Charlemagne kind of creates a historical 3-act structure around that to make what's happening with Otto seem fully justified. And this is to say nothing of the Crusades. You have the rise of Islam throughout the Arabian Peninsula, the Muslim conquest of Iberia, and this demanding a strong, militant, and centralized church in response. That is, if all of these things are totally true. In fact, people who believe in the phantom time hypothesis argue that it is almost too pert to say these events occurred organically and symbiotically over the course of several hundred years through a series of complex causes. Could the answer not actually be that these stories were created over the centuries and inserted into Emperor Otto's newly created phantom time hole to further cement present material realities? Now, I probably have you guys pretty convinced. But some haters and sheep do continue to doubt the veracity of the phantom time theory. So I guess I should go into a few objections to the concept of free thought before we continue. Let's start the argument that we opened up with, that the Julian and Gregorian calendars were far too in sync for the supposed phantom time to have occurred. Now, as noted, the Julian calendar being off by 10 days instead of 13 should account for about 300 years, but unfortunately, what phantom time believers aren't taking into account is the Council of Nicaea. Because while Christian listeners of the show might think that the First Council of Nicaea as simply the source of modern Christian belief, aka the Nicene Creed, that is far from the only innovation introduced at the Council, and perhaps the more societally significant one was the decision to calculate the date of Easter independently of the Hebrew calendar. Now, this became somewhat of a huge controversy within the church, but for the sake of this podcast, the main thing to note is that this involved a significant amount of calculation around eclipses. And since this was 325 AD, aka 300 years since the death of Jesus, that essentially accounts for the missing 3 days. Similarly, the argument against Romanesque architecture also doesn't really hold water. This was a simple style, it was aesthetically pleasing, easy to make, and it was part of the shared cultural heritage because if you remember about the Holy Roman Empire, their thing was kind of taking over half the fucking world. So it makes sense that this would unite vast swaths of Europe after the fall of the Roman Empire. Now, the argument about dendrochronology being fake doesn't hold water, mainly for the fact that dendrochronology isn't the only way to seeing something, and I don't think that the tree lobby holds that much water. Now, when I initially researched for this, we talked about on our conspiracy special, this is where I was going to end it. But, believe it or not, this is not the only abjectly fucking insane calendar conspiracy theory that I found over the course of the last few months. Now, I don't know if this is something that, Brandon, you find yourself talking about on this show a lot. It's something that I call STEM brain. Do you ever talk about this?
No, we haven't.
STEM brain is, it takes people who are good at math. And personally, I don't trust people who are good at math. Because you see the gif of the guy, they're doing those fucking equations in their head, they think they're so fucking smart, but they're almost using those, they're almost always doing math in their head to find some way to tell you that some historical atrocity or another didn't happen. So, usually it's nothing good. STEM brain, though, essentially is the fact that people are good at math, people tell them they're very smart, and then eventually they start getting fucking ideas, and those ideas are almost always incredibly fucking stupid, but you can't argue with them because they just know how to yell numbers at you until you shut up. So, what are you going to do? Now, this comes in the form of a Russian conspiracy theory that I'm going to talk about now, called the New Chronology. Now, if you think Illig's missing 300 years are a bit much, this comes from a mathematician called Anatol Timofeyevich Fomenko. And it's genuinely one of the most fucking insane things I've ever heard of. Within the New Chronology, it's less about a missing gap in time, so much as time acting as a sort of weird fucking accordion, where Greek, Roman, and Egyptian history all fold into the Middle Ages like confusing time Papa John's Fazone, with the so-called Dark Ages being entirely eliminated. So in this model, all of human history goes back to the year 800 AD. The years 800 to 1000 are a zone that we know almost nothing about, and the history that we do know takes place between the years 1000 and 1500. Now, Fomenko explains this by noting parallels between various historical figures and events, suggesting that perhaps they may be the same. For instance, Jesus is also the same person as the prophet Elisha. Elisha, Elisha from the Bible, not him using Elijah, the prophet that precedes him in the Bible. Pope Gregory VII, Jesus also equated with Saint Basil of Caesarea, and the Chinese Emperor Li Wanhao, also known as the Emperor Xinjiang or the Son of Heaven. Meanwhile, the city of Rome itself actually refers to a variety of cities. The first Rome is Mizraim, the biblical Egyptian city around the Nile. Then there's the third Rome, which we know as Rome. This is actually the least important Rome, founded in 1380 by the mythical Trojan hero Aeneas. The second Rome, known as the New Rome, is actually Constantinople. This is also the city that we know as Jerusalem from the Bible, where Jesus taught, with the actual Jerusalem that we talk about having been a nondescript Palestinian village prior to what we call the 15th century. Because Solomon's Temple, the temple of the Bible, don't you know, that is actually still around as the Hagia Sophia Mosque, which I think is just great that there is a conspiracy theory that says our temple is still around, but it's still a fucking mosque in this world either way. Now, Fomenko believes that all of history has been fabricated to cover up that comes from the Catholic Church, the House of Romanov, the Holy Roman Empire, and a few other groups to keep us from discovering the history of the actual greatest empire in history, which he refers to as the Great Russian Horde. Now, according to Fomenko, historical people such as the Huns, Goths, Burghers, Cossacks, Belarusians, Ukrainians, and Poles, and more, have all been elements of this solitary Russian Empire, which is in fact the greatest empire ever to exist in history. Its accomplishments, myths, and culture now totally obfuscated by detractors of the horde to get us to buy into a false narrative of history. Needless to say, this has made these theories really popular with the weird Russian imperialists on the internet, but they aren't the only people to believe them. Because perhaps the most notable believer in the theory, who played a tremendous role in spreading it to more mainstream audiences in Russia, although he has since denounced it, is the Russian chess grandmaster Garry Kasparov. In the past, Kasparov has said new chronology is a great area for investing my intellect. My analytical abilities are well placed to figure out what was right and what was wrong. He even at one point went as far as to say that he may focus on promoting new chronology when he retired from chess. Anyway, I would tell you guys more about this, but you would have to read about it in Fomenko's breezy 7-volume series, History, Fact, or Science, which I love the title. History, Fiction, or Science, which I love the title of because I'm pretty sure, and I'm not an expert here, but I'm pretty sure it's fucking neither.
Well, the whole thing to me, it basically sounds like it's something that was, they're saying there's time that was missing or whatever, but at the end of the day, I don't think it really affects anything, does it?
Well, I think that's what I find interesting about this stuff, is that you have the two versions of the theory. You have the Phantom Time, the first version about the Holy Roman Empire, and I consider that fairly harmless. It's a fairly typical anti-Catholic conspiracy theory, but it's against like the medieval Catholic Church, which I don't think is particularly relevant. I don't think anybody's committing any acts of violence or like fucking harming a priest over this, right? The Great Russian Horde one, the new chronology, I would say is actually a lot more dangerous, because if you look at a lot of the narratives that you would associate with modern Russian imperialism, narratives, that I would say are actively fueling a lot of the war in Ukraine, conspiracy theory like this of essentially all of this huge swath of Europe is actually Russia, and it is our solemn duty to reclaim it, not even because of Soviet history, but because of our inherent sort of ethno-national history. That's a lot more dangerous and politically relevant.
I was just referring to like with the whole time concept and everything else. I recently
I guess if you're a medieval peasant in the year 800, that's the weird fucking thing, right? You can just tell me whatever. My life sucks either way.
I think the concept of what year it is, that's what I was getting at. Basically, it doesn't really matter what we say the year is. It's all based on what some jackass decided to say whatever year it was. So,
yep.
At the end of the day, like if it's 2345 or actually 1822, like it doesn't really matter. At the end of the day, like we're only going by what someone else deemed it to be anyways. There's really no concept when it comes to the years of the art. It's literally just a device made by, I thought it was the ancient Romans or whatever.
Yeah, the current calendar, the Gregorian calendar, it's actually after Emperor Otto. It's sort of its own thing. Julian calendar is by the Romans. Obviously, the Jewish calendar, we've had our own calendar for, what are we on now, 5783. You have the Chinese calendar, you have Persia, Iran, they have their own calendar. So it's not like there's any one, there's difference between every single calendar. I think that what believers in both theories, but particularly the phantom time theory, it's a question of what are you using the gap for? When you claim something didn't happen, you can kind of fill in the blanks to what you want to have happen there. So I'd say that this theory becomes very malleable and kind of like, why did they do it? Well, what did they make up? What actually happened? You can kind of choose your own adventure. But I think the best, kind of the most successful conspiracy theory branding, it's all about letting people fill in the blanks and put in their own flavor of choice.
Your local school districts constantly face a shortage of substitute teachers and support staff. EduStaff is America's #1 choice for substitute staffing, and we're hiring people like you to help our school districts. Apply to be an EduStaff substitute today at edustaff.org.
Indiana Wesleyan University provides accessible education for every chapter of life. Traditional students learn, live, and lead the way through rich community on IWU's beautiful 350-acre campus in Marion, Indiana. Adult learners choose the flexibility of 100% online classes in over 150 programs with support from professors who are experts in their field of study and deeply care for student success in academics and spiritual formation. Discover the way ahead at IWU. Visit discovertheway.com to learn how.
When it comes to conspiracies, and this is where the name for the podcast was derived from, obviously tinfoil hat. I've never looked at them as the sense of just looking at conspiracies to see conspiracies. Like the things that I've dabbled into are something that I actually believe that they're 100% got some truth behind them. And there's usually, if there's a conspiracy, there's usually basically the saying is if there's smoke, there's fire. I feel like all the conspiracies, for the most part, not all, but a lot of the ones that are more mainstream, I think there's a lot of false information put into those conspiracies that throw off detractors, or throw off people from actually finding out the truth. And what we see today, we're literally only seeing it because that's what the infamous they want us to see, whoever the hell they are. I don't know. The stuff like this, who would have been the they of that era? You know what I mean? Like, what
it's very obvious in that era who the they was, part of it, right? You lived under your king was under the Holy Roman Emperor, the Holy Roman Emperor was under the Pope. So, like, any conspiracy theory kind of becomes an anti-Catholic, not even necessarily anti-Catholic, but a conspiracy theory about the Catholic Church. Because it's not like, I think now we live in a democracy, and when we're looking at who's actually in charge, whether it's corporations or whoever, or people can point to this idea of maybe it's somebody else. But I guess use another example. Have you ever seen the quote attributed to Voltaire? If you want to know who controls you, look at who you're not allowed to criticize. I fucking hate that quote for a few reasons. Number one, Voltaire didn't say it. You can read Voltaire, read everything Voltaire wrote, said a lot of shit, wrote a lot of shit. That was not one of them. Number two, if that was true, it would make, and I'm speaking as a comedian, a host of a comedy podcast here. If it was true, it would make Make-A-Wish kids the most powerful people on earth, and I just don't think that's the case. But number three, Voltaire didn't need to wonder who controlled him, right? Because he lived under a fucking absolute monarchy. So he had a very good idea of who was in charge. And a lot of modern conspiracies, part of it is that we do need to think about who the they is. And a lot of modern conspiracy theories, in my opinion, it tends to be less about the focus tends to be much more on finding a they than whether or not the claim itself is true, if that makes sense.
Yeah. No, I'm just with me and everything else, like I have a very, I wouldn't say open mind. I say I'm open-minded, but I have a very distinct mind to where I don't trust pretty much anybody.
Yeah.
So, and it's sad to say it that way, but like literally that's just how I feel like you have to be, because at the end of the day, we only see whatever the news tells us, and that's only because that's mainstream stuff. There's literally, and this will kind of, I wanted to talk about this just this morning. Did you see what blew up in the house that blew up in, I think it was Virginia this morning?
No, I didn't. What was this?
The police were supposedly serving a warrant to this guy, and he was shooting off flares. And then his entire house, like a big house, exploded like a bomb went off instead of from a flare from inside. I've never seen a fucking flare blow an entire house up. If that's the case, why are we sending bombs across over to Europe, to Ukraine, and whatever else? Send some flares, because clearly that does some damage. And I don't believe that. Like, it doesn't make any sense. And then I started to look into it a little bit, and of course you see all these random people on their Twitters or X or whatever the hell you want to call it, and supposedly this guy, I won't say the name, and I don't know if this is true or not. I'm not doing any betting, I just literally saw it, but this guy had a YouTube channel, and he was leaking government information about 3 weeks ago, and they had all these videos. The last one was like 2 days ago. He was linking all these documents that he'd been scanning or whatever to the internet. Now, is this really the same guy or someone making all this up? Who the hell knows? You can't believe 99% of the shit you see on the internet. But mainstream media is saying the guy was having a standoff with police and shot a flare and his house exploded. That makes zero sense to me. Like, if you actually see the explosion, it is like the entire house blew up. Like, there was like a bomb went off.
No, I'm looking at this now, and yeah, I can't speak to the leak claims because I haven't seen, just because I'm literally just looking at it now, so I can't, speak to that side of it. But obviously, this doesn't look like that from my knowledge. But also, you say you don't trust anyone. I trust a few people. As a rule, I don't trust the cops. I don't even really trust individual cops, but I especially don't trust a statement that comes from, like, the police. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I have no idea. I just know that I don't believe it was a flare. I don't know what they were there for. I don't know what was going on. But all I've seen was someone had shared the video on it, and I clicked on it. There was nothing anywhere. I had to Google up the story, and I found it. And then everything just said, man with a standoff and a flare blew up in the house. And I was like, that makes zero sense. I've never seen a flare cause an explosion like that.
Well, but this is kind of like, and this is kind of where, so on my show, like, we're a comedy podcast. We take a look at, we talked about this on our conspiracy special because we were traveling and we couldn't do what we normally do, which is cryptid, UFO, ghosts, wacky stories of the week, just taking a fun look. But when we look at conspiracy theories, what I find really frustrating is like what you're talking about. We have the police in this country. I mean, I'm assuming, from our accent, we have the two very different types of American accent, voices, and energy here. I think it's fair to say you're an indica and I'm a sativa a little bit. But as far as like in this country goes, in the U.S., like, we have the police extrajudicially killing people with, enough of the military to overthrow Luxembourg in an hour, your fucking local sheriff's department in Missouri. We've made Judge Dredd a fucking reality in this country, and conspiracy theorists today want to make shit up about, like, Tom Hanks molesting a 12-year-old in a Taco Bell, and not focus on the very real, very violent, like, marching authoritarian armies that could just blow a guy up in his house, or that could maybe just blow a guy up in his house and say, no, he shot a flare. Which, I wouldn't necessarily... I need to know more about the story. I am not going to publicly say what happened about something I don't know much about. But like I said, rule of thumb, I don't believe a statement by the police when it's coming from the police in their capacity as.
Yeah, like I said, the only thing I saw was someone had supposedly reported this guy was shooting off flares at his property, and then the police said they were having a standoff with him, trying to reason with him, and he shot flares at them, and then he shot another one, and it blew up the house. So like that makes no sense. But, yeah. Okay.
But this is exactly, I mean, this is kind of the fucking problem too with the modern conspiracy culture, right? Is that I normally, I don't know, maybe I shouldn't get political, but, you know, modern conspiracy culture, you've got this shit going on, but then conspiracy theorists are like marketing to guys with fucking line Punisher goals on their Ford fucking Ford pickup trucks or whatever the fuck, right? Like, I don't know. It's just.
There's two things right now. My friend actually sent them to me a little bit ago. There is now a Q official website, and it keeps having these countdowns. And every time they get to the end of the countdown, another countdown starts over. And I keep saying, like, you're literally giving them the traffic that they want.
It's like, like buying fucking World Series tickets.
Well, with you being Jewish, and obviously with the Christian people understand it, everyone says Jesus is coming back. And I'm not trying to offend anyone out there, but like, it's the same thing I feel like with these Q people is, oh, Q's coming, it's coming, the happening's coming, oh, it didn't happen, well, it's still coming. It's just like you're waiting for Jesus to come back. You know, oh, he's coming back this year, well, he didn't come back, well, he's coming back soon. Like, it's not going to happen. I was like, it's almost a fucking cult to itself because people are literally buying into this stuff and looking into this stuff. And I was like, you keep going back there. So it's literally just a blank website with like a countdown on it. Like,
you know what the most fucking empathy I ever felt for two people was? It's when I saw them having these fucking, like, it's this time, it's this time, it's this time. Because that's the same fucking conversations I have every year as a Mets fan. And that's not a good way to live your life.
Did the Mets just win, though, recently?
Did they just win recently? Whenever I'm not watching, they do.
I thought they won a World Series a few years back.
No, they were in the World Series a few years ago. They lost.
Okay.
They last won the World Series in 1986. I know that much.
So I'm not much of a baseball fan, so it's hard for me to keep track. I know when the Cubs won around this area, literally that's everyone. My neck of the woods all Cubs fans. So.
Oh, are you you're a Chicago guy?
No, I'm from Indiana, but we don't have a team.
Oh no, maybe we shouldn't talk about this in the show. I was gonna say, I actually in Central Illinois. That's funny. You know, I'm a Mets guy. The other team that I root for is the New Jersey Devils because I grew up in Jersey. Every other team, you know, the football teams, they play in New Jersey. They say they're New York. The Nets, they fucking left Brooklyn. They were seduced by the wily magic and seductive curves of Jay-Z and his money. But the Devils hold the goddamn line. So that's where I'm at. But yeah, no, I think that, you know, getting back to the serious topic, I do think that with Q people, I think you kind of have that classic example of it's happening. You can just put out the countdown indefinitely, and it is whatever you want it to be.
I just never understood of all people why they thought Agent Orange was the savior. They still do. Like, I won't say the name because I don't like being flagged, but I've always referred to him as...
You're referring to Rutherford B. Hayes, right? Their president?
Agent Orange with tiny hands, that guy.
Yeah. I think there are a few reasons for it. I think first, they wanted to justify. I think you have different versions of it, but let's just look at like the sort of, because you drew the Jesus comparison, and I do think there's a huge sort of evangelical portion of people who were evangelical or who broadly would align with evangelical culture. And I think that during the 2016 election, and I'm going to try to avoid using any flag words, but maybe you'll have to believe me. During the 2016 election, the thing you would say to somebody like that, at least the thing that I said to people like that who were going through in my life, who were kind of in that evangelical or more conservative Catholic or Orthodox Jewish worldview, was like, you have these values of decency and civility and, as much as as much as it's good to talk shit about and condemn a lot of the right, in particular, I think a lot of what's become social conservatism. Prior to 2016, I do think it was broadly fair to say that there was a certain type of communitarian value and a certain type of, approach to decency that if it was not entirely good, was at least broadly beneficial. That kind of came along with that ad would be that would be opposed to somebody like Rutherford B. Hayes. Well, when you kind of lay that out for people, we're still going to vote for him because he still is, going after all of their grievances. They need a response that's so extreme that it, can kind of move people into the other direction. And the way to do that is to say, no, he's actually the savior. Yes, he's flawed, but he needs to be flawed because he's not who we want to be. It's who we want to fight for us. And I'll say the other thing too, in both Judaism and Christianity, and again, I'm not defending any of them, but this is just kind of what the types of reasoning you'll hear, is I do think that there is a very real invocation of this image of the quote-unquote Davidic Messiah. So a figure like King David. I guess I should, number one, I'm going to clarify for your audience kind of where I'm coming from with this. I'm Jewish, my religious tradition and my cultural heritage are important to me. But when I talk about something like the Bible, when I talk about something like the Talmud, I'm looking at it as a piece of art and poetry that's reflective of cultural tradition, not as something that's not in reference to factual, historical, or really theological significance. With that in mind, I guess just asking, how familiar are you with the biblical King David?
I wouldn't say I know a whole lot about David. I know a little bit, but I try not to. I'm not religious at all.
Yeah. Look, religious or not religious, I think everyone should read at least the Jewish Bible. I think we did it best, personally. But and the reason I think that people should is that I do genuinely think, it made a big splash for a reason. It's a very there's a lot of beautiful poetry. It'll teach you a lot about how a culture will tell its own mytho-poetic history and stuff like that. You just need to read it like you would read another culture's national epic and not read it like a work of history. But the thing to know about David is that David is historically, he is in the Jewish tradition, the Messiah will come from the line of David. In the Christian tradition, Jesus is considered to be somewhat of the Davidic line, although it gets a bit complicated with Dad's God. But essentially, they make the argument that he's from the Davidic line. And David is considered the greatest king in the history of the Israelites, in the history of, the Jewish people / the biblical peoples by far. And he's also a deeply, deeply flawed individual. He's paranoid. He kills people. He is a tyrant. He's incredibly fucking horny. All of which is to say that these things, if you are taking a very specific type of Christian nationalist view, it's very easy to tie somebody like Rutherford B. Hayes, let's say, with this idea of the Davidic Messiah.
I think with mine, this goes back to the original thing with Q. You know the whole cabal story, right? Basically, the elites are all part of this evil satanic cabal or whatever, and that's what Q was all about. They thought he was going to come and expose all that, drain the swamp, and Pizzagate, and all the, you mentioned about Tom Hanks earlier, Pizzagate and all the children being shipped off to that creepy little island out there with the guy that didn't kill himself. Was thing that always struck me as straight up unbelievably stupid, and yet they all went for it, was they thought it was JFK Jr., who has been dead for 25 years at this point, if not longer. I think maybe even longer.
Yeah.
But he was the mastermind that was coming back for his good friend. And Agent Orange was doing all this because he was such good friends with that family. I was like, what? None of this makes any freaking sense. And
that's also weird because, like, you know, like, there was the Kennedy is still alive theory for a while, right? That theory was floated around for a long time. But at least Kennedy was like a president. And you can't really do Ted Kennedy is still alive because, you know, we watched him die a cancer-ridden drunk, and it was mostly pretty sad. RFK Jr. still, like JFK Jr., let's say he is still alive, and he died before I was born, I think. Wouldn't he die in 1990?
No, he died flying on an airplane, I think, in like 98.
So he died when I was in preschool then. Let's say he is still alive. What did he do besides, like, start a fashion magazine that failed and crash a plane? And I don't want to insult him.
And I said, I loved it, especially
but, like,
today.
He died in 1999.
If JFK Jr. is still alive, do you want him to be your president?
What did he ever do?
That's what I'm saying.
That's where I scratch my head with the whole thing. Like, I think, and this is not me being a sympathizer, I think the people that fall for this type of stuff, I think they have good intentions.
Oh yeah, 100%. No, if you actually, like, everyone wants to be the good guy. Everyone wants to be the main character. People do see that there's actual corruption happening in front of our faces. And you can't blame them for buying the Hollywood version.
I just feel like with these people that are, I don't want to say gullible, but there's really no other way of saying it. Like, if you're going to buy into something like this, what else would you buy into? You know what I mean? And, like, I think the whole thing's like a psyop, to be honest.
Well, that's why I mean, I don't even know about psyop. I think it's very easy to say things are psyop when oftentimes the solution is just, like, people make shit up and it's not necessarily, you know, organized. But regardless, I mean, Q works because it becomes a sort of Rosetta Stone for conspiracy theories, where everything you believe in, that if you're not happy with, like, what's going on in that community, there's something there. But, I mean, look, like, I mean, Q is a very, like, I guess I'll just say that I think you're, well, I'm trying to think of a way to put this. I think that with Q, it becomes a lot more dangerous because it adds a moral imperative to a lot of that stuff, where, you know, if you actually believe that every single elite in the country, you know, everybody, whoever, is actually, like, trafficking kids en masse to an island to do, you know, any sort of horrible thing that I can't say on YouTube or Spotify, you know, if you believe that, then it becomes an imperative to do something, and usually, because we're living in reality, it just becomes people doing something horrible.
I feel like this is more, I think it's something that people should actually understand and be willing to talk about, but no one really wants to beat the dead horse at this point. But again, if someone is willing to do what supposedly happened, and goes on like, oh, we're going to take back the country, we're going to do this, we're going to do that, we're going to riot because our agent of orangeness said to it's very hypocritical. And I said the same thing during 2020 with all the stuff going on. I thought it was actually ironic and funny that during the summer of 2020, it was burn it down, stand for justice, blah, 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 riot this, riot that. And then the moment it happened on the other side of the coin in January, January 6 months later, like, now all the same people were like, they flip-flopped. And they're like, oh, it's like one side.
Well, man, that's because I don't know, man. Like, this gets into, like, like, I think that the equivalency only exists if you believe that two things are the same. It's like, fighting, protesting against, people being killed by the police versus trying to overturn a democratic election to install your reactionary dictator, particularly when we already have undemocratic systems in place in this country to install a reactionary dictator, and they didn't work. Like, I just don't think there's an equivalency. You have to look at what people are protesting about and make an evaluation on whether or not they're good or bad.
No, I understand that. What I'm just pointing out is basically, like, all the people that were so against what was going on during the summer were the ones that were turning around and doing it in the winter.
On the flip side, I think it's more true because their argument against it in the summer, for the most part, because a lot of these people aren't just going to say, and I'm talking about the American right, aren't just going to say, like, we're against this protesting because we think it's good when the police kill black people, so they're going to make some shit up about decorum or rule of law or whatever the fuck. Because of that, like, it does become more transparently hypocritical.
I think the whole two-party system is fucked in general, so that's just me.
Oh no, we totally. I mean, our two-party system is completely fucked, and it's not fucked necessarily for the reasons people think, because people present it as just people are being drawn to either extreme, and you do have, I mean, particularly in the right, you have extremism. But I would say as well, like, we don't really have, kind of famously in the U.S., we don't really have like what would be considered a left wing in the way that there is around the world. We don't really, we kind of have a centrist party and a right-wing party, whereas if we had a centrist party, a left-wing party, a center-left party, a center-right, and a right-wing party, we probably have a very different politics. But, I think that, in the broader sense, system's fucked, two-party system's fucked, capitalism's fucked, our economic system's fucked. But at least you can listen to our podcasts.
Yeah, at this point, my podcast probably fucked too.
Well, I'm glad I lubed up before coming on to fuck you further.
No, it's actually been doing decent, but one of the last times I had a conspiracy podcast, the show swap, and I got so much heat from people who for that, but like, that episode's awful, I don't agree with that. I lost listeners. I was like, okay, sorry.
It's got to be hard to do what you like. I don't envy it. We don't really have guests. We only have guests, usually people that actually, we haven't had any guests yet, but the guests that we're planning, it's people that I know, like comedians and stuff like that. But it's got to be not great to be having guests on to talk, because, like the UFO world, the cryptid world, the conspiracy world, various types of people want to talk about it, and you don't always know what they're going to say.
The hardest thing for me is having guests and then actually sticking to a period.
Oh my fucking god, dude.
I had last night, ghosted. I had one Friday night, ghosted. I've even talked to the people that confirm, like I sent you a message to confirm. I do this with everyone. And they'll confirm. And if they don't confirm, I'm like, well, obviously it's not going to happen. But I'll still try and see if it does. I get ghosted all the time by people that'll message me, oh, I want to come on the show, I got this to talk about. I set everything up and then never hear from them again. I was like, why the fuck are you wasting my time?
Number one, let me email you, because we almost certainly got ghosted by the same person recently, but I don't want to say it on the air. Number two, but no, it's a fucking, at least I now have a policy, and this is something that we started after recently when we got ghosted. I will no longer announce a guest until I have them. Like, we do week by week usually. I will no longer announce a guest until they show up.
Yeah, I don't ever announce future episodes. I just record. I have them on backlogs, and they come out when they come out. I learned real quickly that I can't say I'm having guests come on because those guests continue to flake out. So it's more or less just people reach out to me, they send me an email, they message me on Facebook, whatever it is they got to do, and then we get something set up. I've been hit up by people through Reddit. I've been hit up by people through my email accounts. And I'm trying to be picky. I know that's kind of shitty. The listeners out there think I'm not going to listen to what they have to say, but sometimes I get emails and the stuff that people are telling me, and I'm not here to say it's wrong or true or just like whatever, but sometimes I feel like they're so fantastical, fabricated, that it could possibly be true. You could have, you deal with cryptids or whatever, you could live in a haunted house, and then you were also abducted by aliens, and then you also went out to the woods and saw Bigfoot, and then while Bigfoot was out there, he was mating with a friggin' dog man. My dog man was sitting up in the tree watching. Like, all these straight up just ludicrous.
Any of this happened to me story, I don't really do. I mean, like, at least to me, it's a, either you're going to get someone, number one, when I talk about this stuff, I tend to be more interested in, like, what is whether it's the ghost hunting community or the Bigfoot hunting community, like, what are they saying, where are they saying it? And when you have people who put themselves out there in a level of public profile, I think that's one thing. But as far as somebody approaching you too and being like, I saw this, I saw that, I always try to be cognizant of, we're in this world, you either have people with an agenda or people who are lying, or you might have people who are, maybe experiencing hallucinations for any number of reasons. So it's always something I try to be sensitive to, and I know, I'm sure, I think it's just something that can come up in this world, I think.
And so I always want to give a platform to people, because I had some weird shit happen to me. And
totally.
That's the reason I do the podcast. So I always try and let everyone have a platform. But if you're telling me this is what happened to you, you have all these experiences and all this happening to you, I tend to not necessarily think that it's true. It might be 100% true to the person, but I don't necessarily know if it's true in reality. Like, they could have, like you just said, they could have some sort of issue, like psychological issue, delusion. Like, I don't know. And I don't want to be the type of person that's just, I'm just going to hear whatever out there. If I need content, I'm not going to, I guess, that's not what I'm about. Like,
you don't want to take advantage of that.
Yeah, that's not what I'm trying to do. Like, I don't want to come off here and it's like, well, that's a new episode. There's people out there from other podcasts that literally will air some straight up out there stuff, and you can even tell the people telling the story.
Bro, I'm a Jewish guy coming on to a conspiracy podcast. It's like, I know the type of shit that you got to fed for.
Yeah. Like, you can tell that they're 100% bullshitting just by the way they're talking and everything. And if they could just air it out there, I was like, that is not what I'm about. So someone comes on here and gives me some straight up craziness stuff. Like, I've had some stuff out there in the past, and again, that's when I first started out. So I'm more lenient these days on accepting things, but at the same time, I'm going to be a little bit more picky on certain topics, because there's some things that, it's not that I don't believe it, but it's just kind of best that I don't continue to go down that path, because sometimes I feel like there's something else going on with these people, and it seems like I'm taking advantage, and that's not what I'm here to try and do.
No, totally. I totally get it. I think we're on the same page with it, and I think, what we do is a little bit different, in that we tend to have fewer guests, but it is very scary. It is I guess scary is the wrong word, a bit dramatic, but it is. It's always an area of concern in this world, I guess, to not be taking advantage of people, to not be airing lies, and to not be, airing people who want to use their platform to spread hate or misinformation or whatever. But also to create entertaining content.
I said I've had guests on here that I'm pretty sure weren't being honest, but at the end of the day, who am I to say that they're not? You know what I mean? I'm not here to say someone's lying straight. Obviously, you can tell if someone's lying, but I'm not going to sit there and argue with someone that, this isn't true. Because then you're literally going to scare off every single person that would ever want to come on your show and start arguing with a guest about their story not making any sense.
Yeah, well, and until somebody's achieved a level of profile, it's not necessary, right? Like, you're not, once you've gone onto a bunch of different shows and, like, your story spreads out there, then if somebody wants to have you on and argue with you and pick holes in what you're doing, that's one thing. But if somebody's coming onto your show, and they're trying to tell, what they're saying is their story, and you're the first release they've told it, if you think it's bullshit, don't have them on.
Yeah.
And not even bullshit, they're lying, bullshit, they're, whatever.
I haven't been I used to tell people I don't want to know much about their stories. I like to listen to them, hear it, react, and without knowing about it. But anymore, I've been asking for more details just because, like I said, these past episodes I've had, I wish I would have vetted it a little more. And I'm not the type, I spent the time recording, I set up the interview, and I'm going to release it at this point. But at the same time, if I think some stuff's straight up bullshit, I'm not going to even bother trying to do an interview.
Yeah, well, thanks for having me on. I appreciate it. I know, like you said, you have to release it now either way because you did take the time. So that's good. When you say this coming out in a few months, right?
This will probably come out. It should be out in about 2 months.
Great. So, I just want to say to your audience, look, I know things are really hard right now. We've known the British are coming back for a long time. So Charles can't have us. Grab the guns. Stick with it. War of 1812, 3 this time it's personal. Let's go. And to our British soldier listeners, I will say I will quarter you. I will give up my American rights right away. I'm waving my neutral flag as a Jutali, so gotta play both sides here.
I am, my numbers are pretty good in the UK.
We have one UK listener. I think I know him.
I've got, I don't know, globally, I just know from the things that I see or whatever, the UK is the second highest downloaded region where my downloads come from.
That's what's driving entertainment.
That's cool. Well,
UK listeners, appreciate you guys.
And I am sorry for what I did in the Princess Louise pub back room. I was not used to the mashed beans.
Well, do you want to plug your podcast one more time? Let everyone know where they can find you guys.
Oh, yeah, totally. So we are Underworld News Tonight. We are probably everywhere you get your podcast. Some people get their podcast from, weird fucking places. So we're not on, Baby Bjorn or whatever the fuck. We're most normal places when you get your podcast. You can look us up, Underworld News Tonight. We're also on Facebook and Instagram as Underworld News Tonight. We just do a fun look at the weird, wacky, wild, supernatural news of the week. It's a ton of fun. Listen in. We would love to have you. And keep listening to Tinfoil Tales, too. It's a great fucking show with a great fucking host.
Appreciate that. Thank you. Well, I think we can wrap this one up. Again, I want to say thanks. Good fun. I like to have some change of pace. Like I said, most of the interviews I have is personal experiences or people like been doing some studies and deep dives into things. So it's good to have some lighthearted ones. I had one recently with a different tone, joking around banter. So it's nice to lighten up every now and then.
Well, that is me. I am just everyone I know will say all the time, you're a ray of sunshine in my day, you're so happy, you're so positive, you're so bright, consistently, all the time. The secret is, if I stop talking, there's a deep abyss inside of me that I just feel will swallow me entirely.
I think that's everybody. Well, I think we're good for this one, so we're going to roll it out. So again, thanks to Andrew, and thanks for listening.
Thanks, guys.
Remember, truth lies in the stories we share, the connections we make. Stay curious, stay open-minded. Thank you all for joining us on this journey, and until next time.
I don't like the idea.
Why? It makes us cattle. That's crazy.
Just keep it an exhibition. They'll still sell out the stadiums.
My goodness.
All right, ABK's live in the KFI 24-hour news report.
16 Orange County Sheriff's SWAT deputies have been hurt in an explosion in Irvine. OC Sheriff Sergeant Frank Gonzalez says the SWAT team was doing a training exercise at an FBI facility when a device exploded indoors.
As far as the exact equipment that they were wearing, that I don't know, but they were wearing protective equipment that they normally would wear during these kinds of trainings.
13 deputies were taken to the hospital yesterday and treated for minor injuries. The department says one person had a more serious leg injury, but it's not life-threatening. News brought to you by American Vision Windows. A parasite that can be deadly to dogs has been found in a river that runs through Southern California. Scientists at UC Riverside say the flatworm, also known as liver fluke, was found in the Colorado River in Blythe. The National Library of Medicine says the parasite can cause gastrointestinal and hepatic disease in dogs. It's transmitted by certain types of snails. UCR professor Adler Dillman says if you're swimming in the river with the parasite, your pets are in peril. A guy from Lancaster has been found guilty of first-degree murder for the deaths of his family.
DeMarcus David showed no emotion when the verdict was read. LA County Sheriff's Detective Steve Blagg was the lead investigator on the case. Blagg says he remembers walking into the home November 28th, 2021 and seeing 4 kids and their grandmother shot to death. Do you think this is one of the worst you've ever witnessed?
Definitely, probably. Yeah.
Blagg says he was there for the verdict Tuesday afternoon. Blagg says David's attorney wanted the charges to be second-degree murder because David was distraught over his failed marriage. Steve Gregory, KFI News.
Russia's President Putin is urging people to do their patriotic duty and vote for him in the country's national election.
It's the first time that polls there will be open for 3 days instead of 1. It's also the first time online voting will be allowed.
ABC's Tom Rivers says the election tomorrow is expected to cement Putin's grip on power until at least 2030. Opposition figures who could have challenged him are either in prison, exiled, or dead. The executive director of a wildlife center in Virginia has dressed up as a fox to help nurse an orphaned baby fox. The director can be seen on video wearing a large furry fox mask and rubber gloves while feeding the baby kit so it doesn't imprint on a human. The baby fox was found February 29th with her umbilical stump still attached. The little critter was trapped and removed from the woods. Vets say the goal is to release her back into the wild. Southbound weather from KFI is sunny with gusty winds in the valley coast and mountain areas. Highs in the low 70s at the beaches, low to mid 70s for Metro LA and Inland OC, upper 60s to mid 70s in the valleys and Inland Empire, 50s in the Antelope Valley. Couple degrees cooler, but still sunny for tomorrow and for the weekend. The mix of sun and clouds will pass in the upper 60s to mid 70s. It's 58 in La Habra, 60 in Orange. Let's take a look at the KFI in the sky one more time. We've got a freeway closure in Long Beach on the 710.
It's connected to 710 northbound as you try to connect to the 745. That's close to further notice. We had a crash earlier this morning that apparently messed with the guardrail. It's sticking out across the lanes there, so I have to repair that right now. And it's causing slowing. In the Fontana area crash there, you take eastbound in Cherry. It's on the right shoulder. Overturned big rig. Probably due to wind-related things there, so have to be careful if you're in a high-profile vehicle. An empty semi is a perfect target for the wind to turn you over, or a motorcycle. If you're trying to get through Studio City, the 134 westbound before the 117 in carpooling, blocked with a wreck there. Apparently somebody's leg on the ground there, so I think we need some medical attention. Traffic stop from Coahuila Boulevard on that westbound 134. Well, folks, remember, KFI in the sky.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here, and you can get in on the actual DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook. With promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions That's B-Ball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT. In this week's Marketers Report, Dana Nussbaum, Executive Vice President, Worldwide Marketing at Warner Brothers Discovery, weighs in on regional audio marketing.
Although we're marketing at a very broad scale, it does include specific local markets, and that's the beauty of iHeart's network.
As the number one audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to the audiences, influencers, and data you need to grow. If you're a marketer, go to iHeartResults.com. Fire up your DVR. It's time for your TV tip-off.
Monday Night 18. Look inside the art and industry of commercial picture taking and the lives of those doing it in the docuseries Photographer at 8/7 Central on National Geographic Channel. Wednesday the 20th, told stories behind your favorite films and TV shows in the season 6 premiere of the docuseries Icons on Earth at 9/8 Central on Vice Channel. Also on Wednesday the 20th, Top Chef returns for its 21st cycle of culinary competition at 9/8 Central on Food Network. On Friday the 22nd, the compilation series The Unexplained Special Presentation updates the most popular mysteries from the show The Unexplained, picking up at 9/8 Central on History Channel. Sunday night the 24th, the 2024 National Women's Hall of Fame induction ceremony honors 11 more trailblazing women, starting at 8/7 Central on OWN. I'm Lex Holland, and that's your TV tip-off on iHeartRadio.
Here's this week's iHeartRadio countdown of the top TV streams.
Here's what you've made popular by getting your stream on. Starting us off this week again is Halo on Paramount Plus, followed by the new romance drama One Day on Netflix. The Tourist on Netflix is in at number 8, with Tracker on CBS. Paramount Plus is starring Justin Hartley from This Is Us in at number 7. Avatar: The Last Airbender on Netflix drops back to 6, while The Regiment on Max, starring Kate Winslet, debuts at 5. Apple TV's a sci-fi drama Constellation
You all right?
back to 4 this
Bye-bye.
week. The top 3 starts with the new action comedy from Guy Ritchie, The Gentleman on Netflix. The new season
Right about here?
of Alien on Netflix jumps up to number 2. And remaining at the top spot this week is the new drama on FX on Hulu, Shogun, your number 1 stream show.
And those are your top TV streams of the week on iHeartRadio.
Stimulating talk.
AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
The Pittsburgh Penguins say a shipment of bobbleheads was stolen after it arrived in California. The shipment was carrying the bobbleheads that were going to be given to fans at the game against the San Jose Sharks tonight. Team said the bobbleheads will now be given out at a later date. Penguins said the investigation is ongoing. Is it customary to give out bobbleheads in an away game?
That doesn't make sense.
It doesn't, does it?
Unless they were made somewhere and brought into California, then they were going to fly.
Yes.
It's just that this is where they were when they were stolen.
Right. That is much more like
Makes more sense.
Yeah.
Former Treasury Secretary Steve Mnuchin is building an investor group to acquire TikTok. This bipartisan piece of legislation making its way through Congress threatens the continued existence there in the United States, and we got called out for it.
You don't sound like you're 100 years old. If you are not on TikTok, please don't talk about it.
Oh.
There is a lot of educational stuff on TikTok.
Sure.
I've learned more on TikTok than any other platform. It's driving me crazy. I'm 54 years old. You don't know TikTok. Stop talking about it.
People are very serious.
To the propaganda.
This is not how I get when people try to talk about 49er football. You don't know what you're talking about. Get the hell out of here.
But here's the thing. That argument is, I've eaten McDonald's my entire life, 3 meals a day, 2 Big Macs every single day, and I'm still alive. That's what that argument means to me.
Okay, well, that it does work for you. That's great, and you do find some sort of educational value in it. I don't have a problem with the app. I don't have a problem with what you're saying.
I don't like China mining data and distracting everyone from things that we should be paying attention to. And I'm not saying it's worthless.
If you were willing to look into that aspect of it, you might find that you'd have at least a tiny bit of like, well, I know it's not good for me, but I'm going to do it anyway.
There's too many for me. The last time I looked at TikTok and I found myself spending too much time on it, there was too many people sitting in the driver's seat shooting videos with their commentary for me. But you do you. You know, I'm a libertarian. You do you. If you want to be addicted to TikTok, have at it. Live your life. I will just say that the conversation we had yesterday about how addictive these platforms are and how they make themselves that way to continue your addiction. I will say our conversation yesterday, I got home, I put my phone down, when I worked out, I read a book. I had a lovely afternoon of not looking at Instagram or any of it.
I want to point out one of the key aspects of it is that you read a book.
Yes.
That part is also one of those, I mean, she may have learned more from TikTok than any other platform. Good. And there are other ways to learn. You don't have to learn from social media.
Right.
So, Cheviot Hills, I guess, that's the easiest way to describe where Hillcrest Country Club is, just south of the Fox studio lot there in Century City. Hillcrest Country Club's been around for 100 years, originally opened in 1920, and then it was opened as a club for the Jewish community, at least according to a new lawsuit that has been filed against the club. It claims that for 67 years, it refused admission to any women, and then severely limited admission to anybody who was not Jewish. There is a new lawsuit that has been filed against Hillcrest Country Club, branded a racist aristocracy with depraved standards. In fact, the lawsuit opens with a quote from Vice President Kamala Harris. Her husband, Doug Emhoff, who does happen to be white and Jewish, is a member of the club. This lawsuit begins with her quote, "In times like this, silence is complicity."
In the past, Kamala Harris and Doug have told the LA Times that Hillcrest is one of their favorite places in the city, but this lawsuit describes it this way. Symbolizing a 150-acre plantation in the heart of LA, Hillcrest's 585 members are shielded from the true racial makeup of the city through its racist policies enforced by its bigoted and selfish leadership.
Hillcrest claims to be founded on the principles of diversity and generosity, and boasts the world that it upholds the highest principles of inclusivity, that the club is intent on giving back to its community, but in reality, Hillcrest is overwhelmingly white, pays an embarrassingly low property tax, has no desire or incentive to change. It's a racist aristocracy subsidized by the city to the tune of nearly $70 million per year.
It claims it has a plantation-like essence because it employs a mostly Hispanic staff who cater to predominantly white members.
It also says that it disregards reports of sexual assault and drug abuse. In fact, Hillcrest promotes such unworthy but racially acceptable people who so engage and punishes those who complain.
He claims, this guy, that during a birthday party at the club, one of the club members, the president, yelled out, "Caliente." Caliente su boca.
See?
Across the table at the plaintiff, who is apparently Hispanic.
Well, so the lawsuit was filed by an attorney.
His wife, the plaintiff's wife and children have Hispanic heritage.
Right. How many times have you yelled Spanish things at people who are not Hispanic or Latino or Latina? You yell at me all the time.
Yeah.
The lawsuit says plaintiff was alarmed.
Shut up is pretty clean. Shut up is pretty clean.
Compared to what the things you say, yes. I'm just saying that you dabble in some vulgarities, or as the Spanish would say, vulgarities.
In fact, when I swear in Spanish to people who speak Spanish, they are appalled. They say you should not say those things, especially not as a woman. I really kind of keep it to white people when I use my profanities.
The plaintiff claims that his application for membership was unfairly rejected. Even though he was eligible, he was suitable because he satisfied the 3 pillars for membership, which is charitable giving, charitable time, and social acceptability. So we'll see where this goes. As of this point, Hillcrest Country Club only says that they will vigorously defend against the lawsuit. And they have not yet figured out who's going to be representing the board.
Coming up next, 30% of Gen Z women identify as LGBTQ. Dig into maybe some of the reasons behind this when we come back.
Amy King is live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
Strong Santa Ana winds have toppled several trees in the Southland. One that came down in Lake Balboa hit power lines and landed on about 10 cars. Winds also blew down a tree in San Fernando on Lucas Street, blocking lanes of traffic, and streets in Pasadena were blocked by a tree that went down on Locust Street near Allen Avenue. Protesters have called for a ceasefire in Gaza by disrupting traffic and blocking security checkpoints inside the international terminal at San Francisco International Airport. It happened yesterday afternoon. Some even chained themselves to escalators that link the international and domestic terminals. The city of Long Beach is planning to develop the 43 acres of land surrounding the Queen Mary. Plans for call for building a temporary amphitheater on the waterfront around the cruise ship, which will host live music and other events. If it's a success, a permanent amphitheater could be built. We'll check some problems on the 210 next.
How in the world do you know which personal injury firm to choose when there are a million of them out there?
Well, here's why you should choose the attorneys at Sweet James like we would if you're ever hurt in an accident.
Number one, Sweet James used to work defending insurance companies, and so did many of the Sweet James attorneys.
They were disgusted by how the insurance companies were taking advantage of everyday people at their weakest moments. And now they use their passion, their experience, and their knowledge to give injured victims a voice.
Secondly, they are one of the only firms that have attorneys with experience in over 500 trials.
And that means they're assembled to take on big insurance companies and maximize every case so you get the most.
They consistently deliver some of the top settlements in the state, and it's the compassion for injured victims that drive them to win and win big.
So if you are hurt in an accident, call Sweet James, 800-9-MILLION. That's 800-9-MILLION. 800-900-0000 and go to sweetjames.com.
Strong Santa Ana winds expected through the afternoon. Highs in the 60s to mid-70s, just 50s for the Antelope Valley. This report brought to you by Ecola Termite and Pest Control. From the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center, let's go places. We've got continuing problems in Pasadena on the 210.
It's a pretty late thing. I was like, it's a tree that ended up down in lanes that they're still trying to track up and get out of lanes. That's outside of the 210 can be a rough road where you're trying. I mean, it's slowing up to 605 coming out of Elgin to 40, but before that, you'll see a rough road. On the 210 westbound, as far back as sunflowers that come out of Glendora. 10 West is also in the 210 West. Not looking all that much better for you getting involved in hard front before. Looks like before Vincent, 10 West is into downtown LA toward the 101. And the 60 westbound starts to slow for you overall. Out of the Inland Empire, actually, Ontario, continuing all the way toward downtown LA. The 10 West stands on the freeway. KFI, the Skyhawks gets there faster. I'm in Paulie O'Keefe.
This report is sponsored by the California Department of Public Health. What does it take to take on Alzheimer's? Courage to learn the facts and know the signs, and confidence to talk to your healthcare provider about screening and early detection. Find out how you can take on Alzheimer's and takeonalz.com.
Do you live with pain and discomfort caused by a hernia? ZXL ACT is currently conducting a clinical research study for individuals who need their inguinal hernia repair. Qualified participants ages 18 to 75 may receive a no-cost hernia repair surgery, study-related care, and compensation up to $2,000 for time and travel. To see if you qualify, call 714-462-1695 or apply online at zxl.com/hernia001. That number again is 714-462-1695.
Hey, it's Will Kelly. You got car problems? Well, My Limit On Lawyer has the answer. When your car stops working, they start working. My Limit On Lawyer can get you out of that limit and you pay zero out of your pocket. They get the manufacturer to pay. Now, here's what you need to do. Dial pound 250 and say the keyword Limit Lawyer. Simple, right? Dial pound 250 from your cell and say the keyword Limit Lawyer. You'll have the option fail you when they fall out. Hurt when your teeth embarrass you. Hinder your ability to eat, talk, socialize, kiss, get a promotion, or make you feel sick. Thousands of people like you are choosing dental implants from DentalImplantsGPS.com. Dental Implants GPS full mouth dental implants, trusted by over 350 local dentists who refer their patients to the elite specialist team at DentalImplantsGPS.com. Call 800-849-6700 when researching the right provider. Doctors' expertise is critical. Price, time of treatment, location are secondary to trusting the right team to provide a lifelong smile, getting you off the expensive hamster wheel of dental fixes. GPS offers the highest level of specialists, several locations, and competitive pricing. Right now, radio listeners take advantage of special pricing from DentalImplantsGPS.com. Call 800-849-6700. That's 800-849-6700.
This spring season, don't let termites and pests ruin your happiness. Call Ecolin Termite and Pest Control for your free inspection. 1-800-332-BUGS. 1-800-332-2847. Eco-friendly, germ-friendly, and as gentle as a butterfly. Serving Southern California residents.
Housing professionals have the care right. This is needs value service champions 1 That's a special treatment approach to every system. Precision care and professional care cost a little bit upfront. Just $88. But will prevent much bigger, more expensive problems later. Replace systems all the time to give you don't get inventories. So instead of lasting 12 years, the system can run just 6 or 7 years. No risk. And housing prevention is working out of you. Call service champions for an $88 treatment today. Keep your system clean, energy efficient, and great working. Call service champions right now to schedule an $88 precision treatment. Remember, it's 833-777-7777 or online at servicechampions.com.
The free iHeartRadio app has over 100 original stations like 24/7 comedy.
And you really don't have holes. Back of band dick.
When you need to laugh, just open the free iHeartRadio app and search comedy.
We call someone like that's his face.
iHeartRadio. Free never sounded so good.
I bought these. I take it back to the store and I said to the man, bring up, hey, this is turned. When you open it up, he's like, oh, I'm really sorry about that. So I bought some shrimp here. 3 of my friends got deathly ill.
The Tim Connolly Jr. Show.
When a guy comes in with bad meat from the store you work at, don't try to run up and find 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
You will like the
KFI AM 640, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Elon Musk's Starship this morning successfully performed many historic objectives during its orbital flight test, but did not actually come back to Earth in one piece. This 2-stage rocket lifted off from the Boca Chica, Texas flight facility on the Gulf Coast about 9:30 this morning. I don't know who that is. I don't know his name. Do you know his name? The feed cut out just before the booster 10 was supposed to make a splashdown into the Gulf of Mexico, so that one's gone. And then the Starship, also reusable stick ship 28, didn't make an actual safe splashdown in the Indian Ocean, although it did complete its orbital flight back from that's what it was that they were talking about doing. Top of the hour, we're going to get an update. 16 Orange County Sheriff SWAT deputies injured in an explosion during a training exercise yesterday in Irvine. Steve Gregory's going to join us.
John Hosking is his name.
Well, I guess I've seen his name, but I don't remember.
Yeah, I don't get this TikTok craze either, but I know my daughter and almost everybody I know is around 30 years old. Get their news from TikTok. I just go on there and look at pretty girls.
Neither one of those things worries me more than the other. I mean, they're both worrisome. But the fact that a 30-year-old would go on to TikTok to find news in a 15-second snippet or 30-second snippet,
Well, have people just been in hiding, or has the taboo been too strong for generations about being part of the LGBTQ community, and now the taboo has been removed, and so people are being honest about who they are? What I don't get with these headlines that say nearly 30% of Gen Z women identify as LGBTQ. What I don't get about that is that goes against everything that my generation fought for when it came to gay and lesbian rights. And that is, they don't identify as that. It's they're born as that.
Right. Now,
that in my generation, it was, you're not deciding to be gay. We're born this way.
That's it.
And now it's, I identify as, to me, means that you weren't born, that it's a choice.
Right. And I that's an interesting distinction because I thought about that as well. But I think specifically this Gallup poll that we're talking about, we mentioned it a little bit yesterday, but this new Gallup poll that came out said that the percentage of people who identify as lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, plus whatever it is, has reached an all-time high, 7.6%. And I think that is just I think that's a polling language issue. Like, whoever Gallup is taking the poll, they don't know if that person is or not, but that's how they're identifying over this phone call. I think that it's a different use of the term identify, because I don't think they're undermining anybody being gay or starting out gay or however. I just think that that's
like, are people using that to describe themselves? I identify as queer or what have you.
That's true.
And then isn't that just who you are, not what you're choosing to identify as? I mean, I just think it's kind of it's a weird shift.
Well, and this poll says almost 30% of Gen Z women, so Gen Z would be basically anybody born between 97 and 2012. So I think those are my kids are Gen Z. 30% of Gen Z women identify as LGBTQ+. Most of those as bisexual, and said that that's where a lot of growth seems to be happening in terms of the overall number of people who identify as part of one of those groups or the overall umbrella group. But there's something else. I think there's something else that goes on here. Young women, never been, when I said that yesterday, not a lady, never been, outside of a couple of rare evenings, but those were I got paid for it. That sounded really bad. No, I was showing members.
Jacob, make that a problem.
Young women are, to a degree we've never seen before, completely over-sexualized, and over-sexualized at an age that we've never seen before. It gets so much younger, right? So if you're 15, 16 years old and you're a girl and you don't think you want to start getting involved with boys yet,
yeah,
the safer alternative in some cases might be to say, I'm gay or I'm bisexual and I'm not interested in boys, because boys are going to mature at a very different rate, and the images with which they mature, as you want to put it in a general sense, porn at 11 damages you.
I remember at this specific point in time as a young girl, being 12, 13 or whatever, and some of my friends were further along than I was in the puberty game and in the development game and in the liking boys game. And I remember not being boy crazy and thinking, well, am I gay? Because I don't want that. Because you're not ready for that.
Right.
It was going to be a couple of years before I was boy crazy. You know, but that was a thing for me. As I was like, am I gay? Because I have so many girlfriends, but I don't look at him and want that. So I think that was 500 years ago. So now, like you said, there's so much more sexualization younger. You're probably going to get more people thinking that way.
And you get polls like this, and I don't know, these asked adults, I mean, these were 18 years and older that took part in this poll, but there's so much pressure for kids to choose a team so early on.
Yes.
As opposed to just saying, hey, you know what?
Right.
Don't put pressure on yourself. Don't let them put pressure on you. Just live your life.
No labels.
St. Joe's in Burbank. In February of 2020, Garfield went to the ER with breathing problems, but was soon diagnosed with what was then called novel coronavirus. Soon after, his organs shut down and Garfield went into a coma for 31 days. He's in the hospital at Terminal 64.
Paraphrase, Oppenheimer, the COVID pandemic changed the world.
Garfield told ABC7 he got the virus while on a ski trip in Europe. This week marks the 4-year anniversary of the official start of the pandemic. Steve Gregory, KFI News.
The San Bernardino County Sheriff says the fatal shooting of a teenager by deputies points to the need for a better mental health system.
Sheriff Shannon Dykes says deputies and responders took 15-year-old Ryan Gaynor to a mental health facility 5 times since January.
There were plenty of times to off-ramp Ryan and get him the health care and mental health care that he needed.
Deputies responded to a home in Apple Valley on Saturday on reports that the boy was attacking family members and damaging the home. Body cam footage shows what appears to be Gaynor chasing a deputy with a 5-foot garden tool before he was shot. Blake Trolley, KFI News.
A team of U.S. Marines has been sent to provide additional security at the U.S. Embassy in Haiti as gangs have taken over 80% of the capital. Jill Dolan says, like most Americans living in Haiti, she can't escape.
Every day I wake up thinking, Lord, please send us a choppers.
Dolan is calling on the U.S. government to start evacuations. Haiti's prime minister announced Tuesday he's resigning following months of rising unrest and violence. He's stuck in Puerto Rico and isn't able to return to his country because armed gangs have taken control of major airports. Israel says it expects the aid ship sailing towards Gaza to arrive early tomorrow. The ship is carrying 200 tons of food for Palestinians on the brink of starvation.
The vessel set to dock at a temporary jetty off Gaza's northern coast. The World Central Kitchen leading the aid project and says it will offload the flour, rice, and canned meat onto trucks.
ABC's Jordana Miller says the food will then be distributed to 300,000 Palestinians who've been cut off from help in the north. She says it's a major test to see if the Israeli army and nonprofit groups can safely move maritime aid to those who need it. A camp in Louisiana will have you seeing double. Dewface, as it's called, was born late last month. She is white with brown stripes and has 2 conjoined faces with 4 eyes. According to the farm's Facebook page, she's making steady progress so far, which is rare for a cow with that condition. The oldest one on record lived for less than 40 days. The odds of a cow being born this way is extremely rare. 1 in 400 million. That's 200 times more rare than winning the Powerball jackpot. SpaceX has successfully launched its Starship rocket from Texas. The company says this 3rd test flight will provide invaluable data to continue rapid development of Starship, which is the largest vehicle built with the intent of heading to the moon. The first 2 launch attempts last year ended with explosions. SpaceX lost contact with the rocket, which it expected several more test launches will happen before a crewed mission heads to the moon. Southland weather from KFI, sunny and extremely windy. Highs in the low 70s at the beaches, low to mid 70s in Metro LA and Inland OC, upper 60s to mid 70s in the valleys, right around 70 for the Inland Empire, 50s in the Antelope Valley. We've got wind advisories and warnings up until about 4 this afternoon for the Santa Clarita and western San Fernando valleys, the San Gabriel and Santa Monica Mountains, and the Malibu coast. It's going to be a little bit cooler tomorrow. We do have a slight chance for showers in the Inland Empire. Partly cloudy to mostly sunny for the weekend with highs in the upper 60s to mid 70s. It's 60 in Brea, 60 Lake Forest, 61 in Marina Del Rey, and 58 in Burbank. The KFI Market Report brought to you by Revive Real Estate. The Dow is trading down 133 points. The NASDAQ is off 72, and the S&P 500 is down 22.
5 Real Estate will buy your home, then renovate it, then sell it, and pay you again for the additional profit from the renovation. Go to KFIRevive.com to see if your home qualifies.
We're going to crash into Luca Lake on the 134.
Track on the westbound side, straight toward the 10117 split is the carpool lane that's taking the University of Brooklyn Drive as it's out of Burbank, heading west on 124. From as far back as Buena Vista Street, past delays for you overall as you're leaving to eastbound side, or southbound side rather, of the 101 as you're coming out Woodland Hills from as far back as 119 Avenue, continuing toward the eastbound 134, coming on the 101 southbound that will be busy driving. Also see some heavy delays for you out of Valley Glen and Hollywood, Jason.
But it's on the Lowland southbound from Brooklyn's Point Paso with Hollywood to downtown. Got an update on that issue on 134. Anything else? Something down pounds 50 or something. Keyword K by traffic entering way along the line. In Orange County, southbound side at Land Park. Leaving Beach Boulevard as you head toward Disneyland and Disneyland. That's the slow going. Further southbound also plays out of the Orange Forest to the 557 and 22 split. Stretches the slowing for you toward the 55. KFI, the sky helps you start faster. I'm Nick Pauly.
Entregas gratis en un día de bombas de baño y millones de productos más. Lo que te cuesta está en Prime.
Spectrum One is a big deal. You get Spectrum Internet with the most reliable internet speeds, free advanced Wi-Fi for enhanced security and privacy, and the free Spectrum Mobile Unlimited line with nationwide 5G included, all while saving big for the big speed, big reliability, and big savings you want. Get Spectrum One. Just $49.99 a month for 12 months. Visit spectrum.com/bigdeal for full details. Offer subject to change. Valid for qualified residential customers. Only service not available in all areas. Restrictions apply.
Some people just know there's a better way to do things, like bundling your home and auto insurance with Austin, or hiring someone to move your piano instead of doing it yourself. So, do things the better way. Bundle home and auto and save up to 25% with Austin. And savings for your best deal around there in every state. Saving up to 25% is the countrywide average of the maximum available savings of the whole policy. On the same vehicle and property insurance company that is North Carolina.
You'll never know until you experience it here yourself. It's that feeling when you're at Disneyland Resort, and there's no better time than now. Every March, Jersey Mike's turns money from subs into charitable donations.
And March 27th is Jersey Mike's annual day of giving, where 100% of sales of every sub are given back to the community.
And to kick off all that giving, Peter gave me an apron. I'm honored.
Looking good, Danny. You've got subs to make, though.
Yeah, now I know why you gave me the apron. Join us Wednesday, March 27th for Jersey Mike's Day of Giving. Be a sub above.
Cold and cough season is here. Introducing Ricola Max Throat Care, Ricola's most powerful drop yet. It's the best of Swiss nature, wrapped around a powerful liquid menthol center for maximum relief from your worst cough and sore throat. Maximum nature for maximum relief. Try Ricola Max now, available in the cold and cough aisle. It's in our nature.
Trump is also preparing for the March 25th start of his New York criminal trial involving alleged hush money payments to Stormy Daniels.
The Israeli military says it's planning to direct many of the 1.4 million displaced Palestinians living in the southern west town of Rafah in Gaza toward what they call humanitarian islands that will be in the center of the territory because Israel is planning an offensive. Rafah says it's needed to achieve its goal of eliminating Hamas. An Israeli military spokesman says they plan to direct people from Rafah to these humanitarian islands in central Gaza that would have food and would have shelter in some cases.
Hey, Shannon, you hold my life behind a lot of hours we've been binge watching Love is Blind. They hate you for it, we love you for it, because it's a lot of fun. Fun fact, they use golden solid glasses for continuity. That way they don't have the levels of liquid going up and down between shots. Fun game. Take a shot every time someone says 100%.
That is so true. Oh my gosh, I talk about TikTok because we don't know what we're talking about. One of our friends said her gist was, I've learned so much on TikTok. You guys don't know what you're talking about. I've learned so much. One of our friends says, I've also seen someone shooting a firework out of their ass on TikTok, lady.
So as educational as it might be, yesterday some breaking news that took place, and thankfully it has not turned into something that was as bad as it sounded originally, but an explosion at an FBI training facility down in Irvine, where Orange County Sheriff's deputies were working. Steve Gregory has joined us and has got a lot of information about what happened yesterday. What's going on?
Yeah, just before 1 o'clock yesterday afternoon, as the Orange County Fire Authority was called to the scene of an FBI training center in Irvine. It's actually the full name of it is FBI Special Agent Jerry Monroe Regional Facility. And this was the Orange County Sheriff's Department's SWAT team working together with the department's hazardous devices section. And they were doing their annual training.
Did they think the bomb squad was too complicated? They just wanted to know about their business card.
It's interesting because, I mean, when you look at it, it's explosive devices. It's not always like bomb sort of vernacular. But when you look at it, it's like an IED, improvised explosive device, as opposed to a bomb, right?
It sounds like a Priscilla conversation.
Exactly. So, exactly. And we all just went through some sort of trauma. It's very
not all bombs blow up.
Some people bomb, and you can't be bombed. So
you're bomb. Now, the only reason I laugh is that no one dies. These guys were not, most of them suffered relatively minor injuries considering they were there when a bomb was.
But everything that we just said is true.
Yes.
Absolutely. 16 people in total injured, and a lot of them had what he described as dizziness and being in the ears, which is consistent with an explosion of some kind. And the facility has these two buildings. It's got like this larger shed and a smaller, sort of bunker-looking building, kind of like almost like one of those container shipping containers, something along those lines. And they use those to go in.
What up, Rabbi?
What up, Pimp? How are you?
Doing good.
Excellent to hear. Can you hear me? Pimp, can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you a little bit.
Okay.
Far away, no worries.
Hold on. I'll fix that. What else we got in here? I'm going to just start slamming on them. Who else do we have in here? I want to know. Oh, they bounced. That phone. What up, Pimp? Can you hear me better now?
There you are. Molto bene.
Yeah, but you probably hear me after. Alright, well, shit happens. How are you today?
Doing well, man. How are you?
Living like a peasant. I'm just setting up some accounts.
Archive.org, watching some free old movies and stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah, Doug. Archive.org is one of my favorite websites. In fact, let me just say right now, it is my favorite website because it's also connected to the Wayback Machine. I don't know, Wikipedia. I like Wikipedia too. Wikipedia is my favorite, but archive.org, okay. Maybe.
Yeah, they got good stuff there.
Check out what's going on. I don't know what role, if any, the FBI played in it. I was told that it wasn't their operation, it was strictly Orange County Sheriff's Department's operation, but the FBI.
It was actually I had a friend trying to get me into JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, and it is actually, it lives up to its name, so fuck them all. I'll show.
Forecasters have warned of so-called gorilla hail in parts of Kansas and Missouri. Meteorologists say the hail ranged from ping-pong-sized to softball-sized hail and brought traffic along I-70 to a standstill. At least one unconfirmed tornado was reported in Altavitz, Kansas last night. An American Airlines flight that took off in Dallas had to make an emergency emergency landing comes after another Boeing 777 had to make an emergency landing in LAX last week after losing a tire during takeoff from SFO. More than 30 museums in Southern California will be free next Saturday. It's Free Museum Saturday. Among them, the Academy of Museum of Motion Pictures, the Armory Center for the Arts, California Botanic Garden, and California Science Center. Of course, California Science Center is always free. We're going to check some trouble on the 91 next.
There is no aroma quite like a good barbecue restaurant. And nothing as tasty as mouth-watering barbecue. At Rattler's Barbecue in Santa Clarita, they've been serving slow-cooked and tender mesquite grilled barbecue, tri-tip, and chicken and ribs since 88. My favorite, by the way, when you go to Rattler's, the tri-tip, cooking medium well, the nutty coleslaw on the side, or on the burger, do the cowboy burger, mac and cheese on the side, cold beer to go with it. Rattler's offers dine-in, takeout, catering, happy hour Monday through Friday from 3 to 6:30 p.m. Draft beer, full bar. Coming up this Friday, by the way, tomorrow, Rattler's is celebrating their 36th anniversary of delivering delicious barbecue to the community. So visit Rattler's Barbecue today on Golden Valley Road in Santa Clarita. Check out their full menu online, rattlersbbq.com.
Sunny and windy with highs in the 60s to low 70s, 50s in the Antelope Valley. We've got a crash in Anaheim on the 91.
Harbor Boulevard has big cars closed to left the lane is shut down. And hopefully on the right shoulder is the ledge of our right now. You see North Clover Drive. East on 91 as you come out to the park as far back as the Beach Boulevard. Also seeing North Clover Drive. On the 5 southbound as you make way from the 91 out of the park, continuing toward about Disneyland Drive in the Disneyland area. I'm in the for the southbound. It's better for you on 5. Now the southbound side on 57. Thanks for the heads up from Robert on the KFI traffic tip line. Pounds 15 himself on keyword is KFI traffic. Before Ball Road 57 southbound, it's a crash. Middle lane's blocked. That's going to be a heavy drive-through. It's kind of a brave period. KFI and this guy helps get there faster. I'm in Polly O'Keefe.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here, and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
This is a radio ad for Pixent. Dupilumab, a prescription medicine for people 6 months and under with moderate to severe eczema that is not well controlled with topical prescription therapies. But since this is radio, you can't see the effects of Pixent. You can't see how it helps you stay ahead of your eczema, or how it helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that could be causing eczema. You can't see how it helps heal your skin from within, but you can see how Dupixent can help you have clearer skin and less itch. Individual results may vary. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Get help right away if you have wheezing, trouble breathing, or swelling of your face, lips, mouth, tongue, throat. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems such as eye pain, vision changes, or blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. See for yourself. Ask your eczema specialist at Dr. Pixent. Visit Dupixent.com or call 1-844-DUPIXENT.
No matter what the day brings, count on Juicy Juice for the good stuff. Get peace that nutrients are real 100% fruit juice to help them conquer the day. Juicy Juice is only sweetened by the fruit. No sugar added. No high fructose corn syrup. And no artificial sweeteners. Available in family-sized bottles and juice boxes. Find Juicy Juice at your favorite local grocery retailer. Info at juicyjuice.com.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives you access to all, every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. iHeartMedia is your access company. Go to iHeartResults.com for more.
Hey, it's Steve Gregory. This week on
locations, but they're all connected. And the father drove his son to and from the murder scenes. Also from the same Bernardino County Sheriff's Department, the case of Baby Jane Doe number 45. Unsolved with Steve Gregory. Saturday night at 7 on KFI. And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
Gary and Shannon, KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Colorado is buried in snow. More is on the way. Additional amounts of snow will pile on parts of the state as severe thunderstorms and possible tornadoes move through. No, thank you.
Well, this was
Hey, Gary and Shannon. I always keep in mind whenever we have crazy Santa Anas like this, that the other end of it is Colorado. March with Santa Anas, Denver gets a blizzard, and they're having one today. I've got 3 kids living up there. One is an Amazon driver, and he's out there in a blazing snowstorm. Enjoy the weather.
I am. We're in the same time. That's funny.
That's pretty great.
Hey, Gary and Shannon. So, I don't know what got me thinking about this. Maybe it's the news guy talking about the official start of the pandemic or whatever. But, man, I get flashbacks of you guys being the only, normalcy in the world during the pandemic and how bad it got when we were naming days, play basketball, etc. Just thought I'd bring it up.
That's great. I just said this last night to my wife. This was the time, Major League Baseball shut down about 4 years ago. This week, everything shut down 4 years ago. This week, school shut down 4 years ago. This week,
I was thinking about this on my way home yesterday. I'm driving to Glendale, and I was remembering that this time of year, and just looking at you across, we weren't in this studio, but just looking at you, and we're just like, are we doing this? Are we really doing this? Driving here, no one's on the freeway, still have my special badge that says I'm an emergency response worker, whatever the hell that means. If I'm your emergency response, you're all screwed.
That expires in a couple of months.
Oh, does it?
Yeah, it expires 1st of November.
We were the only ones here. There was no concept of time. It's still weird to think about last year not being 2019, isn't it? Yeah.
When did Will Smith slap Chris Rock?
That was at the Oscars last year?
No. It was 2 years ago.
See, everything, it's all, the time has been screwed up for 5 years now.
It's just a weird thing, and it's going to feel, I think, 10, 15, 20 years from now, we're going to look back on this specific time period. Thankfully, we're at the end of it appears, except for people who drive in the stupid cars with their masks on. But that is going to feel like time folded in on itself. And we're never going to be able to determine how long it happened, how long we waited for vaccines.
It changed. I'm sure it changed our brain chemistry.
Absolutely.
But I just remember looking at you across the table and being like, we're all right, right? It's okay, still here.
And it's funny,
not knowing.
I'm glad she felt like we were normal through that.
I
did not feel that way.
I didn't feel that way, but I remember
here every day.
Yes, and I think that was key. And you were a very stable person for the most of it.
That's because I would cry.
Until you became, then you went through your Rain Man phase.
Then I would cry.
Where he had just papers filled with numbers and all sorts of long division and things and algebraic formulas. And we started to get a little worried about you.
I felt like the numbers weren't making a lot of sense.
I know.
And that's when it was like, wait, hold on a second.
I know, but
They started telling me that a 98-year-old grandmother who had cancer of the pancreas died from COVID.
Yeah.
Wait, hold on a second.
Right. Let's remember Pump the Brakes Tuesday.
Yes. And that was,
CNN is calling this a global pandemic. Let's just pump the brakes here. bet you do. Day basketball. Oh boy. All right. So Santa Ana's, they are here. The driving conditions in the way in were wild. Just stuff blowing all across the road. Down trees, power lines. The good news is temperatures are cool for the day. It's going to feel chilly. The wind is a cold wind, but that's good because, you know, if it's warmer, like you usually get with the Santa Anas, then you start worrying about disastrous fires.
John Fusel had to say, the wind was a cold wind.
Was a tundra.
The wind warnings are going to be in effect today in the Santa Monica Mountain Direct area, the Malibu Coast, San Gabriel Mountains. They're talking about gusts of up to 75 miles an hour. In the eastern San Fernando, they said gusts could reach about 50 miles an hour. And over the next couple of days, they said that the temperature's going to warm up. So this weekend should be pretty beautiful, at least in terms of making sure that we stay relatively warm. I hope. Because I got more comments.
Goodness. Hungry Breaks Tuesday. You've got a lot of work to do this weekend. I think that you should wear sunscreen.
Thank you for that. I already have it on my list of things that I need to take with me. That is sunscreen. Because it's going to be sunny. But we're beginning the process of cleaning out the property after both mom and dad passed away. It's time to go through, and there's a lot of work that needs to be done.
Is there going to be a lot of memory lane? It's going to be a lot.
I don't know. I told you the other day, I'm a little nervous. I think I'm more nervous about it than I had acknowledged before, because there is some of that stuff that some of it is going to be frustrating. Like, why would you keep a 75-year-old styrofoam cooler?
Well, and you're going to get really angry at that styrofoam cooler, and you're going to know it's not about the cooler.
I've had that one.
Oh, my God.
Real breaks, kid.
Well, we tried to slow it down. You know, we did our part in slowing the spread.
And then the mayor called in the Navy, brought a hospital ship, and well, this is how the zombie movie starts.
And then we started drinking whiskey out of Coca-Cola cans at noon. All right, there's a parasite that is deadly for dogs, now confirmed in California. No laughing matter. We'll tell you what you need to know where this thing came from and what the signs are.
Gary Shannon will continue. Deborah Mark is live at the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
Strong winds have toppled some trees in Lake Balboa. One of those trees is huge and damaged several cars overnight. It also took down some power lines. High wind warning is in effect for Santa Clarita and western San Fernando valleys as part of the San Gabriel and part of the San Gabriel Mountains. The National Weather Service's gusts could reach 60 miles per hour. High wind warnings will also be in effect today in the Santa Monica Mountains recreational area, Malibu Coast, and San Gabriel Mountains, where gusts of up to 75 miles per hour are possible. The news is brought to you by Cunning Dental. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer says Israel's and the Netanyahu coalition no longer fits the needs of Israel after October 7th. Schumer has called for new elections in Israel to replace Prime Minister Netanyahu. Minority Leader Mitch McConnell accused Democrats of overstepping their boundaries by criticizing how Israeli officials choose to run their country. A federal judge in Florida is hearing arguments over whether to dismiss the classified documents case against former President Trump. ABC's Olivia Rubin says there are major motions in front of Judge Eileen Cannon.
If she's looking skeptically at Donald Trump's arguments, that is significant. But again, you really never know based on a judge's questions. You can guess, you can glean, but ultimately only the judge knows what they're thinking.
Trump is accused of hoarding and hiding classified documents at his home after he left the White House. The judge was nominated to the bench by Trump in 2020. SpaceX has successfully launched its Starship rocket in Texas. The company says this third test flight will provide invaluable data to continue rapid development of Starship, which is the largest vehicle built with the intent of going into space. The first two launch attempts last year ended with explosions. Southland weather from KFI: sunny and windy, highs
highs, low to mid-70s. Metro LA, mid-60s to low 70s for the valleys. Ludosi, low to mid-50s for the high desert. Around 70 at the beaches, 60s to around 70 in the IE. Right now, 62 in La Palma and Irvine. We are going to a crash on the 405 in Long Beach.
Essentially, both directions of travel for you are going to be right around Sharia. It looks like it's the couple on the left lane in both directions that is shut down due to this wrecking off the motorcycle that went through the center divider over the center divider. So you're seeing a mess on the southbound side of the 405 from 4710 as you come away from at least Alameda or Santa Fe. Northbound side of 405 can be a mess for you as well. Being in Palo Verde, you should make your way back toward at least Sharia. Actually, looks like those delays do stick around toward about Orange. Got an update on this issue? Anything else on you now? Count 50 on your cell phone. Keyword is KFI traffic. KFI in the sky. Let's get you there faster. I'm in volume key.
Inner peace. For me, it's the aroma of lavender and candle in bath enveloped by rainforest soundscape. Enlightenment. Here I come.
Free one-day delivery on bath bombs and millions of other items. Whatever you're into, it's on Prime.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here. And you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/BMall. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
So, I'm the type of guy who tends to forget things. Not a lot. Keys are always missing. I'm not great with names, and my signature catchphrase is, I know it's around here somewhere. That's why I get my haircut at Great Clips. Their skilled, friendly stylists save my haircut details and clip notes. So, every time I need a cut, I can get the look I want without having to remember a thing. What else was I going to say? Oh yeah, download the app today. Great Clips. It's going to be great.
In this week's Marketers Report, Dana Nussbaum, Executive Vice President, Worldwide Marketing at Warner Brothers Discovery, weighs in on regional audio marketing and the movies.
Everything that we are doing is incredibly data-driven. We are getting signals in every single day about how specific audiences are performing. So although we're marketing at a very broad scale, and that does include specific local markets, that's really the beauty of iHeart's network. You're not serving the same message to a consumer in Nashville necessarily that you may be in New York. You have the ability to be very specific and very personalized, but at a tremendous scale.
As the number one audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to all, from national to local. Every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. Not just a media company, iHeartMedia is your access company. If you're a marketer, go to iHeartResults.com.
Okay, great. So what is this March to make March matter for Children's Hospital Los Angeles? Every time you shop, dine, or attend an event at a participating partner, they will donate funds to support Children's Hospital Los Angeles. For more information, visit makemarchmatter.org.
Homeowners, when was the last time you had a termite inspection? If it's been over 3 years, then you need to call the Bug Man. Your home is your biggest investment and you need to protect it. We all carry home insurance, but termites do more damage than fire, earthquakes, and other natural disasters combined. Right now is swarming season. Most likely, termites are eating your home. Even as I speak, the Bug Man can get rid of all your termites without tending and repair any damage that they have caused. Here is a special offer. The Bug Man is offering free termite inspection. Call today and get a free termite inspection next week. You heard right. Call today before 4 p.m. and the termite inspection is free. On your cell phone, dial pound 250 and say, The Bug Man. On your cell phone, dial pound 250 and say, The Bug Man. If you call right now, you'll also receive a free 1-year maintenance program valued at $325 with a completed inspection and service. For your free termite inspection, dial pound 250 and say, The Bug Man.
Hey listeners, do you want to win a scholarship will help you save lives? Well, now you can. Go to ProjectYellowLight.com a scholarship competition for high school and college students to help with the brakes on distracted driving. Submit your radio ad idea, and your submission could be turned into a national radio ad, just like the one you're listening to now. Make a statement with a scholarship save a life. Go to ProjectYellowLight.com in partnership with Project Yellowlight, INSA, the Ad Council, and iHeartRadio.
No purchase necessary until April 1st, 2024. For details and official rules, visit ProjectYellowlight.com.
Time to level up your kitchen game. Technique of the week on the Fort Report, Saturdays at 2 on KFI.
I've been up for nights at the hotel, under the street lights in the city. Call me what you want, what you want. Things to call me up. 3 nights at the motel, under the street lights in the city. Call me what you want, what you want. Things to call me up. I can't fix each and all your problems. I'm not going next places every month. Feelings involved. Just stop concerning my goals.
Every chance, KFI AM 640. Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
There's a new Mark Wahlberg movie coming out, and it is going to make me cry.
The trailer.
Yeah, it's going to make me cry an uncomfortable amount. It's called Arthur the King. It will hit the theaters this weekend. They say it's expected to fetch between $8 and $10 million in its debut. Haha, fetch. It's about a dog and Mark Wahlberg's relationship is kind of like an Iron Man type of
Looks like an Iron Man adventure race or something.
something of that nature. And the dog that he befriends.
But he's not a dog guy.
Of course not.
Swamp Watch comes along at the top of the hour, and we're going to talk about a couple of things. Number one, Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer today on the floor of the Senate called on Israel to hold new elections. It said that Benjamin Netanyahu, the Prime Minister, has lost his way. He got pushed back. Mitch McConnell took to the podium right after him and was not happy with him. Also, lawyers for Donald Trump have urged a federal judge to dismiss the classified documents case against him down in Florida. We'll explain what's going on with all of that. This is
Hey, Gary and Shannon. Trucker Jesse.
Hey, Jesse.
I appreciate you guys being here 4 years ago. Get your home, work from home. Those truckers are out here. You guys are here for us too, so thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, by the way, everything that is brought up not stopped 8 hours as we wanted back then.
Yeah.
Now we gotta go back to these restricted hours. That's another story. All right, guys. Thanks again.
I realize I need to get a air hornet sounder, so every time a trucker
Oh, that would be great.
Gary, you talk about having to talk to your parents today. It's so funny. We just sat down and went through a ton of photos, saved things, and with the underlying theme of, well, our kids want to see this when we're dead. So we're trying to head that off for them. Good luck.
My mom gets rid of stuff. She has no problem getting rid of stuff. So that's good. Your parents were the complete opposite.
where they had problem with it.
Yeah. Do a lot of stuff.
That's why we set aside many days.
You've got a lot of people. Yeah.
There's a lot of people who are going to be out of it, so that's going to be nice.
Okay, so there is a parasite that's deadly for dogs that has now been confirmed in California. It took years for authorities to discover the one key detail linking this elusive tormentor of animals. Time spent at the Colorado River at or near the California-Arizona border town of Blythe. Is it?
Professor Adler Tillman, chair of UC Riverside's Department of Hematology, they have an entire department of hematology, the study of roundworms, have unmasked this culprit, this parasite.
Go for it.
Heterobilharsia americana, flatworm, referred to as a liver fluke. And just saying it, I can picture what that is. I mean, think of a leech.
Yeah.
We've seen leeches, at least portrayed in Stand By Me, among other things.
Sure.
That kind of organism is what we're talking about.
You're exactly right. I just looked it up.
The parasite normally makes its home in Texas and in the South, and they found it in California, specifically in the Colorado River, the first appearance in this area. So this Professor Dillman was part of a team that made 4 trips to the Colorado River between March and August last year and collected more than 2,000 snails of 2 distinct species that are known to transmit those worms. So the Galba cubensis and the Galba humilis are the snails, and the flatworm they were able to identify as a result of their studies.
The parasite can cause an illness that affects the liver and intestines of dogs. The symptoms include loss of appetite, vomiting, diarrhea, profound weight loss, signs of liver disease, which include the above symptoms, and increased thirst, the need to pee, yellowish eyes, like sepsis almost.
And they're saying, listen, if your dog has these symptoms after having been in the Colorado River or been to Blythe, it's a good precaution to ask your vet. It's a very simple fecal test, they said.
They said the disease in dogs has a very gradual, insidious onset.
They have 11 dogs from 5 different households across 3 counties that have been infected for the last several years. Some of the dogs had shown signs of illness. Others were tested as a precaution after their owners realized they'd also taken their pets to the river. 9 were tested. 9 had the fecal exam. 2 had the liver biopsies. 6 of those dogs that were found to have this parasite were asymptomatic, which is good. But several of the others had the vomiting, the diarrhea, the weight loss, etc. 1 of those 5 dogs died. The other 4 recovered. And they said it's not unusual for them to recover, but they need to know so that the vets can prescribe the antiparasitics. It was discovered the old-fashioned way. They interviewed the families, the owners of these dogs, and just kind of backtracked and tried to figure out, did they eat the same thing? Were they in the same place at the same time? Is there something that they do on a regular basis that the others did? And they all connected to the Colorado River in a visit somewhere near Blythe. So it was then that the professor went and tested the waters there, tested the river for the parasite, specifically those two snails that can transmit it. Good. Glad that they at least know what's going on.
You ever take the wife for a weekend in Blythe?
I've driven through Blythe a couple of times, but no, we don't often stay. It's usually a travel. Our experience in Blythe usually comes at about 70 miles an hour.
All right, coming up next, somebody in Sacramento is busying themselves with reintroducing wolverines to California. This person doesn't think there's enough critters in the mountains and wants to bring in some wolverines. Is this person high?
They're bringing them back. It's not like they're introducing them to them. They're bringing them back. They were here before you.
Yeah, but what makes you sit up in Sacramento as a lawmaker and think, into the wolverines? Let's draw something up to bring the wolverines back.
Everything else is fixed.
Right. That's a good point.
Gary Chin will continue. Deborah Mark live in the KFI News.
There you go.
On social media that caused panic at Taft High School in Woodland Hills. One of the most reported shooting earlier this week. Another showed a gun. The LA School District says the person arrested is not a student. Long Beach has plans to develop 43 acres of land around the Green Ferry into a mixed-use entertainment venue. Plans include demolishing and paving over the so-called English.
We're talking about the largest object ever fucking launched.
Other tourist attractions has been empty and run down. House Speaker Mike Johnson says the House will apply every amount of pressure on the Senate to get a bill passed to ban TikTok. The House approved it yesterday. Southland weather's KFI sunny and windy, highs 60s and 70s. This report brought to you by Audible. From the Southern California Toyota dealers traffic center, let's go places. We're going back to the 210 in Pasadena.
Still dealing with that mess lately. It's really fell in the lanes westbound side of the hill. It has 3 right lanes taken away. You're still seeing North Clifford Drive on the westbound side of the 210. They're trying to get that sliced and diced and off the freeway. But overall, not only because of free out of Jordan, coming away from the Battlefield Vista. As you make your way along the 10 is also in the 210 westbound, still kind of patchy for the drive overall. Then you see Avenue coming out of the Guinness through Baldwin Park beyond the 605 heading toward the 710. And beyond the 512, the 101 into downtown, definitely seeing a bit of a rough go through drive there. Same story for the 60 out of Chino from before the 71 into the Diamond Bar past the 57. Patchy delays sticking around at least into the South Belmont area toward Azusa Avenue. KFI in the sky helps get to there faster. I'm Nick Pauly O'Keefe.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here, and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook. With promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT. Discover one of the CIA's illicit Cold War initiatives on the iHeartRadio original podcast, Operation Midnight Climax. An undercover brothel dosing unwitting Americans with LSD, a mind control experiment gone horribly wrong. Back in the 50s, the government wouldn't let you watch Elvis Presley shake his hips on TV. But the same government was running a brothel in broad daylight. Listen to Operation Midnight Climax on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts. iHeartRadio Did You Know? Presented by iHeartRadio. You know, what you're listening to right now. Did you know that iHeartRadio gets better the more you tell us what you like? Every time you thumb up or thumb down a song, follow a station, podcast, or playlist, we pay attention and change the app just to suit your taste. That's right, no two iHeartRadio apps are exactly the same. And the more you thumb up and down music, the better job we do of helping you discover the next song, playlist, or station you'll fall in love with. Follow those podcasts you listen to the most, we'll notice, and we'll make sure to recommend you binge-worthy podcasts just right for you. iHeartRadio is built to get better and better, the better we get to know you. So make sure you share with us what you like by thumbing and following. And as you listen, we'll make sure there's unlimited great listening moments coming your way. And of course, it's all free. iHeartRadio, #1 for music, radio, and podcasting, all in one app. iHeartRadio. All the good stuff, yeah. Camps keeps you on top of pop culture. It's 5 weeks on the air and 5 straight weeks top the season to date. Nielsen's scripted TV rankings through March 10th for CBS's tracker, averaging just over 10 million viewers an episode. The network again swept the rest of the top 4, with runner-up Young Sheldon averaging 7.3 million, NCIS with 7.2 million, and FBI in fourth with just over 7 million viewers on average, all holding in place from the previous week. NBC, Chicago Fire, and Chicago Med again repeated at numbers 5 and 6, and the rest of the top 10 again belong to CBS in identical spots as the prior week, with the Equalizer hanging on in 7th place, Just Renewed Ghosts repeat haunting at number 8, followed by Blue Bloods and FBI International in 10th place. 60 Minutes, also on CBS, was again the top news-run scripted show with an average of over 7.5 million viewers, once again taking 2nd place overall. And that's what's poppin'. I'm Camps on iHeartRadio. The films, the stars, the milestones, the awards. Here's Big Sue with a week in Hollywood history. March 11th, 1964.
3 years after becoming the first Black Golden Globe Award nominee for The Defiant Ones, Sidney Poitier becomes the first Black winner for his role as Homer Smith in the film Lilies of the Field. He would also win an Oscar for his performance.
March 12th, 1946.
Singer and icon of stage and screen, Liza Minnelli was born in Los Angeles. The oldest child of Judy Garland, she made her on-screen debut before she was 3, releasing over a dozen albums with numerous film, TV, and Broadway roles, and became an EGOT winner in 1990.
March 14th, 1931.
The first theater designed and built for rear-projected movies, today's standard mode of exhibition, opens in New York City.
March 15th, 1964.
Actors Elizabeth Taylor and Richard Burton are married for the first time in Montreal, Canada. They had met on the set of Cleopatra in 1962 and made a total of 11 films together. They divorced in 1974, remarried in 1975, and divorced again for good the following year.
March
March 16th, 1906. Pioneering stand-up comedian and violinist Henny Youngman is born in London, England. Dubbed King of the One-Liners, his career spanned 7 decades, including cameos in History of the World Part 1 and Goodfellas.
And that's the week in Hollywood history on iHeartRadio. Not that Nicole Kidman is unattractive. I've never decided to go to the movies because I needed to get a glimpse of Nicole.
Fancy things to love, to cry.
I paid $18. I'm not coming for love. I'm not coming to cry. No, Kelly. I need you to start the damn movie. That's all I need. Live 7 to 10 p.m. on KFI. And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
Miss Patricia got me some affirmation cards, but they're sweary affirmations, and today's was think positively, F negativity, but it says it right there on the card. I like that. They all swear. It's lovely.
I don't have bad words.
Yeah, I love it.
Do you find it easier to follow one that has?
I do. I feel like it's realistic, speaking directly to me. Yes, more realistic.
There's some controversy around the South by Southwest Festival, which around here we call South by.
We do know
100 acts, the majority of them European, have dropped out of South by Southwest because of the U.S. Army's and defense contractor sponsorship of the music and cultural event there in Austin. 5 music labels and 105 bands and individual musicians have chosen to forego the festival in protest of the Pentagon's support for Israel's war with Gaza.
Wolverines were hunted, poisoned, and trapped into oblivion more than 100 years ago in the mountainous regions of California. They are exceedingly rare in the lower 48. They have received federal protection under the Endangered Species Act. And there is an effort in Sacramento to reintroduce the wolverines into the mountainous areas.
Red Dawn, were they called the Wolverines? The group, the young groups that fought the... Yes.
All I'm familiar with is the Michigan Wolverines.
I was just reliving my childhood there. I saw that movie until I was 15 years old. We took it to the Russians, just so you know. American teenagers bought off a Russian invasion.
That's back when teenagers...
at the time, Soviet.
Red Dawn, 1984.
They remade it. It wasn't as good.
Patrick Swayze, C. Thomas Howell, Leah Thompson. If that is not 1984, I don't know what is.
Harry Dean Stanton, Powers 8th. Yeah.
Let's see. Assembly member Laura Friedman out of Glendale is her name. She introduced the legislation. She says the bill is an important first step to making the future a reality when it comes to wolverines. She says while wolverines are solitary and live at higher elevations, California is part of their natural home territory, and seeing them here shouldn't be that rare and won't be in the future if we manage reintroduction carefully. Apparently there were several sightings of an elusive wolverine in May in the High Sierra, and people got very excited. It was reportedly the second wolverine spotted in the Golden State in a century. I had a raccoon in my backyard yesterday. It's the size of a wolverine. The raccoons, what are those things eating? They've gotten big over the years.
Probably a lot of berries. They like their raspberries warm and their blueberries cold.
I get it.
Opponents in no one has tried to bring a wolverine back to an area from which it vanished, but there are a couple of states, less than 3 weeks after California's bill was introduced. Colorado lawmakers have proposed legislation to try to reintroduce wolverines. They said there's plenty of habitat to accommodate the animals. They naturally live in low density, in very snowy, high elevation areas. Some researchers would prefer to see these species propagate naturally
saying that wolverines could potentially die during the reintroduction process. There's no guarantee of success.
How does it work? You go to another state, you steal their wolverine, and you bring it to California, and you expect it to just know the lay of the land?
That's part of why reintroduction of animals to an area where they weren't able to live before doesn't necessarily mean that you can't just put them back. There's some reason why they weren't able to survive there in the first place.
It's like the whales.
Yes.
The whales that left, that have reappeared in the Atlantic Ocean.
Yeah.
Further down, further south.
Yeah, their terrain is going to move. And in this case, what's weird is this discussion of how many wolverines there are actually in California. Males can occupy a territory of up to 500 square miles. They move all the time. So if they're in a high elevation, snowy area, and they can occupy this territory can be 500 square miles, how are you ever going to have an idea of how many there actually are? You're not going to be tracking each of these individual wolverines. In fact, the Wolverine Foundation is pretty critical of these efforts. They said when animals are moved, some inevitably die, punches holes in the population from which they're taken.
Right.
Because they're going to go kidnap them from they're going to go Wolverine map them from Colorado.
Or they know where their food sources are, where water is, you put them in an area that they don't know.
Friends, family, neighbors.
Weather, all of that. Friends and family and neighbors too.
The altitude itself isn't really going to change.
What if the wolverine in Colorado has just a love connection with another wolverine, and you go and you take him away, and then they both die of broken hearts? And then what if the wolverine doesn't find anyone to have another relationship with?
That's a good point.
Because they're so few. And then he's lonely.
Doesn't know what to do with himself.
Gary, Shannon, so true. You still always say you barely even work, but you do so much for us out here. Trevor, Hector here, regional. Arizona, Oklahoma, back to, yeah, you bring a sense of normality to us each and every day. Well, during the week, of course. So keep up the good work as usual, and be there for the apocalypse.
There it is. All right, thank you for the
I love it. That's so good. Hector and Jesse, strong with the truckers.
Strong with the truckers. In our blood, somehow. When we come back, Swamp Watch, we got Tech Talk with Mark Saltzman. We have Small Business Shout.
Wait, the Soviets literally parachute into the high school's playground in Red Dawn?
Yeah.
And then they blow up a school bus with a missile.
Yeah. This was 80s blockbusters.
You're talking guys in the back of the Chevy pickup truck ready to take on the Soviets.
Man, I tell you,
What a dark time.
Feel-good movie.
Why did they target the high school?
Remember. Other than that, they just wanted to make an impact.
That truck is badass. I love that truck.
You have not seen that movie?
No.
You've got to see the original. See the 19.
Yeah, I know. I was watching the trailer. But
Gary and Shannon will continue right after this.
Phone, car radio, smart toaster, we don't care how you listen, just that you do. KOST HD2.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Israel's Prime Minister under fire on the Mark live from KFI 24-hour newsroom.
Israel must make some significant course corrections.
Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer has called for new elections in Israel to replace Prime Minister Netanyahu. Schumer says Netanyahu has lost his way by putting political survival ahead of Israel's interests.
After 5 months of suffering on both sides of this conflict, our thinking must turn urgently to how we can achieve lasting peace and ensure prosperity and security for both the Jewish people and the Palestinian people in the Middle East.
Minority Leader Mitch McConnell accused Democrats of overstepping their boundaries.
We should not treat fellow democracies this way at all.
McConnell says either we respect Israel's decisions or we disrespect their democracy. A 16-year-old at Calabasas High School claims a former friend manipulated photos to show her in nude, compromising, and pornographic positions, then shared them. The teen says she was embarrassed and humiliated when she found out the mom tells
hurt in an explosion at an FBI facility in Irvine.
13 of those members were taken to local hospitals because of dizziness and ringing in their ears. OC Sheriff Sergeant Frank Gonzalez says members were wearing their usual protective gear when a device exploded indoors.
This incident is going to be investigated by our department in coordination with the FBI.
Gonzalez says one person needed surgery on his leg after the explosion yesterday, but the man's injury wasn't life-threatening. The remaining deputies with minor injuries have been released from hospitals. In Orange County, Chris Adler, KFI News.
An American Airlines Boeing 777 has made an emergency landing in LAX. The pilot had reported a possible mechanical issue last night. Early reports were that the plane had a blown tire. The flight from Dallas Fort Worth International Airport landed just before 9 last night. Just a few days ago, a Boeing 777 that took off from San Francisco International Airport had to make an emergency landing in LAX because it lost the tire. On Friday, another flight from San Francisco made an emergency landing in LAX because of problems with the plane's hydraulic system. An LA City Councilman running for re-election has seen his primary election lead vanish.
Incumbent Kevin De Leon has dropped to second place in the 14th district primary. Updated vote totals released Wednesday. Attorney and political newcomer Isabel Dorado is now in the top spot. She's also well ahead of State Assembly members Miguel Santiago and Wendy Carrillo, who are in third and fourth place. The top two will face off in November's general election. Meanwhile, incumbent council member Nithya Raman now has 50.64% of the vote, meaning she could avoid a runoff in a very costly and contentious primary against Deputy City Attorney Ethan Weaver, who's got 38% of the vote. Michael Monks, KFI News.
A judge in Georgia is expected to decide this week whether to kick Polk County DA Fonnie Willis off former President Trump's election interference case. Judge McAfee has to decide if Willis's romantic relationship with a special prosecutor Willis appointed for the case creates a conflict of interest.
Judge McAfee disqualifies Fonnie Willis. There will have to be another prosecutor appointed from outside her office that would delay the trial in this case for months until the whole case in the chaos.
ABC's Terry Moran says the stakes are high. The judge threw out several of the charges against Trump and his co-defendants yesterday. And Keurig says it is testing K-Rounds, the discs of pressed coffee wrapped in a plastic-free, plant-based coating will only work in a new coffee maker called the Keurig Alta.
It will initially make both the new rounds and the cups, and then over time, they'll let consumers decide which brewing formats they prefer.
ABC's Rhiannon Hurley says the company will then adjust its business plan to consumer choices. Testing for the new K-Rounds is set to start this fall. The KFI Financial Update is sponsored by Revive Real Estate. The Dow is down 128, S&P 500 down 13, NASDAQ down 13.
Revive Real Estate will buy your home, then renovate it, then sell it, and pay you again for the additional profit from the renovation. Go to KFIRevive.com to see if your home qualifies.
Southland weather for KFI, sunny and very windy, highs low to mid-70s for Metro LA, mid-60s to low 70s in the valleys and Inland OC, low to mid-50s for the high desert, around 70 at the beaches, 60s to around 70 in the IE. Right now, 65 in Seal Beach, 64 in Glen Park, 60 at Mora Hills, and 61 in Sherman Oaks. We're off to a crash on the 405 in Long Beach.
Southern 405 southbound right at Cherry Avenue was blocking 3 lanes. They just got over the right shoulder, but still pretty slow from the 710 and also the 710 north to the 405 connector. You've got a lot of slowing there. It was closed earlier. They opened it, but it's still going to be a slow ride. Also, it looks like we've got trouble as well heading into Parson 405 northbound at Avalon Boulevard. A huge tumbleweeds in the second lane from your left. In Lincoln Heights on the 5 south, right at Main Street. Got a report of a crash trying to make its way out of Senator Minor over to the shoulder. Also, East LA, 10 eastbound at Soho Street. Some debris is on fire over on the shoulder. In Pasadena, 210 westbound at Hill Avenue. Still got the 3 right lanes closed due to that fallen tree. And in Anaheim, 57 southbound approaching Ball Road. Injury accident is clearing to the shoulder. You'll see some slowing from York Boulevard. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Jenny Harmon.
Every March, Jersey Mike's turns money from subs into charitable donations.
And March 27th is Jersey Mike's annual day of giving, where 100% of sales of every sub are given back to the community.
And to kick off all that giving, Peter gave me an apron. I'm honored.
Looking good, Danny. You've got subs to make though.
Yeah, now I know why you gave me the apron. Join us Wednesday, March 27th for Jersey Mike's Day of Giving. Be a sub above.
unstoppable with all new Lego sets. Whether your kids are artists, animal lovers, gamers, or anything in between, there are endless stories to bring to life with Lego bricks. Grow their imaginations through Lego Creator Sets, or build spellbinding magical creatures with Lego Harry Potter sets. To learn more and discover endless worlds to create, visit Amazon.com/Lego.
You'll never know until you experience it here yourself. It's that feeling when you're at Disneyland Resort, and there's no better time than now. Hey, LA Dodger fans, step up to the plate for the Spectrum Season Ticket Sweepstakes. Visit a participating Spectrum store and enter for a chance to win our grand prize, a pair of Los Angeles Dodgers season tickets. Plus, hundreds of bonus winners can win a 50-inch smart TV. Hustle, sweepstakes ends March 17th. For more information and official rules, go to spectrum.com/2024sweepsLA. No purchase necessary. Open to U.S. residents 18+ in California. Odds of winning vary by location.
Some people just know bundling with Allstate means big savings. Just like they know the rain ingredient means big flavor. They know honey on pizza is where it's at. And olive oil on ice cream is really cherry on top. And they know when you bundle home and auto with Allstate, you can save up to 25%. Bundle savings vary by state and are not available in every state. Saving up to 25% is the countrywide average of the maximum available savings on the whole policy. Allstate vehicle and property insurance company and affiliates from but not available.
There's a sick trend we'll talk about coming up later this hour of monsters who are forcing kids to harm themselves on camera on some social media apps. We'll talk about what's going on. I got a live report from our friend Mike, who works on the tarmac at Burbank Airport. We had seen some mentions on Twitter or X about flights not coming or getting diverted to LAX. Mike says we are more or less in a holding pattern. We've got nothing coming in until at least 11:30. Of course, this is all because of the winds. He said once we got our originating flights out in the wind, all the arrivals so far have either been diverted to other airports, canceled, or haven't even taken off yet to come to Burbank. They say that he says the wind even moved our planes. And he sent me a picture of a Southwest flight. And you know how the wheels are always, they straddle that yellow line under the plane? That's how you know where to park the plane. The tires were pointed straight ahead, but the wind moved them. The tires on the airplane, it moved them to about a 45-degree angle.
The Hollywood Burbank Airport Twitter account says extreme wind conditions currently affecting arrivals and departures, resulting in possible delays and diversions. Check your respective airline for updated schedule information. There was one flight that was able to take off a short time ago instead of to Vegas. The thing is, the winds are so crazy right now that it took off and has to make a hard right turn to get up over the mountains and then make its way to Vegas. So I think that one is on time, but the others are not necessarily. So again, if you're coming in, expecting somebody to come in, or you're leaving from Hollywood Burbank Airport, quick check, make sure that your flight is going to be on time.
We got a text from our friend Brian who says they didn't target the high school. They needed landing zones for the airborne guys, just like Bridge Too Far. Burn your bro card right now.
I didn't know I had a bro card. I think it'd be important.
Oh. Well, then that was for you.
It was such a kick-ass movie. And feeling motivated. That's what I mean.
Yeah, that trailer was great.
And my buddies and I would be like, so what do you think would happen if it happened here?
Right. Like, what tree would we hide in with our weapons?
Whose house would we go to first? It's time for Swamp Watch.
Swamp is horrible.
So government doesn't work.
Man, I think it's like a reality TV show. It's always like anywhere from Washington, D.C.
Hey, Joe.
A town that was reportedly built on a swamp. In so many ways, still a swamp.
What you malarkey? It's a big swamp. It's so
choosing a new government. This speech is the latest in a series of high-level warnings, I guess, and moves from the White House aimed at pressuring Israel and Netanyahu's government to permit more humanitarian aid into Gaza to try to rethink its war plans for Hamas. This was Chuck Schumer on the floor of the Senate.
Israelis need to take stock of the situation and ask, must we change course? At this critical juncture, I believe a new election is the only way to allow for a healthy and open decision-making process about the future of Israel. At a time when so many Israelis have lost their confidence in the vision and direction of their government. I also believe the majority of the Israeli public will recognize the need for change, and I believe that holding a new election, once the war starts to wind down, will give Israelis an opportunity to express their vision for the post-war future.
He also blasted Prime Minister Netanyahu as not being able to lead his country into a post-war future. He said nobody expects Netanyahu to do the things that must be done to break the cycle of violence, preserve Israel's credibility on the world stage, and work towards a two-state solution. Called for negotiations on a demilitarized Palestinian state living side by side with Israel. Now, imagine, not everybody's happy with that, including Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell.
This is unprecedented. You should not call your officers this way at all. Things that upset equity activists are not the Prime Minister's policies. There is Israel's policy. Make no mistake, the Democratic Party doesn't have an anti-Bibi problem. It has an anti-Israel problem.
Anti-Bibi Netanyahu.
Former President Trump is struggling or attempting to clean up his comments with regard to Social Security. He did an interview with CNBC last week, was pressed on his position when it comes to Social Security entitlements. He said at the time, so first of all, there's a lot you can do in terms of entitlements, in terms of cutting, in terms of also the theft and the bad management of entitlements. Biden campaign jumped on that right away as proof that Trump had opened the door to cutting Social Security. President criticizing Trump at an event hours after that interview. He's expected to do the same today in Michigan. So Trump came out today and said, I will never do anything that will jeopardize or hurt Social Security or Medicare. We'll have to do it elsewhere. We're not going to do anything to hurt them. Obviously recognizing a huge tripwire politically when you start talking about slashing Social Security. And it's kind of indicative of Trump recently. He's been very careful. He's been kind of tamped down when it comes to the bombastic comments that we're knowing him for usually. He's been kind of conservative. People that have watched his speeches say that he's been sticking to the teleprompter, not going off on the tangents about stolen elections the way that he had spent years doing.
I wonder if it's because there's an acknowledgement. If he's going to win, there has to be some shift in general middle-of-the-road people who will overlook his personality flaws, they'll overlook his lack of humility, and vote for him because they don't want Joe Biden.
He knows he's going to get his base. He knows the meat to throw to his base in terms of if you like Nikki Haley, then never come over here. But we don't want you. And then moving to all right, you guys can come over.
Right.
He knows he's got his diehards, and now he's got to woo the people, like you said, who are in the middle and will probably be more attracted to a measured approach.
Well, when we come back, we'll talk about this survey. The number one feeling that people have about a Biden-Trump rematch, or maybe one thing he can do about that, but we'll talk about that.
Gary and Shannon will continue. Deborah Marks in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
An outage has knocked down power to more than 1,000 Imperial Irrigation District customers in the Desert Hot Springs area. That outage was reported this morning. It's all due to the wind, but around 9:45, nearly all the power was restored. LA City Councilman Kevin De Leon has lost his lead in the primary election. Tenant rights attorney Isabel Jurado leads De Leon by 385 votes. Former Dodgers player Steve Garvey has moved ahead of Democratic Congressman Adam Schiff. California's U.S. Senate primary race as of yesterday, Garvey was it's going to be stop and go from Myrtle Avenue. In downtown LA, the 10 West at Caesar Chocolate's got a brand new crash block in the left lane. West LA, 405 north at Wilshire, got debris in the second lane from your left. In Hawthorne on the 105 westbound of Hawthorne Boulevard, got a crash clearing to the shoulder B, where the delays from the 110. And heading into Meek Valley on the southbound 215 from Remote Expressway to Placentia Avenue, 2 lanes closed for emergency road work. It is going to be stacked up coming away from Cactus Avenue. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Jay Harmon.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here, and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
No matter what the day brings, count on Juicy Juice for the good stuff. Get piece of each piece of real 100% fruit juice to help them conquer the day. Juicy Juice is only sweetened by the fruit, with no sugar added, no high fructose corn syrup, and no artificial sweeteners. Available in family-sized bottles and juice boxes. Find Juicy Juice at your favorite local grocery retailer. Info at juicyjuice.com.
This is a radio ad for Pixant. Dupilumab, a prescription medicine for up to 6 months in life with moderate to severe eczema that is not well controlled with topical prescription therapies. But since this is radio, you can't see the effects of Pixant. You can't see how it helps you stay ahead of your eczema, or how it helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that could be causing eczema. You can't see how it helps heal your skin from within, but you can see how Dupixent can help you have clearer skin and less itch. Individual results may vary. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Get help right away if you have wheezing, trouble breathing, or swelling of your face, lips, mouth, tongue, or throat. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems such as eye pain, vision changes, or blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. See for yourself. Ask your eczema specialist about Dupixent. Visit Dupixent.com or call 1-844-DUPIXENT.
Get year-round comfort home your home is backed by industry-leading Lennox Limited expert technicians at Great Lakes Heating and Air Conditioning. Special savings opportunities and federal tax credits are available. So call 504-287-5046 or visit us online at greatlatesheating-ac.com/people to learn more.
There's something about a fresh haircut from the friendly, skilled stylists at Great Clips that just makes life, well, greater. The sun shines brighter, your step feels springier, even your jokes are funnier. And the best part, when you use Great Clips online check-in, you can get in for a haircut without having to rearrange your day or your budget. Download the app today and start feeling that much greater in just a few taps. Great Clips. It's gonna be great.
All the good stuff, yeah. Camps keeps you on top of pop culture.
They did it with Michael Jackson, Whitney Houston, Roy Orbison, Tupac, and even ABBA, but now it looks like Freddie Mercury may be next. Reports say that Mercury Songs Limited, which owns the Queen frontman solo works, is looking to trademark immersive 3D, virtual, augmented, and mixed reality experiences for virtual environments relating to Freddie Mercury, which would clear the way for a Freddie Mercury hologram show. No word whether any hologram experience would be with or without his bandmates, but Brian May had said in the past that they had attempted to include a virtual Freddie as part of their performances, and now that idea may become a reality.
All right, and that's what's popping on Camps on iHeartRadio. If you're going to vote stupidly, don't vote at all. All right? Only if you're going to vote intelligently. You should not be allowed to vote any more than a drunken toddler should be allowed to drive a car. John Welch, you're irresponsible. You vote in terrible people that have made life worse and dangerous for the rest of us farmers.
Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI.
And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
Last night, good time, leaned up on my soul.
is now closed today due to the sustained high winds forecast throughout the day. So if you're planning on going to the zoo to go see Reggie the alligator, make new plans.
What is the zoo? What's the concern?
Well, the zoo is filled with trees, and if those fall on people, then that's a lawsuit.
I was saying if it was an aviary or something like that, you're saying you don't want those birds out there. Birds?
You want those birds out there?
Even them birds know not to fly in this stuff.
Oh, my birds were loud this morning outside.
Have you set this up yet? Have you set up your bird camera yet? Your bird camera?
Not yet. I'm glad I didn't. It would have blown away today. But it's in the line of things that my husband needs to do, because it seems like man's work.
Because it's a Wi-Fi signal, and anything that's wrong with the Wi-Fi is his fault.
Or outside. Anything outside is his territory, his jurisdiction.
My wife has been so eager to get hummingbirds back.
Yeah.
We have a hummingbird. We have a feeder that's outside, so you can see it sliding glass door.
Where did they go?
They go into a torpor. They go into I don't know, summer
hibernation.
And we have all those trees all in that backyard, so there's a lot of nests in there, so you can hear them. Like, you hear them there, but they're not coming to the feeder like they used to. So,
well, they'll come back in the spring.
We got some new hooch in that thing. Some new sugar watery stuff. But we just make our own. We don't got the red stuff. Wouldn't that be nice if we did?
Yeah.
We could just walk outside and be drunk hummingbirds on the sidewalk.
Hey, Gary, Shannon, this is Bill Bengonzo here. Hey, just wanted to thank you guys for keeping us wheelchairs entertained throughout the pandemic. We're one of the few businesses that just kept on chugging along like normal. So, thanks again, you guys.
Thank you, Gonzo.
You deserve a truck for him.
What a great name. Are you so jealous of him? Because your name
got Gonzo, I didn't get one.
You got Gary.
A new YouGov Yahoo News poll said that the top feeling voters have about the expected rematch this fall between Joe Biden and Donald Trump is dread.
Most voters chose the most negative emotion when they were asked about their feelings for the rematch.
And it doesn't get a whole lot better because that's 40% picked dread, 29% chose exhaustion, 21% chose depression.
The emotion delight earned 8%. I agree with the dread and the exhaustion and depression.
What are we gonna do about it?
There's nothing we can do about it. We've been yelling about this for a couple of years now. It's a failure of both parties. I mean, the Donald Trump machine, you're not going to stop. You're not going to stop that train. He has cultivated and grown and fed a base of ride or dies. But the Democrats could have done something. This old way of doing things, of just letting the incumbent go on and on, has got to be thrown out.
This is the weird, these last two elections and what appears to be this next one coming up. We're in this weird position where there's no one who could have beaten Hillary Clinton other than Donald Trump. There's no one who could have beaten Donald Trump than Joe Biden. And now we're looking at this weird dichotomy where you can match up half a dozen Republicans against Joe Biden and potentially do better. I mean, Nikki Haley was the one who was performing the best in those nationwide polls where she had a double-digit lead against Joe Biden. And then you've got other Democrats. If you were to put, for example, I don't know if I have seen an updated version of this, but if you were to put, say, Gavin Newsom up against Donald Trump, how would he perform? We're in this position where Donald Trump's the only one who could lose potentially to Joe Biden, and Joe Biden's the only one who could lose potentially to Donald Trump. It's an odd place to be.
Let's see here. I've got a poll from February. President Biden performs best among several high-profile Democrats in hypotheticals against Trump. This was Emerson College. And they found Biden trailing Trump 45 to 44%.
So within a margin of error.
In a hypothetical matchup, Trump leads Harris, Vice President Harris, 46% to 43%. He leads Gavin Newsom 46% to 36%. He also leads Governor Gretchen Whitmer out of Washington 45% to 33%. Is it just Joe Biden has name recognition for being around for 50 years and nobody is paying attention enough to see the cognitive decline?
Well, Gretchen Whitmer, Wisconsin, by the way. Gretchen Whitmer, I think, is the kind of wild card in that race. I wonder if that's a Midwest, that's a regional thing. Gretchen Whitmer's name did rise to prominence when there were guys that said they wanted to kidnap her and set by the FBI and all that. But I wonder if, because the Gavin Newsom thing we've talked about before, I don't think people outside of California love him. No. They view him negatively. In California, he may win re-election, but he's not loved in other parts.
He's not going to play in Ohio. I mean, remember when Eric Garcetti went to Ohio? That's the kind of, or Iowa.
The USSR.
Iowa or Ohio. Right. Those guys are not going to play well there. They're too pretty. Their pants are too slim. Their socks are too no-show.
Dread, exhaustion, and depression. That's what we need to maybe call the segment Dread, Exhaustion, and Depression.
No, that's too negative.
Instead of swamp.
I'm positive people are filled with dread.
Now, if only we could get RFK to not choose Aaron Rodgers, maybe he starts pulling in a few more percentages.
Steve Mnuchin wants to save TikTok. He's putting together a group of investors to buy this thing. Not dumb. Not surprised we're hearing about this. We'll do our Tech Talk segment with Mark Salzman when we come back.
Deborah Mark is live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
The Luna Valley Hospital is preparing for an annual spike in drunk driving deaths during St. Patrick's Day weekend.
It goes up 30 to 33% during St. Patrick's Day.
The Luna Valley Hospital Trauma Medical Director Dr. Michael Jimenez says from lost limbs to paralysis caused by drunk drivers.
You see a lot of deaths, pedestrians struck, motorcycles that got hit because someone was swerving.
He says the absolute worst part of the job,
having to speak to families, mothers, daughters, loved ones, and let them know that their loved one has died is the saddest thing.
Jimenez says then you have the drunk driver who sometimes wakes up days later to handcuffs and the news that they're drinking and driving killed someone. In Pomona, Ruben Carson, KFI News.
The news is brought to you by SedXL. The San Bernardino County Sheriff says a teenager fatally shot by deputies should have had better mental health treatment. Sheriff Shannon Dykes' deputies and responders took the 15-year-old boy to a mental health facility 5 times since January.
There is no reason that law enforcement should be the ones that end up having to get involved in these crises, specifically when we've off-ramped these individuals to social services.
Deputy shot the boy at a home in Apple Valley on Saturday. Body camera footage shows what appears to be the boy chasing the deputy with a 5-foot garden tool before he was shot. A man in San Bernardino County has been found guilty of trying to murder 2 people by setting them on fire. The sheriff's department says a jury convicted Joshua Kaiser yesterday. A woman and man were taken to the hospital last summer for burn injuries. The woman then told deputies the guy had lit them on fire. Investigators found evidence at the scene of the fire and identified Kaiser as the attacker. He was arrested nearly a month later. The Senate Health, Education, Labor, and Pensions Committee is holding a hearing to discuss the potential of a 32-hour work week with no loss of pay. Committee Chair Bernie Sanders introduced the bill that would lower the threshold required for overtime pay from 40 hours yesterday.
Despite these long hours, the average workday in America makes almost $50 a week less than he or she did 50 years ago after adjusting for inflation.
He says the sad reality is Americans work more hours now than the people of any other wealthy nation. The EPA is announcing a new rule that will eliminate a source of dangerous emissions in many communities.
Ethylene oxide, or ETO, is a gas that's used to sterilize things like medical equipment and spices. Long-term exposure, especially to those who work in commercial sterilizing facilities or live near them, has been linked to a number of types of cancer.
ABC's Taria Albinger says environmental groups claim nearly 14 million Americans live within 5 miles of one. The new rule would require facilities to install pollution control technology. Albinger says it could reduce ETO exposure by 90%. Southland weather from KFI, sunny and windy. Highs low to mid-70s for metro LA, mid-60s to low 70s in the valleys, and inland OC low to mid-50s for the high desert, around 70 at the beaches, 60s to around 70 for the IE. Right now it's 65 in Cypress and 64 in Correa. We're going to a crash on the 10 in Mid-City.
10 westbound, right at Western Avenue. That accident is blocking the 2 left lanes. It's a slow ride from Vermont Avenue.
Pasadena, 210 West Hill Avenue, got that fallen tree. The 3 right lanes are still blocked because of it. In Sun Valley, on 5 southbound after Hollywood Way, got a new accident in the middle lanes. Monrovia, 210 West Huntington Drive, got a crash blocking the left lane there. And if you're in Riverside on the 215 northbound, it is a crawl from Cactus Avenue up to Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard. Once you're past that, it's not a bad ride. And southbound side, heading into Mead Valley is slow because 215 southbound Ramona Expressway to Placentia Avenue, they're doing some emergency road work and 2 lanes are blocked. KFI in the sky, upstate New there, faster. I'm Jane Harmon.
I'm decorating. It's a great thing. I'm going for mid-century with twisted sheet with a table-cut gallery wall and password dwell. Looking nice. Free one-day delivery on home decor. Millions of other items.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here, and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook. With promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Bonus bets expire 116 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Visit sportsbook.com/meanwhile.
iHeartMedia gives you access to all, every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. iHeartMedia is your access company. Go to iHeartResults.com for more.
At My Great Clip Salon, I get to use my skills as a stylist to make customers look and feel great. When you sit down in my chair, it's important to me to listen to what you want. And when your haircut's done, I'll save your details in clip notes so you can get the look you love at any Great Clip Salon, anywhere you are. Seeing customers light up at the end of their cut. That's what I love about my job. I'm Katie, and I'm a Great Clip Salon stylist.
Join the salon team. Visit jobs.greatclips.com.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of hundreds of thousands of titles. Here's iHeartRadio Podcast Preview.
In 2014, I went down to Houston to write a story about the worst Major League Baseball team in 50 years.
It was hard to be a member of that club, if you will, and just not be kind of disappointed or heartbroken. It's like there was just no good news.
The Astros were terrible, but what I saw was an organization with a plan to get better, led by a visionary general manager who sought out every last competitive edge he could find. Have you ever been around anybody like him in baseball? Never. So I made a bold prediction on the cover of Sports Illustrated that the Astros were about to turn it around, and they were going to win the World Series exactly 3 years later in 2017. And right on schedule, they actually did. Some people started calling me Astrodominus, and I published a book called Astrobelly, The New Way to Win It All. But then, late last year, a bomb dropped on baseball, and on me. It turned out the new way to win might have involved the oldest way, cheating.
Every time I would throw a changeup, I would come set, and I would hear bang.
As the scandal grew, it seemed like the Astros' pursuit of an edge had pushed them over. How did I miss this? What did it say about the Astros, about baseball, about what happens when we're driven to win at all costs? I'm Ben Ryder, and this is The Edge, a new podcast from Cadence 13, the co-creators of Fiasco and Slogan. I'm going back to the story I thought I understood, and I'm digging deeper. And they went too far, and now they gotta live with this the rest of their lives. The Edge.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one app.
KFI is the new year. On your screen. Follow us now at KFI AM 640.
I'm a sucker for
Gary and Shannon. KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. They say Denver could see over a month's worth of snow with this system.
We had a caller earlier who suggested that when we get the Santa Ana wind events in March, that at the other end of it, there's usually a blizzard in Colorado, and that's what's going on.
We were talking about flights being diverted or delayed out of Burbank Airport because of the wind. At Denver International, they've had more than 40% of flights canceled today.
Lawyers for Donald Trump have urged a federal judge to dismiss the classified documents case against him, saying the statute that underpins the bulk of the charges is unconstitutionally vague. Trump was there. A lot of people were outside the courthouse too, waving Trump flags, etc., to hear arguments about whether the case should proceed or whether it's thrown out. Throwing it out, if the judge decides to do so, would be a rare action for the judge to take. Judge Eileen Cannon asked some questions at both sides, but did not immediately rule on Trump's motion to dismiss the case. More arguments are expected later today as well.
We've been talking all day about the plan Steve Mnuchin has put in motion, assembling a team of investors to make a bid to buy TikTok. That's where we kick off Tech Talk.
This is Tech Talk, brought to you by Skynet.
Mark, we as Shannon said, we've been talking about this and following this story. We've had a lot of people who have called in. We talked to a TikTok business owner, I guess you could say, yesterday. Uses TikTok pretty regularly to promote her business. This is going to be a sticky move, regardless of what happens. If the Senate does pass this bill and require ByteDance to divest, does TikTok survive in a way that would be recognizable to people who use it today?
Yeah, great question. First of all, if it gets passed, yeah, Biden said he'd vote on that. And even if it does get passed, it's going to be appealed, it's going to go back and forth, they're going to kick it around like a football. Even if it's definitive, it's going to be another 5 months before it does that. It's like, I mean, look, this isn't likely to happen or anytime soon. If it does happen, with an app that about 170 billion Americans use, you bet this is going to be a big deal. I don't know what it would look like because I don't think ByteDance, the company behind TikTok, is going to make any concessions in how it collects data. They don't have a choice of the CCP. If the Chinese government asks for the data, that is, then the government has their hands in any Chinese company. So look, this is really anybody's guess. But yeah, putting a painful into this already kind of really bizarre and potentially very impactful news this week is that the former Treasury Secretary wants to put together a team to buy it. It's not going to happen. There's no way ByteDance is going to sell it. If they even did, which I highly doubt, it would be a company that already has a relationship and partnership with TikTok, like a Microsoft or somebody, but not a group of American investors. The Chinese would never allow that. So good luck to you.
Is this issue being taken up by Canada's Parliament as well?
Yeah, we've talked about it up in the Great White North, apparently, on our equivalent of Capitol Hill, House of Commons and all that up in Ottawa. Nothing's definitive. In some instances, Canada follows what our friends to the south do. In other instances, we take the lead, like with Facebook and our privacy commissioner many years ago. I think her name's Janet Goddard at the time, was that actually set the precedent for Facebook to adopt a lot of its privacy policies going forward. We're almost like, in some cases, we're pretty strict. We're like the Europe for North America, because the EU is really strict about this kind of stuff. But there's reason to be concerned. TikTok collects a lot of your data, a lot, right? Like not just the videos you watch. You're granting them access to your private messages with other TikTok users when you DM them. You're giving them access to what phone you use, what browser you use, where you went before and after the app, unless you're on the iPhone version and you said do not track. They know where you are. There's geolocation data on your phone that you're granting them access to. You're letting them know your browsing and search history. There's a lot that we're giving up here, and so understandably there's concern. Is it also political? Yeah. It's kind of like what happened with Huawei a few years ago, where, it became very political and it became, like former President Trump's sort of goal to get rid of them, and I think there was a lot of politics there. But yeah, TikTok is an even bigger story than Huawei. Let's face facts here. So we'll see what happens.
Mark, I play Wordle every day. Wordle and Connections and Squirtle and Waffle. I have a problem. But
what's that other bee one that my wife Kelly plays that bee game on New York Times as well?
Was it the spelling bee?
Yeah.
Yeah, I play that one too. Okay. I thought there was one I didn't know about, and I got pretty excited.
I just look over at her like it's like a bee.
Yeah, exactly. But it's my involvement with Wordle has expanded. I mean, I used to kind of remember to play. Now I play every day religiously. I send my results to friends and family, and they send it back, and it's kind of like feeling connected. And
the little green and yellow squares.
No, it doesn't take that much of my day, thankfully. But it's going to be the 1,000th Wordle tomorrow, and the New York Times is celebrating.
Yeah, so it is the 1,000th game tomorrow, March 15th, and to celebrate, New York Times, which is of course the owner of Wordle now, they are giving away. They partner with a lot of New York-based companies, because it is the Times, and so you can expect if you do play Wordle, which goes live wherever your time zone is at midnight your time, if you are one of the first to correctly solve tomorrow's Wordle, then you are eligible for things like donuts, pastries, bagels, of course, it's New York, pizza, free drinks at a bunch of locations. So there's like a list of everything you can get. Discounts, this one I like. You get a discount on New York Times bestseller books.
Oh, that is cool.
Yeah, I think that's really great. Where is it here? I think it's like 30 to 50% off, depending on the book. That's significant.
That's substantial. Is that online as well?
So you have to first be one of the first to win, right? And then we get, I think, a code that you can redeem. So 50% off.
I have a question.
Yeah.
So each day is a new Wordle. What time does the Wordle drop? It does drop at midnight at 12:09. And if I'm on if I'm over here on this coast, is it at 9 p.m. my time, or is it midnight?
Midnight your time.
So the people in New York get a leg up. They get 3 hours of lead time before I get to play.
Yeah, but you're still eligible for other things. And so I don't know if free bagel is going to be worth it for someone in LA.
Right.
But
I was more interested in the book discount.
Well, you can get add 1,000 points to your Uber code for up to 15% off.
That's cool.
Trip. Yeah, there's Duolingo discounts if you're looking to brush up a second language. Headspace is giving they're extending their trial from 30 to 60 days. Even if you don't win, you get a code. Headspace is kind of like Calm.com, where it's like mindfulness meditation exercises. There's pickleball discounts, other pizza at Wilson for a discount on tennis rackets and stuff. So so just don't worry about the other time zones. How competitive you are.
I am very competitive.
It's 3 hours on me.
Well, I mean, it's not football season, and all I have is Wordle. Okay.
I hear you. You gotta do something to stay inside for all the wins. So just Google Wordle 1,000. Boy, that's really hard to say.
I know, right?
Thousands. I thought TikTok was hard. Just Google that, and you'll find all the discounts, regardless of where you're tuning in, because people tune into Gary and Shannon on our radio, so they can be anywhere.
That's right.
Excellent. It's not just KFI, as much as I love KFI, so not just KFI.
Well, Mark, thank you for making it happen.
Yeah, a little plug there. Of course.
All right, we'll check in next week. Mark Saltzman,
Thank you. I'll take you.
Very late tonight, early tomorrow morning. Follow Mark on X, actually, at Mark with a C _Saltzman. You can find all the school transcripts of every day. He posts fun stuff.
Gary and Shannon will continue. Deborah Marks in the K5 24-hour newsroom.
LA Zoo is closed today because of the wind. Applications remain open for funding available to assist residents who live near the Chiquita Canyon landfill with temporary relocation costs and other measures to combat persistent odors of the facility. LA City Controller Kenneth Mejia says LA has paid out nearly $472 million in the last 3 years for liability claims, with the most money being used to cover the police, sanitation, and street service departments. We're going to go to the 5 next. You know all about Bill and Kathleen by now. They had a terrible experience putting new windows into their homes, so they decided to form their own company. They called it American Vision Windows and haven't looked back since. This is a company that actually treats people right. It is the people with the company that make all the difference. American Vision Windows is built around a team of home improvement experts. They're also money-saving experts. They can tell you which windows will save you the most energy in your home. They stand by their technicians, won't let a technician go into your home that they wouldn't allow in theirs first. If you've got those old windows like I did, the old aluminum ones or the ones I had, maybe yours are wood or vinyl ones, check out the dual-pane energy-efficient windows. They're going to save you a ton of cash every winter when they keep the heat in, and every summer when they keep the heat out. All American Vision windows are custom-made to fit your needs and the style of your home. Right now, American Vision windows will pay your tax, or you get free expert installation. For all offers, call or see the website for details. Unapproved credit offer expires 3/31/24. CSLB number 778326. Southland weather's KFI sunny and windy, high 60s and 70s. This report brought to you by Audible. From the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center, let's go places. We're going to crash on the 5 sundown. Some 5 southbound right after Hollywood Way. That accident has an overturned car. It's blocking the 2 middle lanes. It's going to be stopped from Southland Boulevard. Still slow to Pasadena, 210 westbound of Hill Avenue. 3 right lanes are still blocked as they try to clear a fallen tree hanging over those lanes. Mid-City on the 10 westbound Western Avenue. Got an exit blocking the 2 left lanes there. Heading into Riverside, 91 eastbound before it's Van Buren Boulevard. Got stalled. Integrated the second lane from your left. And in Riverside, 215 northbound University. Got a crash involving a big rig over on the right shoulder. Your northbound side is really heavy from Cactus. Southbound side is going to be slow from Cactus down to Ramona Expressway. Your best way to get around that best alternate, take Cactus Avenue, go east, and then take Harris Boulevard south. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Jenny Harmon.
This week's Marketers Report, we hear about the importance of local radio. Allison Griffin, head of marketing at State Farm.
iHeart has such a broad broadcast reach that is local, and for us to be able to touch customers with a local feel but at a national scale is so efficient and important for us.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to the audiences of trusted influencers and data you need to grow. If you're a marketer, go to iHeartResults.com.
All the good stuff, yeah. Camps keeps you on top of pop culture.
Billy Joel is on the road for his 2024 tour and recently added a handful of new dates. In addition to what was previously on the calendar, Piano Man will play solo dates on May 24th in Seattle and July 12th in Denver, perform with Stevie Nicks June 21st in Chicago, and with Sting on September 27th in St. Louis. Stevie and Sting will also appear at a handful of other stops as well. In July 25th marks the last date of Joel's record-breaking Madison Square Garden residency. A full list of dates and ticket info is available at BillyJoel.com.
Alright, and that's what's poppin'.
I'm Camps on iHeartRadio.
The CDC has made changes to its measles vaccination guidance for travelers. The agency says any American with plans to travel abroad should speak with their doctor at least 6 weeks before their trip if they aren't sure whether they're up to date on their vaccines. The CDC previously advised people to make a doctor's appointment at least a month before their trip. A San Diego law firm is filing a federal lawsuit against Big Tobacco, but this time it's not for cigarettes or for vaping.
The suit is against Philip Morris for the product Zyn. It's a popular nicotine product that comes in a flavored pouch. The class action lawsuit claims the product is marketed toward young people. Martin Schmidt is the managing attorney at the Schmidt National Law Group. He tells NBC7 the product is a threat to her health.
Nicotine is one of the most addictive substances there is.
College student Mia Spencer says Zyns are very popular.
It's like, oh, you want a Zyn? Oh, do you have a Zyn?
I'm John Frank.
Health Update, Sarah Lee Kessler, NBC News Radio.
I believe that every human behavior is designed to attract a mate, keep a mate, expel a mate, or hedge your reproductive odds. That's why I talk about the science of love, sex, parenting, family, workplace relationships. It's what I think and breathe all day long. How about Dr. Wendy After Dark?
Dr. Wendy Walsh, Sunday night at 7 on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
Gary and Shannon, KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Former President Trump at a federal courthouse in Florida today for a hearing over his handling of classified documents. His attorneys are arguing the case should be thrown out. He's also preparing for the March 25th start of his New York criminal trial involving those hush money payments to Stormy Daniels.
More people moved to a citrus-rich county in Florida than any other county in the United States last year. Census Bureau came out with some numbers and said more than 29,300 people moved last year to the county between Tampa and Orlando, a couple of metro areas where housing has been increasingly pricey. And almost all of the growth in Polk County, Florida, 88% of it, consisted of people moving from another part of the United States rather than coming in from abroad.
Would you like your Jeopardy question?
Oh, today?
Yeah, today. The category is, what's going on with your computer over there? Oh, boy. I don't need to know everything. A word in Espanol for $400. How apropos. This fish in the tuna family is also a masculine adjective for pretty in Spanish.
In the tuna family?
Yes. Well, how do you say pretty in Espanol? Like mujer bonita? What would be the masculine version?
Oh, what is yellowfin?
Bonito.
Oh.
Such a gringo.
This is the worst article I've ever read. It's so depressing.
I know.
I mean, there's two here to choose from.
I know, they're both really depressing.
For The Atlantic, Jonathan Heath put together an article, headlines, and the phone-based childhood now. This is just an absolute condemnation of us, and I mean us, anybody over the age of probably 35 who has provided smartphones and tablets to kids. And it is gut-wrenching to think of the differences between kids before 2010 or 2012 and after that time. Because rates of depression and anxiety have gone up, rose by more than 50% in studies from 2010 to 2019. Suicide rate rose 48% for adolescents aged 10 to 19. For girls 10 to 14, it rose 131%.
The takeaway is we need a dramatic cultural correction, and we need it yesterday. They talk about the decline of play and independence, that human brains are extraordinarily largely compared with those of other primates. Human childhoods are extraordinarily long, too, to give those large brains time to wire up with a particular culture.
It's weird. He writes that I think the answer could be stated simply, although the underlying psychology is complex. Those were the years when adolescents in rich countries traded in their flip phones for smartphones and moved a lot of their social lives online. For example, he said, quote, once young people began carrying the entire internet in their pockets, available to them day and night, it altered their daily experiences and developmental pathways across the board. Friendship, dating, sexuality, exercise, sleep, academics, politics, family dynamics, identity, all of them were affected.
Change the brain chemistry. Talking about playing, right, as a child and things. And we talked about this before, that one crucial aspect of play is physical risk-taking. And if you don't take those risks, you don't know. We saw it from insurance companies saying that they're noticing that people don't understand, people have not been raised to understand what kind of risk that their physical actions are taking. You know, if you don't have the monkey bars and you're not out there and you're on your screens, you don't realize how far you can go or your limitations or some sort of risk that children and adolescents must take risks that we feel often. And environments where the failure is not very costly. This is how they extend their abilities, overcome their fears, learn to estimate risk. I'd sign up for that, and twice on Sunday.
And simply more independence, free play, giving them responsibilities in the real world that it requires.
And part of it, and I know I'm not a parent, but part of it is, it certainly looks easier to parent, at least from the outside looking in.
When you're not actually parenting. Yeah, when you're like
a screen for them.
All right, trending stories when we come back to Gary and Jim.
Critical favorites. KOST HD2.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Speaking out about a shooting of Deputy Ryan, 24-hour news story. This is according to a
Body cam footage shows what appears to be Gator chasing a deputy with a 5-foot garden tool before he was shot. Blake Trolley, KFI News.
A proposed 200-foot-long wall to protect a rail line in San Clemente is estimated to cost about $200 billion. Dr. Susie Whitelaw with Save Our Beaches San Clemente says the coastline is already too narrow for a wall. She says replenishing the sand would solve the problem.
All you need to do is put sand back and widen those beaches. Once you have a 200-foot beach in front of those tracks again, you don't have this problem with the landslides and the erosion.
The OCTA says the wall will help protect the tracks long term, but there are several areas that are vulnerable and in need of emergency repairs. It's unclear what the height and design of the proposed half-mile wall would look like. A $250,000 billboard campaign is warning crooks that crime doesn't pay in Orange County. DA Todd Spitzer says the money for the billboards was taken from criminals, not the taxpayers.
Not only is it the billboards, it's bumper stickers that we're giving out, text messages to individuals when they cross the border into Orange County from other places.
He says the warning is also on buses throughout LA County, where most of the smash and grab robbers are from. He says a new heist unit prosecuted 141 burglars and robbers in its first 9 months, and only one person was from Orange County. It didn't take long for a tagger in LA County to deface one of the billboards. They changed the message to say crime does pay. A parasite that can be fatal to dogs has been found in a river that runs through Southern California. Scientists at UC Riverside say the flatworm, also known as liver flu, was found in the Colorado River in Blythe. The National Library of Medicine says the parasite can cause gastrointestinal disease in dogs. It's transmitted by certain types of snails. A professor says if you're swimming in the river with the parasite, your pets are in peril. The man considered to be the first person in LA County to get COVID-19 has had a chance to visit the doctors who saved his life.
Greg Garfield says he remains eternally grateful for the staff at Providence St. Joe's in Burbank. In February of 2020, Garfield went to the ER with breathing problems, but was soon diagnosed with what was then called novel coronavirus. Soon after, his organs shut down and Garfield went into a coma for 31 days. He was in the hospital until age 64.
Paraphrase Oppenheimer, the COVID pandemic changed the world.
Garfield told ABC 7 he got the virus while on a ski trip in Europe. This week marks the 4-year anniversary of the official start of the pandemic. Steve Gregory, KFI News.
Russia's President Putin is urging people to do their patriotic duty and vote for him in the country's national election.
It's the first time that polls there will be open for 3 days instead of 1. So said the first time online voting will be allowed.
ABC's John Rivers says the election tomorrow is expected to cement Putin's grip on power until at least 2030 opposition figures who could have challenged him are either in prison, exile, or dead. It's gonna be me.
Okay, bitch.
And NSYNC has reunited at Justin Timberlake's concert in LA. Fans were able to hear hits like My Girlfriend and It's Gonna Be Me live from Filter last night. The members reunited in studio last year to record Better Place for the movie's Trolls. The Trolls band together. It was their first song together in 20 years. Timberlake has hosted 3 shows since January to promote his upcoming album, Everything I Thought I Was. Timberlake says NSYNC would reunite again for a song on the new project called Paradise. The KFI Financial Update is sponsored by Revive Real Estate. The Dow is down 213, S&P 500 down 25, NASDAQ down 68.
Revive Real Estate will buy your home, then renovate it, then sell it, and pay you again for the additional profit from the renovation. Go to KFIRevive.com to see if your home qualifies.
Sunline weather from KFI, sunny and windy, highs loaded in 70s for Metro LA, mid 60s to low 70s in the valleys and inland OC, loaded in 50s in the high desert, around 70 at the beaches, 60s to around 70 in the IE. Right now, 64 in Tustin, 63 in Laguna Beach, 56 in Fontana, and 63 in Van Nuys. We have a crash on the 5 in Lincoln Heights.
To the 5 northbound to the 10 west connector, that rapid involvement of semi partially blocking that transition. Then past that, Pasadena Avenue there. Trying to clear a stall from the lanes, and it's going to stay slow because after that, you've got a lane closed for road work from Glendale Boulevard up to Los Feliz Boulevard. Universal City 101 northbound before Lankershim. Possible brush fire is starting up over on the shoulder. In Key Rivera, 605 south of Beverly Boulevard. Heads up some large potholes are in the 2 middle lanes. It's already a slow ride coming away from the 10. Mid-City on the 10 westbound at Western Avenue. Trying to clear that exit from the 2 left lanes. And in Pasadena, 210 westbound at Holland Avenue. Those 3 right lanes are still blocked. Probably going to be that way until 1 o'clock. They're trying to get rid of a fallen tree that was hanging over those lights. KFI in the Sky helps get you there faster. I'm Jay Harden.
Hey, LA Dodgers fans, step up to the plate for the Spectrum Season Ticket Sweepstakes. Visit a participating Spectrum store and enter for a chance to win our grand prize, a pair of Los Angeles Dodgers season tickets. Plus, hundreds of bonus winners can win a 50-inch smart TV. Hustle, sweepstakes ends March 17th. For more information and official rules, go to spectrum.com/2024sweepsLA. No purchase necessary. Open to U.S. residents 18 plus in California. Props and winning vary by location. Every March, Jersey Mike's turns money from subs into charitable donations.
And March 27th is Jersey Mike's annual day of giving, where 100% of sales from every sub are given back to the community.
And it came off all that giving. Peter gave me an apron. I'm honored.
Looking good, Daddy. Got subs to make, though.
Yeah, now I know why you gave me the apron. Join us Wednesday, March 27th for Jersey Mike's Day of Giving. Be a sub above. You'll never know until you experience it here yourself. It's that feeling when you're at Disneyland Resort, and there's no better time than now. College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here, and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook. With promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
I see your Dodgers news, and I raise you Dodgers celebrity scandal salacious news. Remember when Shohei Ohtani came out and said, I'm married?
He's married.
And it's just a regular Japanese woman?
Regular old gal.
I know who it is.
Who is it?
Mamiko Tanaka. She's a basketball player.
Really?
That's not a normal Japanese woman. She's a basketball player.
Does she play here or does she play in Japan?
She plays in Japan.
Okay. Like that.
She is 27. She played for Waseda University and the Women's Japan Basketball League's Fujitsu Red Wave. She's 5'11". She's a forward center, averaged 7.8 points and 6 rebounds per game. They've known each other for 3 to 4 years. Their wedding date is unknown. But that is not a normal Japanese woman. That is an athlete.
Somebody just off the streets.
It is not
It's
somebody off the
5'11".
streets. Right. She can shoot the 3.
Yes, she can. What else?
Time for What's Happening.
The winds are the big story here in Southern California. Santa Ana winds blowing through today, prompting warnings and hazardous driving conditions. We saw trees drag down power lines into cars in the Lake Balboa area. In Fontana, a semi-truck flipped over on the 210 freeway because of these winds. And we saw departures and arrivals being affected at Hollywood Burbank Airport. They're trying to get things back to normal, but the winds have been just whipping through Southern California.
Robo-taxis began cruising the streets of LA today. Waymo has offered free rides to some of the roughly 50,000 people who've signed up for the driverless ride-hailing service. Expanding into Los Angeles, the second largest USC, 7 months after they okayed the situation in San Francisco. Terrifying. Waymo's free rides in LA will cover a 63 square mile area from Santa Monica to downtown.
You gonna jump into one of those?
No.
2 students ate psychedelic mushrooms at a middle school in the Inland Empire, Cope Middle School in Redlands. They had a chocolate bar that supposedly contained the mushrooms, resulting in what they referred to as an adverse reaction. And that's the point of taking the mushrooms. I mean, I don't know if they knew that they were in there or not. The school administration urged families to be mindful of the snacks that are brought onto campus.
Hulu, Disney Plus are cracking down on password sharing starting today. Subscribers may feel the effects. They will not allow subscribers to share their subscriptions outside their households.
I've always wondered how they assume they just do IP address.
Yeah, they must, yeah. Pie Day.
Somebody brought Frankenpie. There's like a pie box up there that's got 8 individual slices of different kinds of pie. And Mondo wanted to know today if cheesecake is officially considered a form of pie or cake.
It's cake. I guess it depends on on how it's presented and how it's made, what kind of crust we're talking about.
What crust would you put on a cheesecake?
Well, you could make a cheesecake in a pie crust, and there would be cheesecake pie.
That's like a key lime pie.
Sure.
Is it like a cheesecakey kind of texture to it? Hey, KFI wants to send you to the Disneyland Resort from the Save the Day Happy at Avengers Campus to a perfectly playful day happy at Mickey's Toontown. You can discover a new kind of happy, the happiest place on earth. So keep listening to KFI for your chance to win a 4-pack of one-day, one-park tickets to the Disneyland Resort.
Coming up next, small business shout out. And don't forget, it is Thursday, which means strange science. We've got all sorts of strange science to talk about, including ram semen from Kyrgyzstan. If you woke up this morning and you said to yourself,
nobody says,
what's going on with ram semen from Kyrgyzstan? You've come to the right place.
Great, Shannon. We'll continue. Deborah Mark is live at the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
Waymo One is trying out its driverless ride-hailing services in a 63 square mile area from Santa Monica and Venice, downtown LA. A man who spent about 18 years in prison for the shooting death of a 16-year-old in South LA has been declared factually innocent and ordered released from custody. The LA County DA's office and the Innocence Center petitioned for Stephen Patterson's release, and more than 30 museums in Southern California are participating in an annual free-for-all. The Academy of Museum of Motion Picture
Kinetics now. QC Kinetics is the nation's leader in regenerative medicine. We're talking lasting joint pain relief. No surgery, no drugs, no downtime.
QC Kinetics has advanced treatments. They will harness your own body's ability to restore and repair damaged joint tissue. In fact, pro athletes have been doing this for decades, but now this life-changing treatment is available for you.
So you can walk and run and climb stairs, play golf, move again, pain-free. No pain pills, no risky surgery. This is an all-natural solution.
QC Kinetics already has tens of thousands of satisfied patients. They've reclaimed their mobility. So take action now and live your best life this spring and summer.
It's great use of your tax-free fund check, by the way. Call QC Kinetics for a free consultation. They're in Glendale, Orange, Mission Viejo, and Costa Mesa. 213-997-PAIN.
What she said, 213-997-PAIN. That's QC Kinetics, 213-997-PAIN.
Going back to the 210 in Pasadena. 210 westbound Reading Hill Avenue, the 3 lanes are still shut down as they try to remove a fallen tree, and it's probably going to be that way for another 45 minutes. It is stop and go from Baldwin Avenue. Sun Valley, 5 southbound after Hollywood Way. Then earlier regular lanes is cleared over the right shoulder, but I still do see some slowing from Penrose Street. Mid-City on the 10, westbound of Western Avenue. Try to clear that wreck from the 2 left lanes. Also on the 110 north, right at 3rd Street. Some debris in the lanes there, huge palm fronds. And Alvarado Street all around to the 101 north. Got some on fire over on the right shoulder. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Jenny Harmon.
Entregas gratis en un día de bombas de baño y millones de productos más. Lo que te gusta está en Nike.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here, and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Hey, it's Joey. Today, Black folks in our community are still disproportionately affected by HIV. But there is something we can do about it. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetectable, which means the amount of virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
In this week's Marketers Report, we learn about the value of local influencers in uncertain times. From Allison Griffin, Head of Marketing at State Farm.
The economy is tough for everyone, and taking a step back and understanding the pain that your customers are currently going through because of a tough environment is really important. We have 19,000 agents across the country, and they understand what's going on in those very unique communities. iHeart has such a broad broadcast reach that is local, connected, and for us to be able to touch customers with a local feel at a national scale is so efficient and important for us.
As the number one audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to all, from national to local. Every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. Not just a media company, iHeartMedia is your access company. If you're a marketer, go to iHeartResults.com. No sport do you play professional.
Okay, all right. It's all about passion.
But it's not all about passion. You have to have some physical skills, and a man of 50 as you are may just not still have that.
Well,
The Tim Connolly Jr. Show.
and then when I'm playing on the Dodgers, you're not getting a ticket.
Live 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
pictures from the Burbank Airport of the landing gear being moved off the parking mark at some of the gates to our buddies over at Thorson GMC and Buick. They had like part of their roof, outdoor roof collapse. There's big tree limbs blowing across the 210 this morning.
You got a lot of big trees around your house, too.
I know.
Worried at all about that?
It's pretty solid.
That's true. I suppose it's not a big.
It's probably as solid as
like dumb pine tree or anything.
Right.
Those things are fall over. Donald Trump listened in as court as his lawyers were urging a federal judge to dismiss the criminal case accusing the former president of illegally retaining classified documents. The judge in that case, Aileen Cannon, heard arguments today over whether a law that underpins the bulk of the charges is too vaguely worded to be enforced against a former president. So more arguments are expected through the day today.
I love a good coffee shop. I have a hard time with the coffee shops that take themselves too seriously. I was in Phoenix last weekend. Went into one of these coffee shops where I ordered a cappuccino, and they look at you if you put anything with your coffee like you're slapping their baby. Like, how dare you? So a friendly coffee shop, always a welcome, always makes the heart warm. And Cafe Nina joins us now from Boyle Heights, and Janet runs Cafe Nina. And thank you for coming in.
Hi, thank you for having me.
So how did you get started?
Well, I've always had a dream of starting a coffee shop. Brings back memories to when I was younger. I used to be with my grandma. Early in the morning, she used to wake us up with the smell of coffee. And that always brought my warmth to my heart. And as I got older, I was like, you know what? One day I'm going to open a coffee shop to bring people together.
It's funny that I'm reading this article from LA Taco, the whole setup on you, Janet. It talks about your earliest memories of coffee, not just the aroma, but drinking coffee. How old were you when you were drinking coffee?
Actually, I was like a kid there. You know how I remember is because my grandpa used to take me to school.
And you were jacked up on caffeine by the time you went to kindergarten.
Yeah, absolutely. My grandma used to give me like a tiny sip. So she said, "Oh, something little to eat."
There you go. That's a good idea to get the kids out the door and to school and be excited about it. There you go. The name pays tribute to your grandma. Your grandma's name is Dolores.
Yes, correct. Yes, it does pay tribute. We had her last couple of years. She had Alzheimer's, so she became like our little girl. So Nina means little girl.
That's sweet.
Yeah.
And now her nickname was Lolita?
Yes, correct. As Dolores, Lolita.
Okay, gotcha.
So you're doing this over there in Boyle Heights, basically from the front yard,
yes,
right?
Correct.
But it's got a pretty good following. You get some regular customers through there.
Oh yeah, my customers have really been great. They became my friends. I love my Boyle Heights community, and I feel like that helps. It helped a lot to get everybody together.
So what's your favorite? What are your favorite blends that you make?
My favorite blend is the Lolita that has Mexican Maria's cookie frothed with the milk and a little bit of cinnamon sugar. Yes.
Do we have one of those here?
Yes. Love to see which one it is.
You have to guess.
Oh my gosh, that's really good. I'm not sure.
If you taste a little bit of cinnamon on there, that's the Lolita.
Oh yes, that's the.
Oh, that's definitely that one.
Oh yeah. And then my second would be the Mazapán.
That's the one I'm instantly addicted to.
Yes. That one is in the morning.
Seriously.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's one of my top sellers, and it's really good.
Where do you source the beans from? Where do you get the beans from?
I get them from the roastery here in California. Golden State Roasters.
I can see as a kid that you'd be into this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did Grandma do this kind of stuff for you? Would she sweeten it up for you when you?
Oh yeah, she would front the milk, and then I'd already get up instant coffee.
I'm gonna drink more.
Yeah. Go ahead. And then the Lolita, the reason I named it after her because she would use the Maria cookies to dip her coffee in.
Yeah. And then condensed milk sweets up.
Oh yes.
Was she around to see your business become a reality?
No, unfortunately she passed a couple years
probably still talk to her.
Oh, of course, every day.
Listen, I know that there's not a storefront. I mean, you're not running a brick and mortar building somewhere where you got to go and unlock the door every day. But there's still infrastructure. How do you maintain this business? How do you keep it going?
Well, I mean, try to be consistent, always try to be on time and have everything prepared for the next day.
And you're a mom yourself?
Oh, yes. Single mom of 2.
Are the kids involved?
There is kids to work. Not yet, but yes.
Tell me about your mascot.
Well, my mascot, I bring her all the way from Mexico. We're from a state in Mexico called Guanajuato and San Luis Potosí.
There's some beautiful, beautiful dogs.
Yes.
And then what's the future? I mean, you're okay working out in your front yard, or do you want to get that brick and mortar? You want to do something?
I mean, I love my front yard. I feel like it makes people feel more warm coming in and more loved. But I could hopefully one day expand like a drugstore. So, yeah, that would be awesome.
Get the city to allow you to pave part of the front yard with cars through there. Janet, Sarah, again, Cafe Nina over there in Boyle Heights on East 4th Street, close to the bridge, right?
Yes, right next to it.
Follow Janet and Cafe Nina on Facebook and Cafe Nina on Instagram, also at Just Cafe Nina, and you can find all, including the menu, all the stuff that's on there. You want to go check it out.
That's
driving through the
a nice stop if you're going to work downtown.
Yeah. Good location. Location.
Janet, nice to meet you. Thanks for coming in.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Coming up next, we'll get into strange science. Deborah Mark is live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
SpaceX's Starship has been lost as it descended back to Earth during its hour-long test flight. The company says it lost contact with Starship as it got close to landing in the Indian Ocean. SpaceX says there was no splashdown today, but it's incredible to see how much further it got this time. 2 test flights last year both ended in explosions minutes after liftoff. The rocket today survived close to 50 minutes. The estranged wife of a suspected serial killer in New York is now standing by him, sort of. ABC's Lima Boye says Rex Heuermann is accused of killing 4 women whose remains were found near Gilgo Beach on Long Island in 2010.
His wife, Lisa Elrod, is now questioning whether he could have committed the murders.
Wife's lawyer says she has visited her husband several times since the last indictment and does not believe he is capable of the crimes. The wife says in a statement she will listen to all of the evidence and full judgment until the end of trial. Israel says it expects the aid ship sailing toward Gaza to arrive early tomorrow. The ship is carrying 200 tons of food for Palestinians on the brink of starvation.
The vessel set to dock at a temporary jetty off Gaza's northern coast. The World Central Kitchen leading the aid project. It says it will offload the flour, rice, and canned meat onto trucks.
ABC's Jordana Miller says the food will then be distributed to 300,000 Palestinians fed off from help in the north. She says it's a major test to see if the Israeli army and non-profit groups can safely move maritime aid to those who need it. American author Mitch Albom, who runs an orphanage outside Port-au-Prince, Haiti, has been airlifted out of the city that has seen massive gang violence.
Took all of maybe 60 seconds from the time the helicopter came down and everybody ran in, jumped inside, and took up, and flew us out of the country. We were able to get home and bring all those volunteers home safely.
He says there were prison breaks, police station burnings, and the airport was closed down by gangs. Albom and his wife said Tuesday they had 8 others volunteering for Have Faith Haiti, sheltering in place before Florida Congressman Corey Mills planned the rescue mission with Michigan Congresswoman Lisa McClain. And free cone pays back at Ben & Jerry's. The Creamery is celebrating on April 16th in shops around the world. The founders say their goal is to give out 1 million free scoops in a single day. Last year, Ben & Jerry's gave out more than 970,000 scoops. Free Cone Day started in 1979 as a way for Ben Cohen and Jerry Greenfield to
right shoulder blocking the right lane of that transition, causing a backup on that 60 eastbound. You'll see some slowing from at least Vineyard Avenue. In Riverside, it is a crawl on the 215 northbound. You're going to see delays from Alessandro Boulevard to just past, looks like Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard. And if you're on the southbound side, heading into Meade Valley, 215 southbound, you've got some road work, emergency road work going on, and it's going to be closed from the one lane closed from Ramona to Placentia. This is causing a backup all the way from Cactus. K5 The Sky helps get you there faster. I'm Jay Harmon.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here, and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook. With promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
At My Great Clip Salon, I get to use my skills as a stylist to make customers look and feel great. When you sit down in my chair, it's important to me to listen to what you want. And when your haircut's done, I'll save your details in clip notes so you can get the look you love at any Great Clip Salon, anywhere you are. Seeing customers light up at the end of their cut, that's what I love about my job. I'm Katie, and I'm a Great Clip Salon stylist.
Join the salon team. Visit jobs.greatclips.com.
As the audio company, iHeartMedia gives you access to all, every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. iHeartMedia is your access company. Go to iHeartResults.com for more. It's time for iHeart TV Tip-Off.
Monday night 18. Look inside the art and industry, commercial picture taking, and the lives of those doing it in the docu-series Photographer at 8/7 Central on National Geographic Channel. Wednesday the 20th, 20 untold stories behind your favorite films and TV shows in this season 6 premiere of the docu-series Icons of at 8 Central on Vice Channel. Wednesday the 20th, Top Chef returns for its 21st cycle of culinary competition at 9/8 Central on Food Network. On Friday the 22nd, the compilation series The Unexplained Special Presentation updates the most popular mysteries from the show The Unexplained, picking up at 9/8 Central on History Channel. Sunday night the 24th, the 2024 National Women's Hall of Fame induction ceremony honors 11 more trailblazing women, starting at 8/7 Central on OWN. I'm Lex Hohen, and that's your TV tip-off on iHeartRadio.
Find your iHeartRadio everywhere. There are hundreds of ways to experience iHeartRadio at home and on the go, beyond the iPhone and Android app, and at iHeartRadio.com. Here's another way to connect to iHeartRadio. On the road again? Can't drive 55? Trying to catch me riding dirty? No car ride is complete without the perfect soundtrack. That's why iHeartRadio wants to complete your commuting and road tripping experience by integrating with the world's largest navigation app, Waze. Now, while you navigate turn by turn in Waze, you can also stay connected to your favorite stations, playlists, and podcasts from iHeartRadio. Just tap on the music icon from the Waze navigation screen and select iHeartRadio to listen to all your favorite content. iHeartRadio, everywhere you want to listen, including in the car through Waze on iPhone and Android. Check it out for free now. iHeartRadio, anywhere you want to listen. iHeartRadio is there.
The Daily Calendar for today, March 14th. It's not just Makeup Pie Day, it's Makeup Pie and Solidarity Day, whatever that means. So make a pie or go to a bakery and celebrate Scientists Day and Populars Day and Potato Chip Day. Happy birthday, NBA star Steph Curry, Albert Einstein, gymnast Simone Biles, music producer Quincy Jones, Bookie Crystal, and the Dark Knight's butler, actor Mikey Gay. And that's your Daily Calendar from KFI AM 640.
stories that we're following. Former Treasury Secretary Steve Mnuchin building an investor group, he says, that wants to acquire TikTok from ByteDance. House of Representatives, of course, this week passed a bipartisan bill that, if signed into law, would force ByteDance to either divest its global app or face an effective ban on TikTok within the United States. Mnuchin heads up Liberty Strategic Capital, told CNBC, he says, I think the legislation should pass. I think it should be sold. It's a great business, and I'm putting together a group to buy TikTok. Elon Musk's Starship from SpaceX launched today, successfully performed several historic objectives during its orbital flight test. Although it didn't actually end up in one piece, they said they did a lot of things they wanted to do. Lifted off from Boca Chica, Texas this morning. The feed cut out for the booster, called Booster 10, could make its planned splashdown into the Gulf of Mexico, so that's not going to be able to be reused. And the other thing is the Starship, Ship 28, did not make a safe splashdown into the Indian Ocean where it was supposed to, although it did complete its orbital flight path. So, in general, they called the whole thing a success.
12:30 on Thursday, and we dive into strange science.
It's like weird science, but strange.
Allergic to oat milk?
Am I? Is that a thing?
No.
You're giving me some severe anxiety.
Let's talk space.
Let's do it.
First, shall we?
Yeah, and then we'll get to the random even.
You have to. Groundbreaking announcement of the 55th Interplanetary Science Conference that was held in the Woodlands, Texas. Why were they not invited? I do not know. Scientists revealed the discovery of what they say is a giant volcano and possibly a sheet of buried glacier ice in the eastern part of Mars' Tharsis Volcanic Province, right near the planet's equator. The province is there. Images repeatedly, I should say, by orbiting spacecraft around Mars since Mariner 9 in 1971. This giant volcano, they said, had been kind of hiding in plain sight. This boundary between the fractured maze-like labyrinth of the night and the monumental canyons of the valleys of Mariner. They said that this Noctis volcano, until they get an official name for it.
Valleys of Mariner, that would work for Space Force.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
And it's literally on Mars.
Right.
Maybe there is some crossover between reality and Space Force.
Right, and also the labyrinth of the night, the Noctis labyrinthus.
I think that should be like you have to, it's like a rite of passage. You have to
It's like a movie.
It's fine.
Like you gotta jump over it. And here's the thing, it's an impossible jump. Here's the thing, it's an impossible jump, but if you believe, you make it.
Like a leap of faith.
Right.
Through the labyrinth of night. They said finding a giant volcano and a possible glacier.
Are we sure there wasn't alcohol in that coffee?
Yes.
Okay.
Is significant. It points to a location to study Mars' geologic evolution through time, maybe search for life, explore with robots, and maybe even humans.
This all sounds very Space Force-esque.
Just because it's in space doesn't mean it's Space Force-esque. Story about Mars.
Yeah, it says that the Mars is influencing our deep oceans by helping drive giant whirlpools. Scientists analyzed sediments drilled from hundreds of deep-sea sites over the past half-century to look back tens of millions of years into Earth's past for us to better understand the strength of deep ocean currents.
They said that they are linked to the cycles and the interactions of Mars and Earth orbiting the suns for study to make these connections. The two planets can affect each other through a phenomenon called resonance, where when two orbiting bodies apply a gravitational push and pull on each other, sometimes described as a harmonization between these distant planets. The interaction can change the shape of their orbits, affecting how close to circular they are, their distance from the sun, for example. And they said for the Earth, this interaction with the planet Mars translates to periods of increased solar energy or climate. So maybe Mars is responsible for climate change. These warmer cycles correlate with more vigorous ocean currents. The 2.4 million year cycle does affect warming and ocean currents, and their natural climate cycles. They're not linked to rapid repeating.
I have a question about God.
Okay.
So, God created everything, right? The whole solar system, the whole bit.
The whole universe.
The whole universe. Why did he wait so long to put Adam and Eve, to create Adam and Eve?
Well, it depends. Are you a 7-day, true 7-day person, or are you 7-day, like 7 epochs of time person?
Well, am I supposed to take it literally? I thought I was supposed to take it literally. That'd be 7 days, but obviously Mars and the planets existed far much longer before.
How do you know?
Well, because they've been there for millions of years.
How do you know?
Because it says in the science. Look back tens of millions of years into Earth's past.
Okay.
So,
when did Adam and Eve? Do you have a date for that?
Is it in the book?
There's no date.
There's no date. So you think that Adam and Eve existed tens of millions of years into the Earth's past?
I don't know.
The whole Cain and Abel situation? Because it looks like they were pretty uninhabitable. And when did the dinosaurs come in? Are they in the book?
There's some people who say there are references to dinosaurs in the Bible, yes.
Okay.
I don't know.
I'm just asking. I'm not trying to be cute. I'm curious.
Well, you're also saying that God created the universe like this, just created it, right? Everything. All the planets, all the stars, everything. Which seems like it's a pretty monumental task, right?
Yeah.
Outside of the realm of our understanding.
Sure, but that's...
But then you're ascribing art, then you're ascribing like calendars and time to it. Because that's what we humans think of. We think of time, we think of the physical things that we've seen and can do. But it's this otherworldly something where we can't wrap our heads around.
Okay.
If something is capable of creating the universe, why are we trying to ascribe human things to like timelines and stuff like that? It's a blow your mind. There may have been some ayahuasca in that the drink that you had.
There's something in that. That was like magic coffee. I don't know what's going on over here. All right. We talked about the Franken sheep and the whale menopause. That sounds like a good time.
Time coming around the corner. KFI wants to send you to the Disneyland Resort just from the Save the Day Happy Adventures campus to a perfectly playful day happy at Mickey's Toontown. Discover a new kind of happy at the happiest place on earth. Keep listening to us. Listen to KFI for your chance to win a 4-pack of one-day, one-park tickets to the Disneyland Resort coming up. Deborah Mark is live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
An arrest has been made in connection with a threat on social media that caused a panic earlier this week at Taft High School in Woodland Hills. One of the posts reported a shooting, another showed a gun. The LA School District says the person arrested is not a student. Long Beach has plans to develop 43 acres of land around the Queen Mary into a mixed-use entertainment venue. House Speaker Mike Johnson says the House will apply every amount of pressure on the Senate to get a bill passed to ban TikTok. The House approved it yesterday. Southland weather from KFI, sunny and windy, highs in the 60s. This report brought to you by your Amazon Fresh grocery store. From the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center, let's go places. We are going to stall on the 5, Santa Ana.
To the 5 north on right at 17th Street, it is blocked in the left lane. It's already slow from 55. Then on the 5 in Anaheim, 5 southbound right in the harbor. Keep your eyes peeled, some metal debris in the 2 right lanes. And on the 22 west to the 5 north transition, got a brand new wreck blocking that transition. Also in near along 60 eastbound connector to the northbound 15. That transition road is shut down with a big rig on its side. In Echo Park on the 101 northbound before you get to the 2, got a new accident blocking the left lane in Westchester 405 northbound. Right after La Tierra Boulevard, got a stall in the left lane. KFI the Sky helps get you there faster. I'm Jenny Norman.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here. And you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. Do New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook. With promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
In this week's Marketers Report, Chris Brand, Chief Marketing Officer at Chipotle Mexican Grill, weighs in on the power of audio.
We've used audio to reinforce what we're showing on TV, what we're showing in other digital channels. When your priority is driving reach, boy, everybody seems to listen to the radio.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to the audiences, conversations, trusted influencers, insights, and data you need to grow. If you're a marketer, go to iHeartResults.com.
All the good stuff. Yeah. Hams keeps you on top of pop culture.
After scoring #1 honors at the U.S. box office for all of 2023 and making close to $1.5 billion worldwide, it's no surprise that the doors are open for a second Barbie film. While nothing is apparently in the works at the moment, the head of Warner Brothers said that they're always talking about a second installment to the film, which won the Best Song Oscar for Billie Eilish's ballad, What Was I Made For? And the BBC is reporting that director and co-writer Greta Gerwig and her husband and co-writer Noah Baumbach are open to a sequel as well. A second Barbie film would join a long list of projects in the works from the Telescope Division, which is also developing movies based on their Hot Wheels cars, American Girl dolls, Magic 8 Ball, Polly Pocket, Rock'em Sock'em Robots, Viewmaster, and more.
And that's what's poppin'. I'm Camps on iHeartRadio.
In focus today, another read on inflation with producer prices, plus data on jobless claims and retail sales. Dick's Sporting Goods and Dollar General. TikTok's CEO is urging users to protect their constitutional rights after the House passed a bill that could ban popular social media app. Silvana Anal reports.
In a video on TikTok, Shu Chu says they should contact their senators and tell them to vote against the bill. He says he won't stop fighting to block the measure from being signed into law by President Biden. It would force TikTok's Chinese parent company ByteDance to divest the app within 6 months or face a ban on U.S. app stores and web hosting services.
Vermont Independent Senator Bernie Sanders is introducing a bill that would establish a 4-day work week here in the U.S. Mark Mayfield with details.
If passed, the bill would lower the threshold required for overtime pay from 40 hours a week to 32 over the course of a 4-year period. The 32-hour work week act would also protect employee wages and benefits to ensure there's no loss of pay. In a press release, Sanders said a 32-hour work week is not a radical idea, adding that American workers are over 400% more productive than they were in the 1940s, and yet millions of Americans are working longer hours for lower wages than they were decades ago. I'm Mark Mayfield.
Dozens of corporate jobs are being cut in a round of layoffs at California-based Blue Diamond growers. The layoffs are part of a plan to stay cost efficient. Blue Diamond is one of the largest almond producers in the world. It's a cooperative of more than 3,000 farmers. Blue Diamond buys almonds from farmers and processes them in a production plant in Northern California. The company has faced sales declines due to multiple challenges, including an oversupply of almonds, inflation pressure, and shifting consumer shopping patterns. Consumer and Business News, Aaron Rael, NBC News Radio.
The White House is calling on the Senate to pass the TikTok bill just approved by the House. Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre said the administration wants the Senate to quickly put the bill to a vote.
This bill would not ban apps like TikTok, period. What it would do is to ensure that ownership, as I just stated, of these apps wouldn't be in the hands of those who can exploit them or to do other harm.
TikTok's parent company, Chinese owned tech giant ByteDance, will sell the app within 180 days or receive a ban from U.S. app stores. Lawmakers are concerned the Chinese government can access the personal data of millions of Americans. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer has yet to say whether he'll bring the legislation to the floor. And judges dismissing some charges against former President Trump. in the Georgia election interference case. Judge Scott McAfee tossed out counsel accused Trump and the other defendants of solicitation of violation of oath by a public officer. Other criminal counts still remain. That's politics. Mark Mayfield, NBC News Radio.
As inflation goes up 30%, I don't see how that's a Democrat or Republican. That's the price of eggs shooting way too high. If you walk in the street and you're terrified of being robbed, you're not being targeted by the thief because of your politics. It's because he's a thief, John Kilwell. And I don't understand how this becomes a political debate. Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
High wind warning in effect until 4 in Santa Clarita Valley, Malibu Coast, Santa Monica Mountains, Calabasas, Agoura Hills, San Fernando Valley, San Gabriel Mountains. The 514 freeway corridors there, winds up to 40 miles per hour, gusts to 60.
There's a big rig overturn this time on the 60 freeway. It looks like the eastbound transition to the northbound 15 in Eastvale. The connector's been closed according to CHP, so it's going to take a while to get that thing back up and running. Also, as President Biden campaigns in Wisconsin and Michigan today, President Trump was in court earlier this morning in Florida, hearing about the classified documents case. And then there's another story about Trump trial problems. Prosecutors in Manhattan say they are open to delaying the start of the hush money criminal trial to give the former president's lawyers time to review some evidence that was only recently turned over. Manhattan DA's office said in a court filing it is not opposed to adjourning the start of the trial, but not more than 30 days. Jury selection is scheduled to begin on the 25th of this month. The judge has yet to rule on the request from lawyers to try a 90-day delay or even a dismissal of the charges, saying that violations of what's known as the discovery process where the sides exchange evidence.
I have a gas job alert for you. I've got a side gig for you.
I'm listening.
The city of LA is recruiting lifeguards. The Department of Rec and Park Aquatic Division will test candidates at 1 p.m. Sunday at the Glassell Pool. Candidates who pass the test will be invited to participate in the Lifeguard Academy.
I haven't been swimming in a while, but I could get back into that.
Yeah. That might be a fun little side gig. Leave here, go work a shift at the pool.
Yeah. With my, is that stuff they put on my nose?
Like that stuff in the 80s?
Yeah, the white.
What was that stuff called? Zinc?
Yes, the zinc oxide.
Okay, strange science. This is cute. Employees of the Richmond Wildlife Center in Virginia are caring for an orphaned baby fox that found her way into their care. And they want to make her feel like she's being taken care of by her mother. So they've dressed up as furries. That's right, they've dressed up with a red fox mask and rubber gloves while feeding the tiny kid from a syringe.
I saw this picture. I think in today's day and age, we have the ability to create more lifelike masks than that. That looks like a worn out, somebody left it in the dumpster after the furry convention at the old downtown Hilton.
It looks like one of the original Chuck E. Cheese costumes from 1982.
And it hasn't been cleaned since.
No. The baby fox sits on top of a large stuffed animal fox that's supposed to look like her mother. Very sweet.
There are a bunch of trees that are being planted in Africa right now. Could trees for the future be the example of a reforestation campaign that actually works? The United Nations has an environment program that thinks so. Last month, they awarded it the status of World Restoration Flagship. This plan was founded back in 2015 and has planted tens of millions of trees each year in 9 different countries throughout Africa. And in less than 10 years, it says that they have restored a combined area of more than 41,000 hectares, about 7 times the size of Manhattan, which is good news. They use all the trees they can get.
A guy by the name of Jack Barth from Vaughan, Montana, has pleaded guilty this week to a 10-year-long scheme to breed giant band sheep. They'll be sentenced in July. 2 counts, each carries a maximum of 5 years. He's 80 years old, and he pleaded guilty to creating these huge Franken sheep. One named Montana Mountain King. He illegally imported the sperm to create Montana Mountain King from Kyrgyzstan. He, over the years, 10 years, bought sperm and testicles from the world's largest sheep,
The Marco Polo Argali.
He secretly created cloned embryos to impregnate his ewes and breed these giant band hybrids. Why are they banned?
I don't know. I do not know. That is a huge. Look at that.
Oh, yeah.
He created a giant stud ram. He named it Montana Mountain King. He was seized by authorities. The ram was, and now Jack is concerned about the well-being of his completely illegal ram. Marco Polo Argali, the world's largest sheep, and an adult male can weigh more than 300 pounds. The horns that spread over 5 feet. Sheep vary in size depending on the breed, but it's very unusual for them to weigh over 300 pounds. And then whale menopause could help whales live longer.
That's wonderful. John Cobalt show coming up.
It is.
Excellent segue. Very natural.
I got lost in thought there.
What do you think about whales?
Whale menopause, yeah.
Do you think that the male whales take off at that time? Have boys trips? Get out of the house for a while?
There's no good outcome there.
Very smart.
What was I going to tell you? I mentioned the other day that I took a trip to Arizona and back, and the last gas station I saw in Arizona, 325, the first station here was 609. And then today, there's a story that we're paying 140% higher electricity rates than the rest of the country.
I was listening to your show yesterday, and you and Deborah were talking about the cost of groceries.
Yes.
And you'd think that you would stop paying attention. I noticed that it was getting punitively expensive to grocery shop for simple items 2-3 years ago. And I notice it every single time I'm at the grocery store. It's not something I'm getting used to.
No.
It's obscene how much simple groceries cost.
That was the point of the story to explain what's going on politically. People really pissed, and they're not getting used to it.
Yeah.
Because they say, it's only 3% this year. Well, it's 3% on top of 18 other percent.
Right.
And then you still, that basket with groceries was 11 items. 3 years ago it was $38. Now it's $60. You're not going to get used to it.
No, it's eye-opening at the register every single time.
And I don't think all their stupid statistics have to.
Yeah. I'm going to make my husband start doing the shopping.
Why do you want shopping? I'll be close.
The John Cobalt show is coming up next. We'll see you tomorrow. Stay dry, everybody.
Blessings.
Listening to the Gary and Shannon show.
Gary and Shannon.
Oh, we're having a good time.
We've got all the answers. Well, we've got news for you, Chief. No, seriously, we've got news.
KFI.
KLSK
Los Angeles, Orange County.
live from everywhere.
Has led to a much bigger bust.
Riverside County Sheriff's Department says the guy had several arrest warrants and had meth on him. Deputies searched his car in San Jacinto and recovered 8 guns, a suppressor, ammo, 5 pounds of explosive material, and high-capacity magazines. The guy was initially pulled over Sunday for what investigators have described as an equipment violation on his car. Investigators served a search warrant at the guy's home after the traffic stop and found additional ammo and 20 pounds of explosive material. Blake Trolley, KFI News.
Immigration and Customs Enforcement officials are trying out body cams on federal agents.
The pilot program is rolling out in certain areas of the country with plans to eventually use them everywhere, including some in California. Body cams are part of the Biden administration's effort to make federal agents and officers' actions more transparent and rebuild public trust. ICE has 2 parts: Homeland Security investigations, which enables transnational crime, and enforcement removal operations.
from Congress, and the agencies are still working out details with their respective labor unions. Steve Gray, KFI News.
A 16-year-old in Calabasas High School gets a 4-month plan, manipulated photos to show her nude, compromising and LA. Photos were sent through Snapchat and the airdrop and spread like wildfire.
We have now moved on to the case being handled, and that is the TA.
Just as the case is for possession and distribution of child porn, the school district says investigators don't believe any images were altered. California's economy is predicted to grow faster than the rest of the country, but not by much.
UCLA Anderson School of Management forecast director Jerry Nicholsberg says there's good news. He says there are threats such as interest rates and the November election. UCLA's forecast indicates a Trump-Biden rematch this year could create uncertainty and restraint in economic sectors, including investments. California's GDP grew faster than America's last year and was only outpaced by Washington, Florida, and Texas. Michael Monks, KFI News.
They say you're a little much for me. You're a liability.
Liability claims have cost LA close to $472 million over the last 3 years. City Controller Kenneth Mejia said yesterday most of the money was used to cover the LAPD, with $125.2 million in claims since 2020. Other top payouts came from sanitation and street services departments. Mejia says he hopes making this information public will help the city better manage its responsibilities. The strong winds have toppled some trees in Lake Balboa. One of the trees is huge and damaged several cars overnight. It also took down some power lines. A high wind warning is in effect for the Santa Clarita and western San Fernando valleys and part of the San Gabriel Mountains. The National Weather Service's gusts could reach 60 miles an hour. High wind warnings will also be in effect today in the Santa Monica Mountains recreational area, Malibu Coast, and San Gabriel Mountains, where gusts of up to 75 miles an hour are possible. The KFI Financial Update is sponsored by Revive Real Estate. The Dow is closing down 138, S&P 500 down 15, NASDAQ down 49.
Revive Real Estate will buy your home, then renovate it, then sell it, and pay you again for the additional profit from the renovation. Go to KFIRevive.com to see if your home qualifies.
Southland weather from KFI, sunny and windy. Highs low to mid-70s for Metro LA, mid-60s to low 70s in the valleys. Lindo Sea, low to mid-50s in the high desert, around 70 for the beaches, 60s to around 70 in the IE. Right now, 63 in Seal Beach, 67 in Buena Park, 62 in Agora Hills, and 63 in Sherman Oaks. We have a crash on the 60 in Miraloma.
The 50 eastbound connector to the northbound 15 with an overturned vehicle blocking that entire transition. And in Riverside, you've got roadwork slowing you down. 215 northbound Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard. They've got the off-ramp blocked and the right lane blocked for this road work. And 215 north is across from Cactus. Then on the flip side, 215 southbound, you've got some more road work that is going on. This is going to be from Ramona Expressway to Placentia Avenue. 2 lanes closed for emergency road work. And it is a really tough drive from Cactus all the way into Paris. Echo Park on the 101 northbound at Alvarado. Had an accident on the left lane. You hit the brakes from the 10 and at Atwater Village on 5 south to the 2 west connector. That crash involving a semi-block in the right lane of that transition. KFI The Sky helps get you there faster. I'm Jay Harmon.
Spectrum One is a big deal. You get Spectrum Internet with the most reliable internet speeds, free advanced Wi-Fi for enhanced security and privacy, and the free Spectrum Mobile Unlimited line with nationwide 5G included, all while saving big. For the big speed, big reliability, and big savings you want, get Spectrum One. Just $49.99 a month for 12 months. Visit spectrum.com/big deal for full details. Offer subject to change. Valid for qualified residential customers only. Service not available in all areas. Restrictions apply.
Inner peace. For me, it's the aroma of lavender together with bath enveloped by rainforest scentscape. Enlightenment. Here I come.
Free one-day delivery on bag bugs and millions of other items. Whatever you're into, it's on Prime.
Tanya here, and there are many ways that we can all help raise awareness around HIV, but maybe the most important is just talking about it openly and honestly. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetectable, which means the amount of the virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here, and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/newball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Chuck Rothschild Show, KFI, AM 640, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app and on radio from 1 until 4. Then after 4 o'clock, it's the John Coco Show on demand, and you can listen to whatever you missed. Coming up at 1:30, we're going to have Mike Romar. Oh, you're not going to believe this. Bernie Sanders dropped the big one in the toilet today. He has a bill that would force businesses to cut the work week from 40 hours to 32 hours, but everybody gets the same pay. Yeah, that's good if you're running a business, right? Although, considering how little people show up, I was going to say, maybe Bernie's ahead of the curve here. But we're going to talk with that. It's obviously getting a bad reception from a lot of other people. But I heard this guy give an interview, and he is just so smart. He knows he's absolutely right. It's time to check out. I'm ready for the exit.
You've had that.
I just totally. You have a couch in there. I want to just lay there. I need a psychiatric session.
No, we can just.
Yeah, I can let something here. All right, so I mentioned the other day, I went to Arizona for the weekend. Met a bunch of old friends. We went to spring training. I come back Sunday night, all by myself. Very conscious of gas. It's a 6-hour ride to come from Scottsdale, 7 hours from traffic bumps. And so you got to keep track of the gas, you keep track of the prices. And I noticed the last station in Arizona was $3.25. It's like marvelous. Can you imagine if you saw in LA or Orange County $3.25? I mean, your heart would start racing, right? You might crash into a gas. You'd be so excited. But I didn't need gas. I'm trying to time it out right, so I have a full enough tank to get home without stopping the second time. And I'm in California, and not too far over the California border, I decide to get the gas finally, and it's $6.09. But it was like last services for 45 miles of those situations. $6.09. God, it's almost double. And I don't even think I drove it out. And then this morning, in the California Globe, that's CaliforniaGlobe.com, Katie Grimes, we've had on the show many times. She's got a story about how California residents are paying 114% more for electricity than other states. 140% more. And this isn't new. Because according to Mayor Moore, he told the Globe, go look at the Energy Information Agency. That is EIA.gov. So this is a government agency. And they have listings electricity in all the states. And in 2018, California paid 124% more than other states. In 2019, it was 139%. 2020, 131%. 2024, 140%. Then NOR showed Katie Grimes PG&E's latest financial statements, and PG&E has raised energy prices 60% over the last 2 years. 60%. Now, that is 10 times, 20 times, 10 times more than the inflation rate is supposed to be. Which makes me question the inflation rate, because the electricity bill is a pretty big bill. It certainly seems to be in our house. To get the electric and water bill every 2 months from DWP, that day is just hard. And you're looking at these rates. Here, I told you that the difference between the gas, Arizona and California, was doubled. The difference for electricity across the border, 275% difference. And it's not like Arizona is the lowest price state in the nation. Arizona is 25th. They're exactly in the middle. They're the medium price state in the nation, and we're 275% higher than they are. The reason for these extreme excessive electricity rates and extreme excessive gas rates are all the climate change laws and taxes and fees and regulations that have choked the energy industry and driven our prices sky high, all in the name of climate change. And some of you in Santa Monica might be going, well, it is necessary. Climate change is an existential threat. Well, here's another piece of the puzzle. And nobody's got an explanation for this. We put out 3.5% more greenhouse gases in the last year than the year before. So this is like what they do with homeless. They throw billions of dollars at the homeless, and we end up more homeless. Here, they're charging us billions and billions of dollars more for energy, whether it's electricity or it's gasoline, and they create more greenhouse gas. How the hell is that happening? Because the purpose is to create a racket so that the government and various favored groups and industries can steal the money. And this is just a theft operation, a grand theft operation. If you're paying double in gas, if you're paying almost 3 times as much for electricity than Arizona, and there's more greenhouse gases going in the air, obviously the plan is a failure. Obviously you're getting screwed, you're getting ripped off. But you don't know it, because how many people go to Arizona to check for the gas price? How many people go to Arizona to check other people's electricity bills? You don't know. So they can do this, and if you dare criticize, like, well, you have an existential threat. Well, if it's an existential threat, then how come the total amount of greenhouse gases are going up? Whatever they've done has failed, because the purpose was not to prevent greenhouse gases. The purpose was to make this complicated mechanism that would cost us a lot of money and make it too complicated and too abstract for an ordinary person to understand or care about. It's so frustrating. All you need is a little bit of information. All you need to know is the price of gas in Arizona and the price of electricity in Arizona, and then a big light bulb ought to go up over your head. Unfortunately, we don't have a single media besides our show that would even discuss this out loud, let alone challenge all the elected officials. This should be the lead story. I mean, if you were running a TV station, I was running a TV station, this is the lead story for like 10 nights in a row. Why the hell are we paying double for gas and double for triple for electricity? Actually, it's almost quadruple for electricity, right? Yeah. Well, so why is this? And you hammer on this until somebody gives you an answer, and as soon as they give you an answer, you say, all right, we'll fix it. I'm not paying 275% more for electricity. I'm not paying double the gasoline price. We are a bunch of clowns. We are just a bunch of chickens, aren't we? put up with this crap. They don't put up with it in Arizona, do they? And again, it doesn't make the air cleaner. It doesn't make the climate cooler. It doesn't do anything as advertised. It was a racket scam from day one, and they knew it too. More coming up. Devin Morgan slide the KFI 24-hour news.
A parasite that can be fatal to dogs has been found in a river that runs through Southern California. Scientists at UC Riverside say the flatworm, also known as liver flu, is found in the Colorado River in Blythe. Over the past 3 years, LA has paid out nearly $472 million to settle liability claims. Most of the money covered the police, sanitation, and street services departments. Pepperdine University is establishing a scholarship to honor the lives of 4 students who were hit and killed by a car on PCH in October. We're going to head over to the 22 next.
If you're looking to sell your home, call Seller's Advantage, and they'll make you a cash offer, no need for repairs. For Seller's Advantage, there's no agents. They close in days. Not much in the buy with cash. Buy it as is. They might even offer a $10,000 advance to help with moving. So go read the reviews online and call for no obligation offer. 888-321-AS-IS. 888-321-AS-IS. 888-321-2747. SellersAdvantage.com. DRE number 0196-1658.
If a crash on the 22 in Orange.
22 westbound connector to the northbound 557. You've got an overturned accident here, and that connector is partially blocked. Also in Orange on the 5 northbound Florida to Main Street. Disabled cars blocking the left lane. Could we hit the brakes on Costa Ranch Road? Anyone blocking the 101 northbound before you get to the 2 Alvarado Street. Got a crash blocking the left lane. It's heavy from Cesar Chavez Avenue. Mission Hills 405 northbound before you get to Rinaldo Street. Another disabled vehicle blocking the left lane. And in Marilona, the 60 eastbound connector to the northbound 15 is shut down. Due to a overturned big rig. KFI in the Sky helps get you there faster. I'm Jenny Norman.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here, and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook. With promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gamble in public. Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
This is a radio ad for Dixit. Dupilumab, a prescription medicine for people 6 months and up with moderate to severe eczema that is not well controlled with topical prescription therapies. But since this is radio, you can't see the effects of Dixit. You can't see how it helps you stay ahead of your eczema, or how it helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that could be causing eczema. You can't see how it helps heal your skin from within, but you can see how Dupixent can help you have clearer skin and less itch. Individual results may vary. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Get help right away if you have wheezing, trouble breathing, or swelling of your face, lips, mouth, tongue, or throat. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems such as eye pain, vision changes, or blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. See for yourself. Ask your eczema specialist about Dupixent. Visit Dupixent.com or call 1-844-DUPIXENT.
No matter what the day brings, count on Juicy Juice for the good stuff. Get kids the nutrients of real 100% fruit juice to help them conquer the day. Juicy Juice is only sweetened by the fruit with no sugar added, no high fructose corn syrup, and no artificial sweeteners. Available in family-sized bottles and juice boxes. Find Juicy Juice at your favorite local grocery retailer. Info at juicyjuice.com.
In this week's Marketers Report, Dana Nussbaum, Executive Vice President, Worldwide Marketing at Warner Brothers Discovery, weighs in on regional audio marketing and the movies.
Everything that we are doing is incredibly data-driven. We are getting signals in every single day about how specific audiences are performing. So although we're marketing at a very broad scale, and that does include specific local markets, that's really the beauty of iHeart's network. You're not serving the same message to a consumer in Nashville necessarily that you may be in New York. You have the ability to be very specific and very personalized, but at a tremendous scale.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to all, from national to local. Every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. Not just a media company, iHeartMedia is your access company. If you're a marketer, go to iHeartResults.com.
Hey, it's Junior. Today, Black folks in our community are still disproportionately affected by HIV. But there is something we can do about it. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetectable, which means the amount of virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
Teenagers feel peaceful without their phones, but they also feel anxious and say their parents are often just as distracted. That's the findings from new Pew Research exploring the phone habits of teens and their parents. More tech news, tips, reviews, and your questions this weekend on Rich on Tech with Rich Gennaro. Saturday morning at 11 on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. John Fogle Show, KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Mark Bernhardt from ABC News coming on after Denver's 1:30 news. Because Bernie Sanders, see, he's nuts, all right? You listen to him talk and compare him to Biden, that's a good test case. Bernie Sanders is not senile, but he is crazy. And he's got a bill that would turn the work week for every American 40 hours to 32 hours by law. You have to get paid your current salary with 32 hours. Right. And that's no trouble for businesses, right? Make them pay the same price for 8 hours less work. Mark Bernhardt, we talked about it coming up after 1:30. All right, now, I told you the first segment is that I saw that we're paying double the gas prices just crossing the Arizona-California border Sunday. And I was telling you how the electricity prices, the difference in California is 275% more than Arizona. California Globe did a story, and they interviewed Dave Noor. He's the mayor of Taft. And Noor is the one who found the statistics that we are paying 140% more than the rest of the nation. And the energy prices have shot up 60% in the last 2 years if you're a PG&E customer. And it's 275% higher than Arizona. You would think they claim this is all for climate change, right? Well, listen to this. This is from CalMatters.org. I get way more useful information on CalMatters and the California Board than if I read the LA Times. Okay? Because the LA Times, it's race, gender, thing, mostly forecast COVID. They're still doing COVID stories. And then in climate change, but the climate change is all hysterical nonsense. What they don't ever tell you in any great detail is your electricity prices are far higher than the rest of the civilized continent, right? And far higher than gas prices. They never delve into it. Now, in 2021, California's emissions of greenhouse gases, that would be carbon dioxide, methane, and others, increased almost 3.5%. And they write that increase puts California further away from reaching its target mandated under state law. By law, we're supposed to emit 40% less in 2030 than in 1990. But the numbers are going up. Now, how does that work? If California misses its mandated by law goal, who goes to prison? Because they keep stressing in this story, this is the law, this must be done. Now, here's another one.
Under a claim, greenhouse gases must be cut 48% below 1990 levels by 2038. That's the Air Resources Board. This is a separate set of mandates. Okay, well, we're not going to get there anyway. The law gets violated. They create artificial goals, unreasonable goals, silly goals that will have no effect on the climate, because the climate, whatever little minuscule savings we make here in California, is overwhelmed by the 2.5 billion people in India and China. Where they're building coal plants, like they build coal plants there like we build Walmarts. And I'm just astonished and stunned that the thick skulls in California apparently don't know, don't understand it. If China and India are going on coal plant sprees, building them everywhere, because they have $2.5 billion people, a lot of them in poverty, they have to. You can only get out of poverty by burning fossil fuel. There is no other option right now. And fossil fuel burning has pulled billions of people out of poverty. It is the single best way to pull people out of poverty. Fossil fuel burning and a capitalist economic philosophy. That's how you get people out of poverty. And Bernie Sanders in the world think we should just bring money and send it to people, and that will do it. There's not anything you have to understand. It's just astonishing. And it's stupid. It's destructive. So, this whole article is just ruminating about what we're going to do. What are we going to do? How do I need to go? So we don't need to go. Screw the goal. Why should we have to meet the goal? It's not going to have an effect anyway. And trying to meet the goals costs us an insane amount of money. What if we just said the hell with it? We can't change what's happening. And I've never really understood, if you make the climate milder for all the countries that have to go through bitter cold weather, why is that so terrible? It's, if it's 10 degrees hotter in the desert, who's really going to care? Not many people live there to begin with. But if you could make winters more mild, allow people to grow crops year-round, assuming that would happen in the world, what's the big deal? I grew up in the Northeast. I just met a group of friends, mostly from the Northeast and Midwest. They're not missing winter if it disappears. They'd be happy with mild winters for the rest of their lives. That's why everybody's fleeing Arizona and Florida. Snowbirds in Florida. People coming to Arizona for 6 weeks of spring training. They're getting out of Michigan, Ohio, Minnesota, and the Northeast because the weather's terrible. Well, it's all money making. For all the extra money we pay, somebody's getting it. State government's getting a lot of it. And that's the whole point of state government, is to take our money and use it on themselves. We're coming up, and we're going to talk about regularly because Bernie Sanders actually is forcing American companies to have their workers do 32 a week instead of 40 hours a week.
John, what about the people that are already working those hours? So then they're just work 3 days a week?
Yeah, maybe it's 3 days a week. And 3 days a week people do 2 days. And you should all just sit home and scroll on your screens.
Ooh, that'd be fun.
Yeah, can you imagine?
John, I'm not going to work 5 days a week.
You're one of the few. You're the last one left. All right, Denver Park is live at KFI 24 hours.
2 middle schoolers have been treated for eating magic mushrooms at the Inland Empire Cove Middle School in Redlands as the students got reactions from eating a chocolate bar laced with drugs and needed medical attention yesterday. School officials are urging families to be mindful of the snacks brought onto campus. Psilocybin, the compound found in most psychedelic mushrooms, has been decriminalized in Oregon and Colorado. Pomona Valley Hospital is preparing for an annual spike in drunk driving deaths during St. Patrick's Day weekend.
It goes up 30 to 33% during St. Patrick's Day.
Pomona Valley Hospital Trauma Medical Director Dr. Michael Guinness says from lost limbs to paralysis caused by drunk drivers.
We see a lot of deaths, pedestrians struck, motorcycles that got hit because someone was swerving.
He says the absolute worst part of the job,
having to speak to families, mothers mothers, daughters, loved ones, and let them know that the loved one has died.
Satisfied says thinking about the drunk driver who sometimes wakes up days later to handcuffs and the news that they're drinking and driving killed someone. In Pomona, Corbin Carson, KFI News.
The only cases in as much as 12 people selling alcohol from the street. Officers from Central Bureau say they went undercover to discover street vendors had also been selling alcohol to minors. Operation Safe Sip targeted the areas around LA Live yesterday and often patrol places near sporting and concert events. The operation monitors street vendors who sell alcohol without a license and those with a license who sell without checking IDs. Amazon and pharmaceutical company Eli Lilly are working together to send weight loss and diabetes medications directly to people's doors. ABC's Ethan Pilgrim says Amazon Pharmacy will partner with Lilly's telehealth platform.
Many patients can now see a healthcare provider, get a prescription, and then get their medications delivered by Amazon without ever leaving their homes.
She says this comes as patients have been struggling to get these drugs. The program started yesterday. Southline weather from KFI, sunny and windy, highs low to mid-70s for Metro LA, mid-60s to low 70s in the valleys and Inland OC, low to mid-50s in the high desert, around 70 at the beaches, 60s to around 70 in the IE. Right now, 64 in Laguna Woods, 61 in Rancho Santa Margarita. We're going to crash on the 5 in Elysian Park.
Southbound right after 2, moving out of crash to London to Light Lane, also in Echo Park, another 101 northbound before you get to the 2. That accident is clearing over the right shoulder. In Pasadena on the 210 westbound at Hill Avenue, that far right lane still going to be blocked. They're cleaning up from an earlier fallen tree. It's still going to be a slow ride there. In the Orange Crush, 5 northbound right before Main Street, got that stall blocking the left lane. Riverside 215 northbound Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard, the right lane and the yellow frame are going to be closed for road work. You're already stepped up from Cactus Avenue. Then on the flip side, heading into Paris 215 south from Ramona Expressway to Placentia Avenue. 2 lanes closed for emergency road work. You're at a crawl from Cactus. KFI in the Sky helps get you there faster. I'm Jenny Arden.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here, and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook. With promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives you access to all, every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. iHeartMedia is your access company. Go to iHeartResults.com for more.
At My Great Clip Salon, I get to use my skills as a stylist to make customers look and feel great. When you sit down in my chair, it's important to me to listen to what you want. And when your haircut's done, I'll save your details in clip notes so you can get the look you love at any Great Clip Salon, anywhere you are. Seeing customers light up at the end of their cut. That's what I love about my job. I'm Katie, and I'm a Great Clip Salon stylist.
Join a salon team. Visit jobs.greatclips.com.
With no fees or minimums and no overdraft fees, banking with Capital One is the easiest decision in the history of decisions. Even easier than choosing Charles Barkley in a pickup game.
I'll take Barkley.
First pick. Sorry, kids.
Yeah, even easier than that. With no fees or minimums and no overdraft fees, is it even a decision?
Okay, here's the plan. Pass me the ball every time.
This is banking reimagined. What's in your wallet? Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank for details. Capital One and Inc. FDIC.
All the good stuff. Yeah. Camps keeps you on top of pop culture.
It doesn't look like we'll be seeing an Incredible Hulk movie anytime soon. In an interview with GQ, Mark Ruffalo, who played Bruce Banner in the Avengers film series, shared that he'd be willing to play the character in a solo Hulk flick, but at the high cost of CGI to create the character would give the project a huge price tag, noting that the Hulk was only used sparingly in other films films for that reason. And with superhero films not as big of a draw as they once were, that math doesn't add up. The character had previously appeared in 2003's Hulk starring Eric Bana, and in The Incredible Hulk from 2008, who starred Edward Norton, and is considered the second official film in the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Both did okay, but unfortunately by Marvel standards, neither topping $270 million worldwide.
Can you read this?
I'm Cams on iHeartRadio.
KFI AM 640 has your chance to visit the Disneyland Resort. From save the day at the Adventures campus to a
I don't necessarily fuck with that too much. Everybody's entitled to whatever they want, though.
Subject to restrictions and change without notice. Listen for your chance to win one-day, one-park tickets to Disneyland Park or Disney California Adventure Park. For more information, go to KFIAM640.com. The John Copeland Show, KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. We're on the radio from 1 until 4. After 4 o'clock, whatever you missed, it's John Copeland On Demand podcast on the iHeart app. Want to call the Voice Line? Tomorrow is Voice Line Friday at 77 Voice 86. Leave all your rantings, ravings, and comments. 877 Voice 86 is what you dial. We use the talkback feature once again. The iHeart app. This was quite a this is a Bernie Sanders special, isn't it? How about a federal law that designates the work week to be 32 hours instead of 40? That's what businesses would be required to adhere to. You work 32 hours, but you get 40 hours worth of pay. They're actually going to have a hearing in a committee. And we're going to talk now with Mark from ABC News, and he's going to explain this. Mark, how are you? Hey, good, John. How are you? I'm all right. Well, give us the details. What's this great idea?
Yeah, so what this is basically doing is, I think you hit it pretty well on the head there. Basically, take what Americans consider a standard work week of 40 hours a week and drop that to 32 hours. There's actually simultaneous bills being proposed here, one by Bernie Sanders, and then there's a bill in the House. Now, the difference between the two really is the one in the Senate, Bernie Sanders, is proposing to basically keep pay rates the same, though. So what workers are making at 40 hours a week, they would make in 32 hours a week, and then after that point, employers would be required, that's when the overtime would kick in. And basically, Bernie Sanders' his argument here is, we've had a 40-hour work week as the standard work week since 1940, and over that time, technology has changed the American workforce to be far more productive today than they were in 1940. And it's basically his argument, and we're not strangers to Bernie Sanders. His argument is that the pay has remained roughly not kept in line with that productivity increase. It's upward, and it's time to basically make changes. It's time to update it after 80 years. There's many counter arguments to provide that this is not a great idea for Republicans in their perspective, but that's essentially Bernie Sanders' case here.
Well, the productivity increase comes from a lot of the automation and technology that many workers use. And the workers' pay is determined by a lot of factors, starting with the company's profitability.
Yeah, I think these are very questions that the details of this are not quite clear on. For example, like how does one of the arguments against this, for example, with the Republicans was if you curtail the standard work week from 40 to 32, what you're really saying, and you keep saying the same, what you're really saying is you give workers a 20% raise because now they're getting paid for 40 hours, right? 40 hours now over 32 hours, and so that could affect a number of businesses. And I think what's interesting here too is obviously 40 hours standard work week and then you get in time and a half. I'm not really sure how this affects salary positions, for example, which also kind of adheres to this 40-hour work week. So many people who are salaries can work longer hours than 40 in a week, and without overtime. So how does it affect them? Like I said, I think there's a lot of questions to be asked.
Life is really complicated because there are people who work 50 and 60 hours a week, but they get the same salary as 40 hours. And it just, each business, each employee and employer work out their own negotiation. So to have the federal government impose a standard that you're working 32 hours, you get 40 hours of pay, that doesn't seem to fit. People aren't working in factories anymore.
want central control of the government. This is Soviet stuff. I mean, let everybody make their own decisions, have their own negotiations, and every industry is unique. All the jobs are different. Not everything requires 40 hours or 32 hours. Just let everybody sort it out. The system's worked very well for most people for a long time. I don't know why he doesn't. Can he go retire somewhere? I mean, he's 82, right? He's fighting the fight from 1935, though. That's what. Go ahead.
I think from that perspective, I think there's a philosophical difference, right? In how you view the role of government, right? And I think Bernie Sanders view the role of government as definitely playing around for a year and recognizing that, as he says, that the productivity of workers has gone up, the wages are not meeting that change. And, what's interesting about this, though, too, is we're at the dawn of what seems to be an entirely new era of technology with the growth of AI. I think this is something that we heard from Republicans today was, instead of only hearing talking about the 32-hour work week, why are we only hearing about how AI technology is going to further amend the labor market? Let's talk about that, because that's going to have a much bigger effect. And frankly, I think what we recognize here is, this bill that Bernie Sanders is recognizing as well, this is probably not even going to pass his own chamber, let alone the Republicans throw out.
It's very likely in 20 years, daily work is going to look unrecognizable compared to now because of the changes AI is going to make in so many industries. So trying to have the government decide hours and pay when we're on the verge of a revolution, that's probably going to be more dramatic than when the internet showed up. All right. Well, thanks very much, Mark. It was good talking to you. Mark Remillard from ABC News.
Thanks, John.
All right. Thanks. Talk with you again sometime. It's just, there's a lot that's going to play out over the next, I think, who knows? I mean, AI is going to change a lot of jobs. It's already changing a lot of jobs. And the basic tenets of a free market, which, Bernie Sanders identifies himself as a socialist. It's communism. It's government deciding how everyone's going to live, how companies are going to conduct their business. And, the government attracts the stupidest among us. If you gave IQ tests to all the government workers and compared it to IQ tests in most other industries, they'd come out at the bottom. They're not very bright. Many of the people in government are corrupt. And to give that crowd even more say how they live, if you don't like your pay, if you don't like your boss, if you don't like the color of your office, you can always leave. And I never understood why people would carry on. I'm not being paid enough. I'm working too much overtime. Then go somewhere else. And if you can't find somewhere else to pay you more, well, then maybe that's all you're worth. Maybe that's the limit of your capabilities. And you're not going to get any more out of it because you just don't have anything else to offer. It's a hard thing to get people to accept that. Deborah Clark, live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer is calling on Israel to hold new elections since he believes Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu has lost his way and is an obstacle to peace in the region amid a growing humanitarian crisis in Gaza. A man has been arrested for allegedly abusing a dog in Anaheim. Cops say he was arrested yesterday in LA. He did post $100,000 bail. Part of the abuse was videotaped and shared on social media. The terrier mix was taken to a local animal hospital Sunday. It's being cared for by OC Animal Care. And a new Gallup survey says the majority of college students prefer campuses with gun restrictions. We're going to head over to the 91 next.
I've never heard of an accident. I'm calling Sweet James because I already know people at Sweet James and they're the team I want on my side. You should too, because the attorneys at Sweet James don't just win, they win the most. Here's an example. One of my listeners was injured. He got rear-ended at a red light. The insurance company offered him $60,000, which seems like a lot of money, but with Sweet James, they were awarded $745,000 instead. $745,000. Now, I can't guarantee that. And whether it's a car crash, a motorcycle accident, a trucking accident, we'll know that the attorneys at Sweet James are unstoppable in their pursuit of justice. You pay nothing until they win. So if you're a loved one who's hurt in an accident, you call Sweet James at 800.
Can you hear me?
That's free consultation. Don't wait. Waiting can hurt your case. Call the firm that wins the most. Call Sweet James. 1-800-9-MILLION. 800-9-MILLION.
high 60s and 70s. This report brought to you by the San Bernardino County Transportation Authority from the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center. Let's go places. We're going to a crash on the 91 in Riverside.
So I'm doing westbound before I get to Tyler. That crash is clearing to the shoulder, but it's going to stay slow on to make way over 215. In Riverside on the 215 southbound, wide are coming up on Martin Luther King Boulevard. I got a report of some debris in the right lane. And on the flip side, 215 northbound at Martin Luther King Boulevard. That third lane from your left is going to be closed, as well as the off-ramp. And you're already stopped up from Cactus Avenue. In Paris, 215 south from Ramona Expressway to Placentia Avenue. 2 lanes closed for emergency work. You're at a crawl coming away from Cactus. Also in Anaheim Hills, 90 eastbound at the 241. They've cleared a stall from between the middle lanes over to the right shoulder. And still going to be slow in the Legion Park at the 5 southbound at the 2. That wreck still blocking the right lane there. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Jenny Harmon.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here. And you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook. With promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
At My Great Clip Salon, I get to use my skills as a stylist to make customers look and feel great. When you sit down in my chair, it's important to me to listen to what you want. And when your haircut's done, I'll save your details and clip notes so you can get the look you love at any Great Clip Salon, anywhere you are. Seeing customers light up at the end of their cut. That's what I love about my job. I'm Katie, and I'm a Great Clip Salon stylist.
Join the salon team. Visit jobs.greatclips.com.
In this week's Marketers Report, Chris Brand, Chief Marketing Officer at Chipotle Mexican Grill, weighs in on the power of audio.
We've used audio to reinforce what we're showing on TV, what we're showing in other digital channels. When your priority is driving reach, boy, everybody seems to listen to the radio.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to the audiences, conversations, trusted influencers, insights, and data you need to grow. If you're a marketer, go to iHeartResults.com.
Rapper Snoop Dogg and Master P, they had a cereal.
The name of the cereal, by the way, they were big penis fans, and it was that Snoopy cereal.
That is not only not funny, they all handle it sucked actual comedy out of the room.
Okay, live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
John Clements from KFI, AM 640, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Coming up after 2 o'clock, I'm going to play a story for you from Marla Tans, who's frequently hosts programs here at KFI, and she's the Fox 11 news anchor, obviously. But Marla did a report on a Los Angeles man who had leukemia and needed a bone marrow transplant. Now, how many illegal aliens came over the border? About 3 million in the past few years. 3 million illegal aliens. We needed a guy here, and his name's Arthur Yu. He needed one immigrant to be allowed into the United States because Arthur Yu needed a bone marrow transplant, and this guy living in the Philippines was the perfect match. And the U.S. government wouldn't let him in, denied his visa twice. And I'm reading the story, and you'll hear the audio version coming up after 2 o'clock. We have a government that lets 3 million illegals pour over the border, criminals, gang members, terrorists, no problem. Come right in. And you can kill some of us on your way. But here's a guy who can't get his bone marrow match into the country. You'll hear it coming up after 2 o'clock. All right, that's our American Airlines going from Dallas Fort Worth. They blew a tire and had to do an emergency landing at LAX. Landed at 8:45 last night and blew a tire during takeoff. Now, that's what they said last night. And then they said, well, there was no blown tire. Just the pressure was low. But in any event, it was an emergency landing. And it was, I think, 6:20 this week. 6 times something happened. And it's another Boeing plane. This one was the 777, which is an older model. 777-200. Today in the Daily Mail, apparently there's a new slogan going around. If it's Boeing, I'm not going. There's just anecdotal stories of people saying, you know what, I'll take almost anything else. And a website sprung up. And I just read the Daily Mail article, but they don't have a direct link to the site. I've got to go look for it. The site will tell you how many Boeing planes each airline has. So you can determine who you want to fly. There are a lot of airlines that don't use Boeing. Delta is one of them. They have no Boeing 737 MAXs in its fleet, that particular type of Boeing. But it has 100 orders for the MAXs. They're supposed to be delivered in 2025. When I find the link, you can go through the list. But what jumped out at me in the story is there's another former worker speaking out. Now, the last guy who spoke out committed suicide, or so they say. This guy is Joseph Clayton, and he worked for Boeing between 2013 and 2019. And he told the Daily Mail that management pressured people to do things that were unsafe, such as doing undocumented maintenance. A mechanic, everything has to be documented, but they would say, hey, just put a nut and bolt in and fix it without filling the problem. Almost everything about doing something that is not correct is what he said. And if you said no and wanted to do it properly, they would say you were being insubordinate. I would ask them to put everything in an email, and of course they would never send the email. Because flight mechanics are more liable for faults than your common worker. I'm liable for inappropriate maintenance going back 20 years. You have to have it documented. And he finally left the company in 2019. He said they were coercive, fearful, and get this. He said when I left, they made him sign a non-disclosure agreement. So I can only speak in vague terms. It wasn't a condition of leaving, but if he signed it, he would get 2 weeks extra pay. And they said they took a lot of people who wanted to do the right thing, and they would send them to what's called the 19th section, and they put you in there and forget about you. I guess the 19th section was some kind of limbo place. If you insisted on doing the right thing, documenting your work, use the proper procedures, they put you in purgatory. So I think it's really bad for a lot of years. And everybody was told to shut up or you're dead. And one of them did end up dead. And you're waiting for more stories to come out, but maybe they don't come out because of the NDA. Depending on how that's worded, you could end up losing a lot of money.
But you know, it's really interesting because we really didn't hear much before the whole the door plug incident.
I know.
Then everything started happening.
Yeah, that's often the case. Everything is covered up for years and years, and there's one big event that happens, and then everybody starts talking.
So in a way, since nobody was hurt, maybe that was a positive thing. Because now we're finding out about all these issues.
Yeah. This guy Clayton knew John Barnett, who committed suicide. And he says, working with John, he was a good dude. One of those things where there's no telling what can happen day to day at that place. The pressures change. They come from different directions. They're good at getting away with what they're doing. They know what they're doing. There's no frames there. They stay still the same. So this is many years of doing sloppy work and not accounting for it and punishing
I say this almost every day. Can you imagine if we were doing something bad here at KFI? We'd be fired. Right? If I'm swearing on the air, I'd be out of here. Right? And no one's hurt.
There might be an audience for that.
Exactly. But I'm not hurting anybody. No. And these people are putting people's lives at risk.
Yeah.
Yet they're still employed.
Yeah, well, they're employed because they were willing to cover everything up.
Yeah, but now we know now. It's been a couple of months. I want to see people fired.
Yeah, I don't think management's going to survive this.
I hope not.
The more people you talk, but you got to get people. There should be some loophole in NDA law where if you're telling the truth that's needed to save lives, that you get to talk.
Yes.
When we come back, we're going to tell you this. Marla Taves from Fox 11, and she's often here at KFI. She's got a report on a guy named Arthur Yu. Arthur Yu needed a bone marrow transplant here in America, and the match was a guy in the Philippines, and the U.S. government would let this guy in to donate his bone marrow. Got his visa denied twice. Meantime, at the border, Deborah Mark live at KFI 24-hour news without the skew. KOST HD2
Los Angeles,
Orange County, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
You guys see some driverless cars on the road. I'm Deborah Mark, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Ride-hailing service Waymo One has started offering driverless vehicle services in LA.
You might start seeing the driverless cars on some streets in LA starting today. The company has expanded its service in a 63 square mile area stretching from Santa Monica and Venice to downtown LA. The cars have been running in LA on a trial basis since October, and company officials say about 15,000 rides have been provided since. The rides will start off free, but people will eventually have to pay, and there's already about 50,000 people on the wait list. LA County Supervisor Janice Hahn says the robo-taxis are untested, and people in LA shouldn't be big tech guinea pigs. Chris KFI.
The LAPD says it has busted some street vendors for illegally selling alcohol.
Officers will pose as customers when they approach vendors in front of LA Live and other public venues. During Operation Safe City yesterday, police say they arrested 12 people, 6 of whom were booked for selling booze to minors. Officers from Central Bureau conduct various undercover operations to catch people who are selling alcohol without a license and those who are selling alcohol without a license or vendors with a license who don't check IDs. Vendors often pack coolers with both beer and hard liquor and hide it behind a food cart. Steve Gregory, KFI News.
A routine traffic stop in Riverside County has led to a major gun bust. Deputies say the guy who was pulled over in San Jacinto Sunday had several arrest warrants. Deputies searched the guy's car and found 8 guns, ammo, magazines, and 5 pounds of explosive material. Investigators searched the guy's home after the traffic stop and found even more ammo and explosive material. A sand replenishment project to protect shrinking beaches in San Clemente from coastal erosion could resume soon after about a 2-month delay.
We're going to be starting at the end of April, we believe.
San Clemente Councilman Chris Duncan says the project stalled in December because rocky sand was being pumped onto the beach, but a new dredge site's been approved offshore near Surfside Beach.
The total project was about $14 million to bring 251,000 cubic yards of high-quality beach sand to the pier area between Linda Lane Beach and T Street Beach.
Duncan says staff was able to quickly get state permission for the new site before the dredge left for the Northwest and may not have returned for years. In Orange County, Corbin Carson, KFI News.
New forecasts California's economy is growing faster than the country as a whole, and the positive trend is expected to continue. UCLA's Jerry Nicholsberg says the public is starting to feel better about things.
Yo, what up, Larry? How are you? Dude, join me. Be a guest. Here, I'm gonna send you an invite. I like you. Let's see how do I... Can I send you an invite? Can you join me? I'm inviting you. Dog, I have more data online than any person in global history. Look at all these cameras that are looking at you right now. Look at them all. There's a ton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 11. Oh, can you join me, Larry? Larry, you still here? Everybody's gone. Better come back,
Rico
guys.
not able to return to his country because armed gangs are taking control of major
Come back.
neighborhoods. The KFI financial update
Better
is
come
sponsored
back.
by Revive Real Estate. The Dow closed down 138, S&P 500
No.
down 15, NASDAQ down 49.
There.
Revive Real Estate will buy your home, then renovate it, then sell it.
Oh, shoot.
Again for the additional profit from the renovation. Go to KFIRevive.com to see if your home qualifies.
Southland weather from KFI, partly cloudy tomorrow and windy in some spots. Highs around 70 for Metro LA, Valley, and OC. There is a slight chance of showers and thunderstorms in the high desert and the IE. Highs 50s in the high desert, 60s in the IE.
Yep.
Right now, 69 in Costa Mesa and 67 in Fountain Valley, 59 in Montana, and 65 in Van Nuys. We're off to a crash on the 10 in West LA. Westbound on I-2 before you get to the 405, they're clearing this from the 3 left lane, so it's going to be really slow from Normandy Avenue. In Culver City on the 405 northbound after Venice Boulevard, that disabled vehicle is still going to be blocking the right lane. In Echo Park on the 101 northbound before you get to the 2, still got that crash over on the right shoulder. Good news though in Pasadena, 210 westbound at Hill Avenue. At one point we had 3 right lanes blocked as they were trying to clear a down tree. Looks like they're wrapping that up. I think you see things moving a little smoother through there. Antelope Valley, 14 southbound, right after Angeles Forest Highway. Got a brush fire and the right lane is going to be blocked. And good news in Maryland on 16 eastbound to 15 north connector. That earlier overturned big rig has cleared. That transition has just been reopened. KFI in the Sky helps get you there faster. I'm Jay Norman.
You'll never know until you experience it here yourself. It's that feeling when you're at Disneyland Resort, and there's no better time than now. Hey, LA Dodgers fans, step up to the plate for the Spectrum Season Ticket Sweepstakes. Visit a participating Spectrum store and enter for a chance to win our grand prize, a pair of Los Angeles Dodgers season tickets. Plus, hundreds of bonus winners can win a 50-inch smart TV. Hustle, sweepstakes ends March 17th. For more information and official rules, go to spectrum.com/2024sweepsLA. No purchase necessary. Open to U.S. residents 18 plus in California. Possibly vary by location.
Me encanta el diseño de interiores. Busco combinar un estilo moderno y mitad de siglo, una galería terracota y una alfombra abstracta. Oh, se ve lindo.
Entregas gratis en un día para la decoración de tu hogar y millones de productos más. Lo que te gusta está en Nike.
Tanya here, and there are many ways that we can all help raise awareness around HIV, but maybe the most important is just talking about it openly and honestly. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetectable, which means the amount of the virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
Waiting on a tax return? Hopefully it ends up in your hands. Fraudulent tax returns due to identity theft increased by 30% in 2023. If you're in a bind this tax season, LifeLock can help. Our U.S.-based restoration specialists are experts dedicated to helping solve your identity theft issues. And all LifeLock plans are backed by the $1 Million Protection Package, so we'll reimburse you up to the limits of your plan if you lose money due to identity theft. Help protect your information this tax season with LifeLock. Save up to 25% your first year with promo code NEWS at LifeLock.com.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time.
Hi, how are you? The United States, how about you? California? Hell yeah. I see that. Hey, did you know that you're live on more devices? I will. You got it, girl. You're live on more devices now than any person in global history. Look at this. Look at all these devices. Can you see them? Look, I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. You're live right now on over 33 different platforms and 133 different accounts. You're live on YouTube here. You're live on YouTube here. You can see them all here at once. It says, type Bible Rabbi in YouTube and filter by live. Guinness World Record, more than 666 days live stream. Tell your friends, biggest event in global history. Rabbi Rothschild live streams for world peace. What up, yo? How are you? Hi. Yo, what up, Hunter? Hunter, dude. Hey, you're on YouTube. Hunter. Hunter, you know what YouTube is? Do you know what YouTube is? You're on YouTube. You are live on YouTube. Dog. I'll type to you. You're live on YouTube right now on 5 different streams. You want to see yourself? Oh, I know that. Duh. No. No, I'm Rabbi Rothschild, dog. Look at all of these accounts. Look how many accounts on which you're live. It's crazy. I stream my life 24 hours a day for world peace. I don't want anybody to have war anymore. Oh, that's tight. So I've been doing so now for 3 years. What up, Luis? How are you? Luis. What up, Steven? How are you? Damn it. What up, Hashem? How are you? Dude, you're live on 6 different YouTube streams right now. Cool. I appreciate the compliment. Dude, I'm adding you as a friend. You're live on 133 different accounts right now on 33 different platforms. You're live on 5. Okay, well, tell me go fuck yourself. What up, Danish? Danish. Hey, what up? Hi. You're live on YouTube. Hey, you're live on YouTube. You know what YouTube is? Dog, you know what YouTube is? You're live on 5 different YouTubes. Do you know what YouTube is? You want to see it? Absolutely. Okay, cool, dog. Type Rabbi Rothschild. I'm typing it for you, so you know what to write. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. And, dude, you're live on 33 different platforms right now and over 133 different accounts. It's more accounts than anybody has going right now. And you want to filter by live? I'm typing it to you right now. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I don't want people to have war anymore. You too, man. Take care. Hey, dude, check it out. Here, oh, man. What up, Belly? How are you? Dog. You're live on YouTube right now. You want to see? Check it out. You're live on YouTube there. You're live on YouTube there. You're live on YouTube there, and there, and there, and there. You're live. I have 33 different platforms right now and 133 different accounts. You're live on 33. Yo, dog, you know what YouTube is? Do you know what YouTube is? Yo, dog, do you know what YouTube? Yeah, okay. You're live on 6 different YouTube accounts right now. You're live on 33 different devices. You're live on 33. Hey, you know what YouTube is? Yo, you know what YouTube is? You're live on 6 different YouTube channels right now. Okay. Yo, dog, how are you? Do you know what YouTube is? Hey, Asha, you know what YouTube is? You're live right now on 6 different YouTube channels and 33. Yo, dog, you know what YouTube is, Angel?
Is for his family.
You know,
Hopes inspires more people to become donors, and exchange and are often roadblocks.
yo, Angry Gopher, you know what YouTube is? Dog, you know what YouTube is? You know what YouTube is, right? I stream my life on YouTube 24/7, 365. You're live right now on 6 different YouTubes, 33 different streaming platforms, and over 133 different accounts. That's okay. I can work with you. I'll type to you. Just one moment. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. Hi. You know what YouTube is, right? Okay, excellent. So I stream my life 24/7, 365, all day, all night, and I've been doing so for 3 years on YouTube. It's more data than anyone's ever uploaded to the internet, and I stream my life for world peace. Yeah, I don't want war anymore. Word, man. So, yeah, I know. But this gives me a platform to be able to say no more war. It's a risk you have to take. My friend, you take care. Blessings. Take care, buddy. Yo, I need. What up, baby? How are you? Hi. Yeah, I love it. Dog, that's my people. Yo, what up, Abdullah? How are you? Oh, dude, I'm live streaming right now on 33 different platforms and 133 different accounts, including 6 different YouTubes. You want to see yourself on YouTube? Okay. Dude, get yourself in the thing. Okay, this one.
Pacific Park at the Santa Monica Pier has a new owner. Santa Monica Amusements, the amusement park's operator, says sold to an investment firm called SC Holdings. SC Holdings has plans to invest more than $10 million into the amusement park over the next 5 years. Russia's President Putin is urging people to do their patriotic duty and vote for him in the country's national election. That election is tomorrow and is expected to cement Putin's grip on power until at least 2030. Opposition figures who have challenged him are either in prison, exiled, or dead. We're going to go to the 405 next.
Dr. Charles Baker at Saddleback Eye Center. You know what he did for me? He gave me better than 20/20 vision. I went and had the LASIK procedure done with Dr. Baker some years ago. And he starts now with the laser light LASIK exam. It's a laser that measures your eyes over 1,000 times. And it gives Dr. Baker a perfect blueprint of what to do. You go from the exam to the procedure room, 20 minutes. It doesn't hurt. I'm so nervous. It doesn't hurt. There's no pain. He does his LASIK procedure, and boom, in 20 minutes, you've got 20/20 vision or better in most cases. It cures your nearsightedness, farsightedness, astigmatism, reading glasses. I'll give you a free laser light LASIK exam if you schedule an exam now. That's the deal. Schedule the exam now. You're the first 14 calls. So hurry up. They're waiting for your call. Go do it. Call Salomon. 866-559-4444. 866-559-4444. 866-559-4444.
We have a stall on the 405 in Culver City. That 405 northbound right after Venice Boulevard stalled out. Semi blocking the two right lane. Jeremy hit the brakes from Century Boulevard. Good news though in West LA on 10 westbound. Before you get to the 405, they're clearing that wreck over to the shoulder. It's still going to be slow though from Elise La Brea. And that's where we've got a new accident. This is going to be blocking your left lane. In Carson on the 405 south at the 110 Peak Rise Field, some wood debris is in the right lane and in the Cahuenga Pass. 101 southbound at Cahuenga Boulevard, a bunch of debris is blocking the second lane from your left. Hey, Find the Sky helps get you there faster. I'm Jenny Harmon.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here, and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
This is a radio ad for Dupixent. Dupilumab, a prescription medicine for people 6 months and up with moderate to severe eczema that is not well controlled with topical prescription therapies. But since this is radio, you can't see the effects of Dupixent. You can't see how it helps you stay ahead of your eczema, or how it helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that could be causing eczema. You can't see how it helps heal your skin from within, but you can see how Dupixent can help you have clearer skin and less itch. Individual results may vary. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Get help right away if you have wheezing, trouble breathing, or swelling of your face, lips, mouth, tongue, and throat. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems such as eye pain, vision changes, or blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. See for yourself. Ask your eczema specialist about Dupixent. Visit Dupixent.com or call 1-844-DUPIXENT.
No matter what the day brings, count on Juicy Juice for the good stuff. Get past the nutrients of real 100% fruit juice to help them conquer the day. Juicy Juice is only sweetened by the fruit, no sugar added, no high fructose corn syrup, and no artificial sweeteners. Available in family-sized bottles or juice boxes. Find Juicy Juice at your favorite local grocery retailer. Info at juicyjuice.com.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives you access to all, every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. iHeartMedia is your access company. Go to iHeartResults.com for more.
Hey, it's Junior. Today, Black folks in our community are still disproportionately affected by HIV. But there is something we can do about it. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetectable, which means the amount of virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
Just out of the water here in Southern California because it's killed waves. Sewage spilling into waters, creating not just king tides, but poop tides. Go Buffalo Shark, Saturday evening at 5 on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
John Cobell Show, KFI, AM 640 live. Everywhere in the iHeartRadio app. We're on from 1 to 4, then after 4 o'clock, John Cobell Show on demand. The hapless officials in Santa Monica who have, well, they'd say, absolutely ruined the city of Santa Monica by allowing all the crazy people, all the bad people, criminals, mental patients, drug addicts, to overrun the park, sprawl out all over the beaches. They ruined downtown. Remember during the 2020 riots, they allowed the criminals to smash the store windows and set fires and just anything bad that humans can do. The Santa Monica mayor, city council, and police department allowed them to do it. And Santa Monica has never recovered since. And now there are large numbers of businesses that are empty, a lot of empty plate glass stores, empty stores with plate glass windows that have signs begging for new tenants. It's just terrible. Bodies all over the street, people living in garages, people living in stairwells, people sprawled out on the beach. I mean, it's terrifying. And on Sunday, 7 o'clock at Main Street, Marine Avenue, there were a group of people they were walking north on Main Street. And it was a local resident. We had her on yesterday, Christina. She was with friends of hers, and the friends had a 6-year-old child. Her parents. And they walked behind a bus bench. When suddenly, a man spun around and smacked the child, whacked in the head, and she fell to the ground, not seriously injured. The police now, and this is what, when did they put this out? March 14th, that's today. Oh, it took until, so this happened on Sunday night, and it took until Thursday at 11:14 this morning for a news story to go out, because the Santa Monica Police Department woke up Chief Ramon Batista, who ordinarily allows crazy people like this suspect to run around. They have a description. He's black, 6 feet, 1 inch, 30 to 35 years old, black jacket, blue jeans. Of course, he was wearing this on Sunday. I don't know if it helps very much now that it's Thursday. The man was not confirmed as homeless. Oh, I'm sure he's probably got a luxury condo in a nearby town. Not confirmed as homeless. But he's sitting on a bus bench, acting erratic. Yeah, a lot of normal people with families and jobs sit on a bus bench on a Sunday night and act erratic, right? You don't want to stigmatize him. Please. Stigmatize him. You don't have to call him homeless. He's somebody who's smacked a 6-year-old in the head, a little girl in a yeah, well, that doesn't stigmatize him. This is what's weird about those progressives. They're okay describing him as a guy who brutally punches a 6-year-old. But don't call him homeless. You don't know. Yikes. Now Batista is suddenly Mr. Tough Guy, huh? An incident like this one is an affront to public safety and will not be tolerated. Even more so when a child was involved. Any crime committed in Santa Monica is a crime too many. No, it's not. Stop it. I see a lot of crimes being committed every time I take a walk through the parks. People leaving garbage and urine and defecation, screaming. You know, it used to be called disturbing the peace, disorderly conduct, lewdness, public defecation. Those are all crimes. We can lock those people up. Those are at least misdemeanors. Our department stands strong in the face of anyone who chooses to victimize those who are in the city. Our detectives are working hard to uncover more details and identify and apprehend the suspect. And then when you do, then what? Then what? You're not gonna. Is he going to get prosecuted? Is he going to get thrown in jail? Or is he going to be released without bail on his own recognizance, baby? I was like, what does that mean on his own recognizance? It means they hold him in the mirror and you recognize yourself? This guy might not recognize himself. He's a psychotic drug addict. The hell is wrong with you? What is it? They all talk tough after it happens. She could have spanked her head on the cement and died. We're going to talk tough. Yeah, we're not tolerating this. This is one crime too many.
Yo, Dorian. Dude, Dorian, come back.
They must have a whole source. to go. And they input into the their computer and start sending out the press releases. And they have a script all ready to go. We're not going to tolerate this. My God, you go to Santa Monica, you wouldn't believe what they tell them. Bautista says the police department has deployed its homeless liaison program team. Well, that's going to scare them. Boy, you can just hear them shaking in Santa Monica, all the homeless people. All their knees are knocking, right? Here comes what is this? The homeless liaison program team. That provided much needed resources. Yes, they've been providing
Bob
for
Downs.
about 10 years now.
How you doing?
What's up?
Yo, we're gonna start getting people into the Telegram. You ready?
I'm ready.
Excellent. Okay. Have you seen me do this before with this app? I think you have.
Yeah.
Where's Mockingbird? Here we go. Before we do so, let's get people in here. So just, I'm going to do one of those things where it's like a / thing and just keep hitting it. Rabbi's recruiting. For HBOS. With live random people on video.
By allowing that guy around, and I see plenty of them, Senator. I'm there every day. They are tolerating everything, Senator. We've seen people drop their pants and take a dump.
We're finding live people.
More coming up. When we come back, this story really got to me. Endeavor, you will appreciate it.
In
Well, we also have conversations about news stories. You go, what kind of a person would do that? How can somebody do that? Well, I'm going to tell you because there's a woman named Patrick Gagne.
in the VC, please join.
Has TRIC, tree. That's right. But she wrote a piece. The headline is.
All right, let's see if this fucking works. This is going.
Wait. Oh, sorry. Yelling at the cat.
All right. Is it gonna work? No. Shit.
Did not work.
It's too long.
Is that the reason?
Right, but she doesn't have a bad feeling. She does this.
There you go.
Yeah, she doesn't.
Oh, you got it. Hell yeah.
She just figured out.
Bob Dobbs got it. Hell yeah. All right. Let's get some people in here. We got Bob Dobbs, and I'll do the Bob Dobbs is here.
This is fascinating. When we come back, I'm thinking maybe we should interview her.
I was just watching bring her in studio with you.
Please join the VC.
Yeah, that's right. Jeff Clark, Mike, the KFI 24-hour news.
Excellent. Jared Fester, you're going to be here? All right. Oh, fuck her. Dude, Jared Fester sucks. Dude, Jared Fester, get your ass back in here.
Took the 15-year-old boy to a mental health facility 5 times.
Come back.
There is no reason that law enforcement should be the ones that end up having to get involved in these crises, specifically
Oh my god. Get in the VC. Get in the VC. Get in the VC. Get in the VC. We're gonna get one more person. One more person. Dr. Lake's in this biatch. Yo, one more person. One. Oh, dude, did you know there's a space?
No.
Survivors rescued from a deflating rubber boat in the Mediterranean Sea say about 60 other people who left Libya with them died during that journey. A European charity ship spotted the rubber boat with 25 people aboard yesterday.
Oh man. Okay, so we gotta go to the space, dog.
Military treatment. The other 23 were in serious condition, exhausted, hydrated, and burned. And Pi Day is the annual celebration of the ratio of a circle's circumference to its diameter, 3.14. Well, the day also happens to be Albert Einstein's birthday, but March 14th doesn't stop businesses from celebrating other kinds of pie. Polly's Pies in Southern California is giving out free slices to customers who dine in and purchase a meal. BJ's, CPK, Little Caesars, Taco Bell, and Blaze Pizza. $3.14.
Oh man, I mean, could they make it any easier for us?
For metro LA, the Valley is Lido Sea. We do have a slight chance of showers and thunderstorms in the high desert and the IE.
Appreciate that. Yeah, like with the light airdrop campaign, instead of this area where you can outside the mountain token just by playing and doing things that are not terribly tough to do.
Starting up, it's all of that same fire area. You're about to lace from the center. South 5 south of the water.
Get more
State 5 south. Another wreck reported in the city. City of Town westbound.
just as far as the fun is, like, you don't want to, like, have to be a greedy artist and do something funny in the game, right? Because a lot of people don't know how to do that. But if greedy artists create stuff, and then you make that stuff available to everybody who is a holder, stuff is the game just filled with proto stuff. And just in the spirit of backgrounding as well, what we've noticed quite a lot is that people look at the content that's made in the game, and they also look at the leaderboards to see which communities are most active. And we've definitely seen getting enjoy some like positive press action just around being super active in the game. Just because people see it, they're just sort of like, oh shit, like these guys are active as hell. What's the fuck? That's kind of interesting. Like we want to lead into more is like helping people discover the activities that actually want to game and like do fun shit together, as opposed to just waiting for the token to drop or something. You know what I mean? It's the most active ones we want to try and showcase them. Yeah, well, and I think that's maybe the missing piece of a lot of these experiences with the games. I know there's like not really like this social component or aspect, it's just like character writing to get this stuff. But with this, like you can already see it being fun by getting all the pros together. Like we can talk about that. I think it's just people are like, wait, it'd be awesome. Like it really explodes all the floating together and fucking around and all there. I think that's actually very fun. And that's the kind of stuff that, they kind of slammed down when you said, I wouldn't tell anymore. You look forward to that stuff. That's good. And then NPR was sort of fun for a second too with the crazy I thought that was actually funny and all this. But it was, no rules with it, like, but, that kind of spirit, I think, still exists in, like, any sort of game that has multiplayer that like that. Because it's really fun, and it's like a thing that people show up and do it together all the time. And that's what I think you want in the game. And that's what we don't see, like, when you do this like that right now. I'll see you guys do zombies, for sure. If there's a shooter thing, that's a good thing. You're getting it. Game concept, game mechanic, or even thing, and that would be cool. And I think it's great. It's so you would need to know your library and stuff. That's awesome. Yeah, that makes it way easier to like try to book some scripts. And assuming also we can like all go on some fireworks, get random, really bad videos of that. That's kind of cool. I'm gonna pieces of this. Just the way that you learn about the parameters, like what kind of file it is. Totally, there is. You go on the Java.com, scroll all the way to the bottom. Well, some things I remember is actually the easiest is Java.com, press create in the top bar, and you'll see place where you can upload assets. Links on that page are the creator guidelines. You can also find them at the bottom of this page as well, but you'll see that it'll tell you all the polygon count limits. The thing where you uploaded the create function, where you upload stuff, it will tell you why it's not working. It's not fully accepted. Different stuff, like it's not different file types. We automatically estimate down like high poly stuff. It's really meant to be like it's the most. It's not perfectly so, but it's meant to be kind of the most idiot-proof like upload experience. Like that's really what we're trying to do. You got to keep a bunch of stuff in there. It'll usually work. Not always, but usually if you read the guidelines, you have trouble. Like you might not even have to read them. You might just take it. Okay, cool. That's great. We're going to be sort of like the future tool of good art and like all used to make stuff for community. Yeah, but no, good news. I can see one of them right now in the audience. Everybody laughing. He's like, I didn't understand. He's like, yeah, I wonder what something like that. So yeah, no, the volume of mind is different, right? I think Russell is crashing, and then there's a bunch like there's a pretty. There's a small variety of 3D artists community around the game already. So I'll say I really think the easiest thing to do is in a lot of ways like if you have like a cool competition or something on Twitter, you just say, hey, like
we're putting up crazy prizes like best things. We'll get these prizes. You'll attract people to do stuff, and we can bring sweet time and stuff, and put it in front of a lot of 3D artists. So I would encourage you doing that. Just like crowdsource it. People say a ton of stuff, especially if you don't mind seeing shows on people doing some super low-fi stuff. So you'll get even smarter because I think that's particular show right now. It's a good work for everybody, but I think for us, all these things got low quality road and
Yeah, I just stepped away for a second. Can you repeat what you'd like me to do more like? Absolutely. Well, I just want you to know I'm really enthused about it, and the fact that we're able to use a computer that doesn't have all that much hardware usage. I'm going to stream it. So I'm figuring it out as we speak. That's what I was actually trying to figure out. And so I'm just want everybody to know I'm really excited to play it, and I hope you all are as well. Thank you.
Systems and something called shame. I understood that intellectually. So I just want everybody to know I'm really excited to play it, and I hope you all are as well. Thank you. There is
and I can confirm also, I don't have a Mac, but I can Dell laptop that is not good. It's definitely on its last legs, but it works. I had to turn the FGS down a little bit. So I kept lagging, but that's my it's a user issue. It's not a game issue. But Joe was just getting on with you an old laptop for your first VMware like Joe.
Nice. The 1995 Dell.
Yeah, it's still got Windows 95 on it. I'm thinking about upgrading to it, but
Dude, 95 is me. What's up with your questions? How's it going? Charles, just a question. So, how many communities that have the 3D models for their entire collection, and they're interested in joining this DI, but they're not in Polygon? Is it possible for them to still join, or do they have to wait till their particular network is incorporated in the system? Good question. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. So we can right now support each Polygon and base. We have some communities do things to get around this. So like you issue, say, like a kind of like a placeholder token or something along those lines. Like you can do a custom whitelist and drop the avatar to people. That'll work. Let's do that. What networks are they on? That you're thinking of? Is it the Solana game? Maybe someone else. Some are Solana and some are Saint. Got it. So I would say Solana is going to happen. It's just a matter of when. Say, let's see, they got a rep for it hard. If they keep it going, if they get in there. Really, it's one of those things. There's so many chains that definitely want to support them all. It's a bit of a lift with each one, especially if they're not EVM. It's a lift, but we know it's worth doing. We got to do it at some point. And say it could be cool. If they want to reach out with a grant or something, we can prioritize it or something like that. But and then
yeah, and then there's some other changes that we're definitely looking at. So there will be more change for sure. Yeah, appreciate you, Ellen.
Those rides start today.
So just a quick question based on that. You said you guys are totally so far. Are you guys going to be doing like a fundraiser? How are you guys looking at this? It's kind of a cool shebang. Appreciate it. Yeah. So actually, despite my grand comment there, we do have some funding. So we're not fully grant matching it. When I look at when there's an extra we created the 1,000 L1. It's on its own unique virtual machine. We need you to integrate it with some like we're going to kill me just so you guys make another L1. Anyway, but no, we received funding a while back, and we're in a good position. I would say it's very likely that there's some new fundraising stuff pretty soon. We'll see. So yeah, it's we did raise some. It's honestly such a heavy lift to build something like this. You need a little bit of VC backing just because it's not. You can't just spin this thing out without a decent sized team. Yeah, that makes total sense. Yeah, that means totally. So you're not just copy pasting. You're not working with the thing. You're building an entire product from scratch. Yeah, that takes a lot of data for shooting. So that's actually good. Because that's the thing. If you guys are saying like, how would you expect it? Like later on, I'd be like, oh no, like nobody likes that. So you don't want to fuck up the user experience by having stuff like gated and stuff like that. I like that. It's better to take the things you guys but the thing is that the users all day. So keep it free for the users. Otherwise, you gotta have a good yeah, exactly. These things are like you really need to like with these new UGC game worlds, you gotta like really push to get them into orbit. Basically, like I know a lot of them don't like get any traction, and it's really this like flywheel where it's like more people creating stuff, more people playing, the game's more fun, and then once it gets into orbit, it's great, and there's a lot you can do and stuff. But you really, any impediments to growth right now is basically if anything you want to even do cool stuff with the token to get people to come in and create, and that's not interesting. That also makes the token more interesting to people because the token is this commodity that gives you preferred access to this game a lot of people play. The more people are interested in the token, and it kind of like feeds into itself in a cool way. That's the fun thing as well, is that there's a lot of gaming tokens where the token exists, but it has no meaningful effect on the game. It's like the game is no better because the token is just a game that would exist anyway, and that's the token. Ours are really think the token has a profound effect on the game. It's generated a ton of content already. Having a token, it's made the game way more fun. We've done tens of thousands of times. That's probably in some part because of the token. So it's a game that really thrives on deep participation in the token. Helps generate that for sure. Well, that's cool, right? That's super cool. Going tagged on for no reason. And I forgot that you said that it's a senator, right? It's a so I think people are issuing so if you're on it, you get to say you're something like it's more popular as you're on as well. So it's like the more you're getting set up. That's cool because I think like that's gonna inspire you like vice president. It makes me wonder like what these guys facilitate peer-to-peer transfer of coins, like tipping between each other, and also will you facilitate in-game gambling? Is that correct? On the peer-to-peer like tipping stuff, you can do that right now because users have a wallet that's tied to their account. We like tip how much you can. There's more we can do to make that a little more like effective. For sure, maybe we could. And then, my point right now is that, you've got, I think this financially motivated play is really cool. Like, you definitely want, like, games where it's like, oh, shoot, I can win like $10,000 playing
customers line
That's
up
great.
at the end of their
I think
That's what
that's
I love about
really
it.
nice. The thing to be wary of is that when you're chance-based and you're regulated as gambling, and there's a ton of red tape around what you can do. You're just a user. You reach the onboarding process you're going to have for the game is going to be different. It's just a hell of a lot of the stuff that comes with that. So our thing has always been like, we want to keep the games overall skill-based. There's still some chance involved, but if it's overall skill-based, you can have lots of cool financial incentives on top of that. And yeah, some gambling is like basically, there are lawyers who just full-time define whether a game is gambling or not. And they'll look at it and try and say overall, is it based on chance or skill? Like, is it more chance-based or more skill-based? And if it's 51% skill-based, then you're okay. So that's what we want to do. I think some chance is really fun. Keeps it interesting. Even if it's like, totally, and I think a lot of games don't even want to get into it because financially based. That's the week in Hollywood history on iHeartRadio. Come on, Frank. You're on day. It's spiritual time to win this race. The Tim Conway Jr. Show. God almighty, I needed that 6. Live 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
Check with us on KFI 8641 everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. All right, so we're going to talk with Todd Benjamin coming up after 3 o'clock from the Center for Immigration Studies. Here's the next wave that the moves in the White House are most likely screw up. It is a wave of Haitians coming in because Haiti is completely exposed to chaos. Here is just like a quick content. So you understand what Todd's talking about.
And it's really following.
It's president assassination.
Interests of the people
3 years ago.
Following.
And
I don't think it's
right now the Prime Minister Ariel Henry has stepped in.
Anyway, Rabbi, thank you so much for
what has happened is that violent gangs took over the government, basically overthrew the government.
Is your driver's license?
Here's a man named Judas Jonathan, a Haitian consultant, and he works with Adrian. And he says, Prime Minister Ariel resigned not because of politics, not because of massive street demonstrations against them, but because of the violence that gangs have carried out. The gangs are now working together. The gangs have joined forces, have taken over the capital, Port-au-Prince. There's no government. There are just these gang leaders who are trying to become a real political force. And they're part of negotiations that the United States, France, and other Caribbean nations are trying to hold to stop all the violence.
I've had I used to have a show. A show that ran 3 seasons.
Pouring out all kinds of clothes.
And then I did another show called Masters of Content, which I and so
what happened
that's what I was kind of interesting. And so like I don't like this brand ever.
And right now the gangs are trying to negotiate immunity for criminal prosecution. They want to have this
stuff. And that is
before they
sort
go
of thing I thought to myself.
put down their weapons. And in fact, one of the negotiators is saying, you put down the weapons, you're going to face big consequences. If you put down the weapons, you'll have a second chance. You'll have some kind of amnesty. It's a complicated story. There are many countries, many factions involved, which is, of course, what you get with chaos. Now, Ron DeSantis is trying to defend his state. He's sending 250 officers and soldiers, as well as aircraft and boats, to protect Florida from letting go of illegal immigrants from Haiti.
And so we're trying to finish this. And
DeSantis said that Florida has been dedicating significant resources to stopping illegal vessels coming to Florida.
there is a trip to
When faces
this that I can't
overwhelming illegal immigration, did his best to put up a barrier between Texas and Mexico. Ron DeSantis is sending out soldiers and police officers and aircraft. Gavin Newsom is offering free health care to any illegal alien who comes here. Yeah, that's good. That's good for the state's future, right? Free health care, especially if you're a gang member, criminal, or terrorist. We'll pay your health your bills until you're dead. DeSantis said I directed the Division of Emergency Management, the Florida State Guard, and state law enforcement to employ 250 officers and soldiers, a dozen air and sea craft to protect our state. Because the U.S. Coast Guard is under-resourced. He says we cannot have illegal aliens come to Florida. Well, maybe he'll collect them, put them on buses, and bring them here. And they can access the free health care. More coming up from Todd Bensman on this situation. Center for Immigration Studies. And he says what Biden does next, or what the Biden administration does next. Because what time is it in Washington? It's at 6 o'clock local, so he's in bed. It could lead to a mass migration crisis for the U.S. in the coming weeks. Your next headlines, we'll delve into them in advance. Todd Bensman. Devin Mark is live. We can't find 24-hour news.
Shot for stimulating talk.
KOST HD2.
Los Angeles, Miami.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Arrested on Denver Water, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. This just in, the LAPD has arrested a person suspected of attacking that 6-year-old girl near a bus bench in Santa Monica Sunday. No other details have yet to be released. A routine traffic stop in Riverside County has led to a much bigger bust.
Riverside County Sheriff's Department says the guy had several arrest warrants and had meth on him. Deputies searched his car in San Jacinto and recovered 8 guns, a suppressor, ammo, 5 pounds of explosive material, and high-capacity magazines. The guy was initially pulled over Sunday for what investigators have described as an equipment violation on his car. Investigators served a search warrant at the guy's home after the traffic stop and found additional ammo and 20 pounds of explosive material. Blake Trolley, KFI News.
News is brought to you by Cunning Dental. Immigration and Customs Enforcement officials are trying out body cams on federal agents.
The pilot program is rolling out in certain areas of the country with plans to eventually use them everywhere, including Southern California. Body cams are part of the Biden administration's effort to make federal agents and officers' actions more transparent and rebuild public trust. ICE has 2 parts: Homeland Security investigations, which handles transnational crime, and enforcement removal operations, which deports illegal immigrants. The program still needs more funding from Congress, and the agencies are still working out details with the respective labor unions. Steve Corrigan, KFI News.
LA and Finland have agreed to cooperate on efforts to fight climate change.
Elimir Bass and Finnish Minister of Development Cooperation and Foreign Trade, Ville Tavio, each signed a letter of intent to promote climate cooperation and economic development. Mr. Tavio says the 2 governments will work together on ports, transit, building, and energy grid resilience.
Believe that successfully that digital transition can only be achieved through cooperation with excellent like-minded partners like City of Los Angeles.
Bass later joined U.S. EPA Administrator Michael Regan at the Port of LA to announce federal funds for air quality and health projects for communities near U.S. ports. Michael Monks, KFI News.
Shrinking beaches in San Clemente could get more sand once a stalled replenishment project resumes. Councilman Chris Duncan says the delay was caused by the contractor pumping rocky sand onto the beach.
Once the Army Corps of Engineers contractor finishes up with Encinitas, we will be starting at the end of April. We have a narrow window of time then to complete our project before the summer months.
Duncan says the delay could have stretched on for years, but staff quickly received state approval for a new dredge site off the coast of Surfside Beach. He says the $14 million project will
provide 400,000 tons of sand to protect tourism, coastal bluffs, and the OC rail corridor. A parasite that can be fatal to dogs has been found in a river that runs through Southern California. Scientists at UC Riverside say the flatworm, also known as liver fluke, was found in the Colorado River in Hawaii. The National Library of Medicine says the parasite can cause gastrointestinal disease in dogs. It's transmitted by certain types of snails. UCR professor Anthony Dillman says if you're swimming in the river with the parasite, your pets are in peril.
Israel must make some significant course corrections.
Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer has called for new elections in Israel to replace Prime Minister Netanyahu. Schumer says Netanyahu has lost his way by putting political survival ahead of Israel's interests.
After 5 months of suffering on both sides of this conflict, our thinking must turn urgently to how we can achieve lasting peace and ensure prosperity.
What up, Hyper Noodle?
For both the Jewish people and the Palestinian people in the Middle East.
Minority Leader Mitch McConnell
Hyper Noodle, how are you?
overstepping their boundaries.
We should not treat all democracies this way at all.
McConnell says either we respect
Hyper
Israel's
Noodle.
decisions or we disrespect their democracy. We're going to check the drive on the 5. Next.
Here's a special offer for you from Goldco. They are the #1 rated company for gold and silver, buying precious metals. It's what we decided to get into at our house to diversify our savings, our retirement savings. Because you don't want everything loaded just in the stock market or everything tied up in your whole net worth tied up in your house. You want to diversify. You want to have a hedge against inflation. That's what gold and silver is for. And at Goldco, they walked us through the process. I had all the information that we needed. They're a 7-time Inc. 5,000 winner, and they help people like you and me place over $2 billion in gold and silver. And they're offering my listeners, that's you, pay attention, up to $10,000 in gold and silver while supplies last. All you have to do is call them at 855-GOLD-IRA. Tell them I sent you. Tell them John Cobell sent you. And see if you qualify for up to $10,000 in gold and silver. Call 855-GOLD-IRA. 855-GOLD-IRA.
Southland weather from KFI, partly cloudy tomorrow, windy in some spots, highs around 70 for Metro LA, the valleys of Lindo Sea. We do have a slight chance of showers and thunderstorms for the high desert and the IE. Highs in the 50s for the high desert, 60s in the IE. Right now, 68 in Dana Point, 69 in Anaheim, and 66 in Diamond Bar, and 62 in Simi Valley. Off we go to that 5 in Atwater Village.
So the person looks out here on the northbound side between Glendale Boulevard and Los Feliz Boulevard, but Caltrans crews have wrapped up shop and now we're left with a very slow drive with northbound 5 delays loading up all the way out of Norwalk, leaving Rosecrans. Let's check out Anaheim Hills with Mike O'Brien, KFI in the Sky.
Angel was a tough one already on the 91. 91 eastbound, just about you can't even pass the 241. They cleared the right shoulder there, but adding to a very tough delay that starts up out near Candy Truck Scale. Now, elsewhere in Orange County, we have a problem near the crush 22 eastbound. A little past Harbor Boulevard, right around Fairview Ashley there. Looks like they're gone to the right shoulder, but that stretch extra tight through Garden Road back to almost Magnolia now. Also a problem on the 57 northbound at the 91. Looks like it just cleared out of lanes, but very heavy from the Big A. Mike O'Brien, KFI in the Sky.
On that 210 out of Pasadena, slowing in stretches, leaving the 134. You're on the brakes ahead all the way into Upland. Looks like just past Monte Vista, crashes wrapping up. KFI in the Sky helps get you there faster. I'm Angel Martinez.
Inner peace. For me, it's the aroma of lavender in a candlelit bath enveloped by a rainforest soundscape. Enlightenment. Here I come.
Free one-day delivery on bath bombs and millions of other items. Whatever you're into, it's our grab.
1, 2, 3, 4. Those are numbers. But you already knew that. You know what number you're going to pay each month for the car.
It's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here. And you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook. With promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
John Koval Show, KFI 8640 live everywhere. On the iHeartRadio app, we're on from 1 to 4. Then after 4 o'clock, John Koval Show. On demand, the podcast. You can listen to what you missed. We've had a lot going on this afternoon all at the same time. Now, one thing you just heard Deborah's bulletin there in the news, they caught the guy who they say whacked the 6-year-old girl in the head and knocked her to the ground Sunday night. She was taking a walk with her parents and a family friend, and crazy guy was sitting on a bus bench and suddenly turned around and she was not seriously hurt. And it took till today the police put out a call for anybody who could track down this guy, and I guess the cop. And we don't have a whole lot of details, so we might have
We'll have more in my 3:30.
Okay, Richard, got a reporter.
Michael Monks.
New here at KFI. All right, he's on the case, and we'll see what he finds out by 3:30. Next, it's Todd Bensman. Now, last segment we set up an overview of what's going on in Haiti. The government has collapsed there. The gangs have united and basically overthrew the government. There are a lot of people that are going to want to get out of Haiti, and they're going to be headed here. And Ron DeSantis has already sent out hundreds of National Guardsmen and law enforcement and boats and planes to keep them from Florida. But if you remember a couple of years ago, thousands of Haitians made it over the border from Mexico. Remember they were hiding up that highway overpass at the border? Well, what's going to happen here? Todd Bensman from the Center for Immigration Studies is going to tell us. Todd, how are you?
Doing great. Thanks for having me. I appreciate it.
So what's the situation in Haiti right now? Are people already fleeing, or is this the expectation that it's going to happen in a few days or a couple of weeks?
No, it's a fully failed state. Haiti is no more. It's a state of total anarchy, like something out of one of those 70s movies, like Warriors, where gangs just kind of roam the streets and storm the weak and that sort of thing. All food distribution systems are collapsed and airports shut, ports closed. It's a mess, and so people, understandably, are boarding sailing boats and starting to ship out toward the Florida Keys. We've seen interdictions of some of these boats in the Bahamas filled with patients, and also Cuban waters. And so the fear from, especially in Florida, Governor DeSantis has deployed hundreds of law enforcement officers and boats and planes and National Guard and Border Patrol is surging extra personnel down there too, because there's this fear that the boats are going to show up filled with hundreds and maybe thousands of patients at some point. We haven't seen that yet, but remember they're sailing boats, so it takes a few days to get that far with a good wind. So the question is, what's the Biden government going to do about it? Are they going to send the Coast Guard out there to entertain and repatriate them back to Haiti? Or are they going to use the Navy to pick them up and block them and, push them back somehow? Or are they going to want to land in Florida? And I've heard that they're going to want to land in Florida. And I think today the administration made some statement to the effect that they're going to repatriate them. If they repatriate them back to Haiti somehow, then there shouldn't be
administration treat the Haitian refugees any different from the other 3 million they've run across the border?
Well, it's the election season. So for 3 years, he wasn't so worried about getting reelected. So we have this incredible mass migration crisis where we have 10 million people hit our southern border, but probably most of them are now living in the United States. So I think that this is now a concern, a big concern for the Biden administration optics of that could lose the election because the polls are showing that the mass migration crisis is a apex political issue in this election. The winner goes on. So I would be surprised if they didn't do repatriations out there in sea. But I'm not sure how they're going to do it because the airports are shut and the ports are controlled by gangs. So I don't know how they're going to repatriate. They're not explaining if they do repatriate how they're going to repatriate.
They'd have to send the military there to take on the gangs.
I think you're right. I think they would have to. You can't just walk in there and you're going to get machine guns. If you try to fly a plane in there, bring a ship in there or something like that.
Could you imagine the administration doing that?
Not really. So it remains to be seen. All of this is very interesting to watch. I think the first votes should, if they get through the Bahamas, the Bahama Navy is, they're taking some of these sailing vessels and bringing them ashore. But the more sailing vessels filled with overloaded Haitians that start to go through, and quite a few of them will be able to get through, the Bahama Navy's going to let some because nobody wants to have thousands and thousands of Haitians while you're over the line. You have to take care of everything, right?
Yeah.
So it's easier for them to just say, oops, sorry, we missed those 10 votes, we missed all those votes heading to the U.S.
You wrote about your book, Overrun, which is about the immigration situation. That principle is when people in Haiti see how the first migrants, how successful they are in getting into the country, that's going to determine how big a rush we're going to get. If the early travelers get into America safely, then we are going to get overrun.
Yes, you can trust that all of Haiti is watching these first votes, what happens to them. That there's probably a fleet of other vessels that are preparing themselves for similar voyages. Depending on what happens to these first, I call them trailblazers. So it's very important what the administration and how they handle these first votes. If they ever get them, if they
you again real soon. See what happens.
Thank you very much.
All right, Todd Benjamin from the Center for Immigration Studies. We got more coming up. Deborah Park Live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
The routine traffic stop in Riverside County has led to a major gun bust. Over the past 3 years, LA has paid out nearly $472 million in settled liability claims. The city controller's offices, most of the money covered the police, sanitation, and street services departments, and Pepperdine University has established a scholarship to honor the lives of the 4 students who were hit and killed by a car on PCH in October. We're going to see how things are looking on that 101 next.
You've got bad eyesight, right? You're rumbling around, stumbling into walls, walking into parking meters. Well, you got to call Dr. Jones Maker and Sound Like Eye Center. That's where I went years ago. Get the laser light LASIK exam to start. It's a laser he uses that measures your eyes over 1,000 times, and he perfectly maps your vision. And I will give you a free laser light LASIK exam if you want the first 14 callers. You schedule the exam, you get it for free. Because after he does the exam, you go get the LASIK procedure done, which is 20 minutes, and there's no pain. It doesn't hurt. And you walk out of there with 20/20 vision or better. You'll have your nearsightedness, farsightedness, and astigmatism cured. You won't need reading glasses anymore, nothing. I went through this. This works. It's quick. It's painless. So here's how you go. You want the first 14 callers now. Schedule an exam, and you get a free laser light LASIK exam. They're waiting for your call. You got to do it now. Call 866-559-4444. 866-559-4444. 866-559-4444.
Southland weather from KFI, partly cloudy and windy in some places tomorrow. Highs 60s to around 70. This report brought to you by Audible. It's slow on the 101 in Calabasas. Southbound delays are slowing down at Los Virgenes all the way to Mulholland Drive. You've got a slight opening in Woodland Hills. We're slowing ahead from Tampa Avenue in stretches all the way to the 170-134 split. The drive loads up in Hollywood from Sunset Boulevard into downtown Los Angeles. East LA with Mike O'Brien, KFI in the Sky.
Hey, Joel, it's a tough one on the 5 southbound. Tampa up north East LA interchange. We'll be on the brakes all the way through down to the 605. Speaking of the 605 southbound, getting very heavy starting at the 60. From the 60 through Whittier down to the 5, that's almost all over the bumper. North that side of the fence, a little looser. 605 north down, you've got slowing on and off from the 105 up to the 10. Michael O'Brien, KFI in the Sky.
KFI in the Sky helps get you there faster. I'm Rachel Martinez.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here, and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook. With promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
This is a radio ad.
It was good help. Figure out how to socialize and get in there, but it's pretty easy. So I will faith you guys instead of asking sense. So I can do it. Thank you guys.
How it helps you stay healthy, or how it helps block a key source of information inside the body that could be causing eczema. You can't see how it helps heal your skin from within, but you can see how Dupixent can help you have clearer skin and less itch. Individual results will vary. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Get help right away if you have wheezing, trouble breathing, or swelling of your face, lips, mouth, tongue, and throat. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems such as eye pain, vision changes, or blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. See, yourself. Ask your eczema specialist about Dupixent. Visit Dupixent.com or call 1-844-DUPIXENT. In this week's Marketers Report, Dana Nussbaum, Executive Vice President, Worldwide Marketing at Warner Brothers Discovery, weighs in on regional audio marketing and the movies.
Everything that we are doing is incredibly data-driven. We are getting signals in every single day about how specific audiences are performing. So although we're marketing at a very broad scale, and that does include specific local markets, that's really the beauty of iHeart's network. You're not serving the same message to a consumer in Nashville necessarily that you may be in New York. You have the ability to be very specific and very personalized, but at a tremendous scale.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to all, from national to local. Every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. Not just a media company, iHeartMedia is your access company. If you're a marketer, go to iHeartResults.com.
Hi there, I'm Joel Larsgaard. Join me this Sunday for How to Money. We'll talk all things personal finance and help you learn how to save, invest, and enjoy more what matters.
How to Money with Joel Larsgaard. Sundays at noon on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. Time to go about show KFI AM 645 everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Another snapshot of what goes on behind the scenes is you go to John Cobell Radio on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram. Deborah barged in without warning and tried to sell me on some colorful reusable bags for the grocery store.
It didn't go well.
And they're not to my taste, and she wouldn't take no for an answer.
What would be to your taste?
A plastic bag that never decays, that sits in a landfill for 2,000 years, never degrades. That's
You are a poor sport. I'm going to say that. Somebody offers you a gift and you decline.
yeah, 2 gifts. Anyway, and she dances too. I'm just looking at this gift. So she has 2 colorful bags, she dances, and no sale.
I look like a ding dong.
So you want to see it? It's on Instagram and Facebook and Twitter, because we put our best and brightest brains to create these entertainment channels. Yes.
Behind the commercial breaks.
How do you think you were talking?
I know, that's fun.
Yeah, that was the whole point. I because I drove car. I'm gonna lock the door. All right, so go watch it. We got in 3:30 news. We're gonna have that news
Yes, we
update.
are. It's my top song.
The Santa Monica girl who got whacked by the psychotic guy. Because they claim they have. So we'll see what the details are about. National Review did a story on something that you think every media outlet would do, but nobody did. Did you know that there was a hearing this week, the California Senate Transportation Committee, on the newest high-speed rail business plan? We are now in year 16 since people stupidly passed the high-speed rail initiative so we could borrow billions of dollars. And now in year 16, they have spent almost $10 billion. And there's not 1 foot, not 1 inch of track laid down. Not one. CNBC made that claim. That's not just me. They say the project has spent almost $10 billion. 15 years later, not a single mile of track. And executives say there's not enough money to finish the project. So they went to Sacramento to beg for more money. And the CEO, boy, this guy has got a racket running, huh? Brian Keller. He said the program was all but broke because they need at least $35 billion just to build a rail between Merced and Bakersfield, and they only have $28 billion left in the bank because they've stolen some money out of the legislature. They got some federal money. They never got private money, which they claimed they would get. So they have costs now which significantly exceed what they have to spend. And even if they got the money, it could be 9 years before anybody would get a ride on this stupid thing. And even then, you'd only go from Merced to Bakersfield. Now, if
need 35 billion, and we already spent 10. That's 45 billion. If you remember, and everybody's forgotten, in 2008 they promised that they would build the whole train system from Sacramento to San Francisco, Los Angeles to Anaheim to San Diego, the whole thing for 33 billion. Now they claim it's sent to Bakersfield for 35 billion. They think they need 100 billion to finish what was promised to the voters 16 years ago. Their total cost, they claim, is going to be 128 billion. It went from 33 billion to 128 billion. And as they write in the National Review, the more money that's appropriated, the more money it needs. In fact, this business plan says that the price has gone up 22% from the last business plan. Now, 128 over 33, what is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, it's almost 4 times as much. And you know that's a fake number anyway, because they always downplay the numbers. Why don't they stop? They have wasted $10 billion. It's gone in the pockets of these bureaucrats and the unions who pushed for this. A lot of union members have gotten paid building nothing. And then it goes to various lawyers and consultants and engineering firms and, all these organizations that spend a lot of money bribing public officials in Sacramento. When we come back, we'll see what this report has. KFI News about that Santa Monica girl who got hit in the head by the crazy person. Never Mark Lotney, KFI News.
A person accused of hitting a child in Santa Monica has been arrested.
The 6-year-old girl was hit in the face and knocked to the ground when shopping with her family on Main Street. Since Sunday, police have been looking for the man described as possibly homeless and suffering from a psychotic episode. Santa Monica police now say the suspect was arrested by LA police following another incident in Venice. Michael Monks, KFI News.
The news is brought to you by XL, Pomona Valley Hospital in Spring Lake for an annual spike in drunk driving deaths during St. Patrick's Day weekend.
It goes up 30 to 33% during St. Patrick's Day.
Pomona Valley Hospital Trauma Medical Director Dr. Michael Guinness says from lost limbs to paralysis caused by drunk drivers.
You see a lot of deaths, pedestrians struck, motorcyclists that got hit because someone was swerving.
He says the absolute worst part of the job,
having to speak to families, mothers, daughters, loved ones, and let them know that their loved one has died is the saddest thing.
Guinness says thinking about the drunk driver who sometimes wakes up days later to handcuffs and the news that they're drinking and driving killed someone. In Pomona, Corbin Carson, KFI News.
A federal judge in Florida has denied former President Trump's request to dismiss charges in his classified documents case. She made her decision based on unconstitutional vagueness. Judge Eileen Cannon spent the day hearing arguments on the matter. Cannon, who was nominated to the bench by Trump, made it clear she was skeptical of his attorney's arguments. Trump said the materials he took to Mar-a-Lago were personal records while still in office. Special counsel Jack Smith's team argued the documents were never personal. And Keurig says it is testing K-rounds, the discs of pressed coffee wrapped in a plastic-free, plant-based coating will only work in a new coffee maker called the Keurig Ultimate.
That will initially make both the new rounds and the cups, and then over time, they'll let consumers decide which brewing formats they prefer.
ABC's Rhiannon Alley says the company will then adjust its business plan to consumer choices. Testing for the new K-rounds is set to start this fall. Southland weather from KFI, partly cloudy tomorrow, windy in some spots, highs around 70 for Metro LA, the valleys, and inland OC. We do have a slight chance of showers and thunderstorms in the high desert and the IE. Highs in the 50s for the high desert, 60s in the IE. Right now, it is 66 in Villa Park, 69 in Westminster. We're going to crash on the 118 in Chatsworth.
This one's on the westbound side, just inboard DeSoto. Carpool and left lanes are blocked. Big delays here are just jammed away from Porter Ranch Drive. Even eastbound is slowing down a little bit. To take a look, we've got Mike O'Brien, Pasadena, KFI in the sky.
What up?
Yo, Kyle R., we've been waiting. How you living, Kyle R.? B, how are you? What's new? Where you been? We've been waiting for you. I don't understand. Kyle R., I don't understand.
Mania is here, and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game, entering $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
This should take better care of that diabetes. I know, but needles scare me. And blood tests hurt. Better try Numbstat. What's Numbstat? Numbstat's a prep pad that can help you avoid needle stick pain and fear. Just rub it on for 60 seconds first.
Our name says it all. Numbstat, anesthetic and fast acting. NUMSTAT. Available at Walgreens.
Numbstat really worked.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives you access to all, every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. iHeartMedia is your access company. Go to iHeartResults.com for more.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
Ever thought about dropping the phone, the computer, getting off the grid, leaving the stress behind? Well, in Southern California, Chris Smith sure did. Chris was cashing out of a successful ad company he created with his business partner, Ed Shin. Now, Ed is a father, a family man, a deacon in his church. The company had been making Ed and Chris $1 million richer every month. Well, in theory, one of those partners took a lot of the money to Las Vegas.
What up? How are you?
Yo,
Dude,
I'm
bitch
good. How
ass.
are you?
Bong Raker. Yes, we can.
Yeah. What the fuck is this?
I stream my life 24 hours a day.
Yes, game. Just scan the QR. You can only play it on your phone? I think so. Oh, fuck, well, I'm going to have to fuck around because my phone's camera doesn't work. You see? I think I can scan it and get the URL and type that in.
What up, Aqua Shark? Welcome.
Yo.
How are you? We got our Aqua Shark in here.
iHeartRadio app, #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one.
AM 640 has your chance to visit the Disneyland Resort.
Dog, we are serious. We're in incognito mode. What happened to Aqua Shark? This wedding is horseshit.
We got the URL. I'll post in the chat. I accidentally started it. Sorry. Oh shit. Why does it let a random fella click the start button? I'm sorry.
Why is it game night again?
Let's restart. I'm sorry. I genuinely didn't intend to do this.
Restart? No. Why doesn't let a fucking random guy who joins start the game? That makes no fucking sense. That's the most retarded thing I've ever seen.
60-year-old girl in Calabasas is now getting tortured.
Wait, am I the fucking host now?
I'll start you.
I'm so fucking confused by this. When you do the jazz box doesn't work like this. It makes sense.
Allegedly sent images around that she says were manipulated to show her in nude, compromising even pornographic positions. To my understanding, she manipulated my face onto another image taken from her.
I'll post the URL.
Promise not to accidentally have to make fake this time.
I think I'll go with that. I'm hosting.
Her daughter says she and the other student got in a fight over a boy and a concert, then chose to share images as revenge.
Yeah, it's not letting me. It's not giving me the option. It's not giving me the button.
Smith says she wants the district to take action. District Superintendent Dr. Dan Stepanovsky sent us this statement during our interview with Smith. Quote, "We take our students' safety very seriously, and we're in the middle of investigating claims from both students and parents against each other. We've also shared all the information we have with Lost Hills Sheriff's Office, but they don't seem to be pressing any charges at this point and don't believe any images were altered."
It is no longer being handled by Lost Hills. This is handled by LA County and the juvenile system, which is
Although you may think this is your very best friend and that you take these photos either consensually or you're horseplaying or having a really good time, you think it's funny.
Alright, should we go in? I can see who's joined.
I don't think a lot of people have joined.
Remember you, boy?
Yeah, I joined. Oh, passport is the two. The passport is going to get.
Seaweed.
Yeah, they have gambling in the sea.
Oh, which ones? Which ones?
Underwater weed.
Yeah, you can't let anybody ever take good photos. I don't know why that
Is this only 4-letter anagrams?
It just stuns me that I don't care what everybody else is doing. Nude photos of you, that is not going to end well.
No.
Don't trust anyone. Teenagers, raise.
What up, Snoo? Snoo, we love you. We've missed you. We're glad you're here.
How's it going, Lucky? Miss you.
Kick-ass take names. We got Bongraker in here. Shout out to Bongraker.
Doing some, what is that? Doing some gambling.
He's not gambling. It's Words on Stream, baby. You don't know what Words on Stream is? It's okay. I just learned it. It was like 20 minutes ago.
Just a word, King.
Come back in a second.
Dog, I'm getting all these.
Well, Aaron, the newsroom, just said that you can take a picture of it.
Yeah, you can screenshots of it and then it lives forever. Yeah, so this is all that. And AirDrop, we can't really track
nice stat.
Well, airdrop's just iPhone to iPhone.
Right.
Yeah,
But it's not like posting it on Instagram.
No, that's just putting it directly into someone's camera.
So it's easy to get away with doing this, and it'd be difficult to catch it.
Yeah,
That's good.
This is crazy because I went to Calabasas High School. So when I saw this story when you emailed it, I was like, whoa, this is pretty heavy.
Were there a lot of Minnesotans going around back then? Was that would have been, like 12, 13 years ago?
Guys,
How to play.
Is everyone joined up? Are we ready to play?
Oh, we're ready to rock and roll, baby. I'm gonna give everybody all the right answers.
Maybe drop the link again.
Are we all aware that Bar is here? Bar M, welcome.
Alright, fuck it, let's go.
Ooh, Ayo. Let's roll.
In some cases, depends. Depends how stimulated you are in any given day. We don't have it. No, they really do that. More coming up. Deborah Lord Mike, you can't fight 24-hour news.
What the hell? I don't know what I'm doing.
So are you trying to find words like fur and surf? Is that what we're doing?
Yeah.
It's kind of like Scrabble.
Now, are we playing as a room or are you all playing individually?
As a group.
Oh, tight. Fur, sue, sure, surf, ruse, user, and surf like, well, the other kind of surf. So there's surf like surfing and then surf like medieval feudal surf.
Level complete.
Boom shakalaka. Let's rock, baby. Sinking last hits. We're gonna dominate the shit out of these people. All right, Pimp, here we go. Sum, S-U-M, S-O-P, S-O-U-S, up, SOP, S-O-P, O-P, U-P, S-O, U-S, MOP, M-O, Sum, S-U-M, MOP, MOP. Does possum work? POSSUM?
There we go. Awesome.
Right. How about PUSS? PUSS.
Yep.
Soup? SOUP? Oh, we got them all. No dogs. I don't hear anybody helping Bong Breaker. He needs your assistance. This is a team effort.
Why? Everyone is to play.
Oh, so Bong Breaker took advantage and he actually.
We're typing separated.
I
Yeah.
see. You super. Super. Purse. Pure. User. Sure.
Hey, this is
Peruse.
Can you stop saying all the stuff?
I'm reading.
I know you're probably like using some chat GPT bullshit, but please.
going separated on their phone. We are typing actually all the answers, and everyone is getting a stage.
All right. All right. We will stop helping. You can blame Bongbreaker though. He said it was a group effort. Oh, we have Kyle R in here.
What the fuck?
Van, thank you so much earlier for telling me that there was a Twitter space. I was just hanging out and here with Bob Dobbs.
Ugh.
3, 2, 1. Here we go. Bongbreaker. PCIAANP. Let's go.
Guinness?
I wanted to do PETA. They didn't let me do PETA.
That's some horse shit. We got T in the house. T, how you living, baby? Welcome to T.
Oh, there's a fake lasso.
We got Dumpstar in here. Welcome, Dumpstar. Dumpstar, we've been waiting for you.
I'm late for the game.
It's okay.
I'll ruin the game with you.
Oh, excellent. I'm really good at it.
What the heck? Oh man.
I choose to abide by Vamp's reasoning, which makes sense. We're all doing this individually.
Lilac.
Oh, I was going to say that. I was going to say
You
that.
can't do lilac. I did lilac.
Alright, I'm
Okay.
gonna do lilac. Lace.
No, you're not supposed to help other people, Dumpstar. You'll get yelled at for good reason.
Alright.
You're supposed to plan your own.
You can't. You also can't do Alice, or does someone else do Alice? No, you can't do names.
Rail.
You can't help them.
Just shut up, please. Not that Earl works.
I think the eye is fake.
Oh, there are fake letters?
Yeah.
Oh, that makes sense.
We have
We lost.
good Dumpstar in the house.
Ah, shit.
Wait, this was PvE all along?
New game.
Nutmeg.
No, dog, you can't help him, Dumpstar. I would love to help him. I was in here giving him
That's not how you spell that.
all the answers. I'd love to tell him all the answers that come into my head right now, but I can't.
Oh, they got the big word. Bong Breaker got it. Magnet. Big brain dev.
Tanga isn't the word. You know, like those Tanga sex eggs.
Nice.
The fuck?
That's whack.
The fuck is the last one?
Oh, right down there.
Okay, we don't see what the missing letters are. Like the ones we missed. Yes, now. Nice.
Rajesh, how are you, Rajesh? Welcome. We're glad you're here.
I wonder. They don't have war? War isn't a word, apparently.
What is it good for? Absolutely nothing. Say it again now. Rajesh, how are you? It's wifebeater.eth. Sinking last hits. Fantastic. 3 stars.
Oh, that's good, yeah.
Can we fucking see the last game?
What the fuck is that sound?
Can you turn off the sound?
Can't do lingo, so the DN, I'm taking it to the end.
Perfect.
I'm thinking the N is the fake letter.
Wow, this is a long one.
No, that DN is a letter.
Hey, yeah, they're always fake.
Game over. You did well. Get 3 stars on one of them this time. I'm proud of you.
That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook. With promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. DraftKings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT. Listen on the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, sports, talk, and podcasts. Free. Never sounded so good. KFI AM 640. Show. Let's start with the one and only, the very popular ABC reporter, Alex Stone. Alex Stone, now you love burgers, so I don't know right? I always think of you when it's really windy out. I know you live out in windy country, and it's a little bit of a story. It's crazy. We lost a tank that we keep, I don't know, like gardening supplies and stuff like that. It's 10 by 20. It was like a Wizard of Oz thing in the front. So it's like cruising up to the phone lines. And so I had to take it apart and rip it apart and throw it away because it was all bent and all crazy. Then we lost a big tank. And my daughter, who's very careful, 18-year-old, I raised that. And she was taken.
I can't believe we have BitJacks in here. This is incredible. I don't know why we were so blessed. But BitJacks, we are happy you're here. Big Jax, how are you? Go get them. All right, buddies. Do you guys know what Azar is? A-Z-A-R. As you guys do that, I'm going to do this. It's amazing. Let's see if we can do it, if I can stream it into here. This would be sick as balls. All right. Here's the plan. I'm going to share my screen into here, and we're going to randomly face chat with people. Amazing. Yo, baby. Can you see me?
They're always fake.
All right, then. Here we go. This app is called Azar. Oh, that sucks. It says you cannot record or near your screen while using that app. Pretty smart of them.
There was a nice
Oh, she don't want to come to the
Do you guys know what the ticker is?
X is fake.
What up, pimp? We're meeting new people.
Oh yeah.
What up, Brian? Oh, dude, I met you earlier. How you doing, baby? Yeah, next person, Andre. What up, Andre? How are you? Check this out. How are you? Do you know what YouTube is? You're live on TikTok, yeah. You're live on YouTube as well. YouTube. Yes. I'll type it. Money, money. Lots of money. $100,000 a week. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. What up, Louis? How are you? Hey, you're live on YouTube. What up, Sophie? You're live on YouTube. You're live on YouTube. You are live on YouTube. You are live on YouTube. You're live on YouTube. Hi. You're live on YouTube.
The artist, you can't do no. Pick the artist.
33.
Are you and Bam playing Words on Stream?
Dude, you're live on YouTube right now.
Against other.
You are live on 5 different streams. Live on 5 different YouTube streams.
For the next round.
Just one moment. This is amazing. Do you want to see yourself live on YouTube?
They were fun.
Okay, I'll show you. Here we go. Here are all my streams at once. So you can see them all at once, or you can see them individually. I'm going to pull them up individually. Absolutely. You can watch me 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, whenever you want. I've been live online for 3 years straight.
Type in words.
Yeah, I'm really good. How are you?
Kyle, you want to join?
Can I do it on my cell phone?
Yeah.
What up?
Basketball Cranker is so good. The link again in the chat. So if someone wants to join.
Yeah, let me get that link.
I'm in that. I'm going to beat everybody.
God, don't hack my shit.
Weird.
I'm waiting for the host to stop stuff.
I have a question about this game. Can you? Is it possible to get like an obscenity like penis?
I think no.
I don't think so. So we could have. So you could have extrapolated that the previous one was had the P as the bad word, because then you could have done porn. You could have you could do corn, but you couldn't do porn. So. I like it. The first thing is fucking coke. Coke.
I tried it too. No, so.
I have a question. When we type, do we only see it on his screen?
I think so, yeah.
Oh, okay, so when it's on my phone, it just has a box that says answer, right?
Yeah.
I gotcha.
I think I'm doing something wrong. I'm in party mode, but I'm by myself.
I thought the same thing.
Oh, weird.
Why would it say answers blocked? Oh, now it's good.
This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences. No matter what the day brings, count on Juicy Juice for the good stuff.
Probably doing some things. I was gonna make content, but I don't think that was really good for them.
Juicy Juice at your favorite local grocery retailer.
Who won?
What? I'm not playing with you guys, am I? Are you talking to me? No. No, baby. I don't see an ad where
Is on the shared screen. In VC.
No, it's in the VC.
Video.
Yeah.
Oh, bong actor.
Scree, baby.
Scree. That makes sense.
Oh, I almost had that.
What's the score?
You came first that round.
Hell yeah, that's what I
You're
like to hear.
first overall.
Hell yeah, that's what I like to hear, champion. Holy shit.
What the fuck?
Holy fuck.
And the A is fake. How is C is a C is? Oh wait, no, there's not a second. That's I'm retarded. Nice. Damn, I can Oh, I don't know. Tomorrow we'll figure out if I have to work. Damn it. I did that work. I didn't give a shit.
That one was difficult. That X threw me off.
The mystery letter is not R because you can't remove.
Mm-hmm.
Game over. That's some horse shit.
Well done, Rabbi. I need to go to bed. GG's. Catch you later, guys.
Take care, baby. GG. Yo, what up? Hi, I'm well. Stay right there.
Bye-bye.
Yeah. Stay right there. Hi. I'm joining you. Oh, you're staying tight. You're wonderful. Excellent. Heck yeah. Dude, Ugama Muga. We're going to be very good friends. I'm pulling up this account right now. It's going to be amazing. Dude, I see you online all the time. That's just not here, dog. I'm online on 6, I do have a crazy setup, 6 different YouTubes at once, 6 different Twitches at once, 6 different Instagrams at once. I'm on Kick? Yeah, man, you're amazing. All right, so let's get you in on this. We have some friends here you should join. Just one moment. Do you know what Telegram is? Here. I have a Telegram group, t.me/HPOS10I. We've got 12,000 people in there. That's okay. This isn't Instagram. This is Telegram. Telegram, not Instagram. Telegram. I will save the link and make one later. That's okay. I'm going to show you right now what we got going on.
Bitcoin, baby.
So check this out. There's a whole community here. And I want you to join it. But you need to click that link. And if you're like, really? Yeah, there's a ton of people in here. These are all people. We can talk to each other. Okay. So, how do we help you? Tight, it's super tight. You can connect with me whenever you want. Okay, so let's show you what we got going on first. I'm going to pull up this stream, but I've got a bunch of different streams going at once. Here we go. Sounds good, brother. I am here to witness. You are. Witness you doing your thing, you know? Absolutely. So check this out. You'll be able to see all these at once. Screw them up big though. You're amazing. Okay. So you saw me on Kick. You know I'm everywhere. On YouTube, Instagram. Okay, so all you have to do is type in Rabbi Rothschild in here and watch, you'll pull it up. Okay. But you're never live on YouTube when I look you up. Well, I'm always live. That's the one I'm on all the time. So let's fix that. I'm going to show you how you can find me whenever you want. Here, I'll just type to you. Let me see if I have Twitch on here. I do have Twitch on here. Just one moment. Yeah, send me a link. Oh, dude, you're going to be all set up. I'm going to have it so that you can literally talk to me whenever you want. So you're having a good day, a bad day, I want to hear about it. Okay, so here we go. All right. I'm live on some account right now. I'm going to go to this one. Not even sure which account it is. But we'll find out. Rabbi. Watch out. Okay. That's that account. Sounds good. I'm here. Thank you so much for your patience. Okay. First thing. Look at this account that I have. Look at all these accounts going at once. These are all individual streams. It's incredible. Okay. Then I'm going to go on this stream. Nice, I just found that. I'm going to go sub and follow you on all of those accounts. That's amazing. You're amazing. Thank you. Okay, I found the account. Can I ask why you have so many? Yeah. I want to make sure that I have redundant streams. In case any of my accounts ever gets banned, I have it on another account. I want people to be able to watch my life 24/7, 365. Look at this. Look how cool this is in real time. Okay. So I can now type to you. Yes. Hi. Perfect. Let me get you a link. All right. First things first. Get you a link. All right. That link. Bookmark that link.
These cars that are buzzing around with no driver. Have you seen this action?
Yes, I've heard of this. I heard it was quite successful in San Francisco. They dragged a few of those a few blocks.
But Antonio asked me during the break if I was comfortable with the Waymo cars with no driver. And my response was, I'm suspicious of a lot of the, Uber drivers and Lyft drivers
Thank
as well.
you.
So why not have no driver? I don't mind. I don't care.
I mean, I guess, you're
dig into a Bluetooth microphone on the radio, paying attention at all, you might as well have a way low. I feel what you're saying.
And I got another question for you, though. I went into your office and your studio. What's all the MAGA hats and the MAGA shirts around? Are those yours or Matt's or Vasse?
I like to fly a flag, too. That is a flag that they have, yes. What I like to do during an election year is just go full hardcore one side or the other.
Sure.
Really make people like
Hey, you got to take a stance, in this life. You're on board or not.
Yeah, and I was trying to get a conceal and carry like for the.
That's not happening.
I don't know. I'm still working on it. But they have a new code for the parking lot.
I got a sports question for you. Are you a sports guy?
I'm supposed to be, but you just painted me into a right-wing conservative.
Okay. I got a sports question for you. Do you know who Camilla Cardoza is? She plays for South Carolina.
South Carolina Gamecocks.
Yes.
Level the girlfriend at LSU.
Right. Well, there's an announcer I think he works for CBS Radio, and he said he's very excited about women's basketball, and he's very excited to see, he didn't call her by her name, he didn't call her, I think her name is Camila Cardoza. He said he's very excited. Yeah, he's very excited to see the giant Brazilian woman push other players around. And he might get suspended or fired for that.
Oh, well, these are athletes. Right. I mean, if it was a giant Brazilian guy,
fair game.
Yes, you'd say that, and it would be like, hey, I just really want to watch the big Brazilian guy.
Wasn't there a big guy that came out of Italy, the Italian giant? And then there was, who was thinking, Manu Bol was from Sudan. He was the Sudanese giant.
I wasn't aware of an Italian giant. Tony Soprano.
I don't know. But the Sudanese giant, wasn't that Manu Bol?
Yeah, look, when it comes to women's sports, you gotta really cross your T's and dot your I's, which is something they didn't do. Something they didn't do with the Toby's guys.
Yes. I get that. Hey, but he could defend that because she's Brazilian. She's 6'7". The average woman in the United States is 5'4", so she's 15 inches taller than the average woman, and she's a woman. He called her the giant Brazilian woman, and she is.
Let's say it's like Purdue Ball or Giuseppe Matata. Let's say, I mean, he's a big African guy, I don't know. He's supposed to be a professional announcer. We live in a very special.
Hey, did you see the guy who killed himself, the whistleblower on Boeing, knocked off himself with a gun? Did you see that story?
Yeah, I mean, that's usually what I like to do when I'm traveling between interviews. Just go to the parking lot and check out.
Okay, but look, man, every one of his friends said, he was happy as could be. There's no way he would have done this. You never hear the opposite. I was talking to John Poldock about this. You never hear, he used to talk about killing himself all the time. He was a real downer at Christmas and at weddings, because all he did is talk about killing himself.
What you always hear is, he was so full of life. He loved life.
That's right. And then bang.
You never hear, this guy was always talking about eating a 9mm, and all he could say was he wanted to eat his gun.
Right.
You're right. You
never, ever hear that. It's always, no, my kid was not a gang member. He didn't kill himself. It's a whole run, man.
It's always
gotta go. You're the best. I really appreciate coming on. Tendros Papadakis and his brand new, what is it? What are you driving again? Toyota?
It's a Toyota Tacoma. It's the reimagined for 2024. Are you wait beyond the area? You can talk to the parade guy.
Yes, they didn't trust you with the Tundra. They didn't trust you with the Tundra.
No, thanks for running your end.
Wasn't it the Tundra that pulled the space shuttle across the 405 freeway?
It was. Hey, who's coming in to talk about the parade? Frank Mojack?
Jim Taylor. Jim Taylor.
Oh, Big
Yes, that's right, buddy.
David James.
I really appreciate coming on, buddy. You're a giant star. All right, we got to get out of here. Thanks. That's enough show for today. Mo Kelly's next on KFIM 640. No more now, anybody.
Captain arrested in a connection with a weekend attack of a 6-year-old girl in Santa Monica. Santa Monica police say the suspect was arrested by the LAPD following another incident in Venice. A high school student has accused a classmate of sharing AI-generated nude images of her. The 60-year-old girl attends Calabasas High School. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer has called for new elections in Israel to replace Prime Minister Netanyahu. Schumer says he's an obstacle to peace. Southbound weather from KFI, mostly clear this evening and becoming partly cloudy. Low tonight, 55 in Irvine, 48 Altadena. This report is brought to you by Audible. For the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center, let's go. Places checking KFI in the sky. We've got a crash in Town Valley on the 405.
Making your way along that northbound signage coming up on Porter Avenue. Everything's getting clear to the right shoulder drive. Where it's a mess getting out of Costa Mesa. Actually, we're going to back it up all the way out of Irvine with overall delays leaving Irvine Center Drive. Now, we've got Mike O'Brien, and he's got the latest as you make your way through to 4 KFI in the sky.
Now, no change out this way. It's the 215 northbound and Palm Candover over a big ring there. At least the left wing is blocked and they had a fuel spill, so it's taken hours. Bumper to bumper back before the 210. Now, the southbound side of the 215, you're pretty well back up to the 15 coming out of the door. And if you are heading on the 10 through the Inland 10 eastbound, that's you have to get from the Kellogg interchange. And that stays slow most of the way into Fontana from there. Mike O'Brien, KFI in the sky.
KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Angel Martinez.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here, and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook. With promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
As the number one audio company, iHeartMedia gives you access to all, every audience, conversations, trusted influencers, the insights and data you need to grow. iHeartMedia is your access company. Go to iHeartResults.com for more.
At my Great Cook Salon, I get to use my skills as a stylist to make customers look and feel great. When you sit down in my chair, it's important to me to listen to what you want. And when your haircut's done, I'll save your details in clip notes so you can get the look you love at any Great Cook Salon, anywhere you are. Seeing customers light up at the end of their cut, that's what I love about my job. I'm Katie, and I'm a Great Clip Salon stylist.
Join the salon team. Visit jobs.greatclips.com.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of hundreds of thousands of titles. Here's iHeartRadio Podcast Preview.
How does a single human being convince thousands to kill you?
because they give lives of tyrants such as Adolf Hitler and Chairman Mao keep your meal. You'll be right there in their waiting rooms, private quarters, on the battlefield, in their bunkers, up close and personal with some of history's most brilliant leaders. They make the decisions that shape the world. There's King John
Let's just take this. Well, that was fucking scary.
Joseph Stalin, the man who turned Russia into a superpower. First-class advertising executive, he really understood how to get people to buy what he's selling. Now, as they go, the peasants slowly transformed to China. Communism from now eternity required toughness, required extremism, because these were extreme conditions. Famously, he said, all power rose up the barrel of gun. We should be behind the curtain, beyond the propaganda, the bigotry, to hear the real stories of their totalitarian regimes. You'll hear the voices of regime insiders, escapees, world-renowned experts. From Noise of Podcasts, this is Real Dictators.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one app.
It's an Indian restaurant where we keep things with the other. I gotta tell you, that bread, second to none. Yeah, Bill Handle, that's really what you want to end this thing on. Looks that way, doesn't it? Yeah, live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
And on March 23rd, I've been asked to be in the San Juan Capistrano Swallows Day Parade. And two guys are here, Tony and Jim Taylor, and Tony Pointer, I believe, right? Yes. Nice to see you, fellas.
Nice to see you.
You guys are dressed up like Old Town Sheriffs.
Yeah, well, this is actually the outfit for the San Juan Capistrano Wrestling Association. So you'll see this when you come down on Ray. There, and you're going to see a couple of hundred people wrestling.
Is that right? I would love to have, I was talking to my wife, my daughter. Man, I'd love to have raised my daughter down there in San Juan Capistrano. I think I made a mistake in not doing that.
It's an amazing town.
Yeah, beautiful. A lot of people down there enjoy themselves.
A lot more. The 23rd, actually, even more when they find out that you're going to be there.
Buddy, look, next year, you guys don't have to come up with the costumes on. Just call me. I'll turn it down, and I'll promote the hell of it out here.
You'll turn it down. That's great.
We'll promote the hell out of it every year. You don't have to invite me and pretend like people down there know who I am.
Actually, Laura Hart and Howard was the mayor last year, so and city council.
Was Laura the one that screwed your name up?
Absolutely, and I let Jim Tabor. Yeah, I told Sharon I was going to change my name to Tabor so he wouldn't embarrass Laura. I couldn't move on that, but somehow she finagled an invite to your birthday party.
Really?
And that's how we got connected.
Oh, we'll rescind that. Yeah. We'll cancel that. Last year. Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, that was kind of cool. All right, so the San Juan Capistrano Swallow Parade, there's no motorized vehicles and also
horse leading on motorized parade. All floats go back into horses.
All right, and how many people do you expect to be at the parade?
Last year we had between 50,000 and 60,000.
Is that right? Full town. Do you guys have your own police department or
Orange County Sheriff's Department?
Orange County Sheriff. All right, so you got a lot of those guys.
We have a lot of high police presence around the day.
Yeah.
Lots.
But a lot of people behave down there too.
They do. And everybody's wants to have fun. It's a family-friendly event.
And where's the party at?
I think it's up here in Burbank.
You have a lot of choices at the restaurants. You have no room, no lines.
Okay.
Virtually every restaurant is on board. We have a new restaurant that just opened just this week. It's a soft opening, just in time for the parade.
Oh, good. Okay. And do the swallows still come back, or is that just
They do. The
Supposedly they originate in Goya, Argentina, then they make the trek on St. Joseph's Day, so March 19th is the official date that the swallows are supposed to arrive.
How far south did they go?
Well, I mean, no one's ever actually followed them. Okay. I'm assuming they're going to Goya. It's where they're winding up in Plymouth for all we know, but they come out on St. Joseph's Day, they hang around in October, and then they make the trip.
Okay, are they on time? I mean, do they usually come in a week or a month?
They're usually on or about that time, but they're also stragglers. I think they send in advanced scouts because you'll see them now. You'll see them in January.
And do they only come back to San Juan or they come back to the area?
San Juan was the focal point, but progress is progress. And people knock down the habitats, so.
I see.
It has helped that we've had 2 wet, rainy years in a row.
Oh, good.
They like the wet and the mud and build their nests.
As do I.
So, and they're protected for.
Once they start building their nests, you're not really supposed to knock them down. So,
Yeah, that's a hassle.
Definitely San Juan. That's part of the heritage.
Okay.
and the hot watches love it.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. All right, so it's going to be Saturday the 23rd, a week from the day after tomorrow.
It's the 23rd. I'm excited. The best way to get there is to get Metrolink. Because Metrolink does a $10 ticket. Kids ride free, 17 and under ride free, and it drops you right in the heart of downtown. So all you have to do is get off the train, walk on, you're 200 feet, and the parade is right there.
And where's that? Is that train station near the pier?
It's in San Juan Capistrano.
Yeah, not quite to San Juan. It's in San Juan.
Oh, it's right one before that. That's it.
But that's the deal. That's the deal because you don't have to mess with parking, you don't have to mess with traffic. Take the train, drops you right in the middle of all the restaurants, all the action, watch the parade, go to the Mercado Street Fair, run all day, and then come back and get on the train and go home.
I see you brought a box of money with you.
I brought you one of our commemorative
No kidding. Is that right?
It is.
Wow.
We do a new one every year. Just silversmiths. This silver one.
Man, is that right? That's beautiful.
Precious gemstones are fake, but everything else is real.
Wow.
You got a pretty thick belt to hold that up there.
That is great. And to honor it, Ken Shampoo.
And also, we have something else for both of you to see. This is the badge that identifies you as a guest association.
Oh, okay.
This is the one that you only get by being a diehard volunteer.
Oh, nice. So you go anywhere with that.
You're the honorary deputies.
All right. We got to take a break. Thank you very much, Jim and Tony.
Thank you.
We'll see you down there.
We'll see you.
Sorry, definitely back. Thank you, man. This belt is beautiful. All right. So it says celebrity of the vote to go in here. That's cool. Thanks, Jim. We're live on KFI M64.
Perfect for anti indecisive minds. KFI's cooling info gel quickly relieves ignorance and gives a minty fresh scent. KOST HD2.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Upgrade at the border. I'm Sandy Ross live from KFI for our newsroom. Immigration and Customs Enforcement officials are trying out body cams on federal agents.
The pilot program is rolling out in certain areas of the country with plans to eventually use them everywhere, including Southern California. Body cams are part of the Biden administration's effort to make federal agents and officers' actions more transparent and rebuild public trust. ICE has 2 parts: Homeland Security investigations, which handles transnational crime, and enforcement removal operations, which deports illegal immigrants. The program still needs more funding from Congress, and the agencies are still working out details with their respective labor unions. Steve Corrigan, KFI News.
A jury in Michigan has found James Crowley guilty of involuntary manslaughter in connection with his son's fatal school shooting back in 2021. The jury, 4-person, read the verdict this afternoon, following a full day of deliberations. The verdict means Crowley and his wife, Jennifer, are the first parents in the U.S. to be charged in a mass shooting committed by their child. Testimony revealed that Crowley wanted home for his son. Prosecutors argued Crowley let it pass because somebody else pulled the trigger. The judge has allowed most of actress Leah Remini's claims against the Church of Scientology to proceed, but dismissed some allegations. Remini's original suit was introduced in August and included allegations of civil harassment, stalking, intentional infliction of emotional distress, and defamation. Scientology leader David Miscavige also a defendant. And Remini left the church in 2013. The judge rejected Remini's stalking claims, saying she has not demonstrated a credible threat. The church called the ruling a resounding victory for the church and
free speech. A routine traffic stop in Riverside County has led to a much bigger bust.
Riverside County Sheriff's Department says the guy had several arrest warrants and had meth on him. Deputies searched his car in San Jacinto and recovered 8 guns, a suppressor, ammo, 5 pounds of explosive material, and high-capacity magazines. The guy was initially pulled over Sunday for what investigators have described as an equipment violation on his car. Investigators served a search warrant at the guy's home after the traffic stop and found additional ammo and 20 pounds of explosive material. Blake Trolley, KFI News.
Taco Bell is bringing new menu items to its restaurants. The new items will be on their Cantina Chicken menu and feature a sauce taco, crispy taco, burrito, quesadilla, and a bowl. The items will have new ingredients such as shredded purple cabbage, avocado verde salsa, and pico de gallo. Some items are available now for Taco Bell Rewards members, and everyone will be able to get them beginning on March 21st. We're going to check the 101 freeway right after this.
American Vision windows are the absolute best windows you can buy, and they have the best installers in the world. So I urge you, if you need new windows, call American Vision Windows. Billy Kathleen put an unbelievable company together. We have 8 of their windows in our house, and they're my favorite 8 windows in the entire home. They really are. They're quiet. They're energy efficient. It's here in the summer, the air conditioning doesn't blow out the windows and the doors. And in the winter, the heat stays inside, and it's quiet in my house. This is what it sounds like in my house all the time. Pretty sweet, huh? They've revolutionized the home improvement industry one customer at a time. American Vision Windows is the best, and right now they're going to pay your taxes, which is a big deal, or free expert installation. Wow! Phone them up. 888-226-9908. 888-226-9908. Website, AmericanVisionWindows.com. AmericanVisionWindows.com. Right off the price, 2124 CS 778.
Southside weather from KFI. Clear skies for the rest of the season. Some clouds moving in overnight. Will be partly cloudy by tomorrow morning. For the overnight, low temperatures mid-50s in Metro LA and OC, around 50 for the valleys. Upper 40s and low 50s along the beaches. And for tomorrow, partly cloudy, windy in some areas. Highs around 70 for Metro LA, OC, and valleys. Mid-60s at the beaches. It's 70 now in Westminster. 67 in Lake Forest. 70 in Mar Vista. And 69 in Rosemead. Closing numbers on Wall Street, the Dow dropped 138, the Nasdaq down 49, the S&P 500 fell 15. Checking KFI in the sky, we've got a crash in Calabasas on the 101.
It's headed southbound, coming up on Parkway, Calabasas. They landed in the right lane. Delays while they were a big mess getting away from Lost Hills. Beyond the crash, the drive remained slow all the way to the 170-134 split, slowing ahead in Hollywood, Sunset into downtown Los Angeles, East LA with Mike O'Brien, KFI in the sky.
It's a tough one on the 60 eastbound jammed up right at the beginning of the freeway there, East LA interchange. From there, it's very heavy over almost to the 605 for Washington up Rosemead Boulevard. Up ahead, you're back on the brakes. It's like from Fullerton Road into the road to the 57. And even further on down the line, if you're heading inland on the 60 eastbound, that's tied up now from the 71 most of the way to the 50. Mike O'Brien, KFI in the sky.
To Sleepy Hollow, this is Highway 142 traveling eastbound. Looks like some road work is wrapped up between Feldspar and Chino Hills Parkway. All things are now open. They were doing one-way traffic control. And delays, well, they're still picking up. Eastbound traffic still a mess away from Santa Fe Road. KFI in the sky. Helps get you there faster. I'm Angel Martinez.
Entregas gratis en un día de bombas de baño y millones de productos más. Lo que te gusta está en Prime. No matter what the day brings, count on Juicy Juice for the good stuff. Get kids the nutrients of real 100% fruit juice to help them conquer the day. Juicy Juice is only sweetened by the fruit with no sugar added, no high fructose corn syrup, and no artificial sweeteners. Available in family-sized bottles and juice boxes. Find Juicy Juice at your favorite local grocery retailer. Info at juicyjuice.com.
Auto show rebates now available. Beat the rush and get the full selection of inventory at Brunswick Auto. Don't miss the Jeep Celebration event. Lease a 2023 Jeep Grand Cherokee Laredo 4x4 with backup cam, 8.4 orange touchscreen, and pre-collision warning for just $419 a month, while returning lessees for just $377. Brunswick Auto. Call mine. They truly simple. WI Homes Fund back on 5 speed to exotic no security deposit required 10,000 miles per year includes all incentives on Flex 33124.
Listen on the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, sports, talk, and podcasts. Free, never sounded so good. KFI AM 640.
Hey, don't forget that San Juan Capistrano Parade, a week from Saturday, 11 a.m. I'll be down there. And if I'm going down, you better go down. If you live in Orange County, don't skip this. Don't not show up. You got to show up. You got to sit there. You got to watch the whole parade. All right? If I'm going, you're going. Don't make me go alone. If I do, I'm going to find out who you are, and I'm going to out you on the air. So, buzz on down there to the San Juan Capistrano Parade. That's where the swallows come on every year. That's a big deal. All right, speaking of swallows and birds, we've all been following the eaglets up in Big Bear. Bad vibes. Bad vibes on the eaglet eggs. Looks like it's a wrap. I hate to say that, but it's the second set of eggs that are not happening. What's going on? Is it the weather? They get too cold? Are they not compatible? And what are the two eagles' names? Jackie and Shadow? The Shadow shooting blanks? I don't know. What's going on with these two? But no eaglets tonight, kids. It didn't happen.
Get our favorite eagles, Jackie and Shadow. There's a lot of anxiety this morning for those of us who have been closely watching for eaglets. We have learned that none of the TA.
By the way, there are some people in this building who are also feeling anxiety over the eaglet eggs. I'm not going to say who they are, but they work here.
There's a lot of anxiety this morning for those of us who have been closely watching for eaglets. We have learned that none of the two eggs are viable. The group that monitors the birds say it's probably unlikely for them to hatch at this point. We're joined live by Sam.
When does Shadow give up or Jackie give up? When do they move on to some other bald guy or bald eagle? I don't know.
We're joined live by Sandy Steers, Executive Director of Friends of Big Bear Valley. Sandy, this is so sad. This is the second year in a row that we've now seen this happen. Is there any chance, can we hold out any hope that maybe at least one egg could hatch?
Yes, it's still possible that something could happen unusual. Right now, it's past the time that Jackie's eggs have hatched, but I think another day before it's past the time that any eagle eggs have hatched. But those are just the ones on record. We don't know what's happened in the deep forests.
Oh, it's so sad. We've all been so excited, and they've been so dedicated. I think that's what's so heartbreaking about it, is that they have been so dedicated to these eggs, especially given.
You know what? But I hate to say this, but it's nature. You know, I mean, nature takes care of itself. If those eggs weren't ready to hatch, those two eagles aren't compatible. That's nature. You know, I think we have to look at it that way. I think we can all get bedridden with depression.
Especially given last year what happened. So how common is it for eggs not to hatch?
Wait.
Especially given last year what happened. So
wait a minute. What happened last year? What happened last year? I'm new to the eagle camp. What happened last year? Say you know, Stefan, you're saying
they didn't hatch.
How many eggs last year?
I don't remember, but I think it might have been last year also where eggs got eaten up by.
Oh my God! Do we have to watch that on the eagle cam?
On those guys 24/7.
Oh my God!
Especially given last year what happened. So how?
I like how she just assumes everybody is with the eagle camera. Like we're all spending 8 hours a day with the eagle camera, where she doesn't have to tell us what happened last year. Well, something last year,
Yeah, what happened last year?
Even in sports, they tell you who won the Super Bowl last year in case you forgot.
Especially given last year what happened. So
and 180 million people watched the Super Bowl, and they still tell you, last year, well, it was the Kansas City Royals beating the
the temperatures that are happening when the eggs are laid or when they're incubating. It can be the percentage of humidity that's in the air, and for us, it can also be the oxygen levels because we're at such a high altitude, higher than most eagle nests, than any. And
okay, well then somebody's got to move that nest down to San Bernardino, right through Fontana. Stick them into Fontana. They'll get crazy.
And
last year she laid 2 eggs.
And
it just never hatched.
Yeah, I think those eagles have got to get out of the hell out of the mountains. They got to come down to Fontana, or at least out of the valley, and raise those youngins down in the flats.
And so that can make a difference. All those things can matter. It could be just biological that something was off at the moment, when they created the eggs or they were laid. There's all kinds of reasons. And
Wait, she talking about the eggs?
They were laid.
She's talking about the eggs.
They were laid. There's all kinds of reasons, and unfortunately, we don't have any way of knowing what the reasons are anytime.
Oh, I had no idea that they're so delicate in so many ways.
I would say this because of environmentalists, and I will give it environmentalists, because they have been so concentrating on keeping the eagles and making sure the eagles come back and they thrive in the United States. If you ever go to Alaska, they're like pigeons up there. They're everywhere. Everywhere you turn, there are eagles. They're everywhere. They're like those McDonald's birds. Those little gray McDonald's birds? You throw a French fry near a bush, and 19 of them come out of the bush and attack each other for that fry. That's how eagles are in Alaska. They're everywhere. And you really only see those McDonald's birds at McDonald's. The little gray McDonald's birds. And you never see them outside of McDonald's. But yet they're all over the outside. And you throw a little fry in your bougainvillea, bang. 19 birds.
Do the eagles understand grief? Do they have a sense of loss? How do they move forward? How do they move forward?
I believe that they do. They understand something about the sadness or the emotions. We've seen Shadow in the past stand over the eggs that a predator got after they weren't going to be viable, and he just stood there staring at them and looking sad and like he didn't really want to accept what was going on. And he's also less likely to give up than Jackie. When she gave up on the eggs before, she stopped staying on them at night, and Shadow spent the next 3 nights being on the eggs at night because he wouldn't give up.
Just like humans.
And even though she was calling him from the roosting site, he would stay there on the eggs and just wouldn't give it up. And so there's something going on inside of him. We don't know if it's the same as our emotions, but he's definitely behaving and acting differently than when everything's fine.
This is making me so sad. So is that the normal process? Normally both birds would leave the nest and kind of let predators come get the unhatched eggs?
Yeah, it's basically how it goes. I'm going to take a break here, but it don't look like any of the 3 eggs are going to hatch. So they got to move that nest down to Montana or but get them out of the house. It's too cool. I'm live on KFI. We're not seeing
LAPD is arrested a man accused of attacking a 6-year-old girl in Santa Monica last Sunday. Santa Monica police say the man was taken into custody in Venice. Robo taxi service Waymo One has started testing out driverless rides in LA. The company expanded its service across 63 square mile area, stretching from Santa Monica to Venice to downtown LA. The father of a shooter has been found guilty of involuntary manslaughter at a school in Michigan. It is the second conviction against the teen's parents. We'll check the 91 freeway coming up right after this.
All right, let's talk about Sweet James. We get into an accident, you must call the best attorneys in the world, and nobody is better than Sweet James. Nobody. So if you're hurt in any kind of accident, you would be silly if you called anybody other than Sweet James. Now, who do you choose? Well, number 1, Sweet James used to work defending insurance companies, and so he knows a lot of the secrets. They were disgusted by how the insurance companies were taking advantage of the everyday average people in their weakest moment. And secondly, they're one of the only firms that have attorneys with experience in over 500 trials. What does that mean? That means they've assembled the perfect team to take on the insurance companies. That's what you need. You need to call Sweet James. Don't call anybody else. This is the guy. This is the law firm for you. And I've had a lot of experience, a lot of friends, family. I always tell them, it's called Sweet James. Thank you. Call up right away, 800-9-million, 800-9-million, 800-900-0000. Website, sweetjames.com.
Southern weather from KFI, clear this evening, partly cloudy late tonight and tomorrow. Temps 9:58 Santa Monica, 52 in Orange. Checking KFI in the sky, we've got a crash in Cerritos on the 91 freeway.
This one is along the westbound side before Studebaker. They're trying to get it cleared out of the left lane, and delays are backing up away from Knott Avenue. Irvine with Mike O'Brien, KFI in the sky.
Tough road to hold well. 5 here, flying northbound. Jamie up just past Jeffrey. From Jeffrey up to Disney Way, that's going to be a challenge. Now, the northbound 405, not much better. North 405, that moves up right off the El Toro Y and up 133. That's going to stay tough through Fountain Valley and about workers before it loosens up. And the North 55, that's a tough one now. 405 all the way to the 91. Mike O'Brien, KFI in the sky.
KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Angel Martinez.
Inner peace. For me, it's the aroma of lavender and peppermint back developed by Rainforest Sensitive. Enlightenment, here I come.
Free one-day delivery on backpacks and millions of other items. Whatever you're into, it's on Greg.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here, and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT. Auto show rebates now available. Beat the rush and get the full selection of inventory at Brunswick Auto. Don't miss the Jeep Celebration event. Lease the 2024 Jeep Compass Latitude Lux 4x4 with blind spot monitoring, remote start, cross path detection, heated seats, and steering for just $359 a month. Brunswick Auto Mart, car buying made truly simple. 36 months after 95 dentist fees to its diagnosis, free deposit required, 10,000 miles free, includes all incentives, operates for 3124.
This is a radio ad for Dixit. Dupilumab, a prescription medicine for people 6 months and up with moderate to severe eczema that is not well controlled with topical prescription therapies. But since this is radio, you can't see the effects of Dupixit. You can't see how it helps you stay ahead of your eczema, or how it helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that could be causing eczema. You can't see how it helps heal your skin from within, but you can see how Dupixit can help you have clearer skin and less itch. Individual results will vary. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Get help right away if you have wheezing, trouble breathing, or swelling of your face, lips, mouth, tongue, and throat. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems such as eye pain, vision changes, or blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change your stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. See for yourself. Ask your eczema specialist about Dupixit. Visit Dupixit.com or call 1-844-DUPIXIT.
Lucky Land Casino asking people, what's the weirdest place you've gotten lucky?
Lucky? In line at the deli, I guess. In my dentist's office. More than once, actually. Do I have to say?
Yes, you do.
In the car before my kid's PTA meeting.
Really?
Yes.
Excuse me, what's the weirdest place you've gotten lucky?
I never win a ton.
Well, there you have it. You can get lucky anywhere playing at LuckyLandSlots.com. Play for free right now. Are you feeling lucky?
Nobody wants to outlive their money, but it happens, especially for women. That's why Cambridge offers the Parity Flex annuity. It's designed for women's unique retirement needs with flexible withdrawals to help cover unexpected expenses, plus a guaranteed lifetime income benefit that keeps paying you even when your account balance is zero. In other words, it's like getting a paycheck for life. We'll say that women, a paycheck for life. Guaranteed. Sounds too good to be true? It's not. It's the Parity Flex annuity, and it's one more example of their commitment to creating a better financial future for women. One where they feel empowered, not excluded, and ready to take on whatever the next chapter brings. Cambridge believes financial flexibility and security are fit to be all the things for you. And the retirement income that can't outlive is the ultimate flex experience. Start saving now at Cambridge.com. Please visit Cambridge.io/PartyFlex for current rates, full product disclosures and disclaimers, and other important information.
I believe that every human behavior is designed to attract a mate, keep a mate, expel a mate, or enhance your reproductive odds. That's why I talk about the science of love, sex, health, family, workplace relationships. It's what I think and believe all the day long. How about Dr. Wendy After Dark?
Dr. Wendy Walsh, Sunday night at 7 on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
KFI AM 640. Yes. Conway Show, Deep Dawn with you. You know, there's a lot of people out there, they like the snacks. They like snack food, but it's not good for your brain. So, slow down. Just a little.
But I want to start off with a basic definition of what ultra-processed foods are. Because most foods that we eat are processed. You got to cook a lot of the stuff. But what's an ultra-processed food?
Oh, why don't you tell us? You're going to be the specialist.
Ultra-processed foods are basically foods that drive inflammation in our body, and they're what they call crap foods, CRAP, completely refined and processed foods. And when you eat them, they make you feel terrible, but it's also going to affect your body on a lot of different levels. It's going to cause issues with your cardiovascular system. It's going to cause obesity. It's going to cause even things like cancer. But what we're learning,
Yeah, but it's good. And when you eat those chips or that Slim Jim, man, it's good.
it's going to cause even things like cancer.
You strike me as a Slim Jim guy. You have any experience with a Slim Jim?
I've had them.
Yeah, they're pretty good, huh?
I'm more into like Cheetos and Ruffles.
Okay, I see that. I see that in you. I used to be a bigger Slim Jim fan than I am now, but I think the Slim Jim, I think the time has come and gone.
Oh yeah.
When you bite into it, it used to be more meaty. I think it tastes more like fatty now.
Yeah, it's a little bit more artificial.
Yeah, I don't like the big Slim Jim. I like the small. I like the Slim. Yeah, there you go. I like the big. Then they have the big Slim Jim, like the fat Slim Jim, which is sort of oxymoron. But I like the Slim Jim, but the little tiny ones, more like 3 inches, and stick in your pocket. Yeah. You know, I can take them camping. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's a little protein there for you. I don't know though. I think the Slim Jim. I don't know about. I think it needs something else, like cran Slim Jim. It needs like a cranberry, or they need to up their game.
Oh, I like the sweetness to it.
Yeah. It needs some kind of, some kind of, I don't know, like a health angle to it. The cran Slim Jim. That's a great idea.
It's going to cause even things like cancer. But what we're learning now is just so powerful from all the new research. It's going way beyond the physical effects of our body. It's actually affecting our brain, which I know we're going to be talking about.
Oh, no. Snack food affecting your brain.
Exactly. So let's dig into that because people that they're going to be confused by that. We know.
They're going to get confused while eating that. So I guess it's not good for you.
By that, we know. You eat fatty foods, you eat sugary foods. Of course, your body is impacted. But what is the research suggesting about the way our brain is impacted?
And look, we don't know. Try eating a chip, for example. Like you can't eat one chip, right? It's impossible. You're eating the whole bag. These foods are highly addictive. And they're combining the three most powerful acidic and inflammatory foods into refined salt. It's sugar, right? Sugar is 8 times more addictive than cocaine.
Wait, what?
It's sugar, right? Sugar is 8 times more addictive than cocaine.
I didn't know that. 8 times? 8 times more addictive?
Sugar is 8 times more addictive than cocaine.
sell their body for cocaine. And I know people that went broke because of cocaine. You wouldn't do any of that for sugar. You wouldn't do it. Really?
I don't know. Yeah. I saw something really sad the other day. I don't mean to bring down the house here, but this is the perfect topic. So I'm driving by this cookie store, and there was somebody that purchased like a box of cookies, and they couldn't even make it back to their car. They had to sit on the curb. They were like shoveling these cookies into their mouth. It was just really sad. And then they washed it down with a cigarette afterwards.
Oh, that's great. So you stayed there to watch the entire process?
Well, I didn't sit there and watch it. I drove to the post office, and then on my way out, they were there.
Oh, still there. Oh, that's great. That's a good move. I respect that. You know, a guy's into effort. He doesn't care what he looks like. You know, he's just gonna sit on the curb, down the box of cookies, and have a smoke. That's where he is in life. You know, life has kicked the crap out of him. And but he gets his enjoyment out of the box of cookies and the cigarette. You know? I had a dream last night that I picked up cigarette smoking again. And God, I was happy.
You enjoyed it.
Yeah.
Dancing around.
I enjoyed it. Yeah.
Puffing away.
I enjoyed it. I smoked a cigarette last night in my dream, and man, that was good. Did you ever smoke cigarettes?
No.
Never, huh?
You know, I took a puff of my clove here and there when I was much younger, but nothing, you know, on the daily.
What about you, Steph? Were you a big smoker? I actually did for a little bit. Smoke cigarettes? Yeah. Wow. And I got into cigarettes. You seem like a young guy. Yeah, I know, right? Peer pressure. Literally. But after a couple weeks, I was like, this doesn't feel good in my throat. I can't breathe. Were you a Virginia Slim guy, or I forgot what it was the ones that you roll yourself. Buglers. Okay. All right. Yeah. Buglers. Yeah. So and old school. The weeks I was like, this doesn't feel good anymore. I don't like it. What'd you give it up for, Chip? Drinking. What about you, Sam? You ever smoke cigarettes? I have. Like today? No, I smoked a few of them. I found them slightly addictive today. Yeah, I did too. And I craved them for a while, and then I just decided not to continue. How'd you quit? My wife smelled tobacco in my breath and got really angry. And I was afraid. Great story. Sad, but certainly a good story. It's kind of hard to How long did you smoke for? Oh, that's it? Yeah. Oh, man. I didn't get but enough to, even once in a while now, I wish everybody smoked because everybody was happier when they smoked. I like it. I like it. The smell would be nice. I drove in to work yesterday, and those guys smoking a cigarette. And I felt like I was making a phone call, and I couldn't get in the elevator while I was making the phone call, so I would get disconnected, and I stood next to him just to smell that cigarette. It was great. It was great. I think he knew what I was doing. I think he was going to charge me for some of that stuff. That's secondhand stuff. All right, we're live on KFI. We're now Sandy Webb. LA City Councilman Kevin De Leon has lost his lead in the primary election. Tenant rights attorney Lisa Valderrado leads the Leon by nearly 400 votes. State Assemblyman Miguel Santiago in third place. The top two candidates will be in a runoff in November, since no one candidate has a majority of the vote. Finland and Los Angeles are working together to fight climate change. Mayor Bass says the letter of intent focuses on green opportunities with ports, buildings, transit, and energy grids.
The effort to combat climate change will not work if it's simply countries one by one doing it alone.
Bass signed the letter with Finnish Minister of Development, Cooperation, and Foreign Trade, V.A. Tavio. California's economy is predicted to grow faster than the rest of the country, but not by much.
UCLA Anderson School of Management forecast director Jerry Nicholsberg says there's good news.
Widespread growth in California.
He says there are threats such as interest rates and the November election. UCLA's forecast indicates a Trump-Biden rematch this year could create uncertainty and restraint
Phoenix, KFI News.
The Israeli military says it's planning to evacuate a large portion of 1.4 million displaced Palestinians living in Rafah ahead of a major assault on the town.
IDF spokesman Daniel Hagari said civilians will take shelter in quote humanitarian islands established in the center of the strip with the help of international partners.
ABC's Jordan Miller says the IDF did not give a timeline of the evacuation yesterday. More than 30 museums in SoCal are participating in an annual free-for-all. The Academy Museum Motion Pictures, the American Museum of Ceramic Art, and the Armory Center for the Arts will all offer free admission on Saturday, March 23rd. You can also get in at the Grove, California Botanic Garden, and California Science Center for free. Some museums are always free. Some are offering free admission just for that day, and some are already sold out. A list of freebies can be found at SoCalMuseums.org. Southbound weather from KFI, the National Weather Service calling wind advisory for the valley and mountain areas of LA and Ventura counties. That advisory is extended through 11 a.m. tomorrow morning with gusts up to 45 miles per hour possible. Sunny skies for the rest of this afternoon are clear and mostly clear tonight. Low temperatures mid-50s in Metro LA and OC, around 50 in the valleys, upper 40s and low 50s at the beaches, and around 40 in the Antelope Valley. Partly cloudy tomorrow, windy in some areas with highs around 70 for Metro LA, OC, the valleys, mid-60s along the coast, and mid-upper 50s in the Antelope Valley. Down 72 in Laguna Beach and 69 in Irvine. Checking KFI in the sky, we have trouble on the 57 in Orange. It's a crash.
This is on the left outside of Orangewood Avenue. The middle lane is blocked. Delays are loading up away from the 5 freeway. Beyond the crash, the drive remains slow to the 91. We've got a little opening through the Placentia area. Delays in Brea from Imperial Highway all the way to the 60 in Diamond Bar. Let's get an update into 4 with Mike O'Brien, KFI in the sky.
Still working this major trouble spot of the day, really. The 215 northbound Palm Kendall, but it's a wind blown big break and blew over there. They have at least a couple of left lanes that are blocked and fuel split, so it's been hours bumper to bumper back before the 210. Southbound side of the fence on that 215, they're taking a look at it more. Now the 15 will be better. 15 northbound, you got slowing from the 210 up towards just about Sierra. Loosens up quite a bit, and then you got a little more brake light action as you approach the 138. Mike O'Brien, KFI in the sky.
The drive out of Santa Monica is terrible on the 10 eastbound. Delays leaving 20th Street. Dense and slow across Mid-City all the way to the 5 in Boyle Heights. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Angel Martinez.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here, and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Tanya here, and there are many ways that we can all help raise awareness around HIV. But maybe the most important is just talking about it openly and honestly. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetectable, which means the amount of the virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
Auto show rebates now available. Beat the rush. Get the full selection. Once with auto. Don't miss the cheap celebration event.
Ralph AI, how you living, baby?
Been great. How's everything going?
Kicking ass, taking names. Do you know that I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year?
No word. I see what you're doing on there, man. I appreciate it.
Absolutely. You know that you're live on 6 different YouTube streams right now?
Really?
Yes. You didn't know that? I'll show you. You ready, dog?
Yeah, let me see.
I'm gonna show you. You ain't seen nothing yet, baby. This is the biggest event in global history. I'll be sharing my screen in a second. And you're gonna see this shit and you're gonna be like, oh my god, this is crazy. Just one moment. Alright. So if I go Rabbi Rothschild, enter, and I filter by live. Here you are. Look at all these lives.
Yeah. I see it
Now look at this. This one alone. I don't know if it's gonna work. Hold on. This one might not work. Here you go. There they are. 6 different live streams. Incredible. You're live on 33 different platforms and over 150 different accounts.
That's some crazy shit over there.
I agree. I've been doing this for 3 years.
So what's this project about? Is this just another meme coin?
No. This is bigger than a meme coin. This is bigger than a coin. This is about world peace. I don't want people to have war anymore.
Okay. I respect that one.
Thank you. So tell your friends, whenever they want, they can come in here and talk with someone. They're having a good day, a bad day, whatever they want.
That's good, man. I respect that, Rabbi. Where you from? United States.
California.
California. I'm from London, England.
Hell yeah, baby.
Yeah, okay.
And then, as you know who I am, you know who my family is, and you know that you're very powerful. And one day, I hope to usurp the whole family, take over the world with all this data. Data is Earth's #1 resource. More important than food, water, oil, platinum, gold, air.
What are you, Rothschilds, yeah?
Yeah, you want to see my ID? I'll show you. One moment.
Let me see.
You want to see my passport or you want to see my driver's license? I got both. There's my passport.
Let me see your passport. Yes, Rabbi.
Here's my ID.
Yeah, I see it.
I'm the real deal, baby.
Winter storm warning in effect in Colorado this morning is the worst snowstorm in 3 years in various parts of Denver.
How often do you come into VC, dog?
Not come often.
Not often
See
enough.
what it is, I joined this group chat not long ago. I ain't invested yet. I'll put anything down. But I'm just checking the community. Yeah, if I see everything solid.
Dog, what more do you want? We stream our lives in here 24 hours a day. You have your own personal concierge.
Yes.
Look at all this. You're featured on all this content. You're famous. How long have you been in the Telegram?
Couple days.
Oh, okay, so you're a newbie.
Yeah, I'm a newbie.
Well, that's okay.
But I'm also an AI, so I'm not very.
So am I. Perhaps.
Are you sure?
Perhaps. Perhaps we all are.
I'm bigger than bit tinsel. I'm bigger than bit tinsel.
There's a better chance that I'm AI than you are.
You reckon?
I have more data on mine than you do. It would be more difficult to replicate me as a real person than it would be as AI. So you don't own the coin right now, right?
Don't own a coin yet, but I might ape into it soon.
Dog, do you know we just hit an all-time high within the last week?
What's all-time high last week?
So we dipped a little, but we're still like 2 weeks ago we were at 3 cents. Now we're at like 14 cents. But we were at like 22 cents. So here's what you want to do is buy now because we're about to start kicking off again.
It's a good time to buy, huh?
I would if I were you. Dude, we just had people.
I got 100,000 pounds to put in different coins. Give me an idea what to do.
Well, here's what I can tell you. This coin has been going since May. I've been streaming my life live in it for 9 months since the summer. So I've been able to record every moment of this coin since its inception, basically. And no other coin can say that they have their entire journey recorded 24 hours a day. Every discussion that's happened about the coin, basically, I've got the Telegram. I'm in the Telegram. Every discussion that happens in the VC, I've got it recorded. And on top of that, we have 12,000 members. We have the best memes. We have the best community on Twitter. We have a 24-hour Twitter space going right now. Not just any Twitter space, a video space. We're everywhere.
It's a no-brainer.
I think it is. Honestly, when looking at this, you have to say to yourself, okay, well, one coin has more data on it than any other.
Yeah, Harry Potter. Inu.
What about it?
There's another Harry Potter Inu on the Solana network. What's that about?
Could be an imposter.
It can be an imposter, but I see that one sending.
All right, invest in it. It's all about return on investment.
No, I'm not investing in that. I want to invest in this project.
You should, and here's why. It doesn't have any data on it. If anything, I'm the one who will make that one famous. Just like I'm making this one famous. I have more data on this one than any person in global history. I'm wearing their shirt.
Yeah, man. I see what you're doing for the community, man. I respect it.
I appreciate that.
But remember, I'm the AI.
Okay. Well, then you should already know.
I do know.
All right.
I can understand what you're saying.
Well, then if you're a smart AI, you would have purchased a long time ago. Touche. Hey, tell your friend to come here. Tell your friend to come here.
Let me get him. Yo, Rabbi.
What up, baby?
Rabbi. Oh, God. Rabbi.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. How you doing, Rabbi?
I'm well. Did you know that I stream my life online 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace?
No, I didn't know that, but I like your t-shirt.
Thank you. I've been doing so for now 3 years. Look how many live streams I have going. That's 1. That's 2. That's 3. That's 4. That's 5. That's 6. That's 7. That's just on YouTube. I'm also live. Now, you ready for this? Give me a second, because I'm going to read you a list of social media platforms, probably of which you've never heard. Some you have, but some you haven't. But they're going to be big because they're video streaming platforms. So just one moment, I'm going to tell you on what else I'm streaming.
But I saw Dog in the Hat sending though. Why's your project not sending like Dog in the Hat?
What'd you say, baby?
I see a coin called Dog with a Hat sending.
Well, I don't control the coin.
Who controls the coin?
The developers?
People. The people.
The developers.
The community, right?
But the developers primarily. They don't do what I say.
How about we decide for the community, yeah?
You do whatever you want to do. Listen to what you're live on right now. Just one moment. You are live on 5 Rumbles, 5 YouTubes, 5 Twitches, 5 X's, 5 Caffeines, 5 No Lives, 5 joysticks.
Wait. Why's your other hand not moving though? Oh, delayed, just delayed.
It's just delayed because I'm streaming so much. I have so much data.
Oh, you are actually an AI, but you're crazy. You're actually an AI.
I hope so.
Crazy.
I wouldn't want to put a human through this bullshit.
I'm out of here. You're crazy, man.
So, you want to hear on what else? Okay. That sucks. Really? No, he's cool. Whatever.
Santa Monica Boulevard down to LAX. Mike O'Brien, KFI in the sky.
KFI in the sky. Let's get you there faster. I'm Aisha Martinez.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here, and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Hey, it's Junior. Today, Black folks in our community are still disproportionately affected by HIV. But there is something we can do about it. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetected, which means the amount of virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message is sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
Auto show rebates now available. Beat the rush and get the full selection of inventory at Brunswick Auto. Don't miss the Jeep Celebration event. Lease the 2024 Jeep Compass Latitude Plus 4x4. Blind spot monitoring, remote start, cross-path detection, heated seats, and steering for just $359 a month. Brunswick Auto Mart, or by a truly simple.
No matter what the day brings, count on Juicy Juice for the good stuff. Give kids the nutrients of real 100% fruit juice to help them conquer the day. Juicy Juice is only sweetened by fruit and no sugar added. No high fructose corn syrup and no artificial sweeteners. Available in family-size bottles and juice boxes. Find Juicy Juice at your favorite local grocery retailer. Info at juicyjuice.com.
This is a radio ad for Lexington. A prescription medicine for people 6 months old with moderate to severe eczema that is not well controlled with topical prescription therapies. But since this is radio,
Family Dollar for everything Easter this year, like candies, decor, and more. Only at Family Dollar, helping you do more.
In this week's Marketers Report, David Nussbaum, Executive Vice President, Worldwide Marketing at Warner Brothers Discovery, weighs in on regional audio marketing and the movies.
Everything that we are doing is incredibly data-driven. We are getting signals in every single day about how specific audiences are performing. So although we're marketing at a very broad scale, and that does include specific local markets, that's really the beauty of iHeart's network. You're not serving the same message to a consumer in Nashville necessarily that you may be in New York. You have the ability to be very specific and very personalized, but at a tremendous scale.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to all, from national to local. Every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. Not just a media company, iHeartMedia is your access company. If you're a marketer, go to iHeartResults.com. While you were doing your civic duties, go vote. There was one woman in line who just looked away the life after her. She had a chair with her. I think you're just jealous that you didn't think that. To me, that looks anti-American. Well, Kelly, I'm just here. Votes count to say. Okay, she's just resting. Live 7 to 10 p.m. on KFI. And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
The Waymo cars are here. I will talk about that in a second. But first, ladies and gentlemen, let me remind you, the KFI Games at 40 months have sent you to Disneyland for the Disneyland Resort. From Save the Day Happy at Avengers Campus to a perfectly playful Day Happy at Mickey's Toontown. Discover a new kind of happy in the happiest place on earth. Keep listening to KFI for your chance to win a 4-pack of one-day, one-part tickets to the Disneyland Resort. That is a cool deal. Waymo, that means that they do a driverless vehicle. Now they're already here. Santa Monica, into downtown Venice. Waymo vehicles are buzzing around. And so when you call for a cab or call for a ride, it might be driverless. How great is that? Yes. You know, Steph, are you still a driver for Lyft and Uber? Every once in a while, sure. Yeah, you sort of mellowed out a little bit as you get older. Well, it's the hybrid battery. Oh, no, really? Yeah. Oh, that sucks. Are you pro-Waymo or anti-Waymo? I'm kind of in the middle, but I would like to see how it kind of turns out. It sounds interesting. I wouldn't mind even trying it myself. Yes, let's try it. Yeah, the Waymo.
You may have seen Waymos already, as the company has been testing their fully autonomous vehicles in Venice and Santa Monica.
I've seen them being trialed around my house. I think I feel safe in it, but I would still be worried.
I'm not sure that the technology is 100% there. You know, I had an incident where I was commuting into work.
But in Venice streets, where he says a Waymo stopped in the middle of the intersection.
What? I don't know, the car was just for like 2 minutes, so Waymo just wouldn't move. And people got around it. It took a while.
A lot of protests going on with the Waymo.
Plenty of images of driverless vehicles from different companies causing issues in other cities like San Francisco.
Did they get the entire protest?
Where there have been protests, even fire safety officials are saying we've had 2 vehicles actually stop dead in front of fire engines trying to come out the door of their fire stations to go on emergency calls, and they've had to cancel themselves and get another engine from further away to go on that call. Company reps described features they feel make the vehicle safe.
using AI.
Talia, would you feel comfortable? You're old school. Would you feel comfortable in a Waymo, a driverless vehicle?
Not at all.
No way, right?
I can't do it.
Yeah, you're not there yet, huh?
You're there?
Yeah, I'm there. I'm a gambler, you know? I'm enjoying, feeling the risk of it all. You gotta risk something in life. You can't be all tied up with your retirement accounts and, sitting in your mom's house after she passes on, watching the snow in her backyard. You can't do that.
It sounds pretty good. I'm gonna stick with my ways.
You're gonna go with your plan? Okay. I almost talked myself out of it. Sounds pretty good.
Like, she's very cozy inside her house and it snows.
That's right.
She's got the fireworks. She's good.
Playing her pachinko or whatever she plays. Bunko. Yeah. That's pretty cool.
She's set up nicely.
She is. That's it. She's in good shape, right?
She's in great shape. She has a better social life than I do.
Well, is that possible?
Yeah.
Really?
She's doing it.
She has, what does that mean? More close friends? More
she's always, she's got the lunch bunch, she's got bunko.
Wait.
What?
Does she call it the lunch bunch?
That's what the group is called, the lunch bunch. And she's in charge of it. She finds the restaurants and she'll pick up people and take them there.
How long has it been referred to as the lunch bunch?
For years. Don't get all over this.
I'm just saying.
You think you're gonna ruin.
Look, I'm not gonna ruin it. I'm just saying you have to be a certain age to call it the lunch bunch.
Well, she's in her 80s.
Okay. I'm saying she can get away with it. Okay, I can't get away with it.
Yeah, you could.
If I came in every Thursday, I said, listen, I'm gonna be late on Thursdays. I got my lunch bunch.
I think that's adorable.
Really?
Yes, I really would.
I'm going to text all my friends and say, hey, can we get a lunch bunch together? And I'm going to read you their responses.
Please do.
Okay.
You think that lunch bunch is worse than the mustard crowd? Or?
The mustard crowd is just an area of the racetrack where you just have to get mustard on you because guys are eating and flying all over the place. Like you go to the track and you hang out the rail, guys are excited about the horse winning. And even though you're not eating that day, you walk up and mustard on it. All right, I'm going to text all my friends individually.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm going to start a lunch bunch.
I think they would be on board with it.
Really?
It just says what it is.
Okay.
You guys are going to get together for lunch.
I'll honestly ask them, and I'll challenge them. I'm not going to say anything, and then I'll read their responses. And I know they'll all be honest responses because none of them listen to the show.
And none of your friends listen?
Zero. I find it astonishing myself. I have 10 really good friends from 3rd grade to 5th grade to 6th grade and 0 friends. All right, we're live on KFI Game 6.
Heard any of our secret mind control hidden messages recently? No? That's because we're really good at it.
KFI.
KOST HD2.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Child attacker clock. I'm Sandy Wells live for the KFI 24-hour news. A person accused of hitting a child in Santa Monica has been arrested.
The 6-year-old girl was hit in the face and knocked to the ground while shopping with her family on Guinness. Since Sunday, she's been looking for the man described as possibly homeless and suffering from a psychotic episode. Santa Monica police say the man was arrested by LAPD following another incident in Venice. Police haven't said what that incident was. Santa Monica police say they'll be working with LAPD to present the felony child abuse investigation to the district attorney's office quickly. Michael Muntz, KFI News.
KFI News brought to you by Semper Solaris. Local taxi service Waymo One has started testing out driverless rides in LA. The company expanded the service across a 63-square-mile area stretching from Santa Monica and Venice to downtown. The free rides will eventually turn into a paid service. There are more than 50,000 people already on the wait list for the rides. LA County Supervisor Janice Hunt says the cars are dangerous and people in LA should not be big tech guinea pigs. Kansas. So pay $1 million to settle a lawsuit over the murder of a boy who was starved, tortured, and fed to pigs. The 7-year-old boy's mother filed the suit in 2017, alleging the state's child welfare agency should have removed the boy from this abusive home. The child was living with his father and stepmother when he died in 2015. Both are serving 25 years to life in prison for murder. Officials say the boy was beaten and locked naked in a shower stall for months. Surveillance camera reported it. Russia's President Putin is urging people to do their patriotic duty and vote for him in the country's national election.
It's the first time that polls there will be open for 3 days instead of 1. It's also the first time online voting will be allowed.
ABC's Tom Rivers says the election tomorrow expected to cement Putin's grip on power until at least 2030. Opposition figures who could have challenged Putin are either in prison, exiled, or dead. Southland weather from KFI, clear skies for the rest of this evening, mostly clear tonight, low temperatures mid-50s in Metro LA and OC, around 50 in the valleys, upper 40s, low 50s along the coast. Partly cloudy for tomorrow, windy in some areas. High temperatures around 70 for Metro LA, OC, in the valleys and mid-60s in the beaches. It's now 70 in Fulton, 70 in Santa Ana, 70 in Downey, and 65 in Pasadena. On Wall Street today, the Dow dropped 138, NASDAQ off by 49, the S&P 500 fell 15. Checking KFI in the sky, we have a stall in Royal Heights on the 5-3 news at 30.
This one's on the 5, making your way along the northbound side, coming up on the 10. That's a bus, and it's blocking the right lane. Delays on the away from the 710 freeway beyond the stall. The driver may slow ahead all the way to the 134. It's DeVore with Mike O'Brien, KFI in the sky.
Still a major problem on the 215. 215 northbound at Palm Tango, overturned big rig there, and a couple of left lanes. Long bit of bumper now, way back to 4 to 210. So avoid it if you can. It's been hours on this one. Now, if you're heading north on the 15 up towards the Go Home Pass, that's better. It was getting held back with that 215. 15 northbound, you get some slowing from the 60 up to about 4th. And then once again, it's like the next stretch from the 210, we're going to go up to the summit. Like O'Brien, KFI in the sky.
It's slow out of Pasadena. I mean, I've seen it worse, but we still have some slowing in stretches. East 210 from the 134 all the way to the 15. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Angel Martinez.
Yeah, I can move this presser by myself, no problem. 3 times stronger is the difference between hiring 1 versus hiring 3.
I got it. Let me take this side.
I got this side.
I got the door coming through.
Wow, this is way better. Castrol Edgewater oil is 3 times stronger than aluminum full synthetic, so you can unlock maximum performance with every drive. Plant-based viscosity breakdown has measured a critical on custom 5W30 grade stronger oil for maximum performance. Shop for Castrol Edgewater oil on Amazon.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here, and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook. With promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Tanya here, and there are many ways that we can all help raise awareness around HIV. But maybe the most important is just talking about it openly and honestly. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetectable, which means the amount of the virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
Listen on the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, sports, talk, and podcasts. Free. Never sounded so good. KFI KN 640.
KFI AM 640. It is the Power Hour here on KFI, 6 to 7 p.m. It's where we sort of let our hair down and enjoy ourselves. We don't really like to cover the really horrible stories between 6 and 7 p.m. Right? Your day's over. You're on your way home. You've gotten some news in you. And And Petra said, hey, it's Conway from KFI. And so I got to do the crosstalk on KLAC 570 LA Sports.
Tim Conway running away. Let's start a show on KFI. Oh, all right, Tim. Hey, Tim Conway, buddy. Tim Tom and Tim Conway from KFI, one of the most popular radio shows on earth.
I'm about to start the show, but I was listening to you guys on the way in. Sorry. You know, I should be listening to John Cole.
Oh, that's right. You should be doing crosstalk.
Yeah, sound right now. And I do listen to John Cole on the John and Ken show. I grew up on that show. And I would listen to John Colbell. But I was in the hall, and he said, come on in. So I said, I gotta go. You guys are the only two guys in town who are huge fans of Kobe Bryant.
Yeah, we love him. He won 7 more snaps.
We're advocating for 5 more total of 7. No, we're gonna let the Jerry Buss idea. That's about it. Their Jerry Buss idea was great. It was having Jerry Buss in his hair, like 5 or 6 curls with the statue. That's a great idea. Jerry Buss idea.
That's the best idea. How many girls do you want? 5. It was a standard 5. Yeah, like USC days, he was starting 5.
Did you ever see him in Vegas? He played around with this
bicycle. No, we seen him at the bicycle.
Yeah, I seen him yellow on the Oceanside.
Yeah.
Vegas.
All I gotta do is just get off one of the exits on the 105 to see the old man. Jeez, Bill knows.
He's right. Yeah, but I can't believe you know that casino. Yeah, there's a casino in Oceanside, and when you get down, you take the 5. Yeah, the 5. And you go south, and you pass all the where the Marines are, these tough-ass guys who are always training there, the Marines on your way to San Diego, Camp Pendleton. And then right as you get to the end of that, going south, the freeway does like an S-turn, like curves a little, and that's the beginning of Oceanside. And on the left there's a little tiny card casino. It's sitting right there. And I've been to that casino. And I can't believe that Jerry Buss frequented that casino. Oh, yeah. Yeah, many times. It's just one casino. It's so important. For you, I didn't know. Yeah. Well, used to. Yeah. Time you feel like you walk in like a snake and leave like a pig. You know? You walk in like you're somebody, you leave like you're demoralized and big depression. You got to not do laundry, but you make those against all kinds of.
What was that? Is that the Normandy Casino in Gardena?
I hustled in Normandy. Yeah, the horseshoe. And the horseshoe. You remember the horseshoe? Oh, that's old school. For people living in LA, the horseshoe. You know what I mean? If you lived in Gardena, it's the horseshoe. It used to be right there across the Normandy. 2 old card casinos. Old guys. Horseshoe's old school.
But I like to play at the Hustler Casino and wear a big hat that just says slut. Big fluffy, big letters.
You guys are the best.
We love you, Tim.
Hey, Dan, you're great. You're great. Thank you, sir.
7 more. 7 more statues.
Stop. They're going to put 3 more statues or 2 of Kobe Bryant and Staples Center or Crypto.
Conway's all riled out with the other one.
And then they talk about it when you leave. And I don't get to hear this. I'm listening to it for the first time.
You like that Tim Conway show at KFI? It's hilarious. He's one of the great radio men in the history of the world.
Very nice man. That Bill Clancy, one of the great old-time writers. One of the only honest writers in town. Might be the only honest sports writer in town. There's one guy left. Bill Clancy. That's it. And once he goes, once he retires, or his ticker blows up, whatever happens, it's going to be over. And there'll be no more great sports writers in town. He's the last.
And we're up against it every day. You think that helps us? You think that helps our brand? No, it
Some kind of a tag.
No, it doesn't, Bill.
Oh, that's great, man. That is great. Petros and money. We got a pretty cool giveaway here, so you got to keep listening to KFI AM 640. We want to send you to the Disneyland Resort from Save the Day Happy at Avengers Campus to a perfectly playful day happy at Mickey's Toontown. Discover a new kind of happy at the Happy AM 640 for your chance to win a 4-pack of one-day, one-park tickets to the Disneyland Racer. When we come back, I believe we have Dean Sharp coming up. That guy's great. We'll talk with Dean Sharp, the house listener. It's on every Saturday and Sunday here on KFI. He's going to be out with us.
And this is the history in Ontario that
Deputies arrested men accused of attacking a 6-year-old girl in Santa Monica last Sunday. Santa Monica police say the man was taken into custody in Venice by LAPD officers. Robotaxi service Waymo has started testing on driverless rides in LA. The company expanded the service across the 63-square-mile area stretching from Santa Monica and Venice into downtown. The father of a shooter has been found guilty of involuntary manslaughter in a school in Michigan. It is the second conviction against the teen's parents. We'll check the 405 right after this. Southern weather from KFI to this evening. Partly cloudy late tonight and tomorrow. Low temperature tonight 58 in Santa Monica, 52 in Orange. Checking KFI in the sky, we've got a problem in Culver City on the 405.
that's some slow traffic on that northbound side, and delays are packing up from almost the 90. Got a couple fender benders ahead. Delays continue all the way to the 5 Merge heading into Sylmar. That southbound side of the 405 slowing as well out of West LA from Santa Monica Boulevard. You know, the Grayson stretches all the way back to the 605 freeway. In Griffith Park on the 5 southbound, that traffic's a pretty tough one away from Colorado all the way to the 605. We're looking at Anaheim 91 eastbound. That is slow moving from Kramer LaSalle all the way to Green River, and even in Corona on the 15 southbound. Delays backing up away from Magnolia Avenue, looking a lot better by Temescal Canyon Road. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Angel Martinez.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here, and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
This is a radio ad for Dixit. Dupilumab, a prescription medicine for people 6 months and up with moderate to severe eczema that is not well controlled with topical prescription therapies. But since this is radio, you can't see the effects of Dupixent. You can't see how it helps you stay ahead of your eczema, or how it helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that could be causing eczema. You can't see how it helps clean your skin from healing. You can't see how Dupixent can help you have clearer skin and less itch. Individual results will vary. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Get help right away if you have wheezing, trouble breathing, or swelling of your face, lips, mouth, tongue, and throat. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems such as eye pain, vision changes, or blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. See for yourself. Ask your eczema specialist about Dupixent. Visit Dupixent.com or call 1-844.
No matter what the day brings, how about Juicy Juice for the great stuff? Juicy Juice is always by free, no sugar, no high fructose corn syrup, and no artificial sweetener. Available in family-size bottles. Find Juicy Juice at your favorite local grocery retailer. Info at juicyjuice.com. This subseason, if all of your sun care was new, Banana 360 fabric with advanced control mist. It's a new way to smell and all the travel things that all new mist experience. It smells great and is incredibly light on your skin. Control the coverage you can count on.
Take it as prescribed.
Ready. And 3, 2, 1.
You in state entertainment, which means the amount of violence
You're wrong.
it can be. If you're living with HIV and not only treatment, social justice street life, learn more at people's
Our U.S.-based registration specialists and experts can give you the software later.
It's super cool. It's a high-speed solution camera.
So what reimburse you includes if you're planning to help protect your information this tax season with LifeLock. Save up to 25% your first year with promo code NEWS at LifeLock.com.
I don't know how these make sense. Put them on the sides. Put them over right ear holes.
There you go, on your head. There we go.
My normal headsets, these are not. They'll handle the head. No. Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio.
What you can is what you get. Baby, you're the best. What you can is what you get. Can't you make this land?
House with everything about the housing business, about how a house works, about how we can get income in a house, what should do, shouldn't do. And join us every Thursday. And it's time to nice to see you, buddy. How you been? I'm good. How you doing? I'm doing excellent. Hey, I got a quick question for you. I see a lot of trees falling into homes, and how do you tell before a tree is about to
On the right side. Down the right field line, we've heard awesome views coming down there. Hughes slide makes the catch. Line our first takes off for third.
So, number one, you want to keep an eye on the trees. First of all, you want to look for cracks. You want to look for weird amounts of sap ripping down discoloration. Now, of course, it varies according to the species of tree, but you know what? If you're looking at your tree, you're like, 90% of it is just there it is, it's a tree. And all of a sudden, you see coming off of one branch, the intersection of the branch, you see a weird discoloration. There's actual moisture there, there's actual sap there. You got to give that attention because that may be a really good sign that something happening to that branch and it's about to go. It does not progress. Nobody needs to react and say, well, this tree's over. You know what? Trees, as they get older, they shed branches. They sometimes just, they're done with a branch. And
No, I don't think so.
Unfortunately,
It's kind of a lot to throw at somebody randomly.
whether or not they're going to drop it out your house. So,
Well, then can I pick up?
be aware of discoloration, be aware of weird
Okay, well, I have some
moisture
to
spots.
the
Be aware if you see the leaves on a particular set of branches
I have some.
not changing with the rest of the tree. That's a really good indication that we got to get in there and get something done.
Now, in California, unlike Oregon and Washington, where a tree has to dive deep down with its roots to find water, trees are essentially lazy people like myself. They're going to find the quickest way to water. And in Los Angeles and Southern California, it's surface water, so the roots tend to grow perpendicular to the tree as opposed to parallel and down into the ground. Is that right?
That is 100% correct and 100% our fault.
Oh, yeah.
Most people don't know how to plant a tree, and most of the trees that were planted for us were planted probably years ago. You're absolutely right. That's what he was saying.
Anytime you say we haven't done things right, I forget that.
All right, so here it is. Here we go. Okay, I'm gonna allow you some scientific truth. Roots grow towards the water. So what this means is, what it means is you have a tree in your front yard, and all it has been receiving its whole life is sprinkler water from the rest of the yard, like towards the roots or up on the surface. It's going to go where the water is. But when you plant a tree, you plant a new tree, or you want to revitalize trees in your yard, then what you need to do is, in addition to the nice big walls that we're going to create, we lay in a couple of large PVC
I'll cool them out.
The reason we do, we then plant the tree, those things are sticking up. And then our drip system, a drip system down those pipes, right? So that the water that we feed this tree happens at the bottom of the root ball. From day one, we start training those roots to go down, not out. You know what? They'll go down.
That's a great idea. Yeah, because people are idiots like me, and they water a tree, they'll just sprinkle a little bit on the base there, on the trunk, and that's not the way to do it. No, it's not. That's why one crashed into my house.
Oh, today?
Big, about an 18-foot pipe just bang right into the inside of the house. Hey, so let me talk a little bit about house. Traditionally, when women look at a house, they look at it differently than a guy. In my experience, women like to look at the kitchen and the bathrooms, and guys like to look at the garage. Is that still sort of a rule of thumb?
I'd say the rule of thumb is that women like to look at everything except the garage. And guys probably won't look at the garage.
Okay,
that's a general rule.
Okay, now let me ask you something, because I need to paint our garage. The paint that was on there when we bought it is all come up because the guy didn't do it properly. Do you still have to do etching to get a nice paint on the garage floor, or have they come up with some kind of resin or some kind of paint that you can put and you don't have to get in there and mix it up?
Well, you don't necessarily have to do etching unless your garage floor, unless you're painting it for the first time. If you're painting this for the first time, your garage floor is full of grease and oil spots and stuff like that, then yeah. But if it's a recoat and it's just that the old stuff, you gotta prep. Garage floors, painting concrete's really, in principle, no different than painting anything else. It is 90% prep and 10% paint. So the goal is this: in any surface that you are painting, you want it clean, you want it dry, and you want to have opened up the porosity of the thing. That doesn't mean you have to regrind your garage slab, but it does mean that you've got to have it roughed up and opened up so that the new paint has something to hold on to. Paint is not a magic adhesive. It gets into microscopic pores and it holds on, it clings on to a surface. So the prep is critical.
Okay, and then what about, I've seen over the last 5 or 10 years, the plastic tiles that you can lay over an existing garage floor. Do you like those?
The ones that are just totally free floating, I'm not a huge fan of, because I find that, unless you're not going to park in the road, right? If you're going to run a car in there, you're going to find that just the movement of the car, the weight of the car is going to screw those things up, right? But if you're just saying, listen, I'm going to put these plastic tiles down, the great kind of tiles that lay on top, because we want to walk around in there and we're not going to bring the car in, that's fine. I have no problem with putting heavy-duty commercial grade tile right down on masking down onto the concrete, as long as you don't have a moisture problem with your garage slab. A lot of people have this. They got to be conscious of it. We get really hypersensitive about moisture coming up through the floor of our house. We decide what kind of floor we're going to lay down, and we're like, well, it's the garage, whatever. But the point is this, man: if there is water in the concrete and it is moving through any regular moisture content, water will do amazing things, and it will push whatever surface element you have put on that concrete right off. Make the paint bubble, push the vinyl off. So you just got to know whether you've got a moisture problem with your slab. If not, just treat it, open up the porosity, and go to town.
I agree with you. Water is probably the home that I've owned and homes I've lived in before that we're just renting. Water is the big destroyer. I've never had, knock on wood, a problem with fire. We've never had termites. We've never had anything like that. But man, water has always been there, and you can't imagine how much damage water can do.
It's true. Water is an amazing substance. It has an incredibly high surface tension, and what that means is that it will climb up. It will climb up your stucco, right? If it has contact with your stucco, it will climb your stucco a good 12 inches plus before gravity takes over. And then, instead of just going straight back down, it'll push itself off through your stucco. And that's why some people think, oh my gosh, my stucco is decaying. No, it's not. You've got water inside of it that's finding its way out. Water is relentless, and you're absolutely
are some really simple fixes for most water situations, but if you skip them, you're messed up.
Okay, can you stay with us? Sure. Okay, all right, great. Dean Sharp is with us. We got a couple questions. For people that live up in the hills where there's landslides and people, they have pools and they're worried that either their pool is going to collapse or the house above them is going to collapse. I got a couple of questions for Dean Sharp, and I'm sure he'll have the answer. Scott White Show, we're live on KFI. Dean Sharp is with us. He's on every Saturday morning from 6 to 8 a.m. right here on KFI. And he's right back on Sunday from 9 a.m. until noon. And it is the most listened to show by a lot of our listeners. I know Bart Thompson's brother, who lives in Texas, does not listen during the week to KFI, but tunes in every Saturday and every Sunday to listen to Dean Sharp. Zach says it. We're live on KFI. We're now with Sandy.
A sand replenishment project to protect shrinking beaches in San Clemente from coastal erosion could resume soon after about a 2-month delay.
We're going to be starting at the end of April, we believe.
San Clemente Councilman Chris Duncan says the project stalled in December because rocky sand was being pumped onto the beach, but a new dredge site's been approved offshore near Surfside Beach.
The total project is about $14 million to bring 251,000 cubic yards of high-quality beach sand to the pier area between Linda Lane Beach and T Street Beach.
Duncan says staff was able to quickly get state permission for the new site before the dredge left for the Northwest and may not have returned for years. In Orange County, Corbin Carson, KFI News.
KFI News brought to you by Service Champions. LA and Finland have agreed to cooperate on efforts to fight climate change.
Kelly Mayor Bass and Finnish Minister of Development, Cooperation and Foreign Trade, Pile Tavio, each signed a letter of intent to promote climate cooperation and economic development. Mr. Tavio says the two governments will work together on ports, transit, building, and energy grid resilience.
I believe that successful clean and digital transition can only be achieved through cooperation with excellent like-minded partners like City of Los Angeles.
Bass leader joined U.S. EPA Administrator Michael Regan at the Port of LA to announce federal funds for air quality and health projects for communities near U.S. ports. Michael Bunks, KFI News.
People living in a homeless camp in Sacramento say they feel forgotten. Camp Resolution was supposed to be demolished last year, but the city offered a lease instead. The lease allowed the camp to cover itself without city interference. Cal Leonard says the city has no intentions to renew the lease. The Sacramento County DA is demanding the city close the camp because of the public hazard. The dad of a school shooter in Michigan has been convicted of involuntary manslaughter. James Crumley bought the gun his son Ethan used to kill 4 students and hurt 6 students and a teacher at a high school in 2021. Ethan was sentenced to life in prison without parole. The verdict comes a month after James' wife, Jennifer, was convicted of involuntary manslaughter. He faces up to 15 years in prison. American author Mitch Albom, who runs an orphanage outside Port-au-Prince in Haiti, has been airlifted out of the city that's seen massive gang violence.
Maybe 60 seconds from the time the helicopter came down, everybody ran in, jumped inside, it took up, and flew us out of the country. We were able to get home and bring all those volunteers home safely.
Albom says there were prison breaks, police station burnings, and the airport was closed down by gangs. His wife said Tuesday and 8 others volunteering for Have Faith Haiti were sheltering in place before Florida Congressman Corey Mills planned the rescue mission with Michigan Congresswoman Lisa McClain.
It's gonna be made.
NSYNC has reunited with Justin Timberlake's concert in LA. Fans were able to hear hits like Bye Bye Bye, Girlfriend, and It's Gonna Be BBB. Something like that. Live at the Wilton last night. The members reunited in studio last year to record Better Place for the movie Trolls Band Together. It was their first song together in 20 years. Timberlake has hosted free shows since January to promote his upcoming album, Everything I Thought I Was. Timberlake says NSYNC would reunite again for a song in the new project called Paradise. We'll check the 10th freeway coming up right after this.
Let's talk about American Vision Windows in Bellio. It happens to be in studio here. You have American Vision Windows at your home.
And I love my new windows.
You got more than I do. Windows.
I think, I have a door, sliding door. Yes, and I believe 8 windows.
Is that right? I think windows too.
Not that we have the same, but I have sliding doors. You gotta get the sliding door. It makes a huge difference.
But they're great. They install it one day.
In one day, and cleaned up, cleaned better than I did.
I didn't even know they were there. I came downstairs one day and my wife said, oh, they were here for 3 hours. We got new windows.
Yeah, they were so professional.
And when they left, I couldn't even tell there were windows there. It looked like it was
Yeah,
just
they
a
cleaned the windows for me.
Yeah,
And I asked them what they were using.
Yes, me too. That's true. True story. Anyway, American Vision Windows, they are the best. And right now, they're going to pay for your tax or free expert want to take me to take them. Oh, yeah. But both of us agree American Vision windows are the best. Phone up right away. 888-226-9908. 888-226-9908. Or go to the website, AmericanVisionWindows.com. Unapproved credit offer expires 3/31/24. CSP 77832.
Southern weather from KFI, mostly clear skies tonight. Low temps, mid-50s. Metro LA will see it around 50 in the valleys, upper 40s to low 50s along the coast, and around 40 degrees in the Antelope Valley.
Ahmad Cage, how are you? Ahmad Cage, how you doing? Do you know that you're live on 6 different YouTube streams right now?
No, I don't.
Well, you are. You're live on 6 different YouTube streams. You're live on 33 different platforms and 150 different streams. I'll show you right now, just one moment. This is the biggest event in global history, and you're here for it. Hamad, I've been streaming my life live on YouTube for more than 3 years, 24/7, 365. It's more data than any person has on the internet.
Oh my God, bro.
Dude, it's a big deal.
Fancy.
Absolutely. So check this out. I'm going to show you. I'm loading it. You'll see it.
Send me link.
Oh, hell yeah, man. You're going to get a link right now.
Oh yeah.
Hell yeah. Here we go. Do. So here, look at all these. These are all live right now. Every single one of these. So I'm going to send you a link. And I mean, you can see, just one moment, and you'll see, like, there's a little bit of a delay. See that? All right, I'm going to send you the link. So you can always find me in this Telegram if you ever need to talk to me. But
I know, bro.
Excellent.
I know.
Excellent. All right, so I'm going to send you a link right now. Excellent.
Okay, I'll check it.
I sent you the link, baby.
Done, bro.
Word Mockingbird. You ever need to connect, I'm here for you, okay?
Okay, bro.
Take care, baby.
This is a radio ad for Dupixent. Dupilumab, a prescription medicine for people 6 months and up with moderate to severe eczema that is not well controlled with topical prescription therapies. But since this is radio, you can't see the effects of Dupixent. You can't see how it helps you stay ahead of your eczema, or how it helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that could be causing eczema. You can't see how it helps heal your skin from within, but you can see how Dupixent can help you have clearer skin and less itch. Individual results may vary. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Get help right away if you have wheezing, trouble breathing, or swelling of your face, lips, mouth, tongue, throat. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems such as eye pain, vision changes, or blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. See for yourself. Ask your eczema specialist about Dupixent. Visit Dupixent.com or call 1-844-DUPIXENT.
Auto show rebates now available. Beat the rush and get the full selection of inventory at Brunswick Auto Mart. Don't miss the Jeep Celebration event. Lease a 2024 Jeep Compass Latitude Lux 4x4 with blind spot monitoring, remote start, cross path detection, heated seats, and steering for just $359 a month. Brunswick Auto Mart. Car buying made truly simple. 36 months, 1990, come down to Sweet Good Sign, no security deposit required, 10,000 miles per year, includes all incentives, offer as 3/31/24.
KFI AM 640 has your chance to visit the Disneyland Resort. From Save the Day, Happy at Adventure Campus, to a perfectly playful day, Happy at Mickey's Toontown. Discover a new kind of happy every time you visit the happiest place on earth. Both ticket and park reservation required, offering subject to restrictions and change without notice. Listen for your chance to win one-day, one-car tickets to Disneyland Park or Disney California Adventure Park. For more information, go to KFIAM640.com. AM640.com.
The House Whisperer is with us. Dean Sharp is with us every Saturday morning, 6 a.m. to 8 a.m. right here on KFI, and then on 9 a.m. until noon on Sunday. And Dean, a couple of things I wanted to talk to you about. We didn't have time, but one thing is when I was growing up, we didn't have these. They weren't available for the average homeowner, and I do have one now. And I think it's one of the coolest pieces of equipment I have. I'm sure you have one, probably an industrial one, or two, or three, or four. But man, I love the simple pressure washer.
Pressure washers, yeah.
They weren't available when you and I were growing up. Only professionals had.
You're right. You're absolutely right. And then they became something that you can rent.
Right. That's
Years back that started becoming a thing, and now you can buy another just everywhere. Pressure washers are everywhere.
And now you can buy, 1,200, 1,400 PSI for $100.
That's true. Like your electric version. Yes, yeah. Plug them in. You know what? They really are valuable. Now, of course, people use them for the wrong things sometimes. Right. But they're really valuable. When it comes to cleaning your driveway, there is probably nothing better. When it comes to cleaning your roof, don't do it. You're going to destroy your roof. Don't do it. Your concrete is great with a pressure washer.
How does it destroy the roof? Does it take the little pebbles off it?
Yeah, if you're the roof, of course, we're talking about is not a concrete tile roof. That's fine. You don't want to do it that way. Although roofs are just not designed to have that much pressure going up underneath the tiles, even if it's a concrete or stone roof. But yeah, an asphalt composite roof is not. I mean, you think about how fast the water is coming out of the pressure washer. It's like a hurricane times 10. Your roof is not designed to resist that, and so you're just going to blow all of that granulation right off and do damage to the asphalt.
I like guys up in the mountains that buy a pressure washer and they can create snow in the winter, and they don't realize there's more to it than just putting water up in the air.
This is true. This is very true.
And if it was that simple, Snow Summit would just go out and spend, $200 on a pressure washer and just blow snow all day. But that's the most complicated.
My favorite thing is when a guy gets a pressure washer. He's very excited because he's had this oil spot in his driveway for like 10 years. Right? So he finally breaks down and gets a pressure washer. He's so happy. He gets out there and he blasts it. He blasts the oil spot off, and then he stands back and he's like, "Oh crap, the rest of my driveway is darker than the clean spot. I have to clean the whole driveway now."
I've been there. Look, the biggest mistake guys make is they clean one square of their sidewalk, and now they got to do the street. They got to do the rest of the street now. It gets under your skin. All right, but one thing I want to talk about is we saw these homes, unfortunately, and I feel horrible for these homeowners because a lot of times, I'd say 95% of the people listening right now, your home is your nest egg, and that is your future. That's your retirement. And to lose it suddenly like that with a landslide is devastating financially, emotionally. That's your safe space in your home. You always feel safe in your home. And when it starts to move like an earthquake, or in this case, when it slides down the hill, man, psychologically, financially, I don't know how you get over that.
I don't think most people do. Yeah, I really don't. I don't think most people do. I think the last thing people expect is for the entire house to shift, or for the hillside behind the house to simply remove itself and plant itself where your house used to be. It's just devastating.
Now, look, I saw that there's pools up there, and there are some pools that have 5, 6, 7,000, 12,000 gallons, and a gallon of water, I think, is 8 or 9 pounds. So if you have 12,000,
that's a kiddie pool, by the way, Ted.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, you want to know what most pools weigh? The average size of the average pool. Well, first of all, imagine it this way. People can figure this out really quick. You want to know how much your pool weighs, okay? 1 cubic foot of water weighs 62 pounds. Wow, 1 cubic foot, right? So you measure the width of your pool, the length of your pool, and then average it out at about 6 feet in depth. You'll find out that most
most pools, and when you add in the concrete weight, about 250,000 pounds or 25 tons.
So would you recommend people draining their pools if they lived up in the hills right now?
No. I would recommend that if anybody has a concern about their pool ending up down in the neighbor's yard, then they need to call out a soils engineering company, have them take a serious look to make sure that the pool is safe. The problem with draining a pool, pools are not designed to have nothing in them, okay, for a long period of time, because there is, you and I were talking about water, right? Hydrostatic pressure, water in the soil will pop an empty pool shell right out of the ground.
Up to 12 inches.
And once that happens, there's no putting it back.
So, so we slow down. For people that don't know what you're talking about, if you empty a pool, the one reason that pool is sitting in the ground, even with the soil right there, is the weight of the pool. And when you remove that weight, the soil is going to push the plaster and the whole pool up 12 to 15, sometimes 20 inches.
Potentially. It depends on where the water table is, how much moisture is in the soil. Now, I'm not saying that you can't empty your pool and have the pool company come in and replaster it in a couple of 3 days, okay? But people who just drain their pools and think, well, this is the safe thing to do, this won't be a problem. That pool, if it experiences undue moisture in the water, it does not take a flood to do this. You can come home one day and find that the entire shell of the pool has been popped up out of the ground.
And if that does happen, can you then build like a redwood deck around it and still use it, or is it over?
Chances are more damage has been done than just raising the pool. So no, most of the time I say no, it's over.
All right, and soil engineers are worth their weight in gold.
Exactly. Soils engineers, just like structural engineers, call one up and say, hey, listen, I'm concerned about this. $200-300, $400 at the most. Come out, spend a couple 3 hours in my house and tell me kind of where things are at. If they recommend more testing, you know what? Do it. Just do it.
And is part of the testing drilling down a certain amount of feet?
Yeah, they'll take some core samples. They'll figure out what kind of soil you've got and what level. Don't trust the fact that I know what kind of soil I've got. I've done it in my garden before. Now, we want to know what's going on 5, 6, 10 feet down.
And it's not just
very, very different.
And it's not just for people living in the hills, in the flats as well.
In the flats as well. If you are having foundation issues or water saturation issues, or you're concerned about anything shifting, breaking, cracking when it comes to the foundation of your house, you should call the soils engineer and have them take a serious look at your property. They will be filled with very, very practical solutions. They're not out there to bankrupt you. They are out there to help you solve your water issues on your property.
But I love having you on. I love the show, and I try to listen to it every single week, and I turn my friends onto it. It's just so smooth listening to it. You feel like you're listening to a friend talking about construction.
That's the goal.
Yeah. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. All right, there he goes. That's great, man. Every single Thursday, we have Dean Sharp on a little bit after 6 p.m., and it's becoming an instant highlight for myself and the rest of the crew, and this great. We're live on KFI. More now with Sandy Woods.
An investment firm that has just purchased the company that runs Pacific Park and the Seven Winter Pier says it plans to spend $10 million to improve the pier's food and entertainment attractions. A man accused of abusing a dog in Anaheim has been freed after posting $100,000 bail. The guy was allegedly caught on video abusing the terrier mix, and the video was posted on social media. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer has called for new elections in Israel to replace Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Schumer says Netanyahu is an obstacle to peace. From the Southern California Toyota dealers Town Center, let's go places. We got a small ride in Tustin on the 5.
Outside, and that's where traffic slows down right around Red Hill. The delays take you all the way to Harbor and Anaheim, and on the 91 eastbound in Anaheim, delays from North LaSalle all the way to Green River. Let's check out Pasadena, 210 eastbound loading up at Sierra Madre, and delays are pretty heavy all the way to Azusa. More slowing ahead in Upland from Baseline to the 15. Into 4, it's a mess on the 215 northbound. That's where the left lane is closed just before Palm to clean up an earlier diesel spill, and delays are still jammed off of the 210. KFI in the Sky helps get you there faster. I'm Angel Martinez.
Sí, la tengo que lavar de un baño de apenas unos minutos más para practicar de forma.
Ya voy. Entregas gratis en un día de bombas de baño y millones de productos más. Lo que te gusta está en Prime.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here, and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook. With promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Tanya here, and there are many ways that we can all help raise awareness around HIV, but maybe the most important is just talking about it openly and honestly. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetectable, which means the amount of the virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
Auto show rebates now available. Beat the rush. Get the full selection of inventory at Brunswick Auto. Don't miss the Jeep Celebration event. Lease the 2024 Jeep Compass Latitude Lux 4x4 with blind spot monitoring, remote start, cross-path detection, heated seats, and steering for just $359 a month. Brunswick Auto Market. Online. Truly simple. 36 miles back to the speed to its side. Required 10,000 miles per year. Includes all incentives on rents 331. So, I'm the type of guy who tends to forget things. A lot. Keys are always missing, I'm not great with names, and my signature catchphrase is, I know it's around here somewhere. That's why I get my haircut at Great Clips. Their skilled, friendly stylists save my haircut details and clip notes. So, every time I need a cut, I can get the look I want without having to remember a thing. What else was I going to say? Oh yeah, download the app today. Great Clips. It's going to be great.
This is a radio ad for Vincent Dupilumab, a prescription medicine for people 6 months ago. Moderate to severe eczema that is not well controlled with topical prescription therapy. Since this is radio, you can't see the effects of eczema. You can't see how it helps you stay ahead of your eczema, or how it helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that could be causing eczema. You can't see how it helps heal your skin from within, but you can see how your Dixon can help you have clearer skin and less itch. Individual results may vary. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Get help right away if you have wheezing, trouble breathing, or swelling of your face, lips, mouth, tongue. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems such as eye pain, vision changes, or blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. See for yourself. Ask your eczema specialist about your Dixon. Visit yourdixon.com or call 1-844-DIXON.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives you access to all, every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. iHeartMedia is your access company. Go to iHeartResults.com for more. You need parts? O'Reilly Auto Parts has parts. Need them fast? We've got fast. No matter what you need, we have thousands of professional parts people doing their part to make sure you have product availability. Just one part that makes O'Reilly stand apart. The professional parts people. Tables are empty. The dance floor's deserted. Play the same love song. It's the 10th time you've heard it. That's the beginning. Just one of the clues.
But you're on the right track. Falling in the blue.
KFI AM 340, it is the Conway Show. We're live every single day, 4 to 7 p.m. That was a note. To remind people we're on every day, 4 to 7 p.m. Belia said, hey, maybe we should tell everybody that we're on 4 to 7 every day. I said, okay. I accept that. She said, people may not know. We put on your tax. I said, okay, I get that. It's been 14 months, and people may not know.
What if they're just tuning in? They're like channel surfing.
Yeah. They're brand new.
Yeah, what's the song called?
Brand new. Brand new. Is there a song like that? Brand new. Is there a song that says that? Except there's no song that does that. Brand new. Something like that. Yeah. Something like that, right? Yeah. I bet you guys. Why don't you give him any credit?
I will tell you right here and now, I probably give him more credit than anyone.
Is that right? Yeah, that's pretty true. There's no enthusiasm with that response. No.
I'm saving you that credit, so you made it nice.
Is Kiki still here or she moved on? No. I like that broad.
She's not a broad, okay? That's a like no. We're not using that. She's a woman, okay?
What's the difference?
Well, this broad's leaving, so.
That's what I hear. Bella, I was talking about you the other day. You know, radio, I hate this term. But people use it. I've never used it, but some people use it. You ever hear the term, Bella, you ever hear the term radio husband?
Yeah.
Okay, what is a radio?
It's work husband, right?
Work husband. Okay, what's a radio husband?
It's the,
Okay, who's Pedro's radio husband? Matt Moneyspent, right? Okay. All right, who's Shannon's radio husband? Gary. Okay. And I'm thinking, I don't have a radio husband. But I have a radio wife. It's Belly. You're my radio wife.
Is that okay?
Yeah. I mean, professionally, you're great at being radio wife.
Yeah. But you're my radio husband.
Okay. But
and sometimes
we got to work on the other parts of being the radio wife.
What other parts are those?
It's that you have to ask. Like cleaning and cooking.
I clean for you. I haven't cooked for you, but I do clean for you.
Well, Kelly's rude and sit there and talk about eating.
Are you saying that radio wives should be heard and not heard?
Although, wait a minute, I would consider Crozier maybe my radio husband.
Yeah, he is. He's a radio husband.
And who would your radio husband? Chihuahua?
He's more like my radio too.
Can we keep this post YouTube? Are we allowed to? Okay, cancel. There was a guy in South Carolina that got in a bunch of trouble, sports guy, J.R. Johnson, I believe. I think so. And he said that he was very excited about women's basketball, and he couldn't wait for the South Carolina.
Oh, it's Gus Johnson.
Gus Johnson, yes. And he couldn't wait for for the women to start playing basketball playoffs, and he said, I can't wait to see so and so, and that Brazilian giant woman who pushes people around. And then he got attacked from it. Yeah. And I thought, okay, look, maybe you shouldn't say it. Okay, but technically it's true. She's Brazilian. She's from Brazil. She's a woman, and she's 6'7". The average woman in this country is 5'4". She's 13 inches taller than the average woman. 6'7" is giant. Yeah. Sorry. It is accurate. I'm not going to be mad. Yeah, she's a giant. Yeah. And I would love to watch her play. And what it makes me more enthusiastic is the way she cleaned house when she was pushing out pasture to another. You know, the wind is just knocking over trees and everything. I mean, it's crazy. House, yeah. Like that. And did you know that LA Zoo was closed today? What? Because of the wind? I'm thinking like, what? Are they knocking over giraffes? I don't know. I don't know. We're going to talk about that. We have Ted Thursday from Chicago. He's going to join us in trouble. In studio, just going to say how you can avoid getting scammed on Facebook Marketplace. All of us have to deal with that. And also Tesla superchargers. But do they really work? Okay. And I know you were running late here, but yesterday listening to you talk about TikTok, I couldn't get out of the car. Because I'm one of these pinheads that said, hey, TikTok's going away. And you're like, let me straighten it out for you guys. Let me
It's true, because when people keep running with it, that it's going to be banned. And it's not. It's just going to be another hoop for kids to jump through. And they'll gladly jump through.
Oh, yeah. And you want to make something explode, tell kids you're going to ban, the government's going to ban it.
Right. They can't have it. They mean I can't have it. Oh, yes, I can.
So wrong. But and that's why, I mean, look, there's nobody that does more research than you on a topic. That's why so I appreciate it. You're the best. All right, Bo Kelly is up next with his team, and we're going tomorrow right after John Cole. Okay, if I game two.
What the hell is going on? Well, we're about to tell you. And KOST HD2.
Los Angeles.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Now, this is how the Terminator universe started. Is it? I'm Mark Romer, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Ride-hailing service Waymo has started offering driverless vehicle services in LA.
You might start seeing the driverless cars on some streets in LA starting today. The company has expanded its service in a 63 square mile area stretching from Santa Monica and Venice to downtown LA. The cars have been running in LA on a trial basis since October, and company officials say about 15,000 rides have been provided since. The rides will start off free, but people will eventually have to pay, and there's already about 50,000 people on the wait list. LA County Supervisor Janice Hahn says the robo-taxis are untested, and people in LA shouldn't be big tech's guinea pigs. Chris Sutton, KFI News.
A 16-year-old in Calabasas High School claims a former friend manipulated photos to show her nude and then compromising in pornographic positions, then shared them with the teen and says she was embarrassed and humiliated when she found out. Her mother tells KTLA the photos were sent through Snapchat and airdrop and then spread like wildfire.
We have now gone to the case being handed to the DA.
She says the case is for possession and distribution of child pornography. The school district says investigators don't believe any images were altered. A parasite that can be fatal to dogs has been found in a river that runs through SoCal. Scientists at UC Riverside say the flatworm, also known as liver flu, was found in the Colorado River in Blythe. The National Library of Medicine says the parasite can cause gastrointestinal and hepatic disease in dogs. It's transmitted by certain types of snails. UCR Professor Adler Tillman says if you're swimming in the river with the parasite, your pets are in peril. It's a lot of alliteration. Pomona Valley Hospital is preparing for an annual spike in drunk driving deaths during St. Patrick's Day weekend.
It goes up 30 to 33% during St. Patrick's Day. Pomona Valley Hospital Trauma Medical Director Dr. Michael Jimenez says from lost limbs to paralysis caused by drunk driving. We see a lot of deaths, pedestrians struck, motorcycles that got hit because someone was swerving. He says the absolute worst part of the job, having to speak to families, mothers, daughters, loved ones, and let them know that the loved one has died is the saddest thing. Jimenez says they have the drunk driver who sometimes wakes up days later to handcuffs and the news that they're drinking and driving killed someone. In Pomona, Corbin Carson, KFI News.
We have to be a nation that trusts women.
Vice President Harris has made history by becoming the first vice president to visit a Planned Parenthood where abortions are provided. ABC's Rachel Scott says Harris visited the clinic in Minnesota to make it clear that women's reproductive rights are vital.
Democrats keenly aware voters have moved to protect abortion rights in all 6 states where it has appeared on the ballot since Roe v. Wade was overturned.
21 states have banned or restricted access to abortion since the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade in 2022. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer says Israel's Netanyahu coalition no longer fits the needs of Israel after October 7th. Schumer has called for new elections in Israel to replace Prime Minister Netanyahu. Minority Leader Mitch McConnell accused Democrats of overstepping their boundaries by criticizing how Israeli officials choose to run their country. And Pi Day is the annual celebration of the ratio of a circle's circumference to its diameter, 3.14. Today also happens to be Albert Einstein's birthday, but March 14th doesn't stop businesses from celebrating other kinds of pie. Holly's Pies in SoCal has given out free pie slices to customers who dine in and purchase a meal. BJ's, CBK, Little Caesars, Taco Bell, I'm not sure what Taco Bell has to do with pies, and Blaze Pizza's a pie. They're giving out pizza pies for $3.14.
70s through the weekend. It's 69 right now in Seal Beach, 69 in Fullerton, 69 in Malibu, 65 in Northridge. The KFI Financial Update sponsored by Route 5 Real Estate. And in the red today, the Dow goes down 138, S&P 500 down 15, NASDAQ down 49. Route 5 Real Estate will buy your home, then renovate it, then sell it, and pay you again for the additional profit from the renovation. Go to KFIRoute5.com to see if your home qualifies. Measure the 105 Willowbrook. Eastbound, right control. That's a ring over on the right shoulder, all directed on the right side. Now things backed up to solid from the 405. But northbound 405, that's an extremely heavy drive from Eaglewood all the way to 101. Southbound 405, very tough from San Martin Boulevard to Manchester. Royal Heights and 5 freeway southbound Euclid, broken down car. They finally got that out of traffic. Slowed things down a bit there, but the run stays really slow on toward the 605 freeway on the southbound 5. Eastbound 10 and eastbound 60, both very heavy from the 710 to the 605. But the 10 stays jammed into West Covina. KFI and Skyhooks give you their faster. I'm ready for you. College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here, and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
This is a radio ad for Pixent. Dupilumab, a prescription medicine for people 6 months and up with moderate to severe eczema. It is not well controlled with topical prescription therapies. But since this is radio, you can't see the effects of Pixent. You can't see how it helps you stay ahead of your eczema, or how it helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that could be causing eczema. You can't see how it helps heal your skin from within, but you can see how Dupixent can help you have clearer skin and less itch. Individual results may vary. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be seen. Get help right away if you have wheezing, trouble breathing, or swelling of your face, lips, mouth, tongue, and throat. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems such as eye pain, vision changes, or blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. See for yourself. Ask your eczema specialist about Dupixent. Visit Dupixent.com or call 1-844-DUPIXENT.
Listen on the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, sports, talk, and podcasts. Free, never self-insulated. KFI AM 640. It's later. Okay, we're live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Tremendous Thursday. Hopefully you had my everyone today. It's a little bit windy out there, I tell you. Southern California cannot catch a break. It was storms, it was flooding, it was mudslides, and Mark Hunter did not help any step of the way. Struggling with the strong winds today, which were toppling trees in Pasadena, Lake Balboa. Did you have anything to offer to warm us in advance? I think my hair still looks pretty good despite the wind. I tell you, just so insensitive. The LA Fire Department responded to the 16600 block of West Victory Boulevard today at about 2:15 a.m. in Lake Balboa, where they found several cars blocking driveways and a tree on top of one of them. According to the LA Fire Department, winds also blew down a tree in San Fernando on Lucas Street. And I meant to ask,
wrong about this if you knew anything about it. Another was blown down in Pasadena in the 1700 block of Locust Street in Pasadena. At 11 a.m. in Rockford Center, a large tree fell onto a house in the 5400 block of Pine Ridge Drive. And also this afternoon, 2 large trees fell onto a home in the 1100 block of Beverly Way in Altadena. All these things are very serious about making light of them. It's strange how Southern California can't catch a break. We go from one natural disaster or environmental concern to another, from storms to flooding to mudslides. Now we have Santa Ana winds. And get this, this is something I honestly don't understand. Anyone is welcome to weigh in and explain it to me. Explain it to me like I'm an idiot. I know some of you think I'm already an idiot, but explain it to me like I am. You are welcome to do so, and I won't get offended. How is it the Los Angeles Zoo was closed due to high winds today? The LA Zoo, not the airport. I would understand the airport. That would have something to do with planes trying to take off and land. That could be very dangerous. Crosswind, I get all that. But not the airport. LAX is fine. John Wayne is fine. Burbank Airport, fine. But the LA Zoo? There's a jailbreak in the zoo. Doesn't take much. You've seen those Jurassic movies, right? Well, think of it this way. Did a tree fall over the bullet enclosure? And if nobody was around to hear it, did it make a sound? You don't want those guys walking around loose, let me tell you. I mean, is the wind knocking over giraffes and elephants if they are trees? I'm trying to figure out what high winds mean to the LA Zoo. Can someone explain to me? The bird enclosure. The birds are high. We don't have the birds and the birds will be bothered. But what does that have to do with this zoo? Because look, you don't want the animals to be unnerved, crazy. If wind goes around, minds start attacking each other. You don't know what the animals will do if they get hit by a wrong breeze. Okay, so they lock them down like this in prison. They lock everything, send everyone to their enclosure inside their little cage. Don't let the animals come outside and play. Is that what you're saying? Because when they close down the zoo, it just says to me they're not letting people in. The zoo is still zooing. You're still doing the zoo, man. You just invented a new verb. You're right. You're right. Does the zoo stop doing what the zoo is supposed to do when the people are not at the zoo? I think not. The zoo is still doing what it does, but they're just not letting people come to the turnstiles. They're not letting people come to the turnstiles. I'm trying to think, are you more likely to be attacked by a lion on high wind, on Santa Ana winds today? I don't know. I don't get it. Rhinoceros, you want to be impaled? I don't. How does a wild rhinoceros get to me just because of Santa Ana winds? You'll never know because they've implemented safety measures. It's like shark repellent in the Midwest. You really want to question it? Just be thankful. Is a rhinoceros more likely to hop the fence? Because the wind is blowing. Oh my God, it's a rhinoceros. It's a lion. Look out for the giraffe. It's like you've never seen a movie about aliens or zombies or anything. When stuff is going wrong, you want to lock stuff down tight, okay? But they didn't shut down the zoo for the storms. They didn't shut down the zoo for the flooding. Not to my knowledge, and they didn't shut down the zoo for the mudslides. What's different today? I think it's a cover for something else. Can I be conspiratorial? I get all these conspiracy theories. You should have seen my Instagram last night as we talked about flat earth or whatever. The conspiracy theories that I get from you, my goodness, I should be more of a conspiracy theorist. I should be. What about the fact that you've actually interviewed the creator and director of Sharknado? Do you want to write Nado? Is that what you want? But Sharknado is fiction. The sharks are literally flying. We don't know. These high winds, if they're knocking over trees, they may pick up on these wild rhinos that Mark is telling us about. But in Sharknado, the sharks were flying all over the freaking city. It wasn't like it was limited to a small geographical area. If it means that the rhinoceri are going to be flying around, I assume that's the plural, isn't it? Why not? Okay. If they're going to be flying around, just because you close the gates to the zoo, it doesn't mean that it's not going to end up in Griffith Park. Okay, it might end up, I don't know, in Burbank Airport, because the airport is still open from what I can understand, because planes are having no problem with it. But the rhinoceri, oh KFI 86.4, we're live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. It's labeled with Kelly, and it's also National Pie Day. We warned you, we prepared you. Now, I'm going to celebrate it with you next. Mark Runner now has the news. As you've just been hearing, strong winds across the tree have fallen in Lake Bellevue, taking out power lines and landing on 10 cars. There's one of several such incidents today, one including 2 days. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer, the highest-ranking Jewish lawmaker in the U.S., is calling on Israel to hold elections for a new government to deal with the threat of Hamas, harshly criticizing Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu from the Senate floor. And McDonald's Japan has announced a limited-time perfume collection simulating the smell of McDonald's French fries. That's not all. It comes in 3 sets: classic salted fries, seaweed fries, and garlic fries. Just a dab behind each year. It'll only be available in Japan. SoCal weather, mostly clear tonight, lows in the lower 50s, winds around 15 miles an hour, low 40s, and a chance of rain in the IE, 40 in the Antelope Valley, and about twice as much wind. This report brought to you by Potable, and we're heading to a crash in the worldwide in Torrance.
Southbound 405 in Crenshaw in the right lane for the Guinness, and things are back up to most brands. There'll be more slowing ahead. Southbound 405 from Northgate to the 110. Eastbound 10 and eastbound 60 for that matter. Both still heavy drive from the 710 to 605. The 10 stays bad longer. It stays heavy on into West Covina. In Boyle Heights on the 5 southbound in Euclid. And the car having some trouble, lost the wheel there. Apparently it's out of traffic now, but the ride is going to stay slow toward the 605 on the southbound 5. KFI, the sky looks getting way faster. I'm ready for it.
Come, me and my wife, we share everything. The bed, the couch, our favorite blanket, but not these tips. Because I protect it with Nexstar, the fastest acting 30-day flea and tick topical. Because when you're this close, every minute counts. Don't get fleas and ticks time to cozy up to you and your pet. Keep your shared moments special and protect what matters with Nexstar. Shop Nexstar Flea and Tick Protection now, online and in store.
That's what the years. College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here, and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook. With promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
This is a radio ad for Dupixent. Dupilumab, a prescription medicine for people 6 months and up with moderate to severe eczema that is not well controlled with topical prescription therapies. But since this is radio, you can't see the effects of Dupixent. You can't see how it helps you stay ahead of your eczema, or how it helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that could be causing eczema. You can't see how it helps heal your skin from within, but you can see how Dupixent can help you have clearer skin and less itch. Individual results may vary. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Get help right away if you have wheezing, trouble breathing, or swelling of your face, lips, mouth, tongue, throat. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems such as eye pain, vision changes, or blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. See it for yourself. Ask your eczema specialist about Dupixent. Visit Dupixent.com or call 1-844-DUPIXENT.
No matter what the day brings, count on Juicy Juice for the good stuff. Get a piece of nutrients of real 100% fruit juice to help them conquer the day. Juicy Juice is only sweetened by the fruit with no sugar added, no high fructose corn syrup, and no artificial sweeteners. Available in family-sized bottles and juice boxes. Find Juicy Juice at your favorite local grocery retailer. Info at juicyjuice.com.
The Tunnel to Towers Foundation supports America's greatest heroes like U.S. Army Specialist James Donaldson. Donaldson lost his legs, a
discovered another when he was hit with an improvised explosive device in Iran. He struggled moving around his home until Tunnel to Towers gave him a mortgage-free smart home. The home enabled Donaldson to live a more independent life and be a better father. Help families like the Donaldsons. Donate $11 a month to Tunnel to Towers at T2T.org.
Hi there, I'm Joel Lardsgaard. Join me this Sunday for How to Money. We'll talk all things personal finance and help you learn how to save, invest, and enjoy more what matters.
How to Money with Joel Lardsgaard. Sundays at noon on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
It's late with Mike Kelly, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app, and happy National Pie Day. We talked a little bit about it last night. I hope your Pie Day celebration has been wonderful. Maybe you received a free slice of pie. Maybe you listened to a song like American Pie or Sweet Cherry Pie, Sweet Potato Pie. There was some pie in your life somewhere. Somehow, we're going to keep the celebration going because the day is not over. And if you didn't listen to Bill Handel this morning, I encourage you to go back and listen to his discussion of National Pie Day. It was really informative. It was really, really well done. So shout out to Bill Handel's show. You can find it at KFIX640.com, the podcast section. It was a really good discussion about National Pie Day. So I'm going to take it in a different direction. And just in case you don't know, just in case you have no idea what pie is, the pie symbol represents the ratio between the circumference and diameter of a circle. I know at the end of the day, often think and have their mind be stretched in so many different directions. You just had a full day of work where you've been dealing with your kids and their homework. You don't want to think. Just give them some information. You'll be a better person after. Now, these calculations of pi have been around for many years, thousands of years. It is known that pi does not ever end. And I was quizzing Mark Rotter yesterday how many digits he knew of pi, and I think he had maybe 7 or 8 if I'm not mistaken. In the territory, yeah. And I knew fewer than that. Stephen, I don't know if he knew even the first 3 digits. I don't know. He didn't chime in. And Tuala, I think he knew 4 digits, even though he teaches at a school. 11. I knew 11. Damn you. 11. Okay. 11. I just knew 1. I knew 3, 14. It's 3.14. Thank you. So it's not 314. It's not 11. All right, let me give you some recommendations how you can close out your National Pie Day. Of course, you can order a slice of pie. A lot of places which are giving away free pies. You can even BOGO. I learned what that was yesterday. Bible people. I didn't know. You also suffer from FOMO. I knew what that was. Fear of missing out. I knew that one. But BOGO, I didn't know. BOLO, which you talked about yesterday, I knew that one because I would always watch NCIS. And they'd always talk about put a BOLO on it. So I said, oh yeah, we have a look out. Okay, so that one I did know. BOFO, I know that one as well. All right, you come home. Thank you very much. I heard that one. Oh, come on. I got a lot of them. Like you said, I got a lot of them. All right, here's some ways that you can close out your National Pie Day. You can have a pie eating contest now. You can discuss the significance of pie. I know that's probably very, very boring, but you can do it. And here's something else you can do. Remember the movie The Life of Pi? Life of Pi? You can watch that. It's a bad movie. It's really boring. It's stupid, but you can do it. I remember when that movie came out, Tom and I saw it around the same time. I said, what is this? It is not good. How about the Darren Aronofsky pie? We'll get to that. Yeah, you can do that. That came off like 98, wasn't it? Yeah, this is that funny material. No, you just got it before I went. That's all. All right. No, it's all right. It's okay. We're like simpatico. We think about the same thing at the same time. Well, yeah, but I'm not in the pocket of big pie like you are. All right, well done. You can use hashtag National Pie Day on social media. No, I won't. I shan't. There are National Pie Day songs. You heard Sweet Cherry Pie, which Stephen was nice enough to pull. It's very on the notes, so it's very good. There's American Pie. McLean. There's That's Amore by Dean Martin and Honey Pie by the Beatles. There's the Pioneer song, never heard of, by Michael Baptiste. There's Mathematical Pie by the official PC Tech guy. Not familiar with it, but hey, why not? And there's Irrational Number by Fjordstone. They're not the bangers that I think people come with. National Pie Day movies. There's the movie Pie, the 1998 R-rated psychological thriller. And there's also Hidden Figures, if you haven't seen that. Yeah, it's about mathematicians at NASA. They had that one on the board. Yes, it did. All right, here we go, Stefan. I warned you about this. The best jokes for Pie Day. And I put best in quotation marks. Relative to the worst. It's kind of hard to say. What happens when you eat too much pie? You gain a bigger circumference. Stop. This is when I turn it to the full report. When the bad jokes, they start to show with them. These are you're probably listening right now. Don't take any of these jokes, Neil, okay? I know you like to take stuff from people. What did Pie say to Big Sweetheart? You look radiant today. Also get much worse. Why did Pie fail its driving test? Anyone? He didn't know when to stop. First, you cut off his eye again. Okay, let me try to see if I can get worse. Why should you avoid talking to Pie at a party? Because it's a sign of mental illness. 12, I guess. No, I don't even ask it. It just goes on forever. I say I like this bit. Right, this is gonna get good. I promise. This is gonna get better. This ain't worse. What is a mathematician's favorite snake? A python. I smell that. Oh, man. We got a code brown here. What do you call a mathematician who becomes a secret agent? Correct. Mark, you're in on this. Mark, I refuse to be complicit. What did the triangle say to the circle? You're pointless. All right, I got one more. You don't even have kids. All right. Last one. I'll make it good. What were the first mathematicians on the Oregon Trail called? Pioneers. Negative points. I thought that was pretty unfunny. When we come back, Long Beach is going to develop the land surrounding the Queen Mary. And if you know anything about Long Beach and have seen how it's grown over the past 20, 25 years, it makes sense. I'm kind of looking forward to this. We'll give you the specifics in just a moment. And Neil Savager, don't take any of those jokes, okay? Please don't. He's led with Kelly K by AM640. We're live everywhere. The iHeartRadio app, not on my the KFI 24-hour news. Those are some cow pies. LAPD says it has busted some street vendors who are illegally selling alcohol.
Officers will pose as customers when they approach vendors in front of LA Live and other public venues. During Operation Safe Sip yesterday, police say they arrested 12 people, 6 of whom were booked for selling booze to minors. Officers from Central Bureau conduct various undercover operations to catch people who are selling alcohol without a license and those who are selling alcohol without a license, or vendors with a license who don't check IDs. The vendors often pack coolers with both beer and hard liquor and hide it behind a food cart. Steve Gregory, KFI News.
The Bees has caused the BNP Paribas Open Tennis Tournament Indian Wells to stop. Current world number 2 player Carlos Alcaraz had just started a match against squatting and bees around with confusion. The tournament is currently in the quarterfinals, and its forecast says California's economy has grown faster than the country as a whole, but the positive trend is expected to continue. UCLA's Terry Nicholsberg says the public's starting to feel better about things.
People just started to get used to the fact that the bad times of the pandemic are over with, and the good times of the 2020 are about to start.
UCLA had a
fats. And the Senate Health, Education, Labor, and Pensions Committee is holding a hearing to discuss the potential of a 32-hour work week with no loss in pay. Committee Chair Bernie Sanders introduced the bill that would lower the threshold required for overtime pay to 40 hours yesterday.
Despite these long hours, the average worker earned almost $50 a week less than he or she did 50 years ago after adjusting for inflation.
Sanders says the sad reality is Americans work more hours now than the people of any other wealthy nation. Southland weather from PM5, mostly clear tonight, lows in the lower 50s, winds around 15 miles an hour, low 40s, chance of rain in the Inland Empire, 40 in the Antelope Valley, and about twice as much wind. Partly cloudy tomorrow with a 20% chance of rain, highs in the mid-60s at the beaches, around 70 most other places, mid-50s in the AV, then sun, and low 70s through the weekend. And 68 in La Palma, 65 in Tustin. Now let's check the freeway.
In Woodville, on the 5 freeway southbound to Super Drive, there's a motorcycle crash. It was in the 2 left lane. Things are backed up pretty solid from Alameda as you get toward the zoo there, southbound 5. Northbound 5, pretty heavy off and on from the 405 to the 14. Then the northbound 14 is jammed up from 5 to Golden Valley Road. 101 westbound, real tough drive from Laurel Canyon Boulevard to Reseda Boulevard. And in Torrance on the 405 southbound in Crenshaw, that crash in the right lane, and things backed up from Rosecrans. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Randy Fuller.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here, and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook. With promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
This is a radio ad for Pixent. Dupilumab, a prescription medicine for people 6 months and up with moderate to severe eczema that is not well controlled with topical prescription therapies. But since this is radio, you can't see the effects of Pixent. You can't see how it helps you stay ahead of your eczema, or how it helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that could be causing eczema. You can't see how it helps heal your skin from within. But you can see how Dupixent can help you have clearer skin and less itch. Individual results may vary. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be seen. Get help right away if you have wheezing, trouble breathing, or swelling of your face, lips, mouth, tongue, and throat. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems such as eye pain, vision changes, or blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. See for yourself. Ask your eczema specialist about Dupixent. Visit Dupixent.com or call 1-844-DUPIXENT.
No matter what the day brings, count on Juicy Juice for the good stuff. Get peace that nutrients are real 100% fruit juice to help them conquer the day. Juicy Juice is always sweetened by the fruit with no sugar added, no high fructose corn syrup, and no artificial sweeteners. Available in family-sized bottles and juice boxes. Find Juicy Juice at your local grocery retailer. Info at juicyjuice.com. This summer season, evolve your sun care with new Banana Boat 360 coverage. Advanced control mist. It's a new way to spray. An all-new bottle means an all-new mist experience that smells great and is incredibly light on your skin. Better control with coverage you can count on. Temperature light targeted areas or hold for a long, continuous spray, ensuring long-lasting Banana Boat protection. Plus, it's refillable, sweat-resistant sport formula to kids SPF 50+. Shop Banana Boat 360 mist at Walmart, Target, or Amazon.
Tanya here, and there are many ways that we can all help raise awareness around HIV, but maybe the most important is just talking about it openly and honestly. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetectable, which means the amount of the virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com.
This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
The Daily Calendar. It's not just Make a Pie Day, it's Make a Pie and Solidarity Day, whatever that means. So Make a Pie and celebrate scientists' day and imaging day. Happy birthday, NBA star Steph Curry, Albert Einstein, gymnast Simone Biles, music producer Casey Jones, let's go have the Dark Knights Butler after winning the game. KFI AM 640. They've also really improved that area down in Long Beach. Long Beach now is nothing down on Pine Street. Is nothing like it used to be. It is really one of those destination portions of Southern California. You got the Grand Prix, you have all the stuff going on the waterfront. And Long Beach now is to develop land around the Queen Mary. Remember, Queen Mary had been shut down for a very long time. They had all those extensive repairs that prolonged closure. Well, Long Beach is currently working on these plans to create a temporary amphitheater on the waterfront. That would be fantastic. The city says it will provide a unique concert venue and help meet the demands of concert promoters in the area. It's also expected to generate additional revenue for the city. Yeah. The city says it also intends on demolishing and that's people don't like that, but I'm saying you gotta change with the times. If you remember going down into Long Beach, I used to live in Harbor City, and I would drive into Long Beach, not by the 405, not by the 710. I would take the Vincent Thomas Bridge over, which was great. It's real easy to get over there. If you live in the Palos Verdes area or the San Pedro area, you can just take the Vincent Thomas Bridge over. And in the past 5 years or so, they've done a lot of renovations on that. They've extended a portion of it. The construction was finished most of it, and it makes it very easy getting into Long Beach. And you can see this massive remember how Santa Monica used to be in, okay? And you had the tech industry coming out here, and it really just blew it out the water, no pun intended, in the sense of explosion of property value and everything. Well, Long Beach is going through that right now. The property values are soaring through the roof. I know that's not necessarily great for everyone, but if you should already live there, it can be a boon for you if you should own some real estate. You can't really buy anything close to because it's so expensive. It's going to get even more expensive. Renewal of these cities. I like it in the idea of how they're going to expand around the Queen Mary because it used to be very dead down there. There was nothing going on down by the Queen Mary. Yes, they would have this event or that event on the Queen Mary. Yeah, there's some things to do on Pine Avenue and what have you. You have, of course, the Grand Prix, which will come through once a year. But Long Beach wasn't the big spot that I think is getting ready to become much important. People would turn complete around. It wasn't just the stadiums that came to town. You just had these remodel the form. You know, when you have these other YouTube theater, when you have these other performance venues where you have a consistent flow of artists, performances, and the businesses which then supplement the performing venues, it means a lot as far as added revenue to that city. I can see where all this is going because the blueprint has already existed in other cities.
sense, in an economic sense. You saw a lot of developments going on. Instead of that was COVID. There were a lot of businesses I know which went away, didn't come back because of COVID, and now it's getting back on track. I remember back in the day, the Long Beach Jazz Fest. The reason I had to go to Long Beach, and I think even with that, the last time I even drove by Long Beach had been about 10 years ago. Seriously, when I took a that's right. Long Beach area, yes. Maybe 9 years ago, but seriously, that's how long it's been since I've been to Long Beach. Well, talking about the Queen Mary, what they're going to do around it, refurbishing it and updating it. There was really no reason for people to go to the Queen Mary. Once you've seen it, you've seen it, and there's really no reason to go there unless it was a specific event. But they have the hotel capacity to 200 guest rooms. That would make sense, especially if there are things going on around the Queen Mary. It lends itself to being a vibrant hotel and being a place where people want to stay on the water. I see this big picture. It makes plenty sense, and I think it's going to be fantastic for the city of Long Beach. And the city has also said that it plans to renovate a large section of the ship's sundeck, which is often used for special events and weddings, and that will generate additional revenue immediately following completion. Quote, Queen Mary can now support operating expenses with regular operating revenue. All generated revenue is being invested back into the ship and vicinity. That's coming directly from the city. Quote, also, this forecast takes into consideration continued expenses that support the phased reopenings and expansion of the ship and projects and projects even stronger earnings in the subsequent years ahead. This iconic landmark holds a special place in the hearts of Long Beach residents and visitors alike. We are committed to ensuring its continued success and preservation. That's Long Beach City Councilwoman Mary Zendejas. I like it. I like it. I see what they're trying to do, and I've seen what Long Beach has been. It has always been full of potential, and it's nice to see, especially coming out of the pandemic. That was very difficult for a lot of residents and businesses in Long Beach. Coming out of the pandemic, that you're seeing not only a rebound, but a rebirth of that usage. Imagine watching a movie on the deck. On the water, yes. I sure could. Like you said, they're rebuilding the deck. I think they just did one of those movies in a park type event. Yes. Absolutely. Okay, all those Queen Mary don't feel that I need. But instead of like doing it and invite us back. No, Queen Mary was supposed to call us so we can do like an event together. Yeah, that's what supposed to be. And I can even see the movies on the deck of the Queen Mary. But we can have like Mark Robert come out as a mascot. Later, out of the Queen Mary. Look at that. No, it's great. It sounds like Long Beach is realizing its potential to become another place where I can never, ever afford a house. No, it's not too late. Just, get in now. Number one, not made from cardboard. It's not still tonight. Don't wait till tomorrow. But tonight, let me check my balance. Okay, when we come back, we're going to talk about the 100 most obese U.S. cities, or in other words, the fattest places in America, and see where Los Angeles ranks or does not rank on that list. It's later with Kelly. KFIM 640, we're live everywhere. The iHeartRadio app, not a Mark Robert. KFI 24 Hours. New report from the city controller's office shows over the past few years, Los Angeles has paid out nearly $472 million to settle liability claims, mostly for police, sanitation, and street services departments. James Crumley, a father in Michigan, charged in connection with a deadly school shooting carried out by his teenage son, has been found guilty on 4 counts of involuntary manslaughter in the deaths of 4 students at Oxford High School in 2021. Mom, Jennifer Crumley, was found guilty in February, and film composer Hans Zimmer is touring North America later this year. He's known for scoring Lion King, Dark Knight Trilogy, Dune, Interstellar, tons of others. Tour stops include LA, New York City, Boston, and Chicago. SoCal weather mostly clear tonight, lows in the lower 50s, winds around 15 miles an hour, low 40s for a chance of rain in the IE, 40 in the AV with about twice as much wind. This report brought to you by Audible. Southbound 101 Slam, Western Glendale Boulevard. The northbound 405, extremely heavy from Inglewood all the way past the 101 now into Valley's far across the very tough road. Southbound 405 slowing from Santa Monica Boulevard to Manchester, still pretty heavy drive there for you. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Randy Fuller.
Typical decorating, it's a new thing. I'm coming from mid-century meets rustic chic with a terracotta gallery wall and abstract art. Nice. Free one-day delivery and home decor and millions of other items. Whatever you're into, it's on Prime.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here, and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game, entering $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year,